Then they continued to look on, till the banquet was spread before the Caliph, when he turned to one of the damsels and said to her, O Garam, let us hear some of thine enchanting songs. So she tool the lute and tuning it, sang as follows. The longing of a Bedouin maid, whose folk are far away, who yearns after the willow of the Hijaz and the bay. Whose tears, when she on travelers lights, might for their water serve and eke her passion, with its heat, their bivouac fire purvey. Is not more fierce nor ardent than my longing for my love, who deem that I commit a crime in loving him alway. When Shemsenahar heard this, she slipped off the stool on which she sat and fell to the earth insensible, whereupon the damsels came and lifted her up. When Ali ben Bekr saw this from the gallery, he also fell down senseless, and Abulhas said, Verily fate hath apportioned passion equally between you. As he spoke, in came the damsel who had brought them thither and said to him, O Abulhas, arise and come down, thou and thy friend, for of a truth the world is grown straight upon us and I fear lest our case be discovered or the Caliph become aware of you, so, except you descend at once, we are dead folk. How shall this youth descend, replied he, seeing that he hath not strength to rise? With this she fell to sprinkling rosewater on Ali ben Bekr, till he came to himself, when Abulhas lifted him up and the damsel stayed him. So they went down from the gallery and walked on a while, till they came to a little iron door, which the damsel opened, and they found themselves on the Tigris bank. Here they sat down on a stone bench, whilst the girl clapped her hands, and there came up a man with a little boat, to whom said she, Carry these two young men to the other bank. So they all three entered the boat and the man put off with them, and as they launched out into the stream, Ali ben Bekr looked back towards the Caliph's palace and the pavilion and the garden and bade them farewell with these verses. I stretch forth a feeble hand to bid farewell to thee, with the other upon my burning breast, beneath the heart of me. But be not this the last of the love betwixt us twain, and let not this the last of my soul's refreshment be. The damsel said to the boatman, Make haste with them. So he plied his oars swiftly till they reached the opposite bank, where they landed, and she took lease of them, saying, It were my wish not to leave you, but I can go no farther than this. Then she turned back, whilst Ali ben Bekr lay on the ground before Abulhas and could not rise, till the latter said to him, This place is not sure and I am in fear of our lives, by reason of the thieves and highwaymen and men of lawlessness. With this Ali arose and essayed to walk a little, but could not. Now Abulhas had friends in that quarter, so he made for the house of one of them, in whom he trusted and who was of his intimates, and knocked at the door. The man came out quickly and seeing them, bade them welcome and brought them into his house, where he made them sit down and talked with them and asked them whence they came. Quoth Abulhas, We came out but now, being moved thereto by a man with whom I had dealings and who hath in his hands monies of mine. It was told me that he was minded to flee into foreign countries with my money, so I came out tonight in quest of him, taking with me this my friend Ali ben Bekr for company, but he hid from us and we could get no speech of him, so we turned back, empty-handed, and knew not whither to go, for it were irksome to us to return home at this hour of the night. Wherefore we came to thee, knowing thy wanted courtesy and kindness. Ye are right welcome, answered the host, and studied to do them honor. They abode with him the rest of the night, and as soon as it was day, they left him and made their way back to the city. When they came to Abulhas's house, the latter conjured his friend to enter, so they went in and lying down on the bed, slept a while. When they awoke, Abulhas bade his servants spread the house with rich carpets, saying in himself, Needs must I divert this youth and distract him from thoughts of his affliction, for I know his case better than another. Then he called for water for Ali ben Bekr, and the latter rose and making his ablutions, prayed the obligatory prayers that he had omitted for the past day and night, after which he sat down and began to solace himself with talk with his friend. When Abulhus saw this, he turned to him and said, O my lord, it were better for thy case that thou abide with me this night, so thy heart may be lightened and the anguish of love-longing that is upon thee be dispelled, and thou make merry with us, and haply the fire of thy heart be allayed. O my brother, answered Ali, do what seemeth good to thee, for I may not anywise escape from what hath befallen me. Accordingly, Abulhus arose and bade his servants summon some of the choicest of his friends and sent for singers and musicians. Meanwhile he made ready meat and drink for them, and they came and sat eating and drinking and making merry till nightfall. Then they lit the candles, and the cups of friendship and good fellowship went round amongst them, and the time passed pleasantly with them. Presently, a singing woman took the lute and sang the following verses. Fate launched at me a dart, the arrow of an eye, it pierced me and cut off from those I love am I. Fortune hath mauled me sore and patience fails me now, but long have I forebode misfortune drawing nigh. When Ali ben Becker heard this, he fell to the earth in a swoon and abode thus till daybreak, and Abulhus despaired of him. But, with the dawning, he came to himself and sought to go home, nor could Abulhus deny him, for fear of the issue of his affair. So he made his servants bring a mule, and mounting Ali thereon, carried him to his lodging, he and one of his men. When he was safe at home, the merchant thanked God for his deliverance from that peril and sat a while with him, comforting him, but Ali could not contain himself, for the violence of his passion and love-longing. Presently Abulhus rose to take leave of him, and Ali said, O my brother, leave me not without news. I hear and obey, answered Abulhus, and repairing to his shop, opened it and sat there all day, expecting news of Shamsenahar, but none came. He passed the night in his own house, and when it was day, he went to Ali ben Becker's lodging and found him laid on his bed, with his friends about him and physicians feeling his pulse and prescribing this or that. When he saw Abulhus, he smiled, and the latter saluting him, inquired how he did and sat with him till the folk withdrew, when he said to him, What plight is this? Quoth Ali, It was noised abroad that I was ill, and I have no strength to rise and walk, so as to give the lie to the report of my sickness, but continue lying here as thou sayest. So my friends heard of me and came to visit me. But, O my brother, hast thou seen the damsel or heard any news of her? I have not seen her, answered Abulhus, since we parted from her on the Tigris bank, but, O my brother, beware of scandal and leave this weeping. O my brother, rejoined Ali, indeed, I have no control over myself, and he sighed and recited the following verses. She giveth unto her hand that whereof mine doth fail, a die on the wrist, wherewith she doth my patience assail. She standeth in fear for her hand of the arrows she shoots from her eyes, so, for protection, she's fain to clothe it in armor of mail. The doctor in ignorance felt my pulse, and I said to him, Leave thou my hand alone, my heart it is that doth ail. Quoth she to the dream of the night, that visited me and fled, by Allah, describe him to me and bate me no jot of the tale. It answered, I put him away, though he perish of thirst, and said, Stand off from the watering place. So he could not to drink avail. She poured forth the pearls of her tears from her eyes Narcissus, and gave the rose of her cheeks to drink, and bit upon jujubes with hail. Then he said, O Abulhus, I am smitten with an affliction, from which I deemed myself in surety, and there is no greater ease for me than death. Be patient, answered his friend, peradventure God will heal thee. Then he went out from him, and repairing to his shop, opened it, nor had he sat long, when up came Shamsenahar's handmaid, who saluted him. He returned her salute, and looking at her, saw that her heart was palpitating and that she was troubled and bore the traces of affliction, so he said to her, Thou art welcome. How is it with Shamsenahar? I will tell thee, answered she, but first tell me how doth Ali ben Becker. So he told her all that had passed, whereat she was grieved and sighed and lamented and marveled at his case. Then said she, My lady's case is still stranger than this, for when you went away, I turned back, troubled at heart for you and hardly crediting your escape, and found her lying prostrate in the pavilion, speaking not nor answering any, whilst the commander of the faithful sat by her head, unknowing what aided her and finding none who could give him news of her. She ceased not from her swoon till midnight, when she revived, and the Caliph said to her, What ails thee, O Shamsenahar, and what has belain thee this night? May God make me thy ransom, O commander of the faithful, answered she. Verily, bile rose in me and lighted a fire in my body, so that I lost my senses for excess of pain, and I know no more. What hast thou eaten today? Asked the Caliph. Quoth she, I broke my fast on something I had never before eaten. Then she feigned to be recovered, and calling for wine, drank it and begged the Caliph to resume his diversion. So he sat down again on his couch in the pavilion and made her sit as before. When she saw me, she asked me how you fared, so I told her what I had done with you and repeated to her the verses that Ali ben Bilkar had recited at parting, whereat she wept secretly, but presently stinted. After a while, the Caliph ordered a damsel to sing, and she chanted the following verses. Life, as I live, has not been sweet since I did part from thee, would God I knew but how it fared with thee too after me. If thou be weeping tears of brine for severance of our loves, then, indeed, 'twere meet my tears of very blood should be. When my lady heard this, she fell back on the sofa in a swoon, and I seized her hand and sprinkled rosewater on her face, till she revived, when I said to her, O my lady, do not bring ruin on thyself and on all thy household, but be patient, by the life of thy beloved. Can aught befall me worse than death? Answered she. That, indeed, I long for, by Allah, my ease is therein. Whilst we were talking, another damsel sang the following words of the poet. Patience shall peradventure lead to solacement, quoth they, and I, where's patience to be had, now he is gone away? He made a binding covenant with me to cut the cords of patience, when we two embraced upon the parting day. When Shamsenahar heard this, she swooned away once more, which when the Caliph saw, he came to her in haste and commanded the wine service to be removed and each damsel to return to her chamber. He abode with her the rest of the night, and when it was day, he sent for physicians and men of art and bade them medicine her, knowing not that her sickness arose from passion and love-longing. He tarried with her till he deemed her in a way of recovery, when he returned to his palace, sore concerned for her illness, and she bade me go to thee and bring her news of Ali ben Bekr. So I came, leaving with her a number of her body women, and this is what has delayed me from thee. When Abul Hasan heard her story, he marveled and said, By Allah, I have acquainted thee with his whole case, so now return to thy mistress, salute her for me and exhort her to patience and secrecy, and tell her that I know it to be a hard matter and one that calls for prudent ordering. She thanked him and taking leave of him, returned to her mistress, whilst he abode in his place till the end of the day, when he shut the shop and betaking himself to Ali ben Bekr's house, knocked at the door. One of the servants came out and admitted him, and when Ali saw him, he smiled and rejoiced in his coming, saying, O Abul Hasan, thou hast made a weary man of me by thine absence from me this day, for indeed my soul is pledged to thee for the rest of my days. Leave this talk, answered the other. Were thy healing at the price of my hand, I would cut it off, ere thou couldst ask me, and could I ransom thee with my life, I had already laid it down for thee. This very day, Shamsenahar's handmaid has been with me and told me that what hindered her from coming before this was the Caliph's sojourn with her mistress, and he went on to repeat to him all that the girl had told him of Shamsenahar, at which Ali lamented sore and wept and said to him, O my brother, I conjure thee by God to help me in this mine affliction and teach me how I shall do. Moreover, I beg thee of thy grace to abide with me this night, that I may have the solace of thy company. Abul Hasan agreed to this, so they talked together till the night darkened, when Ali groaned aloud and lamented and wept copious tears, reciting the following verses. My eye holds thine image ever, thy name in my mouth is I, and still in my heart is thy sojourn, so how canst thou absent be? How sore is my lamentation for life that passes away, nor is there, alas, in union a part for thee and me. And also these. She cleft with the sword of her glance the helm of my courage in two, and the mail of my patience she pierced with the spear of her shape through and through. She unveiled to us, under the musk of the mole that is set on her cheek, carn for wild dawning daybreak through a night of the ambergris hue. Her spirit was stirred to chagrin, and she bid on cornelian with pearls, whose unions unvalued abide in a lakelet of sugary dew. She sighed for impatience and smote with her palm on the snows of her breast. Her hand left a scar, so I saw what never before met my view. Pens fashioned of coral, her nails, that, dinting the book of her breast 5 lines, scored in ambergris ink, on a table of crystal drew. O ye that go girded with steel, O swordsman, I rede you beware of the stroke of her death-dealing eyes, that never looked yet but they slew. And guard yourselves, ye of the spears, and fence off her thrust from your hearts, if she tilt with the quivering lance of her shape straight and slender at you. Then he gave a great cry and fell down in a swoon. Abulhassan thought that his soul had departed his body, and he ceased not from his swoon till daybreak, when he came to himself and talked with his friend, who sat with him till the forenoon. Then he left him and repaired to his shop. Hardly had he opened it, when the damsel came and stood before him. As soon as he saw her, she made a sign of salutation to him, which he returned, and she greeted him for her mistress, saying, How doth Ali ben Bilkar? O good damsel, replied he, ask me not how he doth nor what he suffers for excess of passion, for he sleeps not by night neither rests by day, wakefulness wasteth him and affliction hath gotten the mastery of him and his case is distressful to his friend. Quoth she, My lady salutes thee and him, and indeed she is in worse case than he. She hath written him a letter, and here it is. When she gave it me, she said to me, Do not return save with the answer. So wilt thou go with me to him and get his reply? I hear and obey, answered Abulhassan, and shutting his shop, carried her, by a different way to that by which he came, to Ali ben Bekar's house, where he left her standing at the door and entered. When Ali saw him, he rejoiced, and Abulhassan said to him, The reason of my coming is that such an one hath sent his handmaid to thee with a letter, containing his greeting to thee and excusing himself for that he hath tarried by reason of a certain matter that hath betided him. The girl stands even now at the door, shall she have leave to enter? And he signed to him that it was Shamsenahar's slave girl. Ali understood his sign and answered, Bring her in. So she entered, and when he saw her, he shook for joy and signed to her, as who should say, How doth thy lord? May God grant him health and recovery. He is well, answered she, and pulling out the letter, gave it to him. He took it and kissing it, opened and read it, after which he handed it to Abulhassan, who found written therein what follows. The messenger of me will give thee news aright, so let his true report suffice thee for my sight. A lover hast thou left, for love of thee distraught, her eyes cease nevermore from watching, day or night. I brace myself to bear affliction, for to foil the buffets of ill fate is given to no wight. But be thou of good cheer, for never shall my heart forget thee nor thy thought be absent from my sprite. Look on thy wasted frame and what is fallen thereon, and thence infer of me and argue of my plight. To proceed, I have written thee a letter without fingers and speak to thee without tongue, to tell thee my whole state. I have an eye from which sleeplessness is never absent and a heart whence sorrowful thought stirs not. It is with me as I had never known health nor let sadness, neither beheld a fair face nor spent an hour of pleasant life, but it is as I were made up of love-longing and of the pain of passion and chagrin. Sickness is unceasing upon me, and my yearning redoubles ever. Desire increases still, and longing rages in my heart. I pray God to hasten our union and dispel the trouble of my mind, and I would fain have thee write me some words, that I may solace myself withal. Moreover, I would have thee put on a becoming patience, till God give relief, and peace be on thee. When Ali Ben Becker had read this letter, he said, With what hand shall I write, and with what tongue shall I make moan and lament? Indeed she addeth sickness to my sickness, and draweth death upon my death. Then he sat up, and taking inkhorn and paper, wrote the following reply, In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. O my lady, thy letter hath reached me, and hath given ease to a mind worn out with passion and desire, and brought healing to a wounded heart, cankered with languishment and sickness, for indeed I am become even as saith the poet. Bosom contracted and grievous thought dilated, eyes ever wakeful and body wearied eye. Patience cut off and separation ever present, reason disordered and heart all stolen away. Know that complaining quenches not the fire of calamity, but it eases him whom love-longing consumes and separation destroys, and so I comfort myself with the mention of the word union, for how well saith the poet, If love had not pain and pleasure, satisfaction and despite, whereof messengers and letters were for lovers the delight. When he had made an end of this letter, he gave it to Abulhusn, saying, Read it and give it to the damsel. So he took it and read it, and its words stirred his soul, and its meaning wounded his vitals. Then he gave it to the girl, and Ali said to her, Salute thy lady for me, and tell her of my passion and longing, and how love is blent with my flesh and my bones, and say to her that I need one who shall deliver me from the sea of destruction and save me from this dilemma, for of a truth fortune oppresseth me with its vicissitudes, and is there any helper to free me from its defilements? So saying, he wept, and the damsel wept for his weeping. Then she took leave of him, and Abulhusn went out with her and bade her farewell. So she went her way, and he returned to his shop, which he opened, and sat down there, according to his wont, but as he sat, he found his bosom straitened and his heart oppressed, and was troubled about his case. He ceased not from melancholy thought the rest of that day and night, and on the morrow he betook himself to Ali Ben Becker, with whom he sat till the folk withdrew, when he asked him how he did. Ali began to complain of passion and descant upon the longing and distraction that possessed him, ending by repeating the following words of the poet. Folk have made moan of passion before me of past years, and living dead for absence have suffered pains and fears. But what within my bosom I harbor, with mine eyes I've never seen the like of, nor heard it with mine ears. And also these. I've suffered for thy love what Kais, that madman hight, did never undergo for love of Layla bright. Yet chase I not the beasts of the desert, as did he, for madness hath its kinds for this and other white. Quoth Abulhusn, Never did I see or hear of one like unto thee in thy love. If thou sufferest all this transport in sickness and trouble, being enamored of one who returns thy passion, how would it be with thee, if she whom thou lovest were contrary and perfidious? Meseems, thy case will be discovered, if thou abide thus. His words pleased Ali Ben Becker, and he trusted in him and thanked him. Now Abulhusn had a friend, to whom he had discovered his affair and that of Ali Ben Becker, and who knew that they were close friends, but none other than he was acquainted with what was betwixt them. He was wont to come to him and inquire how Ali did, and after a little, he began to ask about the damsel, but Abulhusn put him off, saying, She invited him to her, and there was between him and her what passeth words, and this is the end of their affair, but I have devised me a plan which I would fain submit to thy judgment. And what is that? Asked his friend. O my brother, answered Abulhusn, I am a man well known, having much dealing among the notables, both men and women, and I fear lest the affair of these twain get wind and this lead to my death and the seizure of my goods and the ruin of my repute and that of my family. Wherefore I purpose to get together my property and make ready forthright and repair to the city of Basora and abide there, till I see what comes of their affair, that none may know of me, for passion hath mastered them and letters pass between them. Their go-between and confidant at this present is a slave girl, who hath till now kept their counsel, but I fear lest haply she be vexed with them or anxiety get the better of her and she discover their case to someone and the matter be noised abroad and prove the cause of my ruin, for I have no excuse before God or man. Thou acquaintest me with a perilous matter, rejoined his friend, and one from the like of which the wise and understanding will shrink in affright. May God preserve thee and avert from thee the evil thou dreadest. Assuredly, thy resolve is a wise one. So Abulhassan returned home and betook himself to setting his affairs in order and preparing for his journey, nor had 3 days elapsed ere he made an end of his business and departed for Basora. 3 days after, his friend came to visit him, but finding him not, asked the neighbors of him, and they answered, he set out 3 days ago for Basora, for he had dealings with merchants there and is gone thither to collect his debts, but he will soon return. The man was confounded at the news and knew not whither to go, and he said in himself, would I had not parted with Abulhassan. Then he bethought him how he should gain access to Ali ben Bekr, and repairing to the latter's lodging, said to one of his servants, ask leave for me of thy master that I may go in and salute him. So the servant went in and told his master, and presently returning, invited the man to enter. So he went in and found Ali ben Bekr lying back on the pillow and saluted him. Ali returned his greeting and bade him welcome, whereupon the other began to excuse himself for having held aloof from him all this while and added, O my lord, there was a close friendship between Abulhassan and myself, so that I used to trust him with my secrets and could not brook to be severed from him an hour. It chanced but now that I was absent 3 days' space on certain business with a company of my friends, and when I came back, I found his shop shut, so I asked the neighbors of him and they replied, he is gone to Basora. Now I know he had no surer friend than thou, so I conjure thee, by Allah, to tell me what thou knowest of him. When Ali heard this, his color changed and he was troubled and answered, I never heard of his departure till this day, and if it be as thou sayest, weariness has come upon me. And he repeated the following verses. Whilom I wept for what was past of joy and pleasant cheer, whilst yet the objects of my love were unremoved and near. But now my sad and sorry fate hath sundered me and them, and I today must weep for those that were to me most dear. Then he bent his head awhile and thought, and presently raising it, said to one of his servants, Go to Abulhassan's house and inquire whether he be at home or gone on a journey. If they say, he is abroad, ask whither. The servant went out and presently returning, said to his master, When I asked after Abulhassan, his people told me that he was gone on a journey to Basora, but I saw a damsel standing at the door, who knew me, though I knew her not, and said to me, Art thou not servant to Ali ben Bekr? Yes, answered I. And she said, I have a message for him from one who is the dearest of all folk to him. So she came with me and is now at the door. Quoth Ali, Bring her in. So the servant went out and brought her in, and the man who was with Ali ben Bekr looked at her and found her comely. She came up to Ali and saluting him, talked with him privily, and he from time to time exclaimed with an oath and swore that he had not done as she avouched. Then she took leave of him and went away. When she was gone, Abulhassan's friend, who was a jeweler, took occasion to speak and said to Ali ben Bekr, Doubtless, the women of the palace have some claim upon thee, or thou hast dealings with the Caliph's household. Who told thee of this? Asked Ali. I know it by yonder damsel, replied the jeweler, who is Shamsenahar's slave girl, for she came to me a while since with a written order for a necklace of jewels, and I sent her a costly one. When Ali heard this, he was greatly troubled, so that the jeweler feared for his life. But after a while he recovered himself and said, O my brother, I conjure thee by Allah to tell me truly how thou knowest her. Do not press me as to this, replied the other, and Ali said, Indeed, I will not desist from thee till thou tell me the truth. Then, said the jeweler, I will tell thee all, that thou mayst not distrust me nor be alarmed at what I said, nor will I conceal aught from thee, but will discover to thee the truth of the matter, on condition that thou possess me with the true state of thy case and the cause of thy sickness. Then he told him all that had passed between Abul Hasan and himself, adding that he had acted thus only out of friendship for him and of his desire to serve him, and assuring him that he would keep his secret and venture life and goods in his service. So Ali in turn told him his story and added, By Allah, O my brother, not moved me to keep my case secret from thee and others, but my fear lest the folk should lift the veils of protection from certain persons. And I, rejoined the jeweler, desired not to foregather with thee, but of the great affection I bear thee and my zeal for thee in every case and my compassion for the anguish thy heart endureth for severance. Haply, I may be a comforter to thee in the room of my friend Abul Hasan, during his absence. So take heart and be of good cheer. Ali thanked him and repeated the following verses. If I am patient, I say, since forth from me he went, my tears give me the lie in the stress of my lament. And how shall I hide the tears, that flow in streams adown the table of my cheek for his evanishment? Then he was silent a while, and presently said to the jeweler, Knowest thou what the girl whispered to me? Not I, by Allah, O my lord, answered he. Quoth Ali, she would have it that I had counseled Abul Hasan to go to Basora, and that I had used this device to put a stop to our correspondence and intercourse. I swore to her that this was not so, but she would not credit me and went away to her mistress, persisting in her injurious suspicions, and indeed I know not what I shall do without Abul Hasan, for she inclined to him and gave ear to his word. O my brother, answered the jeweler, I guessed as much from her manner, but, if it please God the Most High, I will help thee to thy desire. Who can help me, rejoined Ali, and how wilt thou do with her, when she takes umbrage like a wilding of the desert? By Allah, exclaimed the jeweler, needs must I do my utmost endeavor to help thee and contrive to make her acquaintance, without exposure or mischief. Then he asked leave to depart, and Ali said, O my brother, see thou keep my counsel, and he looked at him and wept. The jeweler bade him farewell and went away, knowing not what he should do to further his wishes, but as he went along pondering the matter, he spied a letter lying in the road, and taking it up, found that it bore the following superscription, from the least worthy of lovers to the most excellent of beloved ones. He opened it and found these words written therein. The messenger brought me a promise of union and delight, but yet that he had mistaken 'twas constant in my sprite. Wherefore I joyed not, but sorrow was added unto me, for that I knew my envoy had read thee not aright. To proceed, know, O my lord, that I am ignorant of the cause of the breaking off of the correspondence between thee and me, but if it arise from cruelty on thy part, I will meet it with fidelity, and if love have departed from thee, I will remain constant to my love in absence, for I am with thee even as says the poet. Be haughty and I will be patient, capricious, I'll bear, turn away, I'll draw near thee, be harsh, I'll be abject, command, I'll give ear and obey. As he was reading, up came the slave girl, looking right and left, and seeing the letter in the jeweler's hand, said to him, O my lord, this letter is one I let fall. He made her no answer, but walked on, and she followed him, till he came to his house, when he entered and she after him, saying, O my lord, give me back the letter, for it fell from me. He turned to her and said, O good slave girl, fear not, neither grieve, for verily God the Protector loves to protect his creatures, but tell me the truth of thy case, for I am one who keepeth counsel. I conjure thee by an oath to hide from me nothing of thy lady's affair, for haply God shall help me to further her wishes and make easy what is hard by my hand, O my lord, answered she. Indeed a secret is not lost whereof thou art the keeper, nor shall any affair come to naught for which thou strivest. Know that my heart inclines to thee, and do thou give me the letter. Then she told him the whole story, adding, God is witness to what I say. Thou hast spoken truly, said the jeweler, for I am acquainted with the root of the matter. Then he told her how he had come by Ali Ben Bekar's secret and related to her all that had passed, whereat she rejoiced, and they agreed that she should carry the letter to Ali and return and tell the jeweler all that passed. Accordingly he gave her the letter and she took it and sealed it up as it was before, saying, My mistress Shamsenahar gave it to me sealed, and when he hath read it and given me the reply, I will bring it to thee. Then she repaired to Ali Ben Bekar, whom she found waiting, and gave him the letter. He read it and writing an answer, gave it to the damsel. She carried it to the jeweler, who broke the seal and read what was written therein, as follows. Neglected are our messages, for lo, our go-between, that wont to keep our counsel erst, is wroth with us, I ween. So choose us out a messenger, a true and trusty wight, yea, one of whom fidelity, not falsehood, is well seen. To proceed, verily, I have not entered upon perfidy nor left fidelity, I have not used cruelty, neither have I put off loyalty nor broken faith. I have not ceased from affection nor severed myself from grief, neither have I found aught after separation but misery and ruin. I know nothing of that thou avouchest, nor do I love aught but that which thou lovest. By him who knoweth the secret of the hidden things, I have no desire but to be united with her whom I love, and my one business is the concealment of my passion, though sickness consume me. This is the exposition of my case, and peace be on thee. When the jeweler read this letter, he wept sore, and the girl said to him, Leave not this place, till I return to thee, for he suspects me of such and such things, in which he is excusable, so it is my desire to bring thee in company with my mistress Shamsenahar, howsoever I may contrive it. I left her prostrate, awaiting my return with the answer. Then she went away, and the jeweler passed the night in a state of agitation. On the morrow he prayed the morning prayer and sat awaiting the girl's coming. Presently she came in to him, rejoicing, and he said to her, What news, O damsel? Quoth she, I gave my mistress Ali Ben Bekar's reply, and when she read it, she was troubled in her mind, but I said to her, O my lady, have no fear of the hindrance of your affair by reason of Abul Hasan's absence, for I have found one to take his place, better than he and more of worth and apt to keep secrets. Then I told her what was between Abul Hasan and thyself, and how thou camest by his confidence and that of Ali Ben Bekar, and how I met with thee, and showed her how matters stood betwixt thee and me. Now she is minded to have speech of thee, that she may be assured by thy words of the covenants between thee and him, so do thou make ready to go with me to her forthwith. When the jeweler heard the girl's words, he saw that what she proposed was a grave matter and a great peril, not lightly to be undertaken or entered upon, and said to her, O my sister, verily, I am of the common people and not like unto Abul Hasan, for he was of high rank and repute and was wont to frequent the Caliph's household, because of their need of his wares. As for me, he used to talk with me, and I trembled before him the while. So, if thy mistress would have speech of me, it must be in some place other than the Caliph's palace and far from the abode of the Commander of the Faithful, for my reason will not let me do what thou proposest. Accordingly, he refused to go with her, and she went on to assure him of impunity, saying, Fear not, and pressed him, till he consented to accompany her, but, when he would have risen, his legs bent under him and his hands trembled, and he exclaimed, God forbid that I should go with thee. Indeed, I cannot do this. Reassure thyself, answered she, if it irk thee to go to the Caliph's palace and thou canst not muster up courage to accompany me, I will make her come to thee, so stir not from thy place till I return to thee with her. Then she went away, and returning after a little, said to the jeweler, Look that there be with thee neither slave girl nor manslave nor any other. Quoth he, I have but an old negress slave, who waits on me. So she locked the door between the jeweler and his negress and sent his manservants out of the house, after which she went out and presently returned, followed by a lady, who filled the house with the sweet scent of her perfumes. When the jeweler saw her, he sprang to his feet and set her a couch and a cushion, and she sat down. He seated himself before her, and she abode a while without speaking, till she was rested, when she unveiled her face, and it seemed to the jeweler as if the sun had risen in his house. Then said she to her slave girl, Is this the man of whom thou spakest to me? Yes, answered she, whereupon the lady turned to the jeweler and said to him, How is it with thee? Well, replied he. May God preserve thy life and that of the commander of the faithful. Quoth she, Thou hast moved us to come to thee and possess thee with our secret. Then she questioned him of his household and family, and he discovered to her all his circumstance and said to her, I have another house, which I have set apart for entertaining my friends and brethren, and there is none there save the old negress, of whom I spoke to thy handmaid. She asked him how he came first to know of the matter and what had made Abulhasn absent himself. So he told her all, and she bewailed the loss of Abulhasn and said to the jeweler, Know that the minds of men are at one in desires, and however they may differ in estate, men are still men and have need one of the other. An affair is not accomplished without speech, nor is a wish fulfilled save by endeavor. Ease comes not but after weariness, nor is succor compassed save by the help of the generous. Now I have trusted my secret to thee, and it is in thy power to expose or shield us. I say no more, because of thy generosity of nature. Thou knowest that this my handmaid keeps my counsel and is therefore in high favor with me, and I have chosen her to transact my affairs of importance. So let none be worthier in thy sight than she, and acquaint her with thine affair. Be of good cheer, for thou art safe from what thou fearest on our account, and there is no shut place but she shall open it to thee. She shall bring thee messages from me to Ali ben Becker, and thou shalt be our go-between. So saying, she rose, scarcely able to stand, and the jeweler forewent her to the door of the house, after which he returned and sat down again in his place, having seen of her beauty what dazzled him and heard of her speech what confounded his wit and witnessed of her grace and courtesy what bewitched him. He sat musing on her perfections till his trouble subsided, when he called for food and ate enough to stay his stomach. Then he changed his clothes and repairing to Ali ben Becker's house, knocked at the door. The servants hastened to admit him and brought him to their master, whom he found laid upon his bed. When he saw the jeweler, he said to him, Thou hast tarried long from me and hast added concern to my concern. Then he dismissed his servants and bade shut the doors, after which he said to the jeweler, By Allah, O my brother, I have not closed my eyes since I saw thee last, for the slave girl came to me yesterday with a sealed letter from her mistress Shamsenahar, and went on to tell him all that had passed, adding, Indeed, I am perplexed concerning mine affair, and my patience fails me, for Abulhasn was of comfort to me, because he knew the girl. When the jeweler heard this, he laughed, and Ali said, Why dost thou laugh at my words, thou in whom I rejoiced and to whom I looked for succor against the shifts of fortune? Then he sighed and wept and repeated the following verses. Many an one laughs at my weeping, when as he looks on my pain. Had he but suffered as I have, he, also, to weep would be fain. No one hath ruth on the smitten, for that he is doomed to endure, but he who alike is afflicted and long in affliction hath lain. My passion, my yearning, my sighing, my care and distraction and woe are all for a loved one, whose dwelling is in my heart's innermost fane. He made his abode in my bosom and never will leave it again, and yet with my love to foregather I weary and travail in vain. I know of no friend I can choose me to stand in his stead unto me, nor ever, save him, a companion, to cherish and love have I ta'en. When the jeweler heard this, he wept also and told him all that had passed betwixt himself and the slave girl and her mistress, since he left him, whilst Ali gave ear to his speech, and at every fresh word his colour shifted twixt white and red, and his body grew now stronger and now weaker, till he came to the end of his tale, when Ali wept and said to him, O my brother, I am a lost man in any event. Would my end were near, that I might be at rest from all this. But I beg thee, of thy favour, to be my helper and comforter in all my affairs, till God accomplish his will, and I will not gainsay thee in aught. Quoth the jeweler, Nothing will quench the fire of thy passion save union with her whom thou lovest, and this must not be in this perilous place, but in a house of mine other than in which the girl and her mistress came to me. This place she chose for herself, to the intent that ye may therefore gather and complain one to the other of what you have suffered from the pangs of love. O my lord, answered Ali ben Bekr, do as thou wilt, and may God requite thee for me. What thou deemest fit will be right, but be not long about it, lest I die of this anguish. So I abode with him, quoth the jeweler, that night, entertaining him with converse, till daybreak, when I prayed the morning prayers, and going out from him, returned to my house. Hardly had I done so, when the damsel came up and saluted me. I returned her greeting and told her what had passed between Ali ben Bekr and myself, and she said, Know that the Caliph has left us and there is none in our lodging, and it is safer for us and better. True, replied I, yet it is not like my house yonder, which is both surer and fitter for us. Be it as thou wilt, rejoined she. I will go to my lady and tell her what thou sayest. So she went away and presently returned and said to me, It is to be as thou sayest, so make us ready the place and expect us. Then she took out a purse of diners and said to me, My lady salutes thee and bids thee take this and provide therewith what the case calls for. But I swore that I would have naught of it, so she took the purse and returning to her mistress, said to her, He would not take the money, but gave it back to me. No matter, answered Shemsenahar. As soon as she was gone, I betook myself to my other house and transported thither all that was needful, by way of furniture and utensils and rich carpets and vessels of china and glass and gold and silver, and made ready meat and drink for the occasion. When the damsel came and saw what I had done, it pleased her, and she bade me fetch Ali ben Bekr, but I said, None shall fetch him but thou. Accordingly she went to him and brought him back, dressed to perfection and looking his best. I met him and welcomed him, and making him sit down on a couch befitting his condition, set before him sweet-scented flowers in vases of china and crystal of various colors. Then I set on a tray of vari-colored meats, of such as rejoice the heart with their sight, and sat talking with him and diverting him. The girl went away and was absent till after sundown, when she returned with Shemsenahar, attended by 2 maids and no more. When Ali saw her, he rose and embraced her, and they both fell down in a swoon. They lay a while insensible, then, coming to themselves, began to complain to each other of the pains of separation. They sat a while, conversing with eloquence and tenderness, after which they perfumed themselves and fell to thanking me for what I had done. Said I, Have ye a mind for food? Yes, answered they. So I set food before them, and they ate till they were satisfied and washed their hands, after which I carried them to another room and brought them wine. So they drank and grew merry with wine and inclined to one another, and Shemsenahar said to me, O my lord, complete thy kindness by bringing us a lute or other instrument of music, that the measure of our joy may be filled. On my head and eyes, answered I, and rising, brought her a lute. She took it and tuned it, then laying it in her lap, made masterly music, at once exciting to sorrowful thoughts and cheering the afflicted, after which she sang the following verses. I wake and I watch till it seemeth as I were in love with unrest, and I waste and I languish, as sickness, meseemeth, were born in my breast. The tides of my tears, ever flowing, have burned up my cheeks with their heat. What I knew of our loves, after severance, with union again will be blessed. She went on to sing song after song, choice words set to various airs, till our minds were bewitched, and it seemed as if the very room would dance with excess of pleasure for the marvel of her sweet singing, and there was nor thought nor reason left in us. When we had sat a while and the cup had gone round amongst us, the damsel took the lute and sang the following verses to a lively measure. My love a visit promised me, and did fulfill his plight one night that I shall reckon I for many and many a night. O night of raptures that the fates vouchsafed unto us twain, unheeded of the railing tribe and in the spy's despite. My loved one lay the night with me, and I of my content clipped him with my left hand, while he embraced me with his right. I strained him to my breast and drank his lips' sweet wine, what while I of the honey and of him who sells it had delight. Whilst we were thus drowned in the sea of gladness, in came a little maid, trembling, and said, O my lady, look how you may go away, for the folk are upon us and have surrounded the house, and we know not the cause of this. When I heard this, I arose in a fright, and behold, in came a slave girl, who said, Calamity hath overtaken you. At the same moment, the door was burst open, and there rushed in upon us half a score masked men, with poniards in their hands and swords by their sides, and as many more behind them. When I saw this, the world, for all its wideness, was straitened on me, and I looked to the door, but saw no way out, so I sprang, from the roof, into the house of one of my neighbors and hid myself there. Thence I heard a great uproar in my house, and concluded that the Caliph had gotten wind of us and sent the chief of the police to seize us and bring us before him. So I abode confounded and remained in my place, without daring to move, till midnight, when the master of the house became aware of me, and being greatly affrighted, made at me with a drawn sword in his hand, saying, Who is this in my house? Quoth I am thy neighbor, the jeweler, and he knew me and held his hand. Then he fetched a light, and coming up to me, said, O my brother, indeed that which hath befallen thee this night is grievous to me. O my brother, answered I, tell me who it was entered my house and broken the door, for I fled to thee, not knowing what was the matter. Quoth he, The robbers, who visited our neighbors yesterday and slew such an one and took his goods, saw thee yesterday bringing hither furniture and what not, so they broke in upon thee and stole thy goods and slew thy guests. Then we arose, he and I, and repaired to my house, which I found empty and stripped of everything, whereat I was confounded and said to myself, I care not for the loss of the gear, though indeed I borrowed part thereof of my friends, yet is there no harm in that, for they know my excuse in the loss of my goods and the pillage of my house. But as for Ali ben Becker and the Caliph's favorite, I fear lest their case get wind, and this cause the loss of my life. So I turned to my neighbor and said to him, Thou art my brother and my neighbor, and wilt cover my nakedness. What dost thou counsel me to do? I counsel thee to wait, answered he, for they who entered thy house and stole thy goods have murdered the better part of a company from the Caliph's palace, besides some of the police, and the Caliph's officers are now in quest of them on every side. Haply they will chance on them, and so thy wish will come about without effort of thine. Then I returned to my other house, that in which I dwelt, saying to myself, This that hath befallen me is what? A Bulhusn feared, and from which he fled to Basora. Presently the pillage of my pleasure house was noised abroad among the folk, and they came to me from all sides, some rejoicing in my misfortune and others excusing me and condoling with me, whilst I bewailed myself to them and ate not neither drank for grief. As I sat, repenting me of what I had done, one of my servants came in to me and said, There is a man at the door, who asks for thee, and I know him not. So I went out and found at the door a man whom I knew not. I saluted him, and he said to me, I have somewhat to say to thee privily. So I brought him in and said to him, What hast thou to say to me? Quoth he, Come with me to thine other house. Dost thou then know my other house? Asked I. I know all about thee, replied he, and I know that also wherewith God will dispel thy concern. So I said to myself, I will go with him whither he will, and we went out and walked on till we came to my other house, which when he saw, he said to me, It is without door or doorkeeper, and we cannot sit in it, so come thou with me to another house. Accordingly, he went on from place to place and I with him, till the night overtook us. Yet I put no question to him, and we ceased not to walk on, till we reached the open country. He kept saying, Follow me, and quickened his pace, whilst I hurried after him, heartening myself to go on. Presently, we came to the river bank, where he took boat with me, and the boatman rowed us over to the other side. Here my guide landed and I after him, and he took my hand and led me to a street I had never before entered, nor do I know in what quarter it is. Presently he stopped at the door of a house, and opening, entered and made me enter with him, after which he bolted the door with a bolt of iron and carried me along the vestibule, till he brought me in presence of 10 men, brothers, as they were one and the same man. We saluted them, and they returned our greeting and bade us be seated, so we sat down. Now I was like to die for very weariness, so they brought rosewater and sprinkled it on my face, after which they gave me to drink and set food before me, of which some of them ate with me. Quoth I to myself, were there aught of harm in the food, they would not eat with me. So I ate, and when we had washed our hands, each of us returned to his place. Then said they to me, Dost thou know us? I never in my life saw you, nor this your abode, answered I, Nay, I know not even him who brought me hither. Said they, Tell us thy case, and lie not in aught. Know then, rejoined I, that my case is strange and my affair marvelous, but do you know aught of me? Yes, answered they, it was we took thy goods yesternight and carried off thy friend and her who was singing to him. May God let down the veil of his protection over you, said I, but where is my friend and she who was singing to him? They pointed to 2 doors and replied, They are yonder, each in a room apart, but, by Allah, O our brother, the secret of their case is known to none but thee, for from the time we brought them hither, we have not seen them nor questioned them of their condition, seeing them to be persons of rank and dignity. This it was that hindered us from putting them to death, so tell us the truth of their case and be assured of their safety and thine own. When I heard this, I was like to die of fright and said to them, O my brethren, if generosity were lost, it would not be found save with you, and had I a secret, which I feared to divulge, your breasts alone should have the keeping of it. And I went on to expatiate to them in this sense, till I saw that frankness would profit me more than concealment, so I told them the whole story. When they heard it, they said, And is this young man Ali ben Becker and this damsel Shamsenahar? Yes, answered I. This was grievous to them, and they rose and made their excuses to the 2 lovers. Then they said to me, Part of what we took from thy house is spent, but here is what is left of it. So saying, they gave me back the most part of my goods and engaged to return them to my house and restore me the rest. So my heart was set at ease, and some of them abode with me, whilst the rest fetched Ali ben Becker and Shamsenahar, who were well nigh dead for excess of fear. Then they all sallied forth with us, and I went up to the 2 lovers and saluting them, said to them, What became of the damsel and the 2 maids? We know nothing of them, answered they. Then we walked on till we came to the river bank, where we all embarked in the boat that had brought me over before, and the boatman rowed us to the other side, but hardly had we landed and sat down on the bank to rest, when a troop of horse swooped down on us like eagles and surrounded us on all sides, whereupon the robbers with us sprang up in haste, and the boatman, putting back for them, took them in and pushed off into midstream, leaving us on the bank, unable to move or abide still. The horseman said to us, Whence come ye? And we were perplexed for an answer, but I said, Those ye saw with us are rogues, we know them not. As for us, we are singers, whom they would have taken to sing to them, nor could we win free of them, save by subtlety and fair words, and they have but now left us. They looked at Ali and Shamsenahar and said to me, Thou hast not spoken sooth, but if thy tale be true, tell us who you are and whence you come and in what quarter you dwell. I knew not what to answer, but Shamsenahar sprang up and approaching the captain of the troop, spoke with him privily, whereupon he dismounted and setting her on his steed, began to lead it along by the bridle. 2 of his men did the like with Ali ben Bekr and myself, and they fared on with us, till they reached a certain part of the river bank, when the captain sang out in jargon and there came to us a number of men with 2 boats. The captain embarked with Shamsenahar in one boat and went his way, whilst the rest of his men put off in the other, with Ali ben Bekr and myself, and rode on with us, we the while enduring the agonies of death for excess of fear, till they came to a place whence there was a way to our quarter. Here we landed and walked on, escorted by some of the horsemen, till we came to Ali ben Bekr's house, where they took leave of us and went their way. We entered the house and abode there, unable to stir and knowing not night from day, till nightfall of the next day, when I came to myself and saw Ali ben Bekr stretched out without sense or motion, and the men and women of his household weeping over him. When they saw that I had recovered my senses, some of them came to me and helping me sit up, said to me, Tell us what hath befallen our son and how he came in this plight. O folk, answered I, hearken to me and importune me not, but be patient and he will come to himself and tell you his story for himself. And I was round with them and made them afraid of a scandal between us, but as we were thus, behold, Ali ben Bekr moved in his bed, whereat his friends rejoiced and the most part of the folk withdrew from him, but his people forbade me to go away. Then they sprinkled rosewater on his face, and he presently revived and breathed the air, whereupon they questioned him of his case. He essayed to answer them, but could not speak forthright and signed to them to let me go home. So they let me go, and I returned to my own house, supported by 2 men and hardly crediting my escape. When my people saw me thus, they fell a shrieking and buffeting their faces, but I signed to them to hold their peace, and they were silent. Then the 2 men went their way and I threw myself down on my bed, where I lay the rest of the night and awoke not till the forenoon, when I found my people collected round me and they said, What hath befallen thee and what evil hath smitten thee with its mischief? Quoth I, Bring me to drink. So they brought me wine, and I drank what I would and said to them, Wine got the better of me and it was this caused the state in which ye saw me. Then they went away, and I made my excuses to my friends and asked if any of the goods that had been stolen from my other house had been returned. Yes, answered they. Some of them have come back, and the manner of their coming was that a man came and threw them down in the doorway and we saw him not. So I comforted myself and abode 2 days, unable to rise, at the end of which time I began to regain strength and went to the bath, for I was worn out with fatigue and troubled at heart for Ali ben Bekr and Shamsenahar, because I had no news of them all this time and could neither get to Ali's house nor rest in my own, out of fear for myself. And I repented to God the Most High of what I had done and praised him for my safety. Then I bethought me to go to such and such a place and see the folk and divert myself, so I went to the stuff market and sat a while with a friend of mine there. When I rose to go, I saw a woman standing in my road, so I looked at her, and behold it was Shamsenahar's slave girl. When I saw her, the world grew dark in my eyes and I hurried on. She followed me, but I was afraid and fled from her, trembling whenever I looked at her, whilst she pursued me, saying, Stop, that I may tell thee somewhat. But I heeded her not and went on, till I reached a mosque in an unfrequented spot, and she said to me, Enter the mosque, that I may say a word to thee, and fear nothing. And she conjured me, so I entered the mosque, and she after me. I prayed a 2-bow prayer, after which I turned to her, sighing, and said, What dost thou want? She asked me how I did, and I told her all that had befallen myself and Ali ben Bekr and asked her for news of herself. No, answered she, that when I and the 2 maids saw the robbers break open thy door, We doubted not but they were the Caliph's officers and would seize us and our mistress, and we perish forthright. So we fled over the roofs, and casting ourselves down from a high place, took refuge with some people, who harbored us and brought us to the palace, where we arrived in the sorriest of plights. We concealed our case in a boat on coals of fire till nightfall, when I opened the river gate, and calling the boatman who had carried us the night before, said to him, I know not what is come of my mistress, so take me in thy boat, that we may seek her on the river. It may be I shall chance on some news of her. So he took me into the boat and rowed about with me till midnight, when I spied a boat making towards the water gate, with one man rowing and another standing up and a woman lying prostrate between them. When they reached the shore and the woman landed, I looked at her, and behold, it was Shemsenahar. So I landed and joined her, dazed for joy, after having lost hope of her. When I came up to her, she bade me give the man who had brought her thither 1,000 dinars, and I and the 2 maids carried her in and laid her on her bed, and she at death's door. She abode thus all that day and the next day, and I forbade the eunuchs and women to go into her, but on the 3rd day, she revived, and I found her as she had come out of the grave. So I sprinkled rosewater upon her face and changed her clothes and washed her hands and feet, nor did I cease to persuade her, till I brought her to eat a little and drink some wine, though she had no mind to it. As soon as she had breathed the air and strength began to return to her, I fell to upbraiding her, saying, Consider, O my lady, and have pity on thyself. Thou sayest what has betided us surely, enough of evil hath befallen thee, and thou hast been nigh upon death. By Allah, O good damsel, replied she, death were easier to me than what hath befallen me, for I had renounced all hope of deliverance and gave myself up for lost. When the robbers took us from the jeweler's house, they asked me who I was. I replied, I am a singing girl, and they believed me. Then they said to Ali ben Bekr, And who art thou, and what is thy condition? And he answered, I am of the common people. So they carried us to their abode, and we hurried on with them for fear, but when they had us with them in the house, they looked at me, and seeing the clothes I wore and my necklaces and jewelry, believed me not, and said to me, No singing girl ever had such jewels as these. Tell us the truth of thy case. I returned them no answer, saying in myself, Now will they kill me for my clothes and ornaments, and I spoke not a word. Then they turned to Ali ben Bekr and said to him, And thou, who and whence art thou? For thy favor is not as that of the common folk. But he was silent, and we ceased not to keep our counsel and weep, till God inclined the rogues' hearts towards us, and they said to us, Who is the owner of the house in which you were? Such an one, the jeweler, answered we, whereupon quoth one of them, I know him well and where he lives, and I will engage to bring him to you forthright. Then they agreed to set me in a place by myself and Ali ben Bekr in a place by himself, and said to us, Be at rest and fear not lest your secret be divulged, ye are safe from us. Meanwhile their comrade went away and returned with the jeweler, who made known to them our case, and we joined company with him, after which one of the band fetched a boat, in which they embarked us all 3, and rowing us over the river, landed us on the opposite bank and went away, whereupon up came a horse patrol and asked us who we were. So I spoke with the captain and said to him, I am Shemsenahar, the Caliph's favorite. I had drunken wine and went out to visit certain of my acquaintance of the wives of the viziers, when yonder rogues laid hold of me and brought me hither, but when they saw you, they fled. I met these men with them, so do thou escort me and them to a place of safety, and I will requite thee. When the captain heard my speech, he knew me, and alighting, mounted me on his horse, and in like manner did 2 of his men with Ali and the jeweler. And now my heart is on fire on their account, especially for Ali's friend the jeweler, so do thou go to him and salute him and ask him for news of Ali ben Bekr. I spoke to her and blamed her and bade her beware, saying, O my lady, have a care for thyself and give up this intrigue. But she was angered at my words and cried out at me. So I came forth in quest of thee, but found thee not and dared not go to Ali's house, so stood watching for thee, that I might ask thee of him and know how it is with him. And I beg thee, of thy favor, to take some money of me, for belike thou borrowedst of thy friends some of the goods, and as they are lost, it behoves thee to make them compensation. I hear and obey, answered I. Go on. And I walked with her till we drew near my house, when she said to me, Wait till I return to thee. So she went away and presently returned with a bag of money, which she handed to me, saying, O my lord, where shall we meet? Quoth I will go to my house at once and suffer hardship for thy sake and contrive how thou mayst win to him, for access to him is difficult at this present. Let me know where I shall come to thee, said she, and I answered, In my other house. I will go thither forthright and have the doors repaired and the place made secure again, and henceforth we will meet there. Then she took leave of me and went her way, whilst I carried the money home, and counting it, found it 5,000 dinars. I gave my people some of it and made good their loss to all who had lent me aught, after which I took my servants and repaired to my other house, with builders and carpenters, who restored it to its former state. Moreover, I placed my negress slave there and forgot what had befallen me. Then I repaired to Ali ben Bekar's house, where his servants accosted me, saying, Our Lord calls for thee day and night and hath promised his freedom to whichever of us brings thee to him, so we have been in quest of thee everywhere, but knew not where to find thee. Our master is by way of recovery, but he has frequent relapses, and when he revives, he names thee and says, Needs must you bring him to me, though but for an instant, and sinks back into his torpor. So I went in to Ali ben Bekar and finding him unable to speak, sat down at his head, whereupon he opened his eyes and seeing me, wept and said, Welcome and fair welcome. I raised him and making him sit up, strained him to my bosom, and he said, No, O my brother, that, since I took to my bed, I have not sat up till now. Praise be God that I see thee again. Presently, little by little, I made him stand up and walk a few steps, after which I changed his clothes and he drank some wine. All this he did to please me. Then, seeing him to be somewhat restored, I told him what had befallen me with the slave girl, none else hearing me, and said to him, I know what thou sufferest, but take heart and be of good courage, for henceforth naught shall betide thee, but what shall rejoice thee and ease thine heart. He smiled and called for food, which being brought, he signed to his servants, and they withdrew. Then said he to me, O my brother, thou sayest what hath befallen me, and he made his excuses to me and inquired how I had fared all that while. I told him all that had befallen me, from first to last, at which he wondered and calling his servants, said, Bring me such and such things. Accordingly, they brought in rich carpets and hangings and utensils of gold and silver, more than I had lost, and he gave them all to me, so I sent them to my house and abode with him that night. When the day began to break, he said to me, To everything there is an end, and the end of love is death or enjoyment. I am nearer unto death, would I had died ere this befell. For, had not God favored us, we had been discovered and put to shame. And now I know not what shall deliver me from this my strait, and were it not that I fear God, I would hasten my own death, for know, O my brother, that I am like the bird in the cage and that my life is of a surety perished, by reason of the distresses that have befallen me, yet hath it a fixed period and an appointed term. And he wept and groaned and repeated the following verses. Indeed, it sufficeth the lover the time that his tears have run, as for affliction, of patience it hath him all fordone. He who concealeth the secrets conjoined us heretofore, and now his hand hath severed that which himself made one. When he had finished, I said to him, O my lord, I would fain return to my house, it may be the damsel will come back to me with news. It is well, answered he, go and return to me speedily with news, for thou sayest my condition. So I took leave of him and went home. Hardly had I sat down, when up came the damsel, choked with her tears. What is the matter? Asked I, and she said, O my lord, what we feared has fallen on us, for, when I returned yesterday to my lady, I found her enraged with one of the two maids who were with us the other night, and she ordered her to be beaten. The girl took fright and ran away, but one of the gatekeepers stopped her and would have sent her back to her mistress. However, she let fall some hints, which excited his curiosity, so he coaxed her and led her on to talk, and she acquainted him with our case. This came to the ears of the Caliph, who bade remove my mistress and all her gear to his own palace and set over her a guard of 20 eunuchs. Since then he has not visited her nor given her to know the cause of his action, but I suspect this to be the cause, wherefore I am in fear for myself and am perplexed, O my lord, knowing not what I shall do nor how I shall order my affair and hers, for she had none more trusted nor trustier than myself. So do thou go quickly to Ali ben Becker and acquaint him with this, that he may be on his guard, and if the affair be discovered, we will cast about for a means of saving ourselves. At this, I was sore troubled and the world grew dark in my sight for the girl's words. Then she turned to go, and I said to her, What is to be done? Quoth she, My counsel is that thou hasten to Ali ben Becker, if thou be indeed his friend and desire his escape, thine be it to carry him the news forthright, and be it mine to watch for further news. Then she took her leave of me and went away. I followed her out and betaking myself to Ali ben Becker, found him flattering himself with hopes of speedy enjoyment and staying himself with vain expectations. When he saw me, he said, I see thou hast come back to me forthwith. Summon up all thy patience, answered I, and put away thy vain doting and shake off thy preoccupation, for there hath befallen that which may bring about the loss of thy life and goods. When he heard this, he was troubled and his color changed, and he said to me, O my brother, tell me what hath happened. O my lord, replied I, such and such things have happened, and thou art lost without recourse, if thou abide in this thy house till the end of the day. At this he was confounded and his soul well nigh departed his body, but he recovered himself and said to me, What shall I do, O my brother, and what is thine advice? My advice, answered I, is that thou take what thou canst of thy property and whom of thy servants thou trustest and flee with me to a land other than this, ere the day come to an end. And he said, I hear and obey. So he rose, giddy and dazed, now walking, and now falling down, and took what came under his hand. Then he made an excuse to his household and gave them his last injunctions, after which he loaded 3 camels and mounted his hackney. I did the like, and we went forth privily in disguise and fared on all day and night, till nigh upon morning, when we unloaded and hobbling our camels, lay down to sleep, but, being worn with fatigue, we neglected to keep watch, so that there fell on us robbers, who stripped us of all we had and slew our servants, when they would have defended us, after which they made off with their booty, leaving us naked and in the sorriest of plights. As soon as they were gone, we arose and walked on till morning, when we came to a village and took refuge in its mosque. We sat in a corner of the mosque all that day and the next night, without meat or drink, and at daybreak, we prayed the morning prayer and sat down again. Presently, a man entered and saluting us, prayed a 2-bow prayer, after which he turned to us and said, O folk, are ye strangers? Yes, answered we, robbers waylaid us and stripped us, and we came to this town, but know none here with whom we may shelter. Quoth he, What say you? Will you come home with me? And I said to Ali ben Becker, Let us go with him, and we shall escape 2 evils. First, our fear lest someone who knows us enter the mosque and so we be discovered, and secondly, that we are strangers and have no place to lodge in. As thou wilt, answered he. Then the man said to us again, O poor folk, give ear unto me and come with me to my house. We hear and obey, answered I, whereupon he pulled off a part of his own clothes and covered us therewith and made his excuses to us and spoke kindly to us. Then we accompanied him to his house and he knocked at the door, whereupon a little servant came out and opened to us. We entered after our host, who called for a parcel of clothes and muslin for turbans, and gave us each a suit of clothes and a piece of muslin, so we made us turbans and sat down. Presently, in came a damsel with a tray of food and set it before us, saying, "Eat." We ate a little and she took away the tray, after which we abode with our host till nightfall, when Ali ben Becker sighed and said to me, "Know, O my brother, that I am a dead man and I have a charge to give thee. It is that, when thou sayest me dead, thou go to my mother and tell her and bid her come hither, that she may be present at the washing of my body and take order for my funeral, and do thou exhort her to bear my loss with patience." Then he fell down in a swoon, and when he revived, he heard a damsel singing afar off and addressed himself to give ear to her and hearken to her voice, and now he was absent from the world and now came to himself, and anon he wept for grief and mourning at what had befallen him. Presently, he heard the damsel sing the following verses. Parting hath wrought in haste our union to undo after the straightest loves in concord twixt us two. The shifts of night and day have torn our lives apart. When shall we meet again? Ah, would to God I knew. After conjoined delight, how bitter severance is. Would God it had no power to baffle lovers true. Death's anguish hath its hour, then in death, but the pain of severance from the loved at heart is ever new. Could we but find a way to come at parting's self, we'd surely make it taste of parting's cup of rue. When he heard this, he gave one sob and his soul quitted his body. As soon as I saw that he was dead, I committed his body to the care of the master of the house and said to him, I go to Baghdad, to tell his mother and kinsfolk, that they may come hither and take order for his burial. So I betook myself to Baghdad, and going to my house, changed my clothes, after which I repaired to Ali ben Becker's lodging. When his servants saw me, they came to me and questioned me of him, and I bade them ask leave for me to go in to his mother. She bade admit me, so I entered, and saluting her, said, Verily God orders the lives of all creatures by his commandment, and when he decree thought, there is no escaping its fulfillment, nor can any soul depart but by his leave, according to the writ which prescribeth the appointed terms. She guessed by these words that her son was dead and wept sore. Then she said to me, I conjure thee by Allah, tell me, is my son dead? I could not answer her for tears and much grief, and when she saw me thus, she was choked with weeping and fell down in a swoon. As soon as she came to herself, she said to me, Tell me how my son died. May God abundantly requite thee for him, answered I, and told her all that had befallen him, from first to last. Did he give thee any charge? Asked she. Yes, answered I, and told her what he had said, adding, Hasten to take order for his funeral. When she heard this, she swooned away again, and when she recovered, she addressed herself to do as I bade her. Then I returned to my house, and as I went along, musing sadly upon his fair youth, a woman caught hold of my hand. I looked at her, and behold, it was Shamsenahar's slave girl, broken for grief. When we knew each other, we both wept and gave not over weeping till we reached my house, and I said to her, Knowest thou the news of Ali ben Becker? No, by Allah, replied she. So I told her the manner of his death and all that had passed, whilst we both wept, after which I said to her, And how is it with thy mistress? Quoth she, The Caliph would not hear a word against her, but saw all her actions in a favorable light, of the great love he bore her, and said to her, O Shamsenahar, thou art dear to me, and I will bear with thee and cherish thee, despite thine enemies. Then he bade furnish her a saloon decorated with gold and a handsome sleeping chamber, and she abode with him in all ease of life and high favor. One day, as he sat at wine, according to his wont, with his favorites before him, he bade them be seated in their places and made Shamsenahar sit by his side. Now her patience was exhausted and her disorder redoubled upon her. Then he bade one of the damsels sing, so she took a lute and tuning it, prelude and sang the following verses. One sought me of lore, and I yielded and gave him that which he sought. And my tears write the tale of my transport in furrows upon my cheek. Meseemeth as if the teardrops were where, indeed, of our case and hide what I'd fain discover and tell what to hide I seek. How can I hope to be secret and hide the love that I feel, when as the stress of my longing my passion for thee doth speak? Death, since the loss of my loved ones, is sweet to me, would I knew what unto them is pleasant, now that they've lost me eke. When Shemsenahar heard these verses, she could not keep her seat, but fell down in a swoon, whereupon the Caliph threw the cup from his hand and drew her to him, crying out. The damsels clamored, and he turned her over and shook her, and behold, she was dead. The Caliph grieved sore for her death and bade break all the vessels and lutes and other instruments of mirth and music in the place, then carrying her body to his closet, he abode with her the rest of the night. When the day broke, he laid her out and commanded to wash her and shroud her and bury her. And he mourned very sore for her and questioned not of her case nor what ailed her. And I beg thee in God's name, continued the damsel, to let me know the day of the coming of Ali ben Bekar's funeral train, that I may be present at his burial. Quoth I, for myself, thou canst find me where thou wilt, but thou, who can come at thee where thou art? On the day of Shemsenahar's death, answered she, the commander of the faithful freed all her women, myself among the rest, and we are now abiding at the tomb in such a place. So I accompanied her to the burial ground and visited Shemsenahar's tomb, after which I went my way and awaited the coming of Ali ben Bekar's funeral. When it arrived, the people of Baghdad went forth to meet it and I with them, and I saw the damsel among the women and she the loudest of them in lamentation, crying out and wailing with a voice that rent the vitals and made the heart ache. Never was seen in Baghdad a greater funeral than his, and we ceased not to follow in crowds, till we reached the cemetery and buried him to the mercy of God the Most High, nor from that time to this have I ceased to visit his tomb and that of Shemsenahar. This, then, is their story, and may God the Most High have mercy upon them. Camarasman and Deuter. There was once, of old time, a king called Sheriman, who was lord of many troops and guards and officers and reigned over certain islands, known as the Khalidan Islands, on the borders of the land of the Persians, but he was grown old and decrepit, without having been blessed with a son, albeit he had 4 wives, daughters of kings, and 60 concubines, with each of whom he was wont to lie one night in turn. This preyed upon his mind and disquieted him, so that he complained thereof to one of his viziers, saying, I fear lest my kingdom be lost, when I die, for that I have no son to take it after me. O king, answered the vizier, peradventure God shall yet provide for this, do thou put thy trust in him and be constant in supplication to him. So the king rose and making his ablutions, prayed a 2-bow prayer with a believing heart, after which he called one of his wives to bed and lay with her forthright. By God's grace, she conceived by him, and when her months were accomplished, she bore a male child, like the moon on the night of its full. The king named him Camarasman and rejoiced in him with exceeding joy and bade decorate the city in his honor. So they decorated the city 7 days, whilst the drums beat and the messengers bore the glad tidings abroad. Meanwhile nurses and attendants were provided for the boy, and he was reared in splendor and delight, until he reached the age of 15. He grew up of surpassing beauty and symmetry, and his father loved him very dear, so that he could not brook to be parted from him day or night. One day, he complained to one of his viziers of the excess of his love for his son, saying, O vizier, of a truth I fear the shifts and accidents of fortune for my son Camarasman, and fain would I marry him in my lifetime. O king, answered the vizier, marriage is one of the most honorable of actions, and thou wouldst indeed do well to marry thy son in thy lifetime, ere thou make him king. Quoth the king, fetch me my son. So Camarasman came and bowed his head before his father, out of modesty. O Camarasman, said the king, I desire to marry thee and rejoice in thee in my lifetime. O my father, answered the prince, know that I have no wish to marry, nor doth my soul incline to women, for that I have read many books and heard much talk concerning their craft and perfidy, even as saith the poet. If you would know of women and question of their case, lo, I am versed in their fashions and skilled all else above. When a man's head grows grizzled or for the nonce his wealth falls from his hand, then, trust me, he hath no part in their love. And again, gainsay women, he obeyeth Allah best who set them nay, and he prospers not who giveth them his bridle rein to sway. For they'll hinder him from winning to perfection in his gifts, though 1,000 years he study, seeking after wisdom's way. Wherefore, continued Camarasman, marriage is a thing to which I will never consent, no, not though I drink the cup of death. When the king heard this, the light in his sight became darkness and he was excessively chagrined at his son's lack of obedience to his wishes, yet, for the great love he bore him, he forbore to press him and was not wroth with him, but caressed him and spoke him fair and showed him all manner of kindness such as tends to cultivate affection. He took patience with him a whole year, during which time Camarasman increased daily in beauty and elegance and amorous grace, till he became perfect in eloquence and loveliness. All men were ravished with his beauty, and every breeze that blew carried the tidings of his charms. He was a seduction to lovers and a garden of delight to longing hearts, for he was sweet of speech and his face put the full moon to shame. Accomplished in symmetry as in elegance and engaging manners, his shape was slender and graceful as the willow wand or the flowering cane, and his cheeks might pass for roses or blood-red anemones. He was, in fine, charming in all respects, even as the poet hath said of him. He comes, and blessed be God, say all men, high and base. Glory to him who shaped and fashioned forth his face. He's monarch of the fair, wherever they may be, for, lo, they're all become the liegemen of his grace. The water of his mouth is liquid honey-dew, and twixt his lips for teeth fine pearls do interlace. Perfect in every trait of beauty and unique, his witching loveliness distracts the human race. Beauty itself hath writ these words upon his cheek, except this youth there's none that's fair in any place. When the year came to an end, the king called his son to him and said, O my son, wilt thou not hearken to me? Whereupon Camarasman fell down for respect and shame before his father and replied, O my father, how should I not hearken to thee, seeing that God commandeth me to obey thee and not gainsay thee? O my son, said King Shahriman, know that I desire to marry thee and rejoice in thee, whilst yet I live, and make thee king over my realm, before my death. When the prince heard this, he bowed his head a while, then raised it and said, O my father, this is a thing that I will never do, though I drink the cup of death. I know of a surety that God the Most High enjoins on me obedience to thee, but in his name I conjure thee, press me not in this matter of marriage, neither think that I will ever marry my life long, for that I have read the books both of the ancients and the moderns, and have come to know all the troubles and calamities that have befallen them through women, and the disasters that have sprung from their craft without end. How well says the poet, he, whom the baggages entrap, deliverance shall never know. Although 1,000 forts he build, plated with lead, gainst such a foe, it shall not profit him to build, nor citadels avail, I trow. Women are traitresses to all, both near and far and high and low. With fingers dyed and flowing hair plaited with tresses, sweet of show, and eyelids beautified with kohl, they make one drink of bale and woe. And no less excellently saith another, women, for all to chastity they're bidden, everywhere are carrion tossed about of all the vultures of the air. Tonight their converse, aye, and all their secret charms are thine, but on the morn their leg and wrist fall to another's share. Like to an inn in which thou elodegest, departing with the dawn, and one thou knowst not, after thee, lights down and lodges there. When King Sheriman heard these his son's words, he made him no answer, of his great love for him, but redoubled in favor and kindness to him. As soon as the audience was over, he called his vizier and taking him apart, said to him, O vizier, tell me how I shall do with my son in this matter of his marriage. I took counsel with thee thereon, and thou didst counsel me to marry him, before making him king. I have spoken with him once and again of marriage, and he still gainsaid me, so do thou counsel me what to do. O king, answered the vizier, wait another year, and if after that thou be minded to speak to him on the matter of marriage, do it not privily, but on a day of state, when all the viziers and emirs are present and all the troops standing before thee. Then send for thy son and broach to him the matter of marriage before the viziers and grandees and officers of state and captains, for he will surely be daunted by their presence and will not dare to oppose thy will. The king rejoiced exceedingly in his vizier's advice, deeming it excellent, and bestowed on him a splendid robe of honor. Then he took patience with his son another year, whilst, with every day that passed over him, Camarasman increased in grace and beauty and elegance and perfection, till he was nigh 20 years old. Indeed, God had clad him in the habit of beauty and crowned him with the crown of perfection. His eyes were more ensorcelling than Harout and Marout, and the play of his glances more misleading than Taghout. His cheeks shone with redness and his eyelashes outvied the keen-edged sword. The whiteness of his forehead resembled the shining moon, and the blackness of his hair was as the murky night. His waist was more slender than the gossamer, and his buttocks heavier than 2 hills of sand, troubling the heart with their softness, but his waist complained of their weight. In fine, his charms ravished all mankind, even as saith the poet. By his cheeks unfading damask and his smiling teeth I swear, by the arrows that he feathers with the witchery of his air. By his sides so soft and tender and his glances bright and keen, by the whiteness of his forehead and the blackness of his hair. By his arched imperious eyebrows, chasing slumber from mine eyes, with their yeas and noes that hold me twixt rejoicing and despair. By the Scorpius that he launches from his ringlet-clustered brows, seeking ever in their meshes hapless lovers to ensnare. By the myrtle of his whiskers and the roses of his cheeks, by his lips incarnate rubies and his teeth's fine pearls and rare. By his breath's delicious fragrance and the waters of his mouth, that defy old wine and choicest with their sweetness to compare. By his heavy hips that tremble, both in motion and repose, and the slender waist above them, all too slight their weight to bear. By his hand's perennial bounty and his true and trusty speech, by the stars that smile upon him, favoring and debonair. Lo, the scent of musk none other than his very perfume is, and the ambergrise's fragrance breathes about him everywhere. Yea, the sun in all his splendor cannot with his brightness vie, and the crescent moon's a fragment that he from his nail doth pare. The king, accordingly, waited till a day of state, when the audience hall was filled with his emirs and viziers and grandees and officers of state and captains. As soon as they were all assembled, he sent for his son Camarasman, who came and kissing the earth 3 times, stood before him, with his hands clasped behind his back. Then said the king to him, Know, O my son, that I have sent for thee and summoned thee to appear before this assembly and all these officers of state, that I may lay a commandment on thee, wherein do thou not gainsay me. It is that thou marry, for I am minded to wed thee to a king's daughter and rejoice in thee ere I die. When the prince heard these his father's words, he bowed his head awhile, then raising it, replied, being moved thereto by youthful folly and boyish ignorance, Never will I marry, no, not though I drink the cup of death. As for thee, thou art great in years and little of wit, hast thou not, twice before this, questioned me of the matter of marriage, and I refused thee? Indeed, thou dotest and art not fit to govern a flock of sheep. So saying, he unclasped his hands from behind his back and rolled up his sleeves, in his rage, Moreover, he added many words to his father, knowing not what he said, in the trouble of his spirit. The king was confounded and ashamed, for that this befell in the presence of his grandees and officers assembled on an occasion of state. But presently the energy of kingship took him, and he cried out upon his son and made him tremble. Then he called to his guards and bade them seize him and bind his hands behind his back. So they laid hands on Camarasman, and binding him, brought him before his father, full of shame and confusion, with his head bowed down for fear and inquietude, and his brow and face beaded with sweat. The king loaded him with reproaches, saying, Out on thee, thou whoreson and nursling of abomination! Dost thou dare to answer me thus before my captains and officers? But hitherto none hath corrected thee. Knowest thou not that this thou hast done were disgraceful in the meanest of my subjects? And he commanded his guards to loose his bonds and imprison him in one of the turrets of the citadel. So they carried the prince into an old tower, wherein there was a dilapidated saloon, after having first swept it and cleansed its floor, and set him a couch in its midst, on which they laid a mattress, a leathern rug and a cushion. Then they brought him a great lantern and a candle, for the place was dark, even by day, and posting an eunuch at the door, left him to himself. Camarasman threw himself on the couch, broken-spirited and mournful-hearted, blaming himself and repenting of his unseemly behavior to his father, when repentance availed him nothing, and saying, May God curse marriage and girls and women, the traitresses! Would I had hearkened to my father and married! It were better for me than this prison. Meanwhile, King Shahriman abode on his throne till sundown, when he took the vizier apart and said to him, O vizier, thine advice is the cause of all this that hath befallen between me and my son. What doth thou counsel me to do now? O king, answered he, leave thy son in prison for the space of 15 days, then send for him and command him to marry, and he will not again gainsay thee. The king accepted the vizier's counsel and lay down to sleep, troubled at heart concerning Camarasman, for he loved him very dearly, having no other child, and it was his wont not to sleep, save with his arm about his son's neck. So he passed the night in trouble and unease, tossing from side to side, as he were laid on coals of tamarisk wood, for he was overcome with inquietude, and sleep visited him not all that night, but his eyes ran over with tears, and he repeated the following verses. The night, whilst the slanderers sleep, is tedious unto me, suffice thee a heart that aches for parting's agony. I cry, whilst my night for care grows long and longer, O light of the morning, say, is there no returning for thee? And these also. When the Pleiads I saw leave to shine in their stead, and over the pole star a lethargy shed. And the maids of the bier in black raiment unveiled, I knew that the lamp of the morning was dead. To return to Camarasman. When the night came on, the eunuch set the lantern before him, and lighting a candle, placed it in the candlestick, then brought him food. The prince ate a little and reproached himself for his ill behavior to his father, saying to himself, O my soul, knowst thou not that a son of Adam is the hostage of his tongue, and that a man's tongue is what casts him into perils? Then his eyes ran over with tears, and he bewailed that which he had done, from an anguished heart and an aching bosom, repenting him with an exceeding repentance of the wrong he had done his father, repeating the following verses. For the sheer stumble of his tongue the youth must death abye, though for the stumble of his foot the grown man shall not die. Thus doth the slipping of his mouth smite off his head, I ween. What while the slipping of his foot is healed, as time goes by? When he had made an end of eating, he called the eunuch, who washed his hands. Then he made his ablutions and prayed the prayers of sundown and nightfall, after which he sat down on the couch, to read the Quran. He read the chapters called the Cow, the family of Imran, Yasin, the Compassionate, Blessed be the King, Unity, and the two amulets, and concluded with blessing and supplication, seeking refuge with God from Satan the accursed. Then he put off his trousers and the rest of his clothes and lay down, in a shirt of fine waxed cloth and a coif of blue stuff of myrrh, upon a mattress of satin, embroidered on both sides with gold and quilted with Iraq silk, having under his head a pillow stuffed with ostrich down. In this guise, he was like the full moon, when it rises on its 14th night. Then, drawing over himself a coverlet of silk, he fell asleep with the lantern burning at his feet and the candle at his head, and woke not for a third part of the night, being ignorant of that which lurked for him in the secret purpose of God and what he who knoweth the hidden things had appointed unto him. Now, as chance and destiny would have it, the tower in question was old and had been many years deserted, and there was therein a Roman well, inhabited by an Aphrodite of the lineage of Iblis the accursed, by name Maimona, daughter of Ed Demiriat, a renowned king of the Jinn. In the middle of the night, Maimona came up out of the well and made for heaven, thinking to listen by stealth to the discourse of the angels, but, when she reached the mouth of the well, she saw a light shining in the tower, contrary to wont, whereat she was mightily amazed, having dwelt there many years and never seen the like, and said to herself, needs must there be some cause for this. So she made for the light and found that it came from the saloon, at whose door she found the eunuch sleeping. She entered and saw a man lying asleep upon the couch, with the lantern burning at his feet and the candle at his head, at which she wondered, and going softly up to him, folded her wings and drawing back the coverlid, discovered his face. The luster of his visage outshone that of the candle, and the Aphrodite abode a while, astounded at his beauty and grace, for his face beamed with light, his cheeks were rose-red and his eyelids languorous, his brows were arched like bows and his whole person exhaled a scent of musk, even as saith of him the poet. I kissed him and his cheeks forthwith grew red, and black and bright the pupils grew that are my soul's seduction and delight. O heart, if slanderers avouch that there exists his like for goodliness, say thou to them, produce him to my sight. When Maimona saw him, she glorified God and said, Blessed be Allah, the best of creators. For she was of the true believing jinn. She stood a while, gazing on his face, proclaiming the unity of God and envying the youth his beauty and grace. And she said in herself, By Allah, I will do him no hurt nor let any harm him, but will ransom him from all ill, for this fair face deserves not but that folk should look upon it and glorify God. But how could his family find it in their hearts to leave him in this desert place, where if one of our Marids came upon him at this hour, he would kill him? Then she bent over him and kissing him between the eyes, folded back the coverlet over his face, after which she spread her wings and soaring into the air, flew upward till she drew near the lowest heaven, when she heard the noise of wings beating the air and making for the sound, found that it came from an Afrit called Dinesh. So she swooped down on him like a sparrow hawk, and when he was ware of her and knew her to be Maimona, daughter of the king of the Jinn, he feared her and his nerves trembled, and he implored her forbearance, saying, I conjure thee by the most great and august name and by the most noble talisman graven upon the seal of Solomon, entreat me kindly and harm me not. When she heard this, her heart inclined to him and she said, Verily, thou conjurest me with a mighty conjuration, O accursed one. Nevertheless, I will not let thee go, till thou tell me whence thou comest at this hour. O princess, answered he, know that I come from the uttermost end of the land of Cathay and from among the islands, and I will tell thee of a wonderful thing I have seen this night. If thou find my words true, let me go my way and write me a patent under thy hand that I am thy freedman, so none of the jinn, whether of the air or the earth, divers or flyers, may do me let or hindrance. And what is it thou hast seen this night, O liar, O accursed one, rejoined Maimona. Tell me without leasing and think not to escape from my hand with lies, for I swear to thee by the inscription on the bezel of the ring of Solomon son of David, on whom be peace, except thy speech be true, I will pluck out thy feathers with mine own hand and strip off thy skin and break thy bones. I accept this condition, O my lady, answered Dinesh, son of Shemarish the flyer. Know that I come tonight from the islands of the inland sea in the parts of Cathay, which are the dominions of King Dire, lord of the islands and the seas and the 7 palaces. There I saw a daughter of his, than whom God hath made none fairer in her time. I cannot picture her to thee, for my tongue would fail to describe her aright, but I will name to thee somewhat of her charms, by way of approximation. Her hair is like the nights of estrangement and separation, and her face like the days of union, and the poet hath well described her when he says, She took up 3 locks of her hair and spread them out one night, and straight 4 nights discovered at once unto my sight. Then did she turn her visage up to the moon of the sky, and showed me 2 moons at one season, both burning clear and bright. She hath a nose like the point of the burnished sword, and cheeks like purple wine or blood-red anemones. Her lips are like coral and cornelian, and the water of her mouth is sweeter than old wine. Its taste would allay the torments of hell. Her tongue is moved by abounding wit and ready repartee. Her breast is a temptation to all that see it. Glory be to him who created it and finished it, and joined thereto are 2 smooth round arms. As says of her the poet L. Wellhen, She hath 2 wrists, which, were they not by bracelets held, I trow, would flow out of their sleeves as brooks of liquid silver flow. She has breasts like 2 globes of ivory, the moons borrow from their brightness, and a belly dimpled as it were a brocaded cloth of the finest Egyptian linen, with creases like folded scrolls, leading to a waist slender past conception, over buttocks like a hill of sand, that force her to sit, when she would fain stand, and awaken her, when she would sleep, even as saith of her the poet. Her slender waist a pair of buttocks overlies, the which both over her and me do tyrannize. For they confound my wit, when as I think on them, and he can force her sit, when as she fain would rise. They are upborne by smooth round thighs and legs like columns of pearl, and all this rests upon 2 slender feet, pointed like spear blades, the handiwork of God, the protector and requiter. I wonder how, of their littleness, they can sustain what is above them. But I cut short my description of her charms, lest I be tedious. The father of this young lady is a powerful king, a fierce cavalier, immersed night and day in wars and battles, fearless of death and dreading not ruin, for that he is a masterful tyrant and an irresistible conqueror, lord of troops and armies, continents and islands, cities and villages, and his name is King Dire, lord of the islands and the seas and of the 7 palaces. He loves his daughter, the young lady whom I have described to thee, very dearly, and for love of her, he gathered together the treasures of all the kings and built her there with 7 palaces, each of a different fashion, the first of crystal, the second of marble, the third of China steel, the fourth of precious stones, the 5th of porcelain and varicolored onyx, the 6th of silver and the 7th of gold. He filled the 7 palaces with rich silken carpets and hangings and vessels of gold and silver and all manner of gear befitting kings, and commanded his daughter, whose name is the Princess Budar, to abide in each by turns for a certain season of the year. When her beauty became known and her fame was noised abroad in the neighboring countries, all the kings sent to her father, to demand her in marriage, and he consulted her on the matter, but she misliked it and said, O my father, I have no mind to marry, for I am a sovereign lady and a princess ruling over men, and I have no desire for a man who shall rule over me. The more she refused, the more the eagerness of her suitors increased, and all the kings of the islands of the inland sea sent gifts and offerings to her father, with letters asking her in marriage. So he pressed her again and again to make choice of a husband, despite her refusals, till at last she turned upon him angrily and said to him, O my father, if thou name marriage to me again, I will go into my chamber and take a sword, and fixing its hilt in the ground, set its point to my breast, then will I lean upon it, till it come forth from my back, and so kill myself. When the king heard this, the light became darkness in his sight, and his heart was torn with anxiety and perplexity concerning her affair, for he feared lest she should kill herself, and knew not how to deal with the kings who sought her hand. So he said to her, If thou be irrevocably determined not to marry, abstain from going in and out. Then he shut her up in her chamber, appointing 10 old body women to guard her, and made as though he were wroth with her, forbidding her to go forth to the 7 palaces. Moreover, he sent letters to all the kings, giving them to know that she had been stricken with madness. It is now a year, continued Dinesh, since she has been thus cloistered, and every night I go to her, whilst she is asleep, and take my fill of gazing on her face and kiss her between the eyes, yet, of my love to her, I do her no hurt neither swive her, for that her youth is fair and her loveliness surpassing, every one who sees is jealous for her of himself. I conjure thee, therefore, O my lady, to go back with me and look on her beauty and symmetry, and after, if thou wilt, chastise me or enslave me, for it is thine to command and to forbid. So saying, he bowed his head towards the earth and drooped his wings, but Maimona laughed at his words and spitting in his face, answered, What is this girl of whom thou pratest but a potsherd to cleanse the privities withal? Faugh! Faugh! By Allah, O accursed one, I thought thou hadst some rare story to tell me or some marvel to make known to me. How would it be if thou sawest my beloved? Verily this night I have seen a young man whom if thou sawest though but in sleep, thou wouldst be palsied with admiration and thy mouth would water. And who and what is this youth? Asked the Afrit. Know, O Dinesh, answered she, that there hath befallen him the like of what befell thy mistress, for his father pressed him again and again to marry, but he refused, till at length his father waxed wroth and imprisoned him in the tower where I dwell, and I came up tonight and saw him. O my lady, said Dinesh, show me the youth, that I may see if he be indeed handsomer than my mistress, the Princess Budar, or not, for I cannot believe that there lives her equal. Thou least, O accursed one, rejoined Maimona. O most ill-omened of Marids and vilest of Satans! Sure am I that there is not in this world the like of my beloved. Art thou mad to even thy beloved with mine? I conjure thee by Allah, O my lady, said Dinesh, to go back with me and see my mistress, and after I will return with thee and look upon thy beloved. It must needs be so, O accursed one, answered she. Yet, for that thou art a knavish devil, I will not go with thee nor shalt thou come with me, save upon surety and condition of pledge. If thy beloved prove handsomer than mine, the pledge shall be thine against me, but if my beloved prove the fairer, the pledge shall be mine against thee. O my lady, said Dinesh, I accept this thy condition, so come with me to the islands. Not so, replied Maimona, for the abode of my beloved is nearer than that of thine, here it is under us, so come down with me and see my beloved, and after we will go look upon thy mistress. I hear and obey, said Dinesh. So they descended and alighting on the tower, entered the saloon, where Maimona stationed Dinesh beside the bed and putting out her hand, drew back the silken coverlet, whereupon Camarasman's face shone out like the sun. She looked at him a moment, then turning to Dinesh, said, Look, O accursed one, and be not the vilest of madmen, I am a maiden and am ravished with him. So Dinesh looked at the prince and gazed steadfastly on him a while, then, shaking his head, said to Maimona, By Allah, O my lady, thou art excusable, but there is another thing to be considered, and that is that the female estate differs from the male. By the virtue of God, this thy beloved is the likest of all created things to my mistress in beauty and loveliness and grace, and it is as though they were both cast alike in the mold of perfection. When Maimona heard these words, the light in her sight became darkness, and she dealt him so fierce a buffet on the head with her wing as well nigh made an end of him. Then, I conjure thee, said she, by the light of his glorious countenance, go at once, O accursed one, and bring hither thy mistress in haste that we may lay them together and look on them both, as they lie asleep side by side, so will it appear to us whether is the goodlier and more beautiful of the two. Except thou obey me forthright, I will dart my sparks at thee and consume thee with my fire, yea, I will rend thee in pieces and cast thee into the deserts, as an example to stay-at-home and wayfarer. "O my lady," answered the Afrit, "I will do thy bidding, for I know that my mistress is the fairer and sweeter." So saying, he flew away and Maimuna flew with him, to guard him. They were absent a while and presently returned, bearing the young lady, who was clad in a shift of fine Venetian silk, laced with gold and wrought with the most exquisite broidery, and having the following verses worked upon the ends of the sleeves. "3 things forever hinder her to visit us, for fear of the intriguing spy and eke the rancorous envier. Her forehead's luster and the sound of all her ornaments, and the sweet scent her creases hold of ambergris and myrrh. Grant with the border of her sleeve she hide her brows and doff her ornaments, how shall she do her scent away from her?" They carried her into the saloon, and laying her beside Camarasman, uncovered both their faces, and behold, they were the likest of all folk, one to the other, as they were twins or an only brother and sister, and indeed they were a temptation to the pious, even as says of them the poet Elmubin: "Be not thy love, O heart, to one alone confined, lest, for that one, amaze and doting thee enwind. But love thou rather all the fair, and thou shalt find, if one contrarious prove, another will be kind." And quoth another: "Two fair ones lying on the earth I did of late espy, 2 that I needs must love, although they lay upon mine eye." Dinesh and Maimuna gazed on them a while, and the former said, "By Allah, O my lady, it is good. My mistress is assuredly the fairer." "Not so," answered she, "my beloved is the fairer." "Out on thee, O Dinesh! Thou art blind of eye and heart, and distinguishest not between good and bad. Wilt thou hide the truth? Dost thou not see his beauty and grace and symmetry? Out on thee, hear what I purpose to say in praise of my beloved, and do thou the like for her thou lovest, and thou be a true lover." Then she kissed Camarasman again and again between the eyes, and repeated the following ode: "Ami, what ails the censurer that he at thee should flight? How shall I be consoled for thee, and thou a sapling slight? Thou of the black and languorous eye, that casteth far and wide charms, whose sheer witchery compels to passion's utmost height. Whose looks, with Turkish languor fraught, work havoc in the breast, leaving such wounds as ne'er were made of falchion in the fight. Thou lay'st on me a heavy load of passion and desire, on me that am too weak to bear a shift upon me dight. My love for thee, as well thou know'st, my very nature is, and that for others which I fain dissembling but in slight. And if my heart were like to thine, I'd not refuse, alack. 'Tis but my body's like thy waist, worn thin and wasted quite. Out on him for a moon that's famed for beauty far and near, that for th exemplar of all grace men everywhere do cite. The railers say, who's this for love of whom thou art distressed? And I reply, and if ye can, describe the lovely wight. Oh, learn to yield, hard heart of his, take pattern by his shape. So haply yet he may relent and put away despite. Thou, that my prince in beauty art, a steward hast, whose rule aggrieves me, and a chamberlain that doth me foul upright. He lies who says, all loveliness in Joseph was comprised. How many a Joseph is there not within thy beauty bright? The jinn do fear me, when as I confront them face to face, but when I meet with thee, my heart doth tremble for affright. I feign aversion unto thee, for fear of slanderous tongues, the more I feign, the more my love to madness I excite. Black hair and smooth and glistening brows, eyes languorous and soft, as of the maids of paradise, and slender shape and slight. When Dinesh heard this, he shook for delight and was filled with admiration and said, Thou hast indeed done well in praise of him whom thou lovest. Needs must I do my endeavor, in my turn, to celebrate my mistress, to the best of my power, and recite somewhat in her honor. Then he went up to the Lady Budar and kissing her between the eyes, looked at her and at Maimana and recited the following verses, for all he had no skill in poetry. They chide my passion for my fair and harsh and cruel guise, but, of their ignorance, forsooth, they're neither just nor wise. Vouchsafe thy favors to the slave of love, for, an he taste of thine estrangement and disdain, assuredly he dies. Indeed, for very stress of love, I'm drenched with streaming tears, that, like a rivulet of blood, run ever from mine eyes. No wonder 'tis what I for love endure, the wonder is that any, since the loss of thee, my body recognize. Forbidden be thy sight to me, if I've a thought of doubt or if my heart of passion tire or feign or use disguise. And also the following. I feed mine eyes on the places where we met long ago, far distant now is the valley and I'm forslain for woe. I'm drunk with the wine of passion and the teardrops in mine eyes dance to the song of the leader of the camels, as we go. I cease not from mine endeavor to win a fortune fair, yet in Budar, Swada, all fortune is, I know. Three things I reckon, I know not of which to most complain, give ear whilst I recount them and be you judge, I trow. Firstly, her eyes, the sorters, second, the spearman, her shape, and thirdly, her ringlets that clothe her in armor, row upon row. Quoth she, and indeed I question, for tidings of her I love, all whom I meet, or townsman or Bedouin, high or low. Quoth she unto me, my dwelling is in thy heart, look there and thou shalt see me. I answer, and where is my heart? Hey go. When Maimana heard this, she said, thou hast done well, O Dinesh. But tell me, which of the two is the handsomer? And he answered, my mistress Budar is certainly handsomer than thy beloved. Thou least, O accursed one, cried Maimana. Nay, my beloved is more beautiful than thine. And they ceased not to gainsay each other, till Maimana cried out at Dinesh and would have laid violent hands on him, but he humbled himself to her and softening his speech, said to her, let us leave talking, for we do but contradict each other, and rather seek one who shall judge fairly between us, whether of the two is fairer, and let us abide by his sentence. I agree to this, answered she and smote the earth with her foot, whereupon there came up a one-eyed Afrit, hump-backed and scurvy, with eyes slit endlong in his face. On his head were 7 horns and 4 locks of hair falling to his heels, his hands were like pitchforks, his legs like masts and he had claws like a lion and hoofs like those of the wild ass. When he saw Maimana, he kissed the earth before her and standing with his hands clasped behind him, said, what is thy will, O king's daughter? O Keshkesh, answered she, I would have thee judge between me and this accursed Dinesh. And she made known to him the whole matter, whereupon he looked at the prince and princess and saw them lying asleep, embraced, each with an arm about the other's neck, alike in beauty and grace and equal in goodliness. The married gazed long and fixedly upon them, marveling at their beauty, and repeated the following verses. Cleave fast to her thou lovest and let the envious rail amain, for calumny and envy ne'er to favor love were fain. Lo, the compassionate hath made no fairer thing to see than when one couch in its embrace enfoldeth lovers twain. Each to the other's bosom clasped, clad in their own delight, whilst hand with hand and arm with arm about their necks enchain. If in thy time thou find but one to love thee and be true, I rid thee cast the world away and with that one remain. Lo, when two hearts are straitly knit in passion and desire, but on cold iron smite the folk that chide at them in vain. Thou that for loving censures the votaries of love, canst thou assign a heart diseased or heal a cankered brain? O Lord, O thou compassionate, I prithee, ere we die, though only for a single day, unite us two again. Then he turned to Maimana and Dinesh and said to them, by Allah, if you will have the truth, they are equal in beauty and grace and perfection, nor is there any difference between them but that of sex. But I have another idea, and it is that we wake each of them in turn, without the other's knowledge, and whichever is more enamored of the other shall be held the lesser in beauty and grace." "This is a good counsel," answered Maimuna, and Dinesh said, "I consent to this." Then Dinesh changed himself to a flea and bit Camarasman on the neck, whereupon the prince awoke with a start and rubbed the place of the bite, because of the smart. Then turning sideways, he found lying by him something, whose breath was more fragrant than musk, and whose body was softer than cream. At this he marveled greatly, and sitting up, looked at this that lay beside him and saw it to be a young lady like the moon, as she were a splendid pearl, or a shining sun, 5 feet high, with a shape like the letter I, high-bosomed and rosy-cheeked, even as saith of her the poet. "For things there are, which ne'er unite, except it be to shed my heart's best blood and take my soul by storm. And these are night-black locks and brow as bright as day, cheeks ruddy as the rose and straight and slender form." And also quoth another, "She shineth forth, a moon, and bends, a willow wand, and breathes, pure ambergris, and gazes, a gazelle. It seems as if grief loved my heart, and when from her estrangement I endure, possession to it fell. She was clad in a shift of Venetian silk, without drawers, and wore on her head a kerchief embroidered with gold and jewels. Her ears were hung with earrings, that shone like stars, and round her neck was a collar of great pearls, past the competence of any king. When he saw this, his reason was confounded, and natural heat began to stir in him. God awoke in him the desire of coition, and he said, What God wills, shall be, and what he will not, shall not be. So saying, he put out his hand, and turning her over, loosed the collar of her shift, laying bare her bosom, with its breasts like globes of ivory, whereat his inclination for her redoubled, and he desired her with an exceeding desire. Then he shook her and moved her, essaying to waken her, and saying, O my beloved, awake, and look on me, I am Camarasman. But she awoke not, neither moved her head, for Dinesh made her sleep heavy. With this, he considered a while, and said to himself, If I guess aright, this is she to whom my father would have married me, and I have refused these 3 years past. But, God willing, as soon as it is day, I will say to him, Marry me to her, that I may enjoy her, nor will I let half the day pass ere I possess her and take my fill of her beauty and grace. Then he bent over Budar, to kiss her, whereat Maimuna trembled and was confounded, and Dinesh was like to fly for joy. But, as Camarasman was about to kiss her, he was ashamed before God, and turned away his head, saying to his heart, Have patience. Then he considered a while, and said, I will be patient, lest my father have brought this young lady and made her lie by my side, to try me with her, charging her not to be lightly awakened, when as I would fain arouse her, and bidding her tell him all that I do to her. Belike, he is hidden somewhere whence he can see all I do with this young lady, himself unseen, and tomorrow he will flout me and say, How comes it that thou feignest to have no mind to marry, and yet didst kiss and clip yonder damsel? So I will forbear her, lest I be shamed before my father, and it were well that I look not on her nor touch her at this present, except to take from her somewhat to serve as a sign of remembrance and a token between us. Then he lifted her hand and took from her little finger a ring worth much money, for that its bezel was of precious jewels, and around it were graven the following verses. Think not that I have forgotten thy sometime promises, though long thou hast protracted thy cruelty, Ewis. Be generous, O my master, vouchsafe me of thy grace, so it to me be given thy lips and cheeks to kiss. Never, by Allah, never will I abandon thee, though thou transgress thy limits in love and go amiss. Then he put the ring on his own little finger, and turning his back to her, went to sleep. When Maimuna saw this, she was glad, and said, Saw ye how my beloved Camarasman forbore this young lady? Verily, this was of the perfection of his excellences, for see how he looked on her and noted her beauty and grace, yet clipped her not, neither kissed her nor put his hand to her, but turned his back to her and slept. "It is well," answered they, "we saw how perfectly he bore himself." Then Maimuna changed herself into a flea and entering Buter's clothes, crept up her leg and bit her 4 finger breadths below the navel, whereupon she opened her eyes and sitting up in bed, saw a youth lying beside her and breathing heavily in his sleep, the loveliest of God's creatures, with eyes that put to shame the fair maids of paradise, mouth like Solomon's seal, whose water was sweeter to the taste and more efficacious than triacle, lips the color of coral and cheeks like blood red. Anemones, even as saith one, describing him. From Zainab and Newar my mind is drawn away by the rose of a cheek, wary o'er a whisker's myrtle stray. I'm fallen in love with a fawn, a youngling tunic-clad, and joy no more in love of bracelet-wearing May. My maid in banquet hall and closets all unlike to her with whom within my harems close I play. O thou that blames me, because I flee from Hind and Zainab, my excuse is clear as break of day. Wouldst have me be a slave, the bondsman of a slave, one cloistered and confined behind a wall alway? When the princess saw him, a transport of passion and longing seized her and she said to herself, Alas my shame! This is a strange youth and I know him not. How comes he lying in one bed with me? Then she looked at him again and noting his beauty and grace, said, By Allah, he is a comely youth and my heart is well nigh torn in sunder with longing for him. But alas, how am I shamed by him? By Allah, had I known it was he who sought my hand of my father, I had not rejected him, but had married him and enjoyed his loveliness. Then she gazed in his face and said, O my lord and light of mine eyes, awake from sleep and enjoy my beauty and grace. And she moved him with her hand, but Maimuna let down sleep upon him, as it were a curtain, and pressed on his head with her wings, so that he awoke not. The princess went on to shake him and say, My life on thee, give ear unto me. Awake and look on the narcissus and the tender green and enjoy my body and my secret charms and dally with me and touzle me from now till break of day. I conjure thee by Allah, O my lord, sit up and lean against the pillow and sleep not. Still he made her no answer, but breathed heavily in his sleep. Alas! Alas, continued she. Thou art proud in thy beauty and grace and lovely looks. But if thou art handsome, so am I, what then is this thou dost? Have they lessoned thee to flout me, or has the wretched old man, my father, made thee swear not to speak to me tonight? But he opened not his mouth neither awoke, whereat her passion redoubled and God inflamed her heart with love of him. She stole one glance at him that cost her 1,000 sighs, her heart fluttered and her entrails yearned and she exclaimed, Speak to me, O my lord! O my friend, my beloved, answer me and tell me thy name, for indeed thou hast ravished my wit. Still he abode drowned in sleep and answered her not a word, and she sighed and said, Alas! Alas! Why art thou so self-satisfied? Then she shook him and turning his hand over, saw her ring on his little finger, whereat she cried out and said, with a sigh of passion, Alack! Alack! By Allah, thou art my beloved and lovest me. Yet meseems thou turnest away from me out of coquetry, for all thou camest to me whilst I was asleep and knew not what thou didst, and tookest my ring. But I will not pull it off thy finger. So saying, she opened the bosom of his shirt and kissed him and put her hand to him, seeking somewhat that she might take as a token, but found nothing. Then she put her hand into his breast, and for the smoothness of his body, it slipped down to his navel and thence to his yard, whereupon her heart ached and her entrails quivered and desire was sore upon her, for that women's lust is fiercer than that of men, and she was confounded. Then she took his ring from his finger and put it on her own and kissed his mouth and hands, nor did she leave any part of him unkissed, after which she took him to her breast and laying one of her hands under his neck and the other under his armpit, fell asleep by his side. Then said Maimuna to Dinesh, O accursed one, saw'st thou how prudishly and coquettishly my beloved bore himself, and what ardor of passion thy mistress showed to him? There can be no doubt that my beloved is handsomer than thine, nevertheless I pardon thee. Then she wrote him a patent of manumission and said to Keshkesh, help Dinesh to take up his mistress and carry her back to her own place, for the night wanes apace and there is but little left of it. I hear and obey, answered Keshkesh. So the two Afrits lifted up the princess Budar and flying away with her, carried her back to her own place and laid her on her bed, whilst Maimuna abode alone with Camarasman, gazing upon him as he slept, till the night was all but spent, when she went her way. At break of day, the prince awoke from sleep and turned right and left, but found not the young lady by him, and said in himself, what is this? It would seem as if my father would fain incline me to marriage with the young lady that was with me, and have now taken her away by stealth, to the intent that my desire for marriage may redouble. Then he called out to the eunuch who slept at the door, saying, out on thee, O accursed one, arise forthright. So the eunuch arose, dazed with sleep, and brought him basin and ewer, whereupon Camarasman entered the draught-house and did his need, then, coming out, made his ablutions and prayed the morning prayer, after which he sat telling his beads. Then he looked up, and seeing the eunuch standing waiting upon him, said to him, out on thee, O Suab, who was it came hither and took away the young lady from beside me, whilst I slept? O my lord, what young lady? Asked the eunuch. She that lay with me last night, replied Camarasman. The eunuch was troubled at his words and said to him, by Allah, there has been with thee neither young lady nor other. How should she have come in to thee, when the door was locked and I asleep before it? By Allah, O my lord, neither man nor woman has come in to thee. Thou least, O pestilent slave, exclaimed the prince. Dost thou also presume to hoodwink me, and wilt thou not tell me what has come of the young lady who lay with me last night and who took her away? The eunuch was affrighted at him and answered, by Allah, O my lord, I have seen neither girl nor boy. His words only angered Camarasman, and he said to him, O accursed one, my father hath taught thee deceit. Come hither. So the eunuch came up to him, and the prince seized him by the collar and threw him to the ground. He let fly a crack of wind, and Camarasman, kneeling upon him, kicked him and throttled him, till he fainted away. Then he tied him to the well rope, and lowering him into the well, plunged him into the water, then drew him up and plunged him in again. Now it was hard winter weather, and Camarasman ceased not to lower the eunuch into the water and pull him up again, whilst he screamed and called for help. Quoth the prince, by Allah, O accursed one, I will not draw thee up out of the well, till thou tell me the story of the young lady and who it was took her away, whilst I slept. O my lord, answered the eunuch, seeing death staring him in the face, let me go and I will tell thee the truth. So Camarasman pulled him up out of the well, all but dead for cold and wet and torture and beating and fear of drowning. His teeth chattered and he shook like the reed in the hurricane, and his clothes were drenched and his body befouled and torn by the rough slimy sides of the well. When Camarasman saw him in this sorry plight, he relented towards him, and as soon as the eunuch found himself on dry land, he said to him, O my lord, let me go and put off my clothes and wring them out and spread them in the sun to dry and don others, after which I will return to thee forthwith and tell thee the truth of the matter. O wretched slave, answered the prince, hadst thou not seen death face to face, thou hadst never confessed, but go now and do thy will, and after return speedily and tell me the truth. So the eunuch went out, hardly crediting his escape, and gave not over running and stumbling, in his haste, till he came in to King Shahriman, whom he found sitting talking with his vizier of Camarasman's case and saying, I slept not last night, for anxiety concerning my son Camarasman, and indeed I fear lest some harm befall him in that old tower. What good was there in imprisoning him? Have no care for him, answered the vizier. By Allah, no hurt will befall him. Leave him in prison for a month, till his humor yield and his spirit be broken and he return to his senses. As he spoke, in came the eunuch, in the aforesaid plight, and said to the king, who was troubled at sight of him, O our lord the Sultan, thy son's wits are fled and he is gone mad, he has dealt with me thus and thus, so that I am become as thou sayest, and says, a young lady lay with me this night and stole away whilst I slept. Where is she? And insists on my telling him where she is and who took her away. But I have seen neither girl nor boy, the door was locked all night, for I slept before it, with the key under my head, and opened to him in the morning with my own hand. When the king heard this, he cried out, saying, Alas, my son! And he was sore enraged against the vizier, who had been the cause of all this, and said to him, Go, bring me news of my son and see what hath befallen his wit. So the vizier rose and hastened with the slave to the tower, tumbling over his skirts, in his fear of the king's anger. The sun had now risen, and when he came into Camarasman, he found him sitting on the couch, reading the Quran, so he saluted him and sitting down by his side, said to him, O my lord, this wretched slave brought us news that disquieted and alarmed us and incensed the king. And what, asked Camarasman, hath he told you of me, to trouble my father? In good sooth, he hath troubled none but me. He came to us in a sorry plight, answered the vizier, and told us of thee a thing which God forfend and a lie which it befits not to repeat. May God preserve thy youth and sound wit and eloquent tongue and forbid aught of foul to come from thee. O vizier, said the prince, what did this pestilent slave say of me? He told us, replied the vizier, thou hadst taken leave of thy wits and would have it that a young lady lay with thee last night and wast instant with him to tell thee whither she had gone and didst torture him to that end. When Camarasman heard this, he was sore enraged and said to the vizier, It is manifest to me that you taught the eunuch to do as he did and forbade him to tell me what became of the young lady. But thou, O vizier, art more reasonable than the eunuch, so do thou tell me forthright whither went the young lady that lay in my bosom last night, for it was you who sent her and bade her sleep in my arms, and we lay together till day, but when I awoke, I found her not. So where is she now? O my lord Camarasman, said the vizier, the name of God encompass thee. By Allah, we sent none to thee last night, but thou layest alone, with the door locked on thee and the eunuch sleeping before it, nor did there come to thee a young lady or any other. Stablish thy reason, O my lord, and return to thy senses and occupy thy mind no longer, with vain imaginations. O vizier, rejoined Camarasman, incensed at his words, the young lady in question is my beloved, the fair one with the black eyes and red cheeks, whom I held in my arms all last night. The vizier wondered at his words and said to him, Didst thou see this damsel with thine eyes and on wake, or in sleep? O wretched old man, answered Camarasman, thinkest thou I saw her with my ears? Indeed, I saw her with my very eyes and on wake and touched her with my hand and watched by her half the night, gazing my fill on her beauty and grace and elegance and lovely looks. But thou hadst schooled her and charged her to speak no word to me, so she feigned sleep and I lay by her side till morning, when I awoke and found her gone. O my lord Camarasman, rejoined the vizier, surely thou sawest this in thy sleep. It must have been a delusion of dreams or a hallucination caused by eating various kinds of food or a suggestion of the accursed devils. O pestilent old man, cried the prince, wilt thou too make a mock of me and tell me this was an illusion of dreams, when this eunuch confessed to the young lady, saying, I will return to thee forthwith and tell thee all about her? So saying, he sprang up and laying hold of the vizier's long beard, twisted his hand in it and tugging him off the couch, threw him on the floor. It seemed to the vizier as though his soul departed his body for the violent plucking at his beard, and Camarasman fell to kicking him and pummeling his breast and sides and cuffing him on the nape, till he had well nigh made an end of him. Then said the vizier in himself, I must save myself from this madman by telling him a lie, even as did the eunuch, else he will kill me, for he is mad beyond a doubt. So he said to Camarasman, O my lord, bear me not malice, for indeed thy father charged me to conceal from thee this affair of the young lady, but now I am weak and weary and sore with beating, for I am an old man and lack strength to endure blows. So have a little patience with me and I will tell thee all. When the prince heard this, he left beating him and said, Why couldst thou not tell me without blows and humiliation? Rise now, unlucky old man that thou art, and tell me her story. Quoth the vizier, Dost thou ask of the young lady with the fair face and perfect shape? Yes, answered Camarasman. Tell me who it was laid her by my side and took her away by night, and let me know whither she is gone, that I may go to her. If my father did this to try me, with a view to our marriage, I consent to marry her and be quit of this trouble, for he only dealt thus with me, because I refused to marry. I say again, I consent to marry, so tell this to my father, O vizier, and advise him to marry me to her, for I will have none other and my heart loveth her alone. Go now to my father and counsel him to hasten our marriage and bring me his answer forthright. It is well, rejoined the vizier, and went out from him, hardly crediting his escape. Then he set off running and stumbling as he went, for excess of affright and agitation, till he came in to the king, who said to him, O vizier, what has befallen thee and who has maltreated thee, and how comes it that I see thee thus confounded and terrified? O king, answered the vizier, I bring thee news. What is it? Asked Shahriman, and the vizier said, Know that thy son Camarasman's wits are gone and that madness hath betided him. When the king heard this, the light in his face became darkness and he said, Expound to me the nature of my son's madness. O my lord, answered the vizier, I hear and obey. Then he told him all that had passed, and the king said to him, O most ill-omened of viziers and filthiest of emirs, know that the reward I will give thee in return for this thy news of my son's madness shall be the cutting off of thy beard and the forfeiture of thy goods, for thou hast caused my son's disorder by the wicked and sinister counsel thou hast given me first and last. By Allah, if aught of mischief or madness have befallen him, I will nail thee upon the dome of the palace, and make thee taste the bitterness of death. Then rising, he betook himself with the vizier to the tower, and when Camarasman saw him, he came down to him in haste from the couch on which he sat, and kissing his hands, drew back and stood before him a while, with his eyes cast down and his hands clasped behind him. Then he raised his head and repeated the following verses, whilst the tears streamed down his cheeks. If I have borne myself blameworthily to you, or if I've made default in that which is your due, I do repent my fault, so let your clemency offender comprehend, who doth for pardon sue. When the king heard this, he embraced his son and kissing him between the eyes, made him sit by his side on the couch, then turned to the vizier and looking on him with angry eyes, said to him, O dog of a vizier, why didst thou tell me that my son was mad and make my heart quake for him? Then he turned to the prince and said to him, O my son, what is today called? O my father, answered he, today is Saturday and tomorrow Sunday, then come Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. O my son, O Camarasman, exclaimed the king, praised be God for the preservation of thy reason. What is this present month called in Arabic? Dulqa'dah, answered Camarasman, and it is followed by Dulhijjah, then comes Muharram, then Sefer, then Rabi'a the first and Rabi'a the second, the two Jamadas, Rajab, Shaban, Ramazan, and Shawwal. At this the king rejoiced exceedingly and spat in the vizier's face, saying, O wicked old man, how canst thou pretend that my son is mad? None is mad but thou. The vizier shook his head and would have spoken, but bethought himself to wait a while and see what befell. Then the king said to Camarasman, O my son, what is this thou sayest to the eunuch and the vizier of a fair damsel that lay with thee last night? What damsel is this of whom thou speakest? Camaralzaman laughed at his father's words and replied, O my father, I can bear no more jesting, so mock me not with another word, for my humor is soured by that you have done with me. Let it suffice thee to know that I consent to marry, but on condition that thou give me to wife her with whom I lay yesternight, for I am assured that it was thou sentest her to me and madest me in love with her, then tookest her away from beside me before the dawn. O my son, rejoined the king, the name of God encompass thee and preserve thy wit from madness. What young lady is this of whom thou talkest? By Allah, O my son, I know nothing of the affair, and I conjure thee, tell me if it be a delusion of sleep or a hallucination caused by food? Doubtless, thou layest down to sleep last night, with thy mind occupied with marriage and troubled with the thought of it. May God curse marriage and the hour in which it occurred to me and him who counselled it, and dreamtest that a handsome young lady embraced thee and didst fancy thou sawest her on wake, but all this, O my son, is but an illusion of dreams. Leave this talk, replied Camaralzaman, and swear to me by God, the all-wise Creator, the humbler of the mighty and the destroyer of the Khosrows, that thou knowest nothing of the young lady nor of her abiding place. By the virtue of the Most High God, said the king, the God of Moses and Abraham, I know nothing of all this, and it is assuredly but an illusion of dreams that thou hast seen in sleep. Quoth the prince, I will give thee a proof that it was not a dream. Come, let me put a case to thee. Did it ever happen to any to dream that he was fighting a sore battle and after to awake and find in his hand a sword besmeared with blood? No, by Allah, O my son, answered the king, this hath never been. I will tell thee what happened to me, rejoined Camaralzaman. Meseemed I awoke from sleep in the middle of the past night and found a young lady lying by my side, whose shape and favor were as mine. I embraced her and turned her about with my hand and took her ring, which I put on my finger, and she pulled off my ring and put it on her finger. Then I went to sleep by her side, but refrained from her and was ashamed to kiss her on the mouth, deeming that thou hadst sent her to me, with intent to tempt me with her and incline me to marriage, and misdoubting thee to be hidden somewhere whence thou couldst see what I did with her. At point of day, I awoke and found no trace of her, nor could I come at any news of her, and there befell me what thou knowest of with the eunuch and the vizier. How then can this have been a dream and a delusion, seeing that the ring is a reality? I should indeed have deemed it a dream but for her ring on my finger. Here it is, look at it, O king, and see what is its worth. So saying, he handed the ring to his father, who examined it and turned it over, then said to his son, Verily, there hangs some mighty mystery by this ring and some strange secret. What befell thee last night is indeed a mysterious affair, and I know not how this intruder came in upon us. None is the cause of all this trouble save the vizier, but I conjure thee, O my son, to take patience, so haply God may do away this affliction from thee and bring thee complete relief, as quoth one of the poets. It may be fate at last shall draw its bridal rein and bring us happy chance, for fortune changes still. And things shall happen yet, despite the things fordone, to further forth my hopes and bring me to my will. And now, O my son, added he, I am certified that thou art not mad, but thy case is a strange one, none can unravel it for thee but God the Most High. By Allah, O my father, cried the prince, deal kindly with me and seek out this damsel and hasten her coming to me, else I shall die of grief. And he repeated the following verses, in a voice that betrayed the ardor of his passion. And if thy very promise of union prove untrue, let but in sleep thy favors the longing lover cheer. How can the phantom visit a lover's eyes, quoth they, from which the grace of slumber is banned and banished sheer? And he sighed and wept and groaned aloud from a wounded heart, whilst the tears streamed from his eyes. Then turning to his father, with submission and despondency, he said to him, By Allah, O my father, I cannot endure to be parted from her even for an hour. The king smote hand upon hand and exclaimed, "There is no power and no virtue but in God, the Most High, the Sublime. There is no device can profit us in this affair." Then he took his son by the hand and carried him to the palace, where Camarasman lay down on the bed of languor, and the king sat at his head, weeping and mourning over him and leaving him not night or day, till at last the vizier came in to him and said, "O king of the age and the time, how long wilt thou remain shut up with thy son and deny thyself to thy troops? Verily, the order of thy realm is like to be deranged, by reason of thine absence from thy grandees and officers of state. It behoves the man of understanding, if he have various wounds in his body, to apply him, first, to heal the most dangerous. So it is my counsel to thee that thou transport the prince to the pavilion overlooking the sea and shut thyself up with him there, setting apart Monday and Thursday in every week for state receptions and the transaction of public business. On these days let thine emirs and viziers and chamberlains and deputies and captains and grandees and the rest of the troops and subjects have access to thee and submit their affairs to thee, and do thou their needs and judge between them and give and take with them and command and forbid. The rest of the week thou shalt pass with thy son Camarasman, and thus do till God vouchsafe you both relief. Think not, O king, that thou art exempt from the shifts of fortune and the strokes of calamity, for the wise man is still on his guard, as well saith the poet. Thou madest fair thy thought of fate, when as the days were fair, and fearedst not the unknown ills that they to thee might bring. The nights were fair and calm to thee, thou wast deceived by them, for in the peace of night is born full many a troublous thing. O all ye children of mankind, to whom the fates are kind, let caution ever have a part in all your reckoning. The king was struck with the vizier's words and deemed his counsel wise and timely, fearing lest the order of the state be deranged, so he rose at once and bade carry his son to the pavilion in question, which was built upon a rock, midmost the water, and was approached by a causeway, 20 cubits wide. It had windows on all sides, overlooking the sea. Its floor was of variegated marble and its roof was painted in the richest colors and decorated with gold and lapis lazuli. They furnished it for Camarasman with embroidered rugs and carpets of the richest silk and hung the walls with choice brocades and curtains bespangled with jewels. In the midst they set him a couch of juniper wood, inlaid with pearls and jewels, and he sat down thereon, like a man that had been sick 20 years, for the excess of his concern and passion for the young lady had wasted his charms and emaciated his body, and he could neither eat nor drink nor sleep. His father seated himself at his head, mourning sore for him, and every Monday and Thursday he gave his viziers and emirs and grandees and officers and the rest of his subjects leave to come in to him in the pavilion. So they entered and did their several service and abode with him till the end of the day, when they went their ways and he returned to his son, whom he left not night nor day, and on this wise did he many days and nights. To return to the Princess Badar. When the two Afrits carried her back to her palace and laid her on her bed, she slept on till daybreak, when she awoke and sitting up, looked right and left, but saw not the youth who had lain in her bosom. At this, her heart was troubled, her reason fled and she gave a great cry, whereupon all her damsels and nurses and serving women awoke and came in to her, and the chief of them said to her, "What ails thee, O my lady?" "O wretched old woman," answered the princess, "where is my beloved, the handsome youth that lay last night in my bosom? Tell me where he is gone." When the old woman heard this, the light in her eyes became darkness and she was sore in fear of her mischief and said to her, "O my lady Badar, what unseemly words are these?" "Out on thee, pestilent crone that thou art," cried the princess. "Where is my beloved, the goodly youth with the shining face and the slender shape, the black eyes and the joined eyebrows, who lay with me last night from dusk until near daybreak?" "By Allah, O my lady," replied the old woman, "I have seen no young man nor any other, but I conjure thee, leave this unseemly jesting, lest we be all undone. Belike, It may come to thy father's ears, and who shall deliver us from his hand? I tell thee, rejoined Budar, there lay a youth with me last night, one of the fairest faced of men. God preserve thy reason, exclaimed the nurse. Indeed, no one lay with thee last night. The princess looked at her hand, and seeing her own ring gone and Camarasman's ring on her finger in its stead, said to the nurse, Out on thee, thou accursed traitress, wilt thou lie to me and tell me that none lay with me last night and forswear thyself to me? By Allah, replied the nurse, I do not lie to thee, nor have I sworn falsely. Her words incensed the princess, and drawing a sword she had by her, she smote the old woman with it and slew her. Whereupon the eunuch and the waiting women cried out at her, and running to her father, acquainted him with her case. So he went to her forthright and said to her, O my daughter, what ails thee? O my father, answered she, where is the young man that lay with me last night? Then her reason left her, and she cast her eyes right and left and rent her dress even to the skirt. When the king saw this, he bade the women lay hands on her, so they seized and bound her, then putting a chain of iron about her neck, made her fast to the window and there left her. As for her father, the world was straitened upon him, when he saw what had befallen her, for that he loved her and her case was not a little thing to him. So he summoned the doctors and astrologers and magicians and said to them, Whoso cureth my daughter of her disorder, I will marry him to her and give him half my kingdom. But whoso cometh to her and cureth her not, I will strike off his head and hang it over her palace gate. Accordingly, all who went in to her, but failed to cure her, he beheaded and hung their heads over her palace gate, till he had beheaded 40 physicians and crucified as many astrologers on her account, wherefore all the folk held aloof from her, for all the physicians failed to cure her malady, and her case was a puzzle to the men of science and the magicians. And as her longing and passion redoubled and love and distraction were sore upon her, she poured forth tears and repeated the following verses. My longing after thee, my moon, my foeman is, the thought of thee by night doth comrade with me dwell. I pass the darksome hours, and in my bosom flames a fire, for heat that's like the very fire of hell. I'm smitten with excess of ardor and desire, by which my pain is grown in anguish fierce and fell. Then she sighed and repeated these also. My peace on the beloved ones, where'er they light them down. I weary for the neighborhood of those I love, full sore. My salutation unto you, not that of taking leave, but greetings of abundant peace, increasing evermore. For, of a truth, I love you dear and love your land no less, but woe is me! I'm far away from that I weary for. Then she wept till her eyes grew weak and her cheeks pale and withered, and thus she abode 3 years. Now she had a foster brother, by name Mirzuan, who was absent from her all this time, traveling in far countries. He loved her with an exceeding love, passing that of brothers, so when he came back, he went in to his mother and asked for his foster sister the Princess Budar. Alas, my son, answered she, thy sister has been smitten with madness and has passed these 3 years, with an iron chain about her neck, and all the physicians and men of science have failed of curing her. When he heard this, he said, I must needs go in to her, peradventure I may discover what ails her, and be able to cure her. So be it, replied his mother, but wait till tomorrow, that I may make shift for thee. Then she went to the princess's palace and accosting the eunuch in charge of the door, made him a present and said to him, I have a married daughter, who was brought up with thy mistress and is sore concerned for what has befallen her, and I desire of thy favor that my daughter may go into her and look on her a while, then return whence she came, and none shall know it. This may not be, except by night, replied the eunuch, after the king has visited the princess and gone away, then come thou and thy daughter. She kissed the eunuch's hand and returning home, waited till the morrow at nightfall, when she dressed her son in woman's apparel and taking him by the hand, carried him to the palace. When the eunuch saw her, he said, "Enter, but do not tarry long." So they went in, and when Mirzhuan saw the princess in the aforesaid plight, he saluted her, after his mother had taken off his woman's attire. Then pulling out the books he had brought with him and lighting a candle, he began to recite certain conjurations. The princess looked at him and knowing him, said to him, "O my brother, thou hast been absent on thy travels and we have been cut off from news of thee." "True," answered he, "but God has brought me back in safety and I am now minded to set out again, nor has aught delayed me but the sad news I hear of thee, wherefore my heart ached for thee and I came to thee, so haply I may rid thee of thy malady." "O my brother," rejoined she, "thinkest thou it is madness ails me?" "Yes," answered he, and she said, "Not so, by Allah. It is even as says the poet." Quoth they, "Thou art surely mad for him thou lovest," and I replied, "Indeed the sweets of life belong unto the raving race. Lo, those who love have not, for that, the upper hand of fate, only the madman 'tis, I trow, o'ercometh time and space." Yes, I am mad, so bring me him for whom ye say I'm mad, and if he heal my madness, spare to blame me for my case. Then she told him that she was in love, and he said, "Tell me thy story and what befell thee, peradventure God may discover to me a means of deliverance for thee." "Know then," said she, "that one night I awoke from sleep, in the last watch of the night, and sitting up, saw by my side the handsomest of youths, as he were a willow wand or an Indian cane, the tongue fails to describe him. Methought this was my father's doing to try me, for that he had consulted me, when the king sought me of him in marriage, and I had refused. It was this idea that withheld me from arousing him, for I thought that if I did aught or embraced him, he would most like tell my father. When I awoke in the morning, I found his ring on my finger in place of my own, which he had taken, and, O my brother, my heart was taken with him at first sight, and for the violence of my passion and longing, I have never since known the taste of sleep and have no occupation save weeping and repeating verses night and day. This, then, O my brother, is the story of the cause of my pretended madness." Then she poured forth tears and repeated the following verses. "Love has banished afar my delight, they are fled with a fawn that hath hearts for a pasturing stead. To him lover's blood is a trifle, for whom my soul is a wasting for passion and dread. I'm jealous for him of my sight and my thought, my heart is a spy on my eyes and my head. His eyelashes dart at us death-dealing shafts, the hearts that they light on are ruined and dead. Whilst yet there is left me a share in the world, shall I see him, I wonder, or ever I'm sped? I fain would conceal what I suffer for him, 'tis shown to the spy by the tears that I shed. When near, his enjoyment is distant from me, but his image is near, when afar he doth tread. See then, O my brother," added she, "how thou mayest aid me in this my affliction." Mirzhuan bowed his head awhile, marveling and knowing not what to do, then raised it and said to her, "I believe all thou hast said to be true, though the case of the young man passes my imagination, but I will go round about all countries and seek for what may heal thee, peradventure God shall appoint thy deliverance to be at my hand. Meanwhile, take patience and be not disquieted." So saying, he took leave of her, after he had prayed that she might be vouchsafed constancy, and left her repeating the following verses. "Thine image in my thoughts fares as a pilgrim I, for all thy stead and mind are distant many a day. The wishes of my heart do bring thee near to me, for 'gainst the speed of thought what is the levin's ray? Depart thou not, that art the lustre of mine eyes, yea, when thou art far removed, all void of light are they." He returned to his mother's house, where he passed the night, and on the morrow, after furnishing himself for his journey, he set out and traveled from city to city and from island to island for a whole month. Everywhere he heard talk of the Princess Piotr's madness, till he came to a city named Tarab, and seeking news of the townsfolk, so haply he might light on a cure for his foster sister's malady, heard that Camarasman, son of King Sheriman, was fallen sick and afflicted with melancholy madness. He inquired the name of this prince's capital and was told that it stood on the islands of Caledon and was distant thence a whole month's journey by sea and 6 by land. So he took passage in a ship that was bound thither, and they sailed with a favoring breeze for a whole month, till they came in sight of the city, and there remained for them but to enter the harbor, when there came out on them a tempestuous wind which carried away the masts and rent the canvas, so that the sails fell into the sea and the ship foundered, with all on board. Each looked to himself, and as for Murzuin, the current carried him under the king's palace, wherein was Camarasman. As fate would have it, it was the day on which the king gave audience to his grandees and officers, and he was sitting, with his son's head in his lap, whilst an eunuch whisked away the flies. The prince had not spoken, neither had he eaten nor drunk for 2 days, and he was grown thinner than a spindle. Now the vizier was standing near the window giving on the sea, and raising his eyes, saw Murzuin at the last gasp for struggling with the waves, whereupon his heart was moved to pity for him, and he drew near to the king and said to him, O king, I crave thy leave to go down to the court of the pavilion and open the water gate, that I may rescue a man who is at the point of drowning in the sea and bring him forth of peril into deliverance. Peradventure, on this account, God may ease thy son of his affliction. O vizier, replied Sheriman, enough is that which has befallen my son through thee and on thine account. Belike, if thou rescue this drowning man, he will look on my son and come to know our affairs and exult over me. But I swear by Allah, that, if he come hither and see my son and after go out and speak of our secrets to any, I will assuredly strike off thy head before his, for thou art the cause of all that hath befallen us, first and last. Now do as thou wilt. The vizier rose and opening the postern, descended to the causeway, then walked on 20 steps and came to the sea, where he saw Murzuin nigh unto death. So he put out his hand to him and catching him by the hair of his head, drew him ashore, in a state of unconsciousness, with belly full of water and eyes starting from his head. The vizier waited till he came to himself, when he pulled off his wet clothes and clad him in a fresh suit, covering his head with one of his servants' turbans, after which he said to him, I have been the means of saving thee from drowning, do not thou requite me by causing my death and thine own. How so? Asked Murzuin, and the vizier answered, Thou art now about to go up and pass among emirs and viziers, all silent and speaking not, because of Camarasman, the king's son. When Murzuin heard the name of Camarasman, he knew that this was he of whom he came in search, but he feigned ignorance and said to the vizier, And who is Camarasman? Quoth the vizier, He is the king's son and lies sick on his couch, restless, eating not nor drinking, neither sleeping night nor day. Indeed he is nigh upon death, and we have lost hope of his recovery. Beware lest thou look too long on him or on any place other than that where thou settest thy feet, else thou art a lost man and I also. O vizier, said Murzuin, I conjure thee by Allah, tell me of thy favor, the cause of this youth's malady. I know none, answered the vizier, save that, 3 years ago, his father pressed him to marry, but he refused, whereat the king was wroth and imprisoned him. On the morrow, he would have it that he had, for a bedfellow, the night before, a young lady of surpassing beauty, beggaring description, with whom he had exchanged rings, but we know not the meaning of all this. So by Allah, O my son, when thou comest up into the palace, look not on the prince, but go thy way, for the king's heart is full of anger against me. By Allah, said Murzuin in himself, this is he whom I sought. Then he followed the vizier up to the palace, where the latter seated himself at the prince's feet, but Murzuin must needs go up to Camarasman and stand before him, gazing on him. At this, the vizier was like to die of affright and signed to Murzuin to go his way, but he feigned not to see him and gave not over gazing upon Camarasman, till he was assured that it was indeed he of whom he was in search. Then, Glory be to God, cried he, who hath made his shape even as her shape, and his complexion as her complexion, and his cheek as her cheek. At this Camarasman opened his eyes and gave ear to his speech, and when Mirzooin saw him listening, he repeated the following verses. I see thee full of song and plaint and ecstasy amain, and to the setting forth in words of charms I find thee fain. Can it be love hath wounded thee, or art thou shot with shafts? For sure these fashions but belong unto a smitten swain. Oh, pour me out full cups of wine and sing me eke, in praise of Teenam, Sulima, Rebab, a glad and lovesome strain. Yeah, let the grapevine's sun go round, whose mansion is its jar, whose east the cupbearer and west my thirsty mouth I fain. I'm jealous of the very clothes she dights upon her side, for that upon her body soft and delicate they've lain. And eke I'm envious of the cups that touch her dainty lips, when to the kissing place she sets them ever and again. Think not that I in anywise with sword am done to death, 'tis by the arrows of a glance, alack, that I am slain. When as we met again, I found her fingers dyed with red, as 'twere the juice of tragacanth had steeped them in its stain. Said I to her, Thou'st dyed thy palms, whilst I was far away. This then is how the slave of love is quite for his pain. Quoth she, and cast into my heart the flaming fires of love, speaking as one who hath no care love's secret to contain. No, by thy life, this is no dye I've used. So haste thou not to heap accusings on my head and slander me in vain. For, when I saw thee get thee gone upon our parting day, my eyes, for very dreariment, with tears of blood did rain. I wiped them with my hand, and so my fingers with my blood were all to reddened and do yet their ruddy tint retain. Had I for very passion wept, or e'er my mistress did, I should, before repentance came, have solaced heart and brain. But she before my weeping wept, her tears drew mine, and so quoth I, unto the precedent the merit doth pertain. Chide not at me for loving her, for by love's self I swear, my heart with anguish for her sake is well nigh cleft in twain. I weep for one whose face is decked by beauty's self, there's none, Arab or foreigner, to match with her, in hill or plain. The lore of Lochman hath my love and Mary's chastity, with Joseph's loveliness to boot in David's songful vein. Whilst Jacob's grief to me belongs in Jonah's dreariment, aye, and Job's torment and despite in Adam's plight of bane. Slay ye her not, although I die for love of her, but ask, how came it lawful unto her to shed my blood in vain? When Camarasman heard these verses, they brought refreshment and healing to his heart, and he sighed, and turning his tongue in his mouth, said to the king, O my father, let this young man come and sit by my side. The king, hearing these words from his son, rejoiced exceedingly, though at the first he had been wroth with Mirzooin and thought in himself to have stricken off his head, but when he heard Camarasman speak, his anger left him, and he arose, and drawing Mirzooin to him, made him sit down by his son, and said to him, Praised be God for thy safety. May God bless thee, answered Mirzooin, and preserve thy son to thee. Then said the king, From what country comest thou? From the islands of the inland sea, replied he, the kingdom of King Gyre, lord of the islands and the seas and the 7 palaces. Quoth the king, Maybe thy coming shall be blessed to my son, and God vouchsafe to heal him of his malady. God willing, rejoined Mirzooin, all shall yet be well. Then turning to Camarasman, he said to him in his ear, Unheard of the king and his court, be of good cheer, O my lord, and take heart and courage. As for her for whose sake thou art thus, ask not of her condition on thine account. Thou keptest thy secret and fellest sick, but she discovered hers, and they said she was mad, and she is now in prison, with an iron chain about her neck, in most piteous case, but, God willing, the healing of both of you shall be at my hand. When Camarasman heard this, his life returned to him and he took heart and courage and signed to his father to help him sit up, at which the king was like to lose his reason for joy and lifting him up, set 2 pillows for him to lean upon. Then, of his fear for his son, he shook the handkerchief of dismissal and all the emirs and viziers withdrew, after which he bade perfume the palace with saffron and decorate the city, saying to Marziwan, "By Allah, O my son, thou hast a lucky and a blessed aspect." And he made much of him and called for food, which when they brought, Marziwan said to the prince, "Come, eat with me." So he obeyed him and ate with him, while the king called down blessings on Marziwan and said, "How auspicious is thy coming, O my son." When he saw Camarasman eat, his joy redoubled and he went out and told the prince's mother and the people of the palace. Then he let call abroad the good news of the prince's recovery and proclaimed the decoration of the city, so the people rejoiced and decorated the city and it was a day of high festival. Marziwan passed the night with Camarasman, and the king also slept with them, in the excess of his joy for his son's recovery. Next morning, when the king had gone away and the 2 young men were left alone, Camarasman told Marziwan his story from first to last and the latter said to him, "I know her with whom thou didst foregather, her name is the Princess Budar and she is daughter to King Gyre." Then he told him all that had befallen the princess and acquainted him with the excessive love she bore him, saying, "All that befell thee with thy father hath befallen her with hers, and thou art without doubt her beloved, even as she is thine, so brace up thy resolution and take heart, for I will bring thee to her and unite you both anon and deal with you even as saith the poet. Though to the lover adverse be the fair and drive him with her rigors to despair, yet will I soon unite them, even as I the pivot of a pair of scissors were." And he went on to comfort and hearten Camarasman and urged him to eat and drink, cheering him and diverting him with talk and song and stories, till he ate food and drank wine and life and strength returned to him. In good time he became free of his disorder and stood up and sought to go to the bath. So Marziwan took him by the hand and carried him to the bath, where they washed their bodies and made them clean. When his father heard of this, in his joy he freed the prisoners and gave alms to the poor. Moreover he bestowed splendid dresses of honor upon his grandees and let decorate the city 7 days. Then said Marziwan to Camarasman, "Know, O my lord, that the sole object of my journey hither was to deliver the Princess Budar from her present strait, and it remains but for us to devise how we may get to her, since thy father cannot brook the thought of parting with thee. So it is my counsel that tomorrow thou ask his leave to go hunting, saying, I have a mind to divert myself with hunting in the desert and to see the open country and pass the night there. Then do thou take with thee a pair of saddlebags full of gold and mount a swift hackney, and I will do the like, and we will take each a spare horse. Suffer not any servant to follow us, for as soon as we reach the open country, we will go our ways." Camarasman rejoiced mightily in this plan and said, "It is good." Then he took heart and going in to his father, sought his leave to go out to hunt, saying as Marziwan had taught him. The king consented and said, "O my son, 1,000-fold blessed be the day that restores thee to health. I will not gainsay thee in this, but pass not more than 1 night in the desert and return to me on the morrow, for thou knowest that life is not good to me without thee, and indeed I can hardly as yet credit thy recovery, because thou art to me as he of whom quoth the poet. Though Solomon his carpet were mine both day and night, though the Coero's empire, yea, and the world were mine, all were to me in value less than a midge's wing, except mine eyes still rested upon that face of thine." Then he equipped the prince and Marziwan for the excursion, bidding make them ready 4 horses, together with a dromedary to carry the money and a camel for the water and victuals, and Camarasman forbade any of his attendants to follow him. His father bade him farewell and pressed him to his breast and kissed him, saying, "I conjure thee by Allah, be not absent from me more than 1 night, wherein sleep will be denied me, for I am even as saith the poet." Thy presence with me is my heaven of delight, and my hell of affliction the loss of thy sight. My soul be thy ransom. If love be my crime for thee, my offense, of a truth, is not light. Doth passion blaze up in thy heart like to mine? I suffer the torments of hell day and night. O my father, answered Camarasman, God willing, I will lie but one night abroad. Then he took leave of him, and he and Murzuan mounted, and taking with them the dromedary and camel, rode out into the open country. They drew not bridle from the first of the day till nightfall, when they halted and ate and drank and fed their beasts and rested a while, after which they again took horse and fared on 3 days, till they came to a spacious wooded tract. Here they alighted, in Murzuan, taking the camel and one of the horses, slaughtered them and cut the flesh off their bones. Then he took from Camarasman his shirt and trousers and cassock, and tearing them in shreds, smeared them with the horse's blood and cast them down in the fork of the road. Then they ate and drank, and taking horse set forward again. O my brother, said Camarasman, what is this thou hast done, and how will it profit us? No, answered Murzuan, that thy father, when he finds that we have outstayed the night for which we had his leave, will mount and follow in our track till he comes hither, and when he sees the blood and thy clothes torn and bloodied, he will deem thee to have been slain of highway robbers or wild beasts, so he will give up hope of thee and return to his city, and by this devise we shall gain our end. By Allah, said Camarasman, this is indeed a rare device. Thou hast done well. Then they fared on days and nights, and Camarasman did not but weep and complain, till they drew near their journey's end, when he rejoiced and repeated the following verses. Wilt thou be harsh to a lover, who's never unmindful of thee, and wilt thou now cast him away to whom thou wast fain heretofore? May I forfeit the favor of God, if I ever was false to thy love. Abandonment punish my crime, if I've broken the vows that I swore. But no, I've committed no crime, that calleth for rigor from thee, or, if in good sooth I'm at fault, I bring thee repentance therefore. Of the marvels of fortune it is that thou shouldst abandon me thus, but fortune to bring to the light fresh marvels will never give o'er. When he had made an end of these verses, Murzuan said to him, See, yonder are King Gyre's islands. Whereat Camarasman rejoiced with an exceeding joy, and thanked him for what he had done, and strained him to his bosom and kissed him between the eyes. They entered the city and took up their lodging at a khan, where they rested 3 days from the fatigues of the journey, after which Murzuan carried Camarasman to the bath, and clothing him in a merchant's habit, provided him with a geomantic tablet of gold, a set of astrological instruments, and an astrolabe of silver, plated with gold. Then he said to him, Go, O my lord, stand before the king's palace and cry out, I am the mathematician, I am the scribe, I am he that knows the sought and the seeker, I am the skilled physician, I am the accomplished astrologer. Where then is he that seeketh? When the king hears this, he will send after thee and carry thee in to his daughter the princess Budar, thy mistress, but do thou say to him, Grant me 3 days' delay, and if she recover, give her to me to wife, and if not, deal with me as with those who came before me. If he agree to this, as soon as thou art alone with her, discover thyself to her, and when she knows thee, her madness will cease from her, and she will be made whole in 1 night. Then do thou give her to eat and drink, and her father, rejoicing in her recovery, will marry thee to her and share his kingdom with thee, according to the condition he hath imposed on himself, and so peace be on thee. May I never lack thine excellence, replied Camarasman, and taking the instruments aforesaid, sallied forth of the khan and took up his station before King Gyre's palace, where he began to cry out, saying, I am the scribe, I am the mathematician, he that knows the sought and the seeker, I am he who makes calculations for marriage contracts, who draws horoscopes, interprets dreams, and traces the magical characters by which hidden treasures are discovered. Where then is the seeker? When the people of the city heard this, they flocked to him, for it was long since they had seen a scribe or an astrologer, and stood round him, wondering at his beauty and grace and perfect symmetry. Presently one of them accosted him and said, God on thee, O fair youth with the eloquent tongue, cast not thyself into perdition, in thy desire to marry the Princess Budar. Do but look on yonder heads hung up, they are all those of men who have lost their lives in this same venture. He paid no heed to them, but cried out at the top of his voice, saying, I am the doctor, the scribe. I am the astrologer, the mathematician. And all the townsfolk forbade him from this, but he heeded them not, saying in himself, None knoweth desire save he who suffereth it. Then he began again to cry his loudest, saying, I am the scribe, I am the mathematician, I am the astrologer, till all the townsfolk were wroth with him and said to him, Thou art but a silly self-willed boy. Have pity on thine own youth and tender years and beauty and grace. But he cried all the more, I am the astrologer, I am the mathematician. Is there any one that seeketh? As he was thus crying and the people remonstrating with him, King Dire heard his voice and the clamor of the folk and said to his vizier, Go down and bring me an astrologer. So the vizier went down and taking Camarasman from the midst of the crowd, carried him up to the king, before whom he kissed the earth, repeating the following verses. 8 elements of high renown are all comprised in thee, by them may fortune never cease thy bounder slave to be. Munificence and knowledge sure, glory and piety, fair fluent speech and eloquence and might and victory. When the king saw him, he made him sit down by his side and said to him, By Allah, O my son, and thou be not an astrologer, venture not thy life nor submit thyself to my condition, for I have bound myself to strike off the head of whoso goeth in to my daughter and healeth her not of her disorder, but him who healeth her I will marry to her. So let not thy beauty and grace delude thee, for, by Allah, if thou cure her not, I will assuredly cut off thy head. I knew of this condition before I came hither, answered Camarasman, and am ready to abide by it. Then King Dire took the caddis to witness against him and delivered him to an eunuch, saying, Carry this fellow to the Lady Budar. So the eunuch took him by the hand and led him along the gallery, but Camarasman outwent him and pushed on before, whilst the eunuch ran after him, saying, Out on thee! Hasten not to destroy thyself. By Allah, never yet saw I astrologer so eager for his own destruction. Thou knowest not the calamities that await thee. But Camarasman turned away his face and repeated the following verses. A learned man, I'm ignorant before thy beauties bright, indeed, I know not what I say, confounded at thy sight. If I compare thee to the sun, thou passest not away, whilst the sun setteth from the sky and fails anon of light. Perfect, indeed, thy beauties are, they stupefy the wise nor even the eloquent avail to praise thy charms aright. The eunuch stationed Camarasman behind the curtain of the princess's door and the prince said to him, Whether of the two wilt thou liefer have me do, cure thy lady from here or go in and cure her within the curtain? The eunuch marveled at his words and answered, It were more to thine honor to cure her from here. So Camarasman sat down behind the curtain and taking out pen and inkhorn and paper, wrote the following, This is the letter of one whom passion torments and whom desire consumes and sorrow and misery destroy, one who despairs of life and looks for nothing but death, whose mourning heart has neither comforter nor helper, whose sleepless eyes have none to succor them against affliction, whose day is passed in fire and his night in torment, whose body is wasted for much emaciation and there comes to him no messenger from his beloved. I write with a heart devoted to thee and the thought of thee in an eyelid, wounded for weeping tears of the blood of me. And a body that love and affliction and passion and long desire have clad with the garment of leanness and wasted utterly. I play me to thee of passion, for sore hath it baffled me nor is there a corner left me where patience yet may be. Wherefore, have mercy, I prithee, show favor unto me, for my heart is breaking for love and agony. The cure of hearts is union with the beloved in whom his love maltreateth, God is his physician. If either of us have broken faith, may the false one fail of his desire. There is not goodlier than a lover who is faithful to a cruel beloved one. Then, for a subscription, he wrote, from the distracted and despairing lover, him whom love and longing disquiet, from the captive of passion and transport, Camarasman, son of Sherryman, to the peerless beauty, the pearl of the fair Hurries, the Lady Budar, daughter of Kingyre. Know that by night I am wakeful and by day distraught, consumed with ever-increasing wasting and sickness and longing in love, abounding in sighs, rich in floods of tears, the prisoner of passion, the slain of desire, the debtor of longing, the boon companion of sickness, he whose heart absence hath seared. I am the sleepless one, whose eyes close not, the slave of love, whose tears run never dry, for the fire of my heart is still unquenched and the flaming of my longing is never hidden. Then in the margin he wrote this admired verse. Peace from the stores of the grace of my Lord be rife on her, in whose hand are my heart and soul and life. And also these. Vouchsafe thy converse unto me some little, so, perchance, thou mayst have ruth on me, or else my heart be set at ease. Yea, for the transport of my love and longing after thee, of all I've suffered I make light in all my miseries. God guard a folk whose dwelling place is far removed from mine, the secret of whose love I've kept in many lands and seas. But fate, at last, hath turned on me a favorable face, and on my loved one's threshold earth hath cast me on my knees. Budar beside me in the bed I saw, and straight my moon, lit by her sun, shone bright and blithe upon my destinies. Then by way of subscription, he wrote the following verses. Ask of my letter what my pen hath written, and the scroll will tell the passion and the pain that harbor in my soul. My hand, what while my tears rain down, writes in desire, makes moan unto the paper by the pen of all my weary dole. My tears roll ever down my cheeks and overflow the page, nay, I'd ensue them with my blood, if they should cease to roll. And at the end he added this other verse. I send thee back here with the ring I took whilere of thee, when as we companied, so send me that thou hadst of me. Then he folded up Buder's ring inside the letter, and sealing it, gave it to the eunuch, who went in with it to the princess. She took it from him, and opening it, found in it her own ring. Then she read the letter, and when she understood its purport and knew that her beloved stood behind the curtain, her reason fled and her breast dilated for joy, and she repeated the following verses. Long, long have I bewailed the severance of our loves, with tears that from my lids streamed down like burning rain, and vowed that, if the days should reunite us two, my lips should never speak of severance again. Joy hath o'erwhelmed me so that, for the very stress of that which gladdens me, to weeping I am fain. Tears are become to you a habit, O my eyes, so that you weep as well for gladness as for pain. Then she rose, and setting her feet to the wall, strained with all her might upon the iron collar, till she broke it from her neck and snapped the chains. Then going forth, she threw herself on Camarasman and kissed him on the mouth, like a pigeon billing. And she embraced him with all the stress of her love and longing, and said to him, O my lord, do I wake or sleep, and has God indeed vouchsafed us reunion after separation? Praised be he who hath reknit our loves, after despair. When the eunuch saw this, he ran to Kingyre, and kissing the earth before him, said, O my lord, know that this is indeed the prince and paragon of astrologers, for he hath cured thy daughter from behind the curtain, without going in to her. Look to it well, said the king, is this news true? O my lord, answered the eunuch, come and see for thyself how she hath found strength to break the iron chains, and is come forth to the astrologer, kissing and embracing him. So the king arose and went in to his daughter, who, when she saw him, rose and covered her face, reciting the following verses. I love not the toothstick, 'tis hateful to me, for I, when I name it, say, other than thee. But I love, notwithstanding, the caparistry, for, when as I name it I say, thee I see. The king was transported for joy at her recovery and kissed her between the eyes, for he loved her very dearly. Then turning to Camaralzaman, he asked him who he was and whence he came. The prince told him his name and rank and that he was the son of King Shahriman, and related to him the whole story from beginning to end, whereat Gayer marveled and said, Verily, your story deserves to be recorded in books and read after you, generation after generation. Then he summoned Cadis and witnesses forthright and married the two lovers, after which he bade decorate the city 7 days long. So they decorated the city and held high festival, and all the troops donned their richest clothes, whilst the drums beat and the criers announced the glad tidings. Then they spread the tables with all manner meats and unveiled the princess before Camaralzaman, and behold, each was like unto the other in beauty and elegance and amorous grace. So the king rejoiced in the issue of her affair and in her marriage and praised God for that he had made her to fall in love with a goodly youth of the sons of the kings. Then Camaralzaman went in to her and lay with her that night and took his will of her, whilst she in like manner fulfilled her desire of him and enjoyed his beauty and grace, and they clipped each other till the morning. On the morrow, the king made a banquet and spreading the tables with the richest meats, kept open house a whole month to all comers from the islands of the inner and the outer seas. Now, when Camaralzaman had thus attained his desire and had tarried a while with the Princess Budar, he bethought him of his father and saw him in a dream, saying, O my son, is it thus thou dealest with me? And reciting the following verses. The moon o' the dark by his neglect my spirit doth appall, and to the watching of his stars hath made my eyelids thrall. But soft, my heart. It may be yet he will return to thee, and patience, soul, beneath the pain he's smitten thee withal. Camaralzaman awoke in the morning, afflicted and troubled at what he had seen, whereupon the princess questioned him and he told her his dream. Then they both went in to King Gayer and telling him what had passed, besought his leave to depart. He gave the prince the leave he sought, but the princess said, O my father, I cannot endure to be parted from him. Quoth Gayer, Then go thou with him, and gave her leave to be absent a whole year, charging her to visit him once in every year thereafterward. So she kissed his hand and Camaralzaman did the like, after which he proceeded to equip them for the journey, furnishing them with horses and dromedaries of choice and a litter for his daughter, besides mules and camels laden with victual and all manner of traveling gear. Moreover, he gave them slaves and eunuchs to serve them and bestowed on Camaralzaman 10 splendid suits of cloth of gold, embroidered with jewels, together with a treasury of money and 10 riding horses and as many she-camels. When the day of departure arrived, the king accompanied them to the farthest limits of his islands, where, going in to his daughter Budar in the litter, he kissed her and strained her to his bosom, weeping and repeating the following verses. O thou that seekest parting, stay thy feet, for sure embraces are a lover's right. Softly, for fortune's nature is deceit and parting is the end of love delight. Then, leaving her, he kissed her husband and commended his daughter to his care, after which he bade him farewell and giving the signal for departure, returned to his capital with his troops. The prince and princess and their suite fared on without stopping a whole month, at the end of which time they came to a spacious champaign, abounding in pasturage, where they alighted and pitched their tents. They ate and drank and rested, and the Princess Budar lay down to sleep. Presently, Camaralzaman went in to her and found her lying asleep, in a shift of apricot-colored silk, that showed all it should have covered, and a coif of cloth of gold embroidered with pearls and jewels. The breeze raised her shift and showed her breasts and navel and a belly whiter than snow, each one of whose dimples contained an ounce of benzoin ointment. At this sight, his love and passion for her redoubled, and he recited the following verses. If, whilst within my entrails the fires of hell did stir and flames raged high about me, 'twere spoken in my ear, which wilt thou have the rather, a draught of water cold or sight of her thou lovest? I'd say, the sight of her. Then he put his hand to the ribbon of her trousers and drew it and loosed it, for that his soul lusted after her, when he saw a jewel, red as dragon's blood, made fast to the band. He untied and examined it, and seeing 2 lines of writing graven thereon, in a character not to be read, marveled, and said in himself, except she set great store by this, she had not tied it to the ribbon of her trousers nor hidden it in the most private place about her person, that she might not be parted from it. I wonder what she doth with it, and what is the secret that is in it. So saying, he took it and went without the tent to look at it in the light, but as he was examining it, a bird swooped down on him and snatching it from his hand, flew off with it and lighted on the ground at a little distance. Fearing to lose the talisman, he ran after the bird, but it flew on before him, keeping just out of his reach, and drew him on from place to place and from hill to hill, till the night came on and the air grew dark, when it roosted on a high tree. Camarasman stopped under the tree, confounded and faint for hunger and weariness, and giving himself up for lost, would have turned back, but knew not the way, for the darkness had overtaken him. So he exclaimed, There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme, and lying down under the tree, slept till the morning, when he awoke and saw the bird also awake and fly away. He arose and walked after it, and it flew on little by little before him, after the measure of his going, at which he smiled and said, By Allah, this is a strange thing. Yesterday, the bird flew before me as fast as I could run, and today, knowing that I am tired and cannot run, it fleeth after the measure of my walking. By Allah, this is wonderful. But, whether it lead me to my death or to my life, I must needs follow it, wherever it goeth, for it will surely not abide save in some inhabited land. So he followed the bird, eating of the fruits of the earth and drinking of its waters, for 10 days' space, and every night the bird roosted on a tree. At the end of this time, he came in sight of an inhabited city, whereupon the bird darted off like the glance of the eye, and entering the town, was lost to view, and Camarasman marveled at this and exclaimed, Praised be God, who hath brought me hither in safety. Then he sat down by a stream and washed his hands and feet and face and rested a while, and recalling his late easy and pleasant life of union with his beloved and contrasting it with his present plight of trouble and weariness and hunger and strangerhood and severance, the tears streamed from his eyes and he repeated the following cinquains. I strove to hide the load that love on me did lay, in vain, and sleep for me is changed to wake alway. When as want hope doth press my heart both night and day, I cry aloud, O fate, hold back thy hand, I pray. For all my soul is sick with dolour and dismay. If but the Lord of love were just indeed to me, sleep had not fled mine eyes by his unkind decree. Have pity, sweet, on one that is for love of thee worn out and wasted sore, once rich and great was he, now beggared and cast down by love from his array. The railers chide at thee full sore, I heed not, but stop my ears to them and give them back the lie. Thou lovest a slender one, say they, and I reply, I've chosen her and left all else beneath the sky. Enough, when fate descends, the eyes are blinded eye. As soon as he was rested, he rose and walked on, little by little, till he came to the city gate and entered, knowing not whither he should go. He traversed the city from end to end, without meeting any of the townsfolk, entering by the land gate and faring on till he came out at the sea gate, for the city stood on the seashore. Presently, he found himself among the orchards and gardens of the place and passed among the trees, till he came to a garden gate and stopped before it, whereupon the keeper came out to him and saluted him. The prince returned his greeting and the other bade him welcome, saying, praised be God that thou hast come off safe from the people of the city. Quick, come into the garden, ere any of the townsfolk see thee. So Camarasman entered the garden, amazed, and said to the keeper, Who and what then are the people of this city? No, answered the other, that the people of this city are all Magians, but, God on thee, tell me how and why thou camest hither. Accordingly, Camarasman told him all that had befallen him, at which the gardener marveled greatly and said, Know, O my son, that from this place to the cities of Islam is 4 months' journey by sea and a whole year by land. We have a ship that sails yearly hence with merchandise to the Ebony Islands, which are the nearest Muslim country, and thence to the Khalidan Islands, the dominions of King Shahriman. Camarasman considered a while, and concluding that he could not do better than abide with the gardener and become his assistant, said to him, Wilt thou take me into thy service, to help thee in this garden? Willingly, answered the gardener, and clothing him in a short blue gown, that reached to his knees, taught him to lead the water to the roots of the trees. So Camarasman abode with him, watering the trees and hoeing up the weeds and weeping floods of tears, for he had no rest day or night, by reason of his strangerhood and separation from his beloved, and he ceased not to repeat verses upon her, amongst others the following. Ye made us a promise of yore, will ye not to your promise be true? Ye spoke us a word aforetime, as ye spoke to us, will ye not do? We waken, whilst ye are asleep, according to passion's decree, so have ye the vantage of us, for watchers and sleepers are two. We vowed to each other, whilera, that we would keep secret our loves, but the breedbait possessed you to speak, and you spoke and revealed what none knew. Beloved, in pleasure and pain, chagrin and contentment alike, whatever may betide, ye alone are the goal that my wishes ensue. There's one that still holdeth a heart sore tormented of mine, would she'd have ruth on my plight and pity the soul that she slew. Not every one's eye is as mine, worn, wounded, and cankered with tears, and hearts that are, even as mine, the bondslaves of passion, are few. Ye acted the tyrant with me, saying, Love is a tyrant, I trow. Indeed, ye were right, and the case has proved what ye said to be true. Alack! They've forgotten outright a passion-distraught one, whose faith time minisheth not, though the fires in his entrails rage ever anew. If my foeman in love be my judge, to whom shall I make my complaint? To whom of injustice complain, to whom for redress shall I sue? Were it not for my needing of love and the ardor that burns in my breast, I had not a heart love enslaved and a soul that for passion must rue. To return to the Princess Badar. When she awoke, she sought her husband and found him not. Then she saw the ribbon of her trousers undone and the talisman missing, and said to herself, By Allah, this is strange. Where is my husband? It would seem as if he had taken the talisman and gone away, knowing not the secret that is in it. Whither can he have gone? It must have been some extraordinary matter that drew him away, for he cannot brook to leave me an hour. May God curse the talisman and its hour. Then she considered a while and said in herself, If I go out and tell the servants that my husband is lost, they will covet me. I must use stratagem. So she rose and donned some of her husband's clothes and boots and spurs and a turban like his, drawing the loose end across her face for a chinband. Then setting a slave girl in her litter, she went forth the tent and called to the servants, who brought her Camarasman's horse, and she mounted and bade load the beasts and set forward. So they bound on the burdens and departed, none doubting but she was Camarasman, for she resembled him in face and form, nor did they leave journeying, days and nights, till they came in sight of a city overlooking the sea, when they halted to rest and pitched their tents without the walls. The princess asked the name of the place and was told, It is called the City of Ebony, its king is named Armanus, and he hath a daughter called Hayat en Nufus. Presently, the king sent to learn who it was that had encamped without his city, so the messenger, coming to the tents, inquired of Buter's servants and was told that she was a king's son, bound for the Caladan Islands, who had strayed from his road, whereupon he returned and told the king, who straightway took horse and rode out, with his nobles, to meet the strange prince. As he drew near the tents, the princess came to meet him on foot, whereupon the king alighted and they saluted each other. Then he carried her into the city and bringing her to the palace, let spread a banquet and bade transport her company and baggage to the guest house, where they abode 3 days, at the end of which time the king came in to Budar. Now she had that day gone to the bath and her face shone as the moon at its full, enchanting all beholders, and she was clad in robes of silk, embroidered with gold and jewels, and said to her, Know, O my son, that I am a very old man and am grown unable for the conduct of the state. Now God has blessed me with no child save one daughter, who resembles thee in beauty and grace, so, O my son, if this my country please thee and thou be willing to make thine abode here, I will marry thee to my daughter and give thee my kingdom and so be at rest. When Budar heard this, she bowed her head and her forehead sweated for shame, and she said to herself, How shall I do, and I a woman? If I refuse and depart, I cannot be safe but that he may send after me troops to kill me, and if I consent, belike I shall be put to shame. I have lost my beloved Camarasman and know not what is come of him, wherefore I see nothing for it but to hold my peace and consent and abide here, till God accomplish what is to be. So she raised her head and made submission to King Armanus, saying, I hear and obey, whereat he rejoiced and bade make proclamation, throughout the Ebony Islands, to hold high festival and decorate the houses. Then he assembled his chamberlains and emirs and viziers and other officers of state and the cadis of the city, and putting off the kingship, invested Budar therewith and clad her in the royal robes. Moreover, the emirs and grandees went in to her and did her homage, nothing doubting but that she was a young man, and all who looked on her buried their hopes for the excess of her beauty and grace. Then, after the Lady Budar had been made sultan and the drums had been beaten, in announcement of the joyful event, Armanus proceeded to equip his daughter for marriage, and in a few days, they brought Budar into her, when they seemed as it were 2 moons risen at one time or 2 suns foregathering. So they entered the bridal chamber and the doors were shut and the curtains let down upon them, after the attendants had lighted the candles and spread the bed for them. When Budar found herself alone with the Princess Hayat and Nufus, she called to mind her beloved Camarasman and grief was sore upon her. So she wept for his loss and absence and repeated the following verses. O ye who went and left my heart to pine alone for her, no spark of life remains in me, since ye away did fare. I have an eye that doth complain of sleeplessness alway, tears have consumed it. Would to God that sleeplessness would spare. When ye departed, after you the lover did abide, but question of him what of pain and absence he doth bear. But for the ceaseless flood of tears my eyes pour forth, the world would at my burning all catch fire, yea, seas and lands and air. To God Most High I make my moan of dear ones loved and lost, that on my passion have no ruth nor pity my despair. I never did them wrong, except my love for them were such, but into blessed and cursed and loved men I divided were. When she had finished, she sat down beside the Princess Hayat and Nufus and kissed her on the mouth. Then, rising abruptly, she made the ablution and betook herself to her devotions, nor did she leave praying till Hayat and Nufus was asleep, when she slipped into bed and lay with her back to her till morning, then rose and went out. Presently, the old king and queen came in to their daughter and asked her how she did, whereupon she told them what had passed and repeated to them the verses she had heard. Meanwhile, Budar seated herself upon the throne and all the emirs and captains and officers of state came in to her and wished her joy of the kingship, kissing the earth before her and calling down blessings upon her. She smiled on them and clad them in robes of honor, augmenting the fiefs of the emirs and giving largesse to the troops, wherefore all the people loved her and offered up prayers for the continuance of her reign, doubting not but that she was a man. She sat all day in the hall of audience, ordering and forbidding and dispensing justice, releasing those who were in prison and remitting the customs dues, till nightfall, when she withdrew to the apartment prepared for her. Here she found Hayat-en-Nufus seated, so she sat down by her and clapping her on the back, caressed her and kissed her between the eyes, repeating the following verses. The secret that I cherished my tears have public made, the wasting of my body my passion hath bewrayed. I hid my love and longing, but on the parting day my plight, alas! Revealed it to spies, 'twas open laid. O ye who have departed the camp, ye left behind my body worn with languor and spirit all decayed. Within my heart's recesses ye have your dwelling place, my tears are ever running in lids with blood buried. Forever will I ransom the absent with my soul, indeed, for them my yearnings are patent and displayed. I have an eye, whose pupil, for love of them, rejects sleep and whose tears flow ever, unceasing and unstayed. My foes would have me patient for him, but God forbid that ever of my hearing should heed to them be paid. I balked their expectation. Of Camarasman sometime I did accomplish the joys for which I prayed. He doth, as none before him, perfections all unite, no king of bygone ages was in the like arrayed. His clemency and bounty Ben Zeta's largesse and Muawiyah's mildness have cast into the shade. But that it would be tedious and verse sufficeth not to picture forth his beauties, I leave no rhyme unmade. Then she wiped away her tears and making the ablution, stood up to pray, nor did she give over praying, till drowsiness overcame Hayat-en-Nufus and she slept, whereupon Budar came and lay beside her till the morning. At daybreak, she arose and prayed the morning prayer, then, going forth, seated herself on the throne and passed the day in ordering and forbidding and administering justice. Meanwhile, King Armanus went in to his daughter and asked her how she did, so she told him all that had passed and repeated to him the verses that Budar had recited, adding, O my father, never saw I one more abounding in sense and modesty than my husband, save that he doth nothing but weep and sigh. O my daughter, answered her father, have patience with him yet this third night, and if he go not in to thee and do away thy maidenhead, we will take order with him and oust him from the throne and banish him the country. When the night came, the Princess Budar rose from the throne and betaking herself to the bride chamber, found the candles lighted and the Princess Hayat-en-Nufus sitting awaiting her, whereupon she bethought her of her husband and recalling the early severance of their loves, wept and sighed and groaned groan upon groan, repeating the following verses. I swear the tidings of my woes fills all the countryside, like the sun shining on the hills of Najd far and wide. His gesture speaks, but hard to tell the meaning of it is, and thus my yearning without end is ever magnified. I hate fair patience since the hour I fell in love with thee. Hast seen a lover hating love at any time or tide? One, in whose glances sickness lies, hath smitten me to death, for looks are deadliest of the things, wherein doth sickness bide. He shook his clustered ringlets down and laid his chin band by, and beauty thus in him, at once both black and white, I spied. Sickness and cure are in his hands, for, to the sick of love, by him alone who caused their dole can healing be applied. The softness of his waist hath made his girdle mad for love, and of his hips, for jealousy, to rise he is denied. His forehead, covered with his curls, is as a murky night, unveiled, 'tis as a shining moon that thrusts the dark aside. When she had finished, she would have risen to pray, but Hayat-en-Nufus caught her by the skirt, saying, O my lord, art thou not ashamed to neglect me thus, after all the favor my father hath done thee? When Budar heard this, she sat down again and said, O my beloved, what is this thou sayest? What I say, answered Hyatt and Nufus, is that I never saw any so self-satisfied as thou. Is every fair one so disdainful? I say not this to incline thee to me, but only of my fear for thee from King Armanus, for he purposes, and thou go not in to me tonight and do away my maidenhead, to strip thee of the kingship on the morrow and banish thee the realm, and belike his much anger may lead him to kill thee. But I, O my lord, have compassion on thee and give thee fair warning, and it is thine to decide. At this, Budar bowed her head in perplexity and said in herself, If I refuse, I am lost, and if I obey, I am shamed. I am now queen of all the Ebony Islands and they are under my rule and I shall never again foregather with Camarasman except it be in this place, for there is no way for him to his native land but through the Ebony Islands. Verily, I know not what to do, for I am no man that I should arise and open this virgin girl, but I commit my case to God, who orders all for the best. Then she said to Hyatt and Nufus, O my beloved, it is in my own despite that I have neglected thee and abstained from thee. And she discovered herself to her and told her whole story, saying, I conjure thee by Allah to keep my counsel, till God reunite me with my beloved Camarasman, and then let what will happen. Her story moved Hyatt and Nufus to wonder and pity, and she prayed God to reunite her with her beloved, saying, Fear nothing, O my sister, but have patience till God accomplish that which is to be. And she repeated the following verses. None keepeth counsel saving those who are trusty and discreet. A secret's ever safely placed with honest folk and leal. And secrets trusted unto me are in a locked-up house, whose keys are lost and on whose door is set the Cadi's seal. O my sister, continued she, the breasts of the noble are the graves of secrets, and I will not discover thine. Then they toyed and embraced and kissed and slept till near the call to morning prayer, when Hyatt and Nufus arose and slaughtering a young pigeon, besmeared herself and besprinkled her shift with its blood. Then she put off her trousers and cried out, whereupon her waiting women hastened to her and raised cries of joy. Presently, her mother came into her aid, asked her how she did and tended her and abode with her till evening, whilst the lady Budar repaired to the bath and after washing herself, proceeded to the hall of audience, where she sat down on her throne and dispensed justice among the folk. When King Armanus heard the cries, he asked what was the matter and was informed of the consummation of his daughter's marriage, whereat he rejoiced and his breast dilated and he made a great banquet. To return to King Shahriman. When Camarasman and Murzuan returned not at the appointed time, he passed the night without sleep, restless and consumed with anxiety. The night was long upon him and he thought the day would never dawn. He passed the forenoon of the ensuing day in expectation of his son's coming, but he came not, whereat his heart forebode separation and he was distraught with fears for Camarasman. He wept till his clothes were drenched, crying out, Alas, my son, and repeating the following verses from an aching heart. Unto the votaries of love I still was contrary, till of its bitter and its sweet myself perforce must taste. I quaffed its cup of rigors out, yea, even to the dregs, and to its freemen and its slaves myself therein abased. Fortune aforetime made a vow to separate our loves, now hath she kept her vow, alack, and made my life a waste. Then he wiped away his tears and bade his troops make ready for a long journey. So they all mounted and set forth, headed by the Sultan, whose heart burned with grief and anxiety for his son. He divided the troops into 6 bodies, whom he dispatched in as many directions, giving them rendezvous for the morrow at the crossroads. Accordingly they scoured the country diligently all that day and night, till at noon of the ensuing day they joined company at the crossroads. Here 4 roads met and they knew not which the prince had followed, till they came to the torn clothes and found shreds of flesh and blood scattered by the way on all sides. When the king saw this, he cried out from his inmost heart, saying, Alas, my son, and buffeted his face and tore his beard and rent his clothes, doubting not but his son was dead. Then he gave himself up to weeping and wailing, and the troops also wept for his weeping, being assured that the prince had perished. They wept and lamented and threw dust on their heads till they were nigh upon death, and the knight surprised them whilst they were thus engaged. Then the king repeated the following verses, with a heart on fire for the torment of his despair. Blame not the mourner for the grief to which he is a prey, for yearning sure sufficeth him, with all its drear dismay. He weeps for dreariment and grief and stress of longing pain, and eke his transport doth the fires, that rage in him, bewray. Alas, his fortune whose love's slave, whom languishment hath bound never to let his eyelids stint from weeping night and day. He mourns the loss of one was like a bright and brilliant moon, that shone out over all his peers in glorious array. But death did proffer to his lips a brimming cup to drink, what time he left his native land, and now he's far away. He left his home and went from us under calamity, nor to his brethren was it given to him farewell to say. Indeed, his loss hath stricken me with anguish and with woe, yea, for estrangement from his sight my wits are gone astray. When as the Lord of all vouchsafed to him his paradise, upon his journey forth he fared and passed from us for aye. Then he returned with the troops to his capital, giving up his son for lost and deeming that wild beasts or highwaymen had set on him and torn him in pieces, and made proclamation that all in the Caladan islands should don black in mourning for him. Moreover, he built a pavilion in his memory, naming it House of Lamentations, and here he was wont to spend his days, with the exception of Mondays and Thursdays, which he devoted to the business of the state, mourning for his son and bewailing him with verses, of which the following are some. My day of bliss is that whereon thou drawest near to me, and that, whereon thou turnest away, my day of death and fear. What though I tremble all the night and go in dread of death, yet thine embraces are to me than safety far more dear. And again, my soul redeemed the absent, whose going cast a blight on hearts and did afflict them with anguish and affright. Let gladness then accomplish its purification time, for, by a triple divorcement, I've put away delight. Meanwhile, the princess but our abode in the Ebony Islands, whilst the folk would point to her and say, Yonder is King Armanus' son-in-law, and every night she lay with Hyatt and Nufus, to whom she made moan of her longing for her husband Camarasman, weeping and describing to her his beauty and grace and yearning to enjoy him, though but in a dream. And by times she would repeat these verses. God knows that, since my severance from thee, full sore I've wept, so sore that needs my eyes must run for very tears and debt. Have patience, quoth my censurer, and thou shalt win them yet, and I, O thou that blamest me, whence should I patience get? All this time, Camarasman abode with the gardener, weeping and repeating verses night and day, bewailing the seasons of enjoyment and the nights of delight, whilst the gardener comforted him with the assurance that the ship would set sail for the land of the Muslims at the end of the year. One day, he saw the folk crowding together and wondered at this, but the gardener came in to him and said, O my son, give over work for today, neither water the trees, for it is a festival day, on which the folk visit one another. So rest and only keep thine eye on the garden, whilst I go look after the ship for thee, for yet but a little while and I send thee to the land of the Muslims. So saying, he went out, leaving Camarasman alone in the garden, who fell to musing upon his condition, till his courage gave way and the tears streamed from his eyes. He wept till he swooned away, and when he recovered, he rose and walked about the garden pondering what fate had done with him and bewailing his long estrangement from those he loved. As he went thus, absorbed in melancholy thought, his foot stumbled and he fell on his face, striking his forehead against the stump of a tree. The blow cut it open and his blood ran down and blent with his tears. He rose and wiping away the blood, dried his tears and bound his forehead with a piece of rag, then continued his melancholy walk about the garden. Presently, he saw two birds quarreling on a tree, and one of them smote the other on the neck with its beak and cut off its head, with which it flew away, whilst the slain bird's body fell to the ground before Camarasman. As it lay, two great birds flew down and alighting, one at the head and the other at the tail of the dead bird, drooped their wings over it and bowing their heads towards it, wept, and when Camarasman saw them thus bewail their mate, he called to mind his wife and father and wept also. Then he saw them dig a grave and bury the dead bird, after which they flew away, but presently returned with the murderer and alighting on the grave, stamped on him till they killed him. Then they rent his belly and tearing out his entrails, poured the blood on the grave. Moreover, they stripped off his skin and tearing his flesh in pieces, scattered it hither and thither. All this while Camarasman was watching them and wondering, but presently, chancing to look at the dead bird's crop, he saw therein something gleaming. So he opened it and found the talisman that had been the cause of his separation from his wife. At this sight, he fell down in a swoon for joy, and when he revived, he said, "Praised be God! This is a good omen and a presage of reunion with my beloved." Then he examined the jewel and passed it over his eyes, after which he bound it to his arm, rejoicing in coming good, and walked about, awaiting the gardener's return, till nightfall, when, as he came not, he lay down and slept in his wonted place. At daybreak he rose and girding himself with a cord of palm fiber, took hoe and basket and went out to his work in the garden. Presently, he came to a carob tree and struck the hoe into its roots. The blow resounded, as if it had fallen on metal, so he cleared away the earth and discovered a trapdoor of brass. He raised the trap and found a winding stair, which he descended and came to an ancient vault of the time of Aad and Themaud, hewn out of the rock. Round the vault stood many brazen vessels of the bigness of a great oil jar, into one of which he put his hand and found it full of red and shining gold, whereupon he said to himself, "Verily, the days of weariness are past and joy and solace are come." Then he returned to the garden and replacing the trapdoor, busied himself in tending the trees till nightfall, when the gardener came back and said to him, "O my son, rejoice in a speedy return to thy native land, for the merchants are ready for the voyage and in 3 days' time the ship will set sail for the city of Ebony, which is the first of the cities of the Muslims. And thence thou must travel by land 6 months' journey till thou come to the islands of Caledon, the dominions of King Shahriman." At this Camarasman rejoiced and repeated the following verses. "Forsake not a lover and use diversion from thee, nor punish the guiltless with rigor and cruelty." Another, when absence was long, had forgotten thee and changed from his faith and his case, not so with me. Then he kissed the gardener's hand, saying, "O my father, even as thou hast brought me glad tidings, so I also have great good news for thee," and told him of his discovery in the garden, whereat the gardener rejoiced and said, "O my son, 80 years have I dwelt in this garden and have never chanced on aught, whilst thou, who hast not sojourned with me a year, hast discovered this thing, wherefore it is God's gift to thee, for the cessor of thine ill fortune, and will aid thee to rejoin thy folk and foregather with her thou lovest." "Not so," answered Camarasman, "it must be shared between us." Then he carried him to the underground chamber and showed him the gold, which was in 20 jars. So he took 10 and the gardener 10, and the latter said to him, "O my son, fill thyself jars with the olives that grow in the garden, for they are not found but in our land and are sought after. The merchants carry them to all parts and they are called Asafiri olives. Lay the gold in the jars and cover it with olives, then stop them and cover them and take them with thee in the ship." So Camarasman took 50 jars and laying in each somewhat of the gold, filled it up with olives. At the bottom of one of the jars he laid the talisman, then stopped and covered the jars and sat down to talk with the gardener, making sure of speedy reunion with his own people and saying in himself, "When I come to the Ebony Islands, I will journey thence to my father's country and inquire for my beloved Budar. I wonder whether she turned back to her own land or journeyed on to my father's country, or whether there befell her any accident by the way." And he repeated the following verses. Love in my breast they lit and passed away forthright. Far distant is the land that holds my soul's delight. Far, far from me the camp and those that dwell therein, no visitation place again shall us unite. Patience and reason fled from me, when they fared forth, sleep failed me and despair o'ercame me, like a blight. They left me, and with them departed all my joy, tranquility and peace with them have taken flight. They made mine eyes run down with tears of love laid waste, my lids for lack of them brim over day and night. Whenas my sad soul longs to see them once again, and waiting in desire are heavy on my sprite. Midmost my heart of hearts their images I trace, love and desireful pain and yearning for their sight. Then he told the gardener what he had seen pass between the birds, whereat he wondered, and they both lay down and slept till the morning. The gardener awoke sick and abode thus 2 days, but on the 3rd day his sickness increased on him, till they despaired of his life, and Camarasman grieved sore for him. Meanwhile, the captain and sailors came and inquired for the gardener. Camarasman told them that he was sick, and they said, "Where is the young man that is minded to go with us to the Ebony Islands?" "He is your servant," answered the prince, and bade them carry the jars of olives to the ship. So they transported them to the ship, saying, "Make haste, for the wind is fair," and he answered, "I hear and obey." Then he carried his victual on board, and returning, to bid the gardener farewell, found him in the agonies of death. So he sat down at his head and closed his eyes, and his soul departed his body, whereupon he laid him out and committed him to the earth to the mercy of God the Most High. Then he went down to the port to embark, but found that the ship had already weighed anchor and set sail, nor did she cease to cleave the waters, till she disappeared from his sight. So he returned to the garden, sorrowful and heavy-hearted, and sitting down, threw dust on his head and buffeted his face. Then he rented the garden of its owner and hired a man to help him tend the trees. Moreover, he went down to the underground chamber, and bringing up the rest of the gold, stowed it in other 50 jars, which he filled up with olives. Then he inquired of the ship and was told that it sailed but once a year, at which his affliction redoubled, and he mourned sore for that which had befallen him, above all for the loss of the Princess Buter's talisman, and spent his nights and days weeping and repeating verses. Meanwhile, the ship sailed with a favoring wind, till it reached the Ebony Islands. As fate would have it, the Princess Budar was sitting at a window overlooking the sea, and saw the ship cast anchor in the port. At this sight, her heart throbbed, and she mounted, and riding down to the port, with her officers, halted by the ship, whilst the sailors broke out the cargo and transported the goods to the storehouses, after which she called the captain and asked what he had with him. "O king," answered he, "I have with me drugs and cosmetics and powders and ointments and plasters and rich stuffs and Yemen rugs and other costly merchandise, not to be borne of mule or camel, and all manner essences and spices and perfumes, civet and ambergris and camphor and Sumatra aloes wood, and tamarinds and asafiri olives to boot, such as are rare to find in this country." When she heard talk of asafiri olives, her heart yearned for them, and she said to the captain, "How much olives hast thou?" 50 jars full," answered he. "Their owner is not with us, but the king shall take what he will of them." Quoth she, "Bring them ashore, that I may see them." So he called to the sailors, who brought her the 50 jars, and she opened one, and looking at the olives, said to the captain, "I will take the whole 50 and pay you their value, whatever it may be." "By Allah, O my lord," answered he, "they have no value in our country, and the 50 jars may be worth some 100 dirhams, but their owner tarried behind us, and he is a poor man." "And what are they worth here?" asked she. 1,000 dirhams, replied he. "I will take them at that price," quoth she, and bade carry the 50 jars to the palace. When it was night, she called for a jar of olives and opened it, there being none present but herself and the Princess Hayat and Nufus. Then, taking a dish, she turned into it the contents of the jar, when behold there fell out into the dish with the olives a heap of red gold, and she said to Hayat and Nufus, "This is naught but gold." So she sent for the rest of the jars and found each one full of gold and scarce enough olives in the whole 50 to fill one jar. Moreover, she sought among the gold and found the talisman, which she took and examined and knew for that which Camarasman had taken from off the ribbon of her trousers, whereupon she cried out for joy and fell down in a swoon. When she revived, she said in herself, "Verily, this talisman was the cause of my separation from my beloved Camarasman, but now it is an omen of good." Then she showed it to Hayat and Nufus and said to her, "This was the cause of separation, and now, please God, it shall be the cause of reunion." As soon as it was day, she seated herself on her throne and sent for the captain, who came and kissed the ground before her. Quoth she, "Where didst thou leave the owner of these olives?" "O King of the age," answered he, "we left him in the land of the Magians, and he is a gardener there." "Except thou bring him to me," said she, "thou knowest not the harm that awaits thee in thy ship." Then she bade seal up the merchants' storehouses and said to them, "The owner of these olives is my debtor, and an ye bring him not to me, I will without fail put you all to death and confiscate your goods." So they all went to the captain and promised him the hire of the ship, if he would go and return a second time, saying, "Deliver us from this masterful tyrant." Accordingly, the captain set sail, and God decreed him a prosperous voyage, till he came to the city of the Magians, and landing by night, went up to the garden. Now the night was long upon Camarasman, and he sat, bethinking him of his beloved and weeping over what had befallen him and repeating the following verses. "Full many a night I've passed, whose stars their course did stay, a night that seemed of those that will not pass away. That was, as 'twere, for length the resurrection morn, to him that watched therein and waited for the day." At this moment, the captain knocked at the garden gate, and Camarasman opened and went out to him, whereupon the sailors seized him and carrying him on board the ship, weighed anchor forthright. They sailed on without ceasing days and nights, whilst Camarasman knew not why they dealt thus with him, but when he questioned them, they replied, "Thou hast offended against the lord of the Ebony Islands, the son-in-law of King Armanus, and hast stolen his good, unhappy wretch that thou art." "By Allah," said he, "I know not the country, nor was I ever there in all my life." However, they fared on with him, till they made the Ebony Islands, and landing, carried him up to the Princess Budar, who knew him at sight and said, "Leave him with the eunuchs, that they may take him to the bath." Then she relieved the merchant of the embargo and gave the captain a dress of honor and 10,000 dinars, after which, she went in that night to the Princess Hayat and Nufus and told her what had passed, saying, "Keep thou my counsel, till I accomplish my purpose and do a thing that shall be recorded and told to kings and commoners after us." Meanwhile, they carried Camarasman to the bath and clad him in a royal habit, so that, when he came forth, he resembled a willow wand or a star whose aspect put to shame both sun and moon, and his life returned to him. Then he went in to the Princess Budar, who, when she saw him, schooled her heart to patience, till she should have accomplished her purpose, and bestowed on him slaves and servants, black and white, and camels and mules. Moreover, she gave him a treasury of money and advanced him from dignity to dignity, till she made him treasurer and committed to his charge all the treasures of the state, nor did she leave day by day to increase his allowances and afford him fresh marks of her favor. As for Camarasman, he was at a loss for the reason of all the honor and favor she showed him, and gave gifts and largesse out of the abundance of the wealth he owed to her munificence, devoting himself in particular to the service of King Armanus, so that he and all the emirs and people, great and small, loved him and were wont to swear by his life. Nevertheless, he ceased not to marvel at the favor shown him by Buttar and said in himself, "By Allah, there must be a reason for this affection. Peradventure, this king favors me thus excessively with some ill purpose, and needs must I therefore crave leave of him to depart his realm." So he went in to Buttar and said to her, "O king, thou hast overwhelmed me with favors, but it will fulfill the measure of thy bounties if thou wilt take from me all thou hast given and let me depart." She smiled and said, "What makes thee seek to depart and plunge into new perils, when as thou art in the enjoyment of the greatest favor and prosperity?" "O king," answered Camarasman, "this favor, if there be no reason for it, is indeed a wonder of wonders, more by token that thou hast advanced me to dignities such as befit greybeards, albeit I am but a child. The reason is," answered she, "that I love thee for thine exceeding grace and thy surpassing beauty, and so thou wilt but grant me my desire of thee, I will advance thee yet further in honor and favor and largesse and make thee vizier, for all thy tender age, even as the folk made me sultan and I no older than thou, so that nowadays there is nothing strange in the headship of children, and gifted of God was he who said, 'Our time is, meseems, of the lineage of Lot, it craves the advancement of younglings, God wot.'" When Camarasman heard this, he was confounded and his cheeks flushed till they seemed on fire, and he said, "I reck not of favors that involve the commission of sin, I will live poor in wealth but rich in virtue and honor." Quoth she, "I am not the dupe of thy scruples, arising from prudery and coquetry, and God bless him who says, I mentioned to him the pact of fruition, and he, how long with vexatious discourse wilt thou set upon me? I showed him a dinar and straightway he sang out and said, O whither shall one from fate irresistible flee? O king, replied Camarasman, I have not the wont of these doings, nor have I strength, who am but of tender years, to bear these heavy burdens, for which elder than I have proved unable. She smiled and rejoined, Indeed, it is wonderful how error springs from the disorder of the wit. Since thou art but a boy, why standest thou in fear of sin or the doing of forbidden things, seeing that thou art not yet come to years of discretion and the offences of a child incur neither punishment nor reproof? Verily, thou committest thyself to an argument advanced but for the sake of contention, and it behoves thee to bow to the ordinance of fruition, which has been given against thee. Wherefore, henceforward, give over denial and coyness, for the commandment of God is a foreordained decree. Indeed, I have more reason than thou to fear falling into error, and well inspired was he who said, My pintle is big and the little one said unto me, Tilt boldly therewith at my inwards and quit thee thy need. Quoth I, 'Tis unlawful, but he, It is lawful with me, so to it I fell, supporting myself by his reed. When Camarasman heard these words, the light in his eyes became darkness and he said, O king, thou hast in thy palace women and female slaves, that have not their like in this age, may not these suffice thee without me? Do thy will with them and leave me? Thou speakest truth, answered she, but it is not with them that one who loves thee can heal himself of torment and fever, for when tastes and inclinations are corrupted, they hearken to other than good counsel. So leave arguing and hear what the poet says. Sayest not the fruits of the market, how of two kinds they be? Some are for figs, but more for the fruit of the sycamore tree. And what another says? Full many in one, whose ankle rings are dumb, her girdle sounds, so this one is content and that a tale of need must tell. Thou dst have me, fool-wise, in her charms forget thee. God forfend I, that a true believer am, should turn an infidel. No, by a whisker that makes mock of all her curls, I swear, nor maid nor strumpet from thy side shall me by guile compel. And a third. O pearl of loveliness, to love thee is my faith, yea, and my choice of all the faiths that have been I. Women I have forsworn, indeed, for thy sweet sake, so that the folk about I'm grown a monk today. And a fourth. Compare not a wench with a boy into the spy, who says to thee, this is wrong, pay thou no heed. Twixt a woman whose feet one's lips kiss and a smooth-faced fawn, who kisses the earth, the difference is great indeed. And a fifth. My soul be thy ransom. Indeed, I've chosen thee out with intent, because thou layest no eggs and dost not menstruate. For, and I incline to foregather with harlots, upon my faith, the wide, wide world for the brats I should get would prove too strait. And a sixth. Quoth she to me, and sore enraged for wounded pride was she, for she in sooth had bidden me to that which might not be. And if thou swive me not forthright, as one should swive his wife, if thou be made a cuckold straight, reproach it not to me. Meseems thy yard is made of wax, for very flaxedness, for, when I rub it with my hand, it softens instantly. And a seventh. Quoth she, for I to lie with her would not consent, O fool, that followest on thy folly to the extent. If thou reject my cause for kibla to thy yard, we'll show thee one wherewith thou shalt be sure content. And an eighth. She proffered me a tender cause, but I will not swive, replied. She drew back, saying, from the truth needs must he turn who's turned aside. And swiving frontwise in our day is all abandoned and decried. Then turned and showed me, as it were a lump of silver, her backside. Well done, O mistress mine. No more am I in pain for thee, I cried. Whose poke of all God's openings is sure the amplest and most wide. And a ninth. Men crave forgiveness with uplifted hands, but women pray with lifted legs, I trow. Out on it for a pious piece of work. God shall exalt it to the deeps below. When Camarasman heard these verses and was certified that there was no escaping compliance with her will, he said, O king, if thou must needs have it so, swear to me that thou wilt use me thus but once, though it avail not to stay thy debauched appetite, and that thou wilt never again require me of this to the end of time, so it may be God will purge me of the sin. I promise thee that, replied she, hoping that God of his favor will relent towards us and blot out our mortal sins, for the compass of the divine forgiveness is not indeed so strait, but it may altogether embrace us and absolve us of the excess of our transgressions and bring us to the light of righteousness out of the darkness of error. As most excellent well saith the poet. The folk imagine of us twain an evil thing, I ween, and with their hearts and souls, indeed, they do persist therein. Come, let us justify their thought and free them thus from guilt. This once, gainst us, and then will we repent us of our sin. Then she swore to him a solemn oath, by him whose existence is unconditioned, that this thing should befall betwixt them but once and never again for all time, and vowed to him that the desire of him was driving her to death and perdition. So he went with her, on this condition, to her privy closet, that she might quench the fire of her passion, saying, There is no power and no virtue save in God the Most High, the Supreme. This is the ordinance of the All-Powerful, the All-Wise. And did off his trousers, in the utmost confusion, with the tears running from his eyes for stress of affright, whereat she smiled and carrying him onto a couch, said to him, After this night, thou shalt see naught that will displease thee. Then she turned to him, kissing and clipping him and twining leg with leg, and said to him, Put thy hand, between my thighs, to that thou wottest of, so haply it may be one to stand up after prostration. He wept and said, I am not good at aught of this. But she said, As I live, and thou do as I bid thee, it shall profit thee. So he put out his hand, with a heart on fire for confusion, and found her thighs fresher than cream and softer than silk. The touching of them pleasured him, and he moved his hand hither and thither, till he came to a dome abounding in benedictions and movements, and said in himself, Belike this king is a hermaphrodite, nor male nor female. So he said to her, O king, I cannot find that thou hast any manly gear, even as other men. What then moved thee to do thus? When the princess heard this, she laughed till she fell backward, and said, O my beloved, how quickly thou hast forgotten the nights we have lain together. Then she made herself known to him, and he knew her for his wife, the Lady Budar, daughter of King Gyre. So he embraced her, and she embraced him, and they kissed each other. Then they lay down on the bed of delight, repeating the words of the poet. When as the softness of a shape did bid him to my arms, that, as it were a trailing vine with twinings did imply. And on the hardness of his heart its very softness shed, he yielded, though at first he feigned reluctance to comply. And came, provided with a stock of caution safe and sure, fearing lest, when he did appear, the railers should him spy. His waist of buttocks mocketh moan, that lay upon his feet a very camel's load, what time he would a walking high. Girt with his glances trenchant swords, and cuirassed with the mail of his bright locks, as 'twere the dusk new fallen from the sky. His fragrance brought me from afar the news of his approach, and forth, as bird let out from cage, to meet my love fled I. I laid my cheek within his way, beneath his sandal soles, and lo, their dust's collyrium healed the ailment of mine eye. With an embrace I hoisted up the flag of love's new linked, and loosed the knot of my delight, that made as 'twould deny. Then let I call high festival, and gladness, all unmixed with any thought of troublessness, came flocking in reply. The full moon handselled with the stars the teeth, like grains of pearl, that on the laughing face of wine now dance, now stirless lie. So in the niche of their delight I gave me up to joys, the veriest sinner would repent if he there like might try. The morning glories of his face be pledge I'll ne'er, in him, forget the writ that biddeth us one only glorify. Then they told one another all that had befallen them since their separation, after which he began to upbraid her, saying, What moved thee to deal with me as thou hast done this night? Do not reproach me, replied she, for I did this but by way of jest and for increase of pleasure and gladness. When it was morning and the day arose with its light and shone, she sent to King Armanus and acquainted him with the truth of the case, and that she was wife to Camarasman. Moreover, she told him their story and the manner of their separation, and how his daughter Hyacinthus was yet a maid. He marveled greatly at their story and bade record it in letters of gold. Then he turned to Camarasman and said, O king's son, art thou minded to marry my daughter and become my son-in-law? I must consult the Princess Budar, answered he, for I owe her favor without stint. So he took counsel with her, and she said, This is well seen, marry her and I will be her handmaid, for I am her debtor for kindness and favor and good offices, more by token that we are here in her place and that the king her father has loaded us with benefits. When he saw that she inclined to this and was not jealous of Hyacinthus, he agreed with her thereupon and told King Armanus what she had said, whereat he rejoiced greatly. Then he went out, and seating himself in his chair of estate, assembled all the viziers and emirs and chamberlains and grandees, to whom he related the whole story and acquainted them with his desire to marry his daughter to Camarasman and make him king in the stead of the Princess Budar. Whereupon said they all, Since he is the husband of the Princess Budar, who hath been our sultan till now, whilst we deemed her King Armanus's son-in-law, we are all content to have him to sultan over us and will be his servants, nor will we swerve from his allegiance. At this Armanus rejoiced, and summoning Cadus and witnesses and the chief officers of state, let draw up the contract of marriage between Camarasman and his daughter, the Princess Hyacinthus. Then he held high festival, giving sumptuous banquets and bestowing costly dresses of honor upon the emirs and captains, Moreover, he gave alms to the poor and needy and freed the prisoners. All the folk rejoiced in the coming of Camarasman to the throne, wishing him abiding glory and prosperity and happiness and renown, and as soon as he became king, he remitted the customs dues and released all that remained in prison. Thus he abode a long while, ordering himself worthily towards his subjects, and lived with his wives in peace and happiness and content, lying the night with each of them in turn. And indeed all his troubles and afflictions were blotted out from him, and he forgot his father King Sheriman and his former estate of honor and worship with him. After a while, God the Most High blessed him with 2 sons, as they were 2 shining moons, the elder, whose name was Prince Amjad, by Queen Budar, and the younger, whose name was Prince Asad and who was comelier than his brother, by Queen Hayat and Nufus. They were reared in splendor and delight and were instructed in penmanship and science and the arts of government and horsemanship and other polite arts and accomplishments, till they attained the extreme of perfection and the utmost limit of beauty and grace, and both men and women were ravished by their charms. They grew up together, till they reached the age of 17, and loved one another so dear that they were never apart, eating and drinking together and sleeping in one bed, and all the people envied them their beauty and concord. When they came to man's estate and were endowed with every perfection, their father was wont, as often as he went on a journey, to make them sit in his stead by turns in the place of judgment, and each did justice among the folk one day at a time. Now, as unalterable fate and foreordained destiny would have it, Queen Budar fell in love with Asad, son of Queen Hayat and Nufus, and the latter became enamored of Amjad, and each of them used to sport and play with the other's son, kissing him and straining him to her bosom, whilst each thought that the other's behavior arose but from motherly affection. On this wise, passion got the mastery of the 2 women's hearts, and they became madly enamored of the 2 youths, so that when the other's son came in to either of them, she would press him to her bosom and long for him never to be parted from her, till, at last, when waiting grew tedious to them and they found no way to enjoyment, they refused meat and drink and forwent the solace of sleep. Presently, the king went out to hunt, bidding his sons sit to do justice in his stead, each one day in turn, according to their wont. So Prince Amjad sat on the throne the first day, ordering and forbidding, appointing and deposing, giving and denying, and Queen Hayat and Nufus took a scroll and wrote to him the following letter, suing for his favor and discovering to him her passion, in fine, altogether putting off the mask and giving him to know that she desired to enjoy him. From the wretched lover, the sorrowful severed one, whose youth is wasted in the love of thee and whose torment for thee is prolonged. Were I to recount to thee the extent of my affliction and what I suffer for sadness, the passion that is in my breast and all that I endure for weeping and groaning and the rending of my sorrowful heart, my unremitting cares and my ceaseless griefs and all my suffering for severance and sadness and the ardor of desire, no letter could contain it nor calculation compass it. Indeed, earth and heaven are straitened upon me, and I have no hope and no trust but in thee. I am come nigh upon death and suffer the horrors of dissolution, burning is sore upon me, and the pangs of separation and estrangement. Were I to set out the yearnings that possess me, no scrolls would suffice thereto, and of the excess of my affliction and wasting away, I have made the following verses. Were I to set down all I feel of heart-consuming dole and all the transport and unease that harbor in my soul, nor ink nor pen in all the world thereafter would remain, nor aught from east to west were left of paper or of scroll. Then she folded up the silken tresses of her hair, whose cost swallowed up treasures, in the letter, and wrapping it in a piece of rich silk, scented with musk and ambergris, laid it in a handkerchief, after which she gave it to an eunuch and bade him carry it to Prince Amjad. The eunuch took it, knowing not what the future hid for him, for he who knoweth the hidden things ordereth events according to his will, and going in to the prince, kissed the earth before him and gave him the letter. He opened it and reading it, was ware that his father's wife was in intent an adulteress and a traitress to her husband, whereat he was exceeding wroth and railed at women and their works, saying, May God curse women, the traitresses, that lack reason and religion. Then he drew his sword and said to the eunuch, Out on thee, thou wicked slave! Dost thou carry adulterous messages for thy lord's wife? By Allah, there is no good in thee, O black of hue and heart, O foul of face and nature. So saying, he smote him on the neck and severed his head from his body. Then, folding the letter in the handkerchief, he thrust it into his pocket and went in to his own mother and told her what had passed, reviling and reproaching her and saying, Each one of you is worse than the other, and by God the Great, did I not fear to transgress against the rights of my father and my brother Asad, I would assuredly go in to her and cut off her head, even as I cut off that of her eunuch. Then he went out in a great rage, and when the news reached Queen Hayat and Nufus of what he had done with her messenger, she reviled him and cursed him and plotted perfidy against him. He passed the night, sick with anger and disgust and concern, nor was meat nor drink nor sleep sweet to him. Next morning, Prince Asad went out in his turn to rule the folk in his father's stead and sat in the audience chamber, judging and administering justice, appointing and deposing, ordering and forbidding, giving and bestowing, till near the time of afternoon prayer, when Queen Budar sent for a crafty old woman and discovering to her what was in her heart, wrote a letter to Prince Asad, complaining of the excess of her love and longing for him, as follows, From her who perisheth for passion and love longing to the goodliest of mankind in form and nature, him who is conceited of his own loveliness and glories in his amorous grace, who turneth away from those that seek to enjoy him and refuseth to show favor unto the lowly and the self-abasing, him who is cruel and disdainful, from the despairing lover to Prince Asad, lord of surpassing beauty and excelling grace, of the moon-bright face and the flower-white brow and dazzling splendor. This is my letter to him whose love consumes my body and rends my skin and my bones. Know that my patience fails me and I am at a loss what to do, longing and wakefulness weary me and sleep and patience deny themselves to me, but mourning and watching stick fast to me and desire and passion torment me, and the extremes of languor and sickness. Yet may my life be thy ransom, though it be thy pleasure to slay her who loveth thee, and may God prolong thy life and preserve thee from every ill. After this, she wrote the following verses. Fate hath so ordered it that I must needs thy lover be, O thou whose charms shine as the moon, when at the full is she. All beauty and all eloquence thou dost in thee contain, and over all the world of men thou art bright and brave to see. That thou my torturer shouldst be, I am indeed content, so but thou wilt one glance bestow, as I must deed, on me. Happy, thrice happy is her lot who dieth for thy love. No good is there in any one that doth not cherish thee. And these also. To thee, O Asad, of the pangs of passion I complain, have pity on a slave of love, that burns for longing pain. How long, I wonder, shall the hands of passion sport with me, and love and dole and sleeplessness consume me, heart and brain? Whiles do I plain me of a sea within my heart and whiles of flaming, surely, this is strange, O thou my wish and bane. Give o'er thy railing, censor mine, and set thyself to flee from love that mocketh eyes, for I with burning tears to rain. How oft, for absence and desire, I cry, alas, my grief! But all my crying and lament in this my case are vain. Thou hast with rigors made me sick, that past my power to bear, thou art the physician, do thou me with what befits assign. O thou my censurer, forbear to chide me for my case, lest, of love's cruel malady, perdition thee attain. Then she scented the letter with odoriferous musk, and winding it in the tresses of her hair, which were of Iraq silk, with tassels of oblong emeralds, set with pearls and jewels, delivered it to the old woman, bidding her carry it to Prince Asad. She undertook the errand, to pleasure her, and going in straightway to the prince, found him in his closet and delivered him the letter, after which she stood waiting for the answer. When Asad had read the letter and knew its purport, he wrapped it up again in the tresses and put it in his pocket, cursing false women. Then, for he was beyond measure wroth, he sprang up and drawing his sword, smote the old woman on the neck and cut off her head. Then he went in to his mother, Queen Hayat-en-Nufus, whom he found lying on her bed, sick for that which had betided her with Prince Amjad, and railed at her and cursed her, after which he left her and betook himself to his brother, to whom he related what had befallen him with Queen Budar, adding, By Allah, O my brother, but that I feared to grieve thee, I had gone in to her forthright and smitten her head off her shoulders. By Allah, O my brother, replied Amjad, the like of what hath befallen thee befell me also yesterday with thy mother Queen Hayat-en-Nufus. And he told him what had passed, adding, By Allah, O my brother, not but respect for thee withheld me from going in to her and dealing with her even as I dealt with the eunuch. They passed the rest of the night in trouble and affliction, conversing and cursing false women, and agreed to keep the matter secret, lest their father should hear of it and kill the two women. On the morrow, the king returned with his suite from hunting and sat a while in his chair of estate, after which he dismissed the emirs and went up to his harem, where he found his two wives lying on the bed, exceeding sick. Now they had made a plot against the two princes and concerted to do away their lives, for that they had exposed themselves before them and feared to be at their mercy. When Camaralzaman saw them on this wise, he said to them, What ails you? Whereupon they rose and kissing his hands, answered, perverting the case and saying, Know, O king, that thy sons, who have been reared in thy bounty, have played thee false and outraged thee in the persons of thy wives. When he heard this, the light in his eyes became darkness and his reason fled for the excess of his rage. Then said he to them, Expound this thing to me. O king of the age, answered Budar, know that these many days past thy son Asad has been wont to send me letters and messages to solicit me to lewdness, and I still forbade him from this, but he would not be forbidden. When thou wentest forth to hunt, he rushed in on me, drunken with a drawn sword in his hand, and smiting my eunuch, slew him. Then he mounted on my breast, still holding the sword, and I feared lest he should slay me even as he had slain my eunuch, if I gainsaid him, so he took his will of me by force, and now and thou do me not justice on him, O king, I will slay myself with my own hand, for I reck not of life in the world after this foul deed. Queen Hayat-en-Nufus, choking with tears, told him a like story respecting Prince Amjad, after which she fell a weeping and wailing and said, Except thou avenge me on him, I will tell my father, King Armanus. Then they both wept sore before King Camaralzaman, who, when he saw their tears and heard their words, concluded that their story was true and waxing beyond measure wroth, went out, thinking to fall upon his two sons and put them to death. On his way he met his father-in-law King Armanus, who hearing of his return from the chase, had come to salute him and seeing him with the naked sword in his hand and the blood dripping from his nostrils, for excess of rage, inquired what ailed him. Camaralzaman told him what his sons Amjad and Asad had done and added, I am now going in to them, to slay them on the foulest wise and make of them the most shameful of examples. O my son, said King Armanus, and indeed he too was wroth with them, thou dost well, and may God not bless them nor any sons that offend thus against their father's honor. But, O my son, the proverb says, Whoso looks not to the issues, fortune is no friend to him. In any case, they are thy sons, and it befits not that thou put them to death with thine own hand, lest thou drink of their agony and after repent of having slain them, whenas repentance will avail thee nothing. Rather do thou send one of thine officers with them into the desert and let him kill them there, out of thy sight, for, as says the adage, when the eye sees not, the heart grieves not. Camaralzaman saw his father-in-law's words to be just, so he sheathed his sword and turning back, sat down upon his throne and called his treasurer, a very old man, versed in affairs and in the shifts of fortune, to whom he said, Go in to my sons Amjad and Asad, bind fast their hands behind them and lay them in 2 chests and set them on a mule. Then take horse and carry them into the mid-desert, where do thou put them to death and fill 2 vials with their blood and bring them to me in haste? I hear and obey, answered the treasurer, and went out forthright to do his bidding. On his way, he met the princes coming out of the palace vestibule, for they had donned their richest clothes and were on their way to salute their father and give him joy of his safe return from the chase. When he saw them, he laid hands on them, saying, O my sons, know that I am but a slave commanded, and that your father hath laid a commandment on me. Will ye obey his commandment? Yes, answered they, whereupon he bound their hands, and laying them in the chests, set the latter on the back of a mule, with which he left the city and rode into the open country, till near midday, when he halted in a waste and desert spot, and dismounting, set down the 2 chests. He opened them and took out Amjad and Asad, whom when he saw, he wept sore for their beauty and grace. Then drawing his sword, he said to them, O my lords, indeed it irks me to deal so foully by you, but I am to be excused in this, being but a slave commanded, for that your father King Camarasman hath bidden me strike off your heads. O Emir, answered they, do the king's bidding, for we submit with patience to that which God, to whom be ascribed might and majesty, hath decreed to us, and thou art quit of our blood. Then they embraced and bade each other farewell, and Asad said to the treasurer, God on thee, O uncle, spare me the sight of my brother's agony, and make me not drink of his anguish, but kill me first, that it may be the easier for me. Amjad said the like, and entreated the treasurer to kill him before Asad, saying, My brother is younger than I, so make me not taste of his anguish. And they both wept sore, whilst the treasurer wept for their weeping, and they said to each other, All this comes of the malice of those traitresses, our mothers, and this is the reward of our forbearance towards them. But there is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. Verily, we are His, and unto Him we return. And Asad embraced his brother, sobbing and repeating the following verses. O thou to whom the sad complain, to whom the fearful flee, thou that art evermore prepared for all that is to be. Lord, there is left me no resource but at thy door to knock, yea, at whose portal shall I knock, if thou be deaf to me? O thou, the treasures of whose grace are in the one word be favorable, I beseech, for all good is with thee. When Amjad heard his brothers weeping, he wept also and pressed him to his bosom, repeating the following verses. O thou, whose bounties unto me are more than one, I trow, whose favors lavished on my head are countless as the sand. No blow of all the blows of fate has ever fallen on me, but I have found thee ready still to take me by the hand. Then said he to the treasurer, I conjure thee by the one God, the omnipotent King and Protector, kill me before my brother Asad, and allay the fire of my heart. But Asad wept and exclaimed, Not so, I will die first. Whereupon said Amjad, It were best that we embrace each other, so the sword may fall upon us and kill us both at one stroke. So they embraced, face to face, and clipped each other straightly, whilst the treasurer bound them fast with cords, weeping the while. Then he drew his sword and said to them, By Allah, O my lords, it is indeed hard to me to kill you. But have ye no last wishes or injunctions that I may fulfill, or message that I may carry? We have no wish, replied Amjad, and my only injunction to thee is that thou set my brother undermost, that the blow may fall on me first, and when thou hast slain us and returnest to the king and he asks thee, What said they before their death, do thou answer, Thy sons salute thee and say to thee, Thou knewest not if we were innocent or guilty, yet hast thou put us to death and hast not certified thyself of our guilt nor looked into our case. Then do thou repeat to him these verses. Women are very devils, made to work us dole and death, refuge I seek with God Most High from all their craft and scathe. Prime source are they of all the ills that fall upon mankind, both in the fortunes of this world and matters of the faith. We desire of thee naught but this, continued Amjad, except that thou have patience with us, whilst I repeat other 2 lines to my brother. Then he wept sore and recited the following verses. Examples many, thou and I, we have in kings of days gone by, how many, alack, have trod this road, of great and small and low and high. At this the treasurer wept, till his beard was wet, whilst Assad's eyes filled with tears, and he in turn repeated these verses. Fate, when the thing itself is past, afflicteth with the trace. And weeping is not, of a truth, for body, or form or face. What ails the knights? May God blot out our error from the knights, and may the hand of change bewray and bring them to disgrace. They wreaked their malice to the full on Ibn Easy Zubair erst, and on the house and sacred stone his safeguard did embrace. Would God, since Kharija they took for Amru's sacrifice, they'd ransomed Ali, with whom they would have all our race. Then, with cheeks stained with thick coming tears, he recited these also. The days and nights are fashioned for treachery and despite, yeah, they are full of perfidy and knavish craft and sleight. The mirage is their luster of teeth, and to their eyes the horror of all darkness, the coal that keeps them bright. My crime against them, hateful their nature is but the sword's crime, when the sworder sets on into the fight. Then he sobbed and said, O thou that seeketh the worthless world, give ear to me and know the very net of ruin it is, in quarry of dole and woe. A stead, whom it mocketh laugh today, tomorrow it mocketh weep, out on it then for a dwelling place, since it is even so. Its raids and its onsets are never done, nor can its bondsman win to free himself from its iron clutch by dint of stress and throe. How many an one in its vanities hath gloried and taken pride, till froward and arrogant thus he grew and did all bounds o'ergo. Then did she turn him the buckler's back and give him to drink therein full measure, and set her to take her wreak of the favours she did show. For know that her blows fall sudden and swift and unawares, though long the time of forbearance be, and halt the coming of fate and slow. So look to thyself, lest life and the world pass idle and profitless by, and see that thou fail not of taking thought to the end of all below. Cast loose from the chains of the love and the wish of the world, and thou shalt find guidance and help unto righteousness and peace of heart, I trow. When he had made an end of these verses, he clipped his brother in his arms, till they seemed as it were one body, and the treasurer, raising his sword, was about to strike them, when, behold, his horse took fright at the wind of his upraised hand, and breaking its tether, fled into the desert. Now the horse was worth 1,000 dinars, and on his back was a splendid saddle, worth much money, so the treasurer threw down his sword, in great concern, and ran after him, to catch him. The horse galloped on, snorting and neighing and pawing the earth in his fright, till he raised a cloud of dust, and presently coming to a wood, fled into the midst of it, whither the treasurer followed him. Now there was in this wood a terrible lion, foul of face, with eyes that cast forth sparks. His look was grim and his aspect struck terror into men's souls. He heard the noise made by the horse and came out to see what was to do. Presently the treasurer turned and saw the lion making towards him, but found no way of escape, nor had he his sword with him. So he said in himself, There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. This stress has come upon me because of Amjad and Assad, and indeed this journey was unblessed from the first. Meanwhile Amjad and Assad were grievously oppressed by the heat and grew sore athirst, so that their tongues hung out and they cried for succor, but none came to their relief, and they said, Would God we were dead and at peace from this torment. But we know not whither the treasurer's horse hath fled, that he has gone and left us bound. If he would but come back and kill us, it were easier to us than to suffer this torture. O my brother, said Assad, be patient, and the relief of God, blessed and exalted be he, will surely come to us, for the horse ran not away save of his favor towards us, and not irks us but this thirst. So saying, he stretched himself and strained right and left, till he burst his bonds. Then he unbound his brother and taking up the emir's sword, said, "By Allah, we will not go hence, till we know what has come of him." So they followed the track, till it led them to the wood, and they said to one another, "Of a surety, the horse and the treasurer have not overgone this wood." Quoth Asad, "Stay thou here, whilst I enter the wood and search it." "I will not let thee go in alone," answered Amjad. "We will both go in, so if we escape, we shall escape together, and if we perish, we shall perish together." So they entered both and found the lion standing over the treasurer, who lay like a sparrow in his grip, calling upon God for help and lifting his hands to heaven. When Amjad saw this, he took the sword and running to the lion, smote him between the eyes and laid him dead on the ground. The emir arose, marveling at this, and seeing Amjad and Asad his lord's sons, standing there, cast himself at their feet and exclaimed, "By Allah, O my lords, it were foul wrong in me to put you to death. May the man never be who would kill you. Indeed, I will ransom you with my life." Then he rose and embracing them, inquired how they had loosed their bonds and come thither, whereupon they told him how the bonds of one of them had fallen loose and he had unbound the other, that they might quit their intent, and how they had followed his track till they came upon him. He thanked them for their deed and went with them forth of the wood, where they said to him, "O uncle, do our father's bidding." "God forbid," answered he, "that I should draw near to you with hurt. I mean to take your clothes and clothe you with mine, then will I fill 2 vials with the lion's blood and go back to the king and tell him I have put you to death. But as for you, fare ye forth into the lands, for God's earth is wide, and know, O my lords, that it irks me to part from you." At this, they all fell a weeping. Then the 2 youths put off their clothes and the treasurer covered them with his own. Moreover, he filled 2 vials with the lion's blood and making 2 parcels of the prince's clothes, set them before him on his horse's back. Then he took leave of them and making his way back to the city, went in to King Camarasman and kissed the earth before him. The king saw him pale and troubled, and deeming this came of the slaughter of the 2 princes, though in truth it came of his adventure with the lion, rejoiced and said to him, "Hast thou done the business?" "Yes, O our lord," answered the treasurer, and gave him the 2 parcels of clothes and the 2 vials of blood. "How bore they themselves?" asked the king, "and did they give thee any charge?" "I found them patient and resigned to their fate," answered the treasurer, "and they said to me, Verily, our father is excusable, bear him our salutation and say to him, Thou art quit of our blood, and repeat to him the following verses. Women are very devils, made to work us dole and death, refuge I seek with God Most High from all their craft and scathe. Prime source are they of all the ills that fall upon mankind, both in the fortunes of this world and matters of the faith." When the king heard this, he bowed his head a long while and knew this to mean that they had wrongfully been put to death. Then he bethought himself of the perfidy of women and the calamities brought about by them, and opening the 2 parcels fell to turning over his son's clothes and weeping. Presently, he found in the pocket of his son Asad's clothes a letter in Queen Buder's hand, enclosing the tresses of her hair, and reading it, knew that the prince had been falsely accused. Then he searched Amjad's clothes and found in his pocket a letter in the handwriting of Queen Hayat and Nufus, enclosing the tresses of her hair, so he opened and read it and knew that Amjad also had been wronged, whereupon he beat hand upon hand and exclaimed, "There is no power and no virtue but in God. I have slain my sons unjustly." And he buffeted his face, crying out, "Alas, my sons! Alas, my long grief!" Then he bade build 2 tombs in one house, which he styled House of Lamentations, and let grave thereon his sons' names, and he threw himself on Amjad's tomb, weeping and groaning and lamenting, and repeated these verses. O moon, that hast set beneath the earth for whose loss weep the shining stars of the sky. O wand, after whom no more shall the flexile grace of the willow-like bending shape enchant the eye. My sight I've bereft of thee, of my jealousy, and ne'er shall I see thee again, till I come to die. I'm drowned in the sea of my tears, for sheer unrest, indeed, for sleepless sorrow in hell am I. Then he threw himself on Assad's tomb and recited the following verses, whilst the tears poured from his eyes. Fain had I shared with thee, dear heart, in death and ill, but God, that ordereth all, willed other than my will. All that I see, my dole makes black, whilst from my eyes all black I've blotted out with weeping all my fill. I weep and never stint, mine eyes run never dry, my entrails ulcered are in blood and tears to still. Sore it irketh me to see thee in a place where slaves and kings alike foregather, will or nill. Then he forsook his friends and intimates, and denying himself to his women and his family, shut himself up in the house of lamentations, where he passed his time in weeping for his sons. Meanwhile, Amjad and Asad fared on into the desert a whole month's journey, eating of the fruits of the earth and drinking of the rainpools, till their travel brought them to a mountain of black stone, where the road divided in two, one skirting the foot of the mountain and the other leading to its summit. They took the former way, for fear of thirst, and followed it 5 days, but saw no end to it and were overcome with weariness, being unused to walking in mountains or elsewhere. At last, despairing of coming to the end of the road, they retraced their steps and taking the other, that led over the mountain, followed it all that day, till nightfall, when Asad, weary with much travel, said to Amjad, O my brother, I can go no farther, for I am exceeding weak. Courage, replied Amjad, maybe God will send us relief. So they walked on part of the night, till the darkness closed in upon them, when Asad became beyond measure weary and saying, O my brother, I am worn out and spent with walking, threw himself on the ground and wept. Amjad took him in his arms and fared on with him, halting by times to rest, till break of day, when they came to the mountain top and found there a stream of running water and by it a pomegranate tree and a prayer niche. They could hardly believe their eyes, but, sitting down by the spring, drank of its water and ate of the fruit of the tree, after which they lay down and slept till sunrise, when they washed in the spring and eating of the pomegranates, slept again till the time of afternoon prayer. Then they thought to continue their journey, but Asad could not walk, for his feet were swollen. So they abode there 3 days, till they were rested, after which they set out again and fared on over the mountain days and nights, while night perished for thirst, till they came in sight of a city afar off, at which they rejoiced and made towards it. When they drew near it, they thanked God the Most High, and Amjad said to Asad, O my brother, sit here, whilst I go to yonder city and see what and whose it is and where we are in God's wide world, that we may know through what lands we have passed in crossing this mountain, whose skirts if we had followed, we had not reached this city in a whole year, so praised be God for safety. By Allah, replied Asad, none shall go but myself, and may I be thy ransom. If thou leave me, I shall imagine 1,000 things and suffer tortures of anxiety on thine account, for I cannot brook thine absence from me. Go then, rejoined Amjad, and do not tarry. So Asad took money and leaving his brother awaiting him, descended the mountain and fared on, till he entered the city. As he passed through the streets, he met an old man, with a beard that flowed down upon his breast and was parted in twain. He bore a walking staff in his hand and was richly clad, with a great red turban on his head. When Asad saw him, he wondered at his mien and habit. Nevertheless, he went up to him and saluting him, inquired the way to the market. The old man smiled in his face and said, O my son, meseems thou art a stranger? Yes, answered Asad, I am a stranger. O my son, rejoined the other, verily, thou gladdenest our country with thy presence and makest thine own land desolate by reason of thine absence. What wantest thou of the market? O uncle, replied Asad, I have an elder brother, with whom I have journeyed these 3 months, for we come from a far country. When we sighted this city, I left my brother in the mountain and came hither, purposing to buy food and what else and return therewith to him, that we might feed thereon. Rejoice in all good, O my son, said the old man. Know that today I give a marriage feast, to which I have bidden many guests, and I have made ready great plenty of the best and most delicious meats that the heart can desire. So, if thou wilt come home with me, I will give thee freely all thou lackest, without price. Moreover, I will teach thee the ways of the city, and praised be God, O my son, that thou hast fallen in with me and none other. As thou wilt, answered Asad, but make haste, for my brother awaits me and his whole heart is with me. So the old man took Asad by the hand, smiling in his face and saying, Glory be to him who hath delivered thee from the people of this city. Then he carried him to a narrow lane and entering a spacious house, brought him into a saloon, wherein were 40 old men, seated in a circle about a lighted fire, to which they were doing worship and prostrating themselves. When Asad saw this he was confounded and his flesh quaked, though he knew not what they were, and the old man said to them, O elders of the fire, how blessed is this day! Then he cried out, saying, Ho, Gezban! Whereupon there came unto him a tall black slave of forbidding aspect, grim-visaged and flat-nosed. The old man made a sign to him, and he bound Asad straitly, after which the old man said to him, Bear him to the dungeon under the earth and bid my slave girl Qum torture him day and night and give him a cake of bread to eat morning and evening, against the time come of the voyage to the blue sea and the mountain of fire, when we will slaughter him on the mountain as a sacrifice. So the black carried him out at another door and raising a flag in the floor, discovered a flight of 20 steps leading to a chamber under the earth, into which he descended with him and laying his feet in irons, committed him to the slave girl and went away. Meanwhile, the old men said to one another, When the day of the festival of the fire comes, we will sacrifice him on the mountain, as a propitiatory offering to the fire. Presently the damsel went down to him and beat him grievously, till the blood streamed from his sides and he fainted away, after which she set at his head a cake of bread and a cruse of brackish water and went away and left him. In the middle of the night, he revived and found himself bound and sore with beating, so he wept bitterly and recalling his former estate of ease and honor and lordship and dominion, groaned and lamented and repeated the following verses. Halt by the ruins of the house in question of our fate, nor think we sojourn in the land, as in our first estate. Fortune, the sunderer, hath wrought the severance of our loves, yet doth our enemies' despite against us not abate. A filthy cockatrice is set to torture me with whips, whose breast against me is fulfilled with rancor and with hate. But haply God shall yet reknit our severed loves again and turn our enemies from us with vengeance stern and straight. Then he put out his hand and finding the bread and water at his head, ate enough to keep life in him and drank a little water, but could get no sleep for the swarms of bugs and lice. As soon as it was day, the slave girl came down to him and changed his clothes, which were drenched with blood and stuck to him, so that his skin came off with the shirt, wherefore he shrieked aloud and cried, Alas, and said, O my God, if this be thy pleasure, increase it upon me. O Lord, verily thou art not unmindful of him that oppresses me, do thou then avenge me upon him. And he groaned and repeated the following verses. Lord, I submit myself to that thou dost decree, contented to endure, if but it pleasure thee. To suffer at thy will with patience nor complain, though I be cast to burn on coals of tamarisk tree. Mine enemies oppress and torture me, but thou with benefits belike shall quite and comfort me. Far be t from thee to let th oppressor go unscathed, thou art my hope and stay, O Lord of destiny. And what another says. Avert thy face from thought-taking and care and trust to fate to order thine affair. For many a weary and a troublous thing is, in its issue, solaceful and fair. That which was straight is oftentimes made wide, and straightened that which easy was whilera. God orders all, according to his will, gainsay him not in what he doth prepare. But trust in happy fortune near at hand, wherein thou shalt forget the woes that were. Then the slave girl beat him till he fainted away, and throwing him a cake of bread and a cruse of brackish water, went away and left him sad and lonely, bound in chains of iron, with the blood streaming from his sides and far from those he loved. So he called to mind his brother and his former high estate, and repeated the following verses, shedding floods of tears the while. How long wilt thou wage war on me, O fate, and bear away my brethren from me? Hold thy hand and spare a while, I pray. Is it not time, O thou whose heart is as the rock, that thou my long estrangement and my dole shouldst pity and allay? Ill hast thou wrought to those I love, and made my foes exult with all that thou hast wreaked on me of ruin and dismay. Yea, for the pains he sees me brook of exile and desire and loneliness, my foeman's heart is solaceful and gay. Thou art he not content with what is fallen on me of bitter dole, of loss of friends and swollen eyes, affliction and affray. But I must lie and rot, to boot, in prison strait and dour, where naught but gnawing of my hands I have for help and stay. And tears that shower in torrents down, as from the rain-charged clouds, and fire of yearning, never quenched, that rages night and day. And memory and longing, pain and melancholy thought, and sobs and sighs and groans and cries of woe, and well away. Passion and soul-destroying grief I suffer, and unto desire, that knoweth not relent nor end, am fallen a prey. No kindly soul is found to have compassion on my case, and with his visits and his grace my misery allay. Lies there a true and tender friend, who doth compassionate my sickness and my long unrest, that unto him I may make moan of all that I endure for dole and dreary head, and of my sleepless eyes, oppressed of wakefulness alway? My night in torments is prolonged, I burn, without reprieve, in flames of heart-consuming care that rage in me, for I. The bug and flea do drink my blood, even as one drinks of wine, poured by the hand of damask-lipped and slender-waisted May. The body of me, amongst the lice, is as an orphan's good, that in an unjust cotty's hands doth dwindle and decay. My dwelling place is in a tomb, 3 scanty cubits wide, wherein in shackles and in bonds I languish night and day. My tears my wine are, and my chains my music, my desert woe-worthy thought and cares the bed whereon myself I lay. Meanwhile his brother abode, awaiting him, till midday, but he returned not, whereupon Amjad's heart fluttered and the tears welled from his eyes. The pangs of severance were sore upon him, and he wept sore, exclaiming, Alas, my brother! Alas, my companion! Alas, my grief! I fear me we are separated. Then he descended the mountain, with the tears running down his cheeks, and entering the city, made for the market. He asked the folk the name of the city and of its people, and they said, This is called the city of the Magians, and its people serve the fire, not the omnipotent king. Then he inquired of the city of Ebony, and they answered, It is a year's journey thither by land and 6 months by sea. It was governed erst by a king called Armanus, but he took to son-in-law a prince called Camarasman, distinguished for justice and loyalty, munificence and benevolence, and made him king in his stead. When Amjad heard tell of his father, he groaned and wept and lamented, and knew not whither to go. However, he bought food and carried it with him, till he came to a retired spot, where he sat down, thinking to eat, but, recalling his brother, he fell a weeping and ate but a morsel to stay his stomach, and that against his will. Then he rose and walked about the city, seeking news of his brother, till he saw a Muslim, a tailor, sitting in his shop. So he sat down by him and told him his story, whereupon quoth the tailor, If he have fallen into the hands of any of the Magians, thou shalt hardly see him again, yet it may be God will reunite you. But thou, "O my brother," added he, "wilt thou lodge with me?" "Yes," answered Amjad, and the tailor rejoiced at this. So Amjad abode with him many days, what while the tailor comforted him and exhorted him to patience and taught him his craft, till he became expert. One day, he went forth to the seashore and washed his clothes, after which he entered the bath and put on clean raiment. Then he walked about the streets, to divert himself, and presently fell in with a woman of surpassing beauty and symmetry, unequaled for grace and loveliness. When she saw him, she raised her face veil and winked to him and ogled him, reciting the following verses. Afar, I saw thee coming and cast mine eyes down straight, as if, loveling slender, thou wert the very sun. Indeed, thou art the fairest of all beholden, yea, even than thyself thou art fairer, since yesterday was done. Were beauty but allotted, to every one his due, 1/5 of it were Joseph's or but a part of one. And all the rest were surely thine own and only thine, may all men be thy ransom, yea, every mother's son. When he heard this, his heart inclined to her and the hands of love sported with him, so he winked to her in answer and repeated the following verses. Over the rose of the cheek, the thorns of the eyelashes rise, so who shall adventure himself to gather the flowery prize? Lift not your hands to the rose, for long have the lashes waged war and poured on us battle, because we lifted to it ward our eyes. Tell her the tyrant who plays and yet is temptation itself, though still more seductive she'd be, if she dealt but in loyal or wise. I see that, for beauty like thine, exposure's the surest of guards, for the veiling thy face but augments its seductions and adds to our size. Like the sun, on whose visage undimmed the eye still refuses to look, and yet we may gaze at our ease, when the thinnest of clouds o'er it lies. The honey's protected, forsooth, by the sting of the bees of the hive, so question the guards of the camp why they stay us in this our emprise. If my slaughter be what they desire, let them put off their rancors and stand from between us and leave her to deal with me and my life at her guise. For, I wot, not so deadly are they, when they set on a foe with their swords, as the eyes of the fair with the mole, when her glances upon us she plies. At this she sighed deeply and signing to him again, repeated the following verses. 'Tis thou that hast trodden the road of aversion and coyness, not I. Vouchsafe me the promised delight, for the time of fulfillment draws nigh. O thou that makest morning to dawn with the luster and light of thy brows, and eke, with thy browlocks unloosed, the night to sink down from the sky. Thou hast, with an idol's aspect, seduced me and made me thy slave, and hast stirred me up troubles galore in many a season passed by. And yet it is just that my heart with the ardor of passion should burn, for the fire is their due who adore aught other than God the Most High. Thou sellest the like of myself for nothing, yea, free, without price, if needs thou must sell, and no help, take a price, then, of those that would buy. When he heard this, he said to her, Wilt thou come to my lodging, or shall I go with thee to thine? At this, she hung her head bashfully and repeated the words of the Most High, Men shall have precedence over women, for that God hath preferred these over those. By this, Amjad understood that she wished to go with him and felt himself bounden to find a place wherein to receive her, but was ashamed to carry her to the house of his host, the tailor. So he walked on and she followed him from street to street, till she was tired and said to him, O my lord, where is thy house? But a little way before us, answered he. Then he turned aside into a handsome street, followed by the young lady, and walked on, till he came to the end, when he found it had no issue, and exclaimed, There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. Then, raising his eyes, he saw, at the upper end of the street, a great door, with 2 stone benches, but it was locked. So he sat down on one of the benches and the lady on the other, and she said to him, O my lord, wherefore waitest thou? He bowed his head a while, then raised it and answered, I am waiting for my servant, who has the key, for I bade him make me ready meat and drink and flowers for the wine service against my return from the bath. But he said in himself, Belike she will grow tired of waiting and go about her business, leaving me here, when I will go my own way. However, when she was weary of waiting, she said, O my lord, thy servant tarries long, and here are we waiting in the street. And she took a stone and went up to the lock. Be not in haste, said Amjad, but have patience till the servant comes. However, she hearkened not to him, but smote the lock with the stone and broke it in half, whereupon the door opened. Quoth he, What possessed thee to do this? Pooh, pooh, my lord, answered she. What matters it? Is not the house thine? Yes, said he, but there was no need to break the lock. Then she entered, leaving Amjad confounded and knowing not what to do for fear of the people of the house. But she said to him, Why dost thou not enter, O light of mine eyes and darling of my heart? I hear and obey, answered he, but my servant tarries long upon me, and I know not if he have done aught of what I bade him or not. So saying, he entered, sore in fear of the people of the house, and found himself in a handsome saloon, full of buffets and niches and settles, furnished with stuffs of silk and brocade. It had 4 raised recesses, each facing other, and in the midst was a fountain of costly fashion, on whose margin stood a covered tray, of meats, with a leather tablecloth hanging up and dishes set with jewels, full of fruits and sweet-scented flowers. Hard by stood drinking vessels and a candlestick with a candle therein. The place was full of precious stuffs, and therein were chests and stools set, on each of which latter lay a parcel of clothes and a purse full of gold and silver. The floor was paved with marble, and the house bore witness in every part to its owner's fortune. When Amjad saw all this, he was confounded and said in himself, I am a lost man. Verily, we are gods, and to God we return. As for the lady, she was transported at what she saw and said to him, By Allah, O my lord, thy servant has not failed of his duty, for see, he has swept the place and cooked the meat and set on the fruit, and indeed I come at the best of times. But he paid no heed to her, his heart being taken up with fear of the people of the house, and she said, Fie, O my lord, O my heart! What ails thee to stand thus? Then she sighed, and giving him a kiss, that sounded like the cracking of a walnut, said, O my lord, and thou have bidden other than me, I will gird my middle and serve her in thee. Amjad laughed from an angerful heart and sat down, panting and saying in himself, Alack, how I shall smart for it, when the owner of the house returns. She seated herself by him and fell to jesting and laughing, whilst he sat careful and frowning, thinking 1,000 thoughts and saying in himself, The master of the house will surely come, and what shall I say to him? He will assuredly kill me without mercy. Presently, she rose and tucking up her sleeves, took a table, on which she laid the cloth and the tray of food, then set it before Amjad and began to eat, saying, Eat, O my lord. So he came forward and ate, but the food was not pleasant to him, and he ceased not to look towards the door, till the lady had eaten her fill, when she took away the meats and setting on the dessert, fell to eating of the dried fruits. Then she brought the wine service, and opening the jar, filled a cup and gave it to Amjad, who took it, saying in himself, Alas! What will become of me, when the master of the house comes and sees me? Presently, as he sat, with the cup in his hand and his eyes fixed on the vestibule, in came the master of the house, who was one of the chief men of the city, being master of the horse to the king. He had fitted up this house for his privy pleasures, that he might make merry therein and be private with whom he would, and had that day bidden one whom he loved and had made this entertainment for him. When, therefore, this man, whose name was Behader and who was a kindly, liberal and open-handed man, came thither and found the door open and the lock broken, he entered softly, and putting in his head at the door of the saloon, saw Amjad and the lady sitting, with the dish of fruit and the wine jar before them. Amjad at that moment had the cup in his hand and his face turned to the door, and when his eyes met Behader's, he turned pale and trembled in every nerve. Behader, seeing his trouble, signed to him, with his finger on his lips, as who should say, "Be silent and come hither to me." So he set down the cup and rose, whereupon quoth the lady, "Whither away?" He shook his head in signing to her that he wished to make water, went out into the corridor, barefoot. When he saw Behader, he knew him for the master of the house, so he hastened to him and kissing his hands, said to him, "God on thee, O my lord, before thou do me any hurt, hear what I have to say." Then he told him who he was and what caused him leave his native land and royal state, and how he had not entered his house of his free will, but that it was the lady who had broken the lock and done all this. When Behader heard his story and knew that he was a king's son, he inclined to him and taking compassion on him, said to him, "O Amjad, hearken to me and do what I bid thee, and I will ensure thee safety from that thou fearest, but, if thou cross me, I will kill thee." "Command me as thou wilt," answered Amjad. "I will not gainsay thee in aught, for I am the freedman of thy bounty." "Then go back forthright into the saloon," rejoined Behader, "and sit down in thy place and take thine ease. I will presently come in to thee, and when thou sayest me, Now my name is Behader, do thou revile me and rail at me, saying, Why hast thou tarried till now? And accept no excuse from me, but rise and beat me, and if thou spare me, I will do away thy life. Enter now and make merry, and whatsoever thou seekest of me, I will bring thee forthwith. So pass the night as thou wilt, and on the morrow go thy way. This in honor of thy strangerhood, for I love strangers and hold myself bounden to do them honor. So Amjad kissed his hand, and returning to the saloon, with his face clad in its native white and red, said to the lady, O my mistress, the place is gladdened by thy presence, and this is indeed a blessed night. Verily, said she, this is a wonderful change in thee, that thou now welcomest me so cordially. By Allah, O my lady, answered he, methought my servant Behader had robbed me of some necklaces of jewels, worth 10,000 dinars each. However, when I went out but now, in concern for this, I sought for them and found them in their place. I know not why the knave tarries thus, and needs must I punish him for it. She was satisfied with his answer, and they drank and sported and made merry, till near upon sundown, when Behader came in to them, having changed his clothes and girt his middle and put on shoes, such as are worn of servants. He saluted and kissed the earth, then clasped his hands behind him and stood, with his head hanging down, as one who confesses to a fault. Amjad looked at him with angry eyes and said, Why hast thou tarried till now, O most pestilent of slaves? O my lord, answered Behader, I was busy washing my clothes and knew not of thy being here, for thou hadst appointed me for nightfall and not for the daytime. But Amjad cried out at him, saying, Thou least, O vilest of slaves! By Allah, I must beat thee. So he rose and laying Behader on the ground, took a stick and beat him gingerly, but the lady sprang up and snatching the stick from his hand, laid on to Behader so lustily, that the tears ran from his eyes and he ground his teeth together and called out for succor, whilst Amjad cried out to the lady to hold her hand, and she answered, Let me stay my anger on him, till at last he snatched the stick from her hand and pushed her away. Behader arose and wiping away his tears, waited upon them a while, after which he swept the hall and lighted the lamps, but, as often as he went in and out, the lady railed at him and cursed him, till Amjad was wroth with her and said, For God's sake, leave my servant, he is not used to this. Then they sat eating and drinking, whilst Behader waited upon them, till midnight, when the latter, weary with service and beating, fell asleep in the midst of the hall and snorted, whereupon the lady, who was heated with wine, said to Amjad, Arise, take the sword that hangs yonder and cut off this slave's head, or I will be the death of thee. What possesses thee to kill my slave? Asked Amjad, and she answered, Our delight will not be fulfilled but by his death. If thou wilt not kill him, I will do it myself. "For God's sake," cried Amjad, "do not this thing." "It must be," replied she, and taking down the sword, drew it and made it beheader to kill him. But Amjad said in himself, "This man hath entreated us courteously and sheltered us and done us kindness and made himself my servant, and shall we requite him by killing him? This shall never be." Then he said to the lady, "If my slave must be killed, better I should do it than thou." So saying, he took the sword from her and raising his hand, smote her on the neck and made her head fly from her body. It fell upon beheader, who awoke and sitting up, saw Amjad standing by him, with the blood-stained sword in his hand, and the damsel lying dead. He inquired what had passed, and Amjad told him what she had said, adding, "Nothing would serve her but she must kill thee, and this is her reward." Beheader rose and kissing the prince's hand, said to him, "Would God thou hadst spared her! But now there is nothing for it but to rid us of her forthright, before the day break." So saying, he wrapped the body in a mantle and laying it in a basket, said to Amjad, "Thou art a stranger here and knowest no one, so sit thou here and await my return. If I come back, I will assuredly do thee great good service and use my endeavor to have news of thy brother, but if I return not by sunrise, know that all is over with me, in which case the house and all it contains are thine, and peace be on thee." Then he shouldered the basket and going forth, made for the sea, thinking to throw it therein, but as he drew near the shore, he turned and found himself surrounded by the chief of the police and his officers. They knew him and wondered and opened the basket, in which they found the slain woman. So they seized him and laid him in irons till the morning, when they carried him and the basket to the king and acquainted the latter with the case. The king was sore enraged and said to beheader, "Out on thee! This is not the first time thou hast slain folk and cast them into the sea and taken their goods. How many murders hast thou done ere this?" Beheader hung his head, and the king cried out at him, saying, "Woe to thee! Who killed this young lady?" "O my lord," answered beheader, "I killed her, and there is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme." At this the king's anger redoubled and he commanded to hang him. So the hangman and the chief of the police went down with him, by the king's commandment, and paraded him through the streets and markets of the town, whilst a crier forewent them, bidding all the folk to the execution of beheader, the king's master of the horse. Meanwhile, Amjad awaited his host's return till the day broke and the sun rose, and when he saw that he came not, he exclaimed, "There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. I wonder what has come of him." As he sat musing, he heard the crier proclaiming aloud beheader's sentence and bidding the people to his hanging at midday, whereat he wept and exclaimed, "Verily, we are God's and to him we return. He means to sacrifice himself unjustly for my sake, when it was I killed her. By Allah, this shall never be." Then he went out and shutting the door after him, hurried through the streets, till he overtook beheader, when he accosted the chief of the police and said to him, "O my lord, put not beheader to death, for he is innocent. By Allah, none killed her but I." When the master of the police heard this, he took them both and carrying them before the king, told him what Amjad had said, whereupon he looked at the prince and said to him, "Didst thou kill the young lady?" "Yes," answered he, and the king said, "Tell me why thou killedst her, and speak the truth." "O king," replied Amjad, "indeed, it is a rare event and a strange matter that hath befallen me. Were it graven with needles on the corners of the eye, it would serve as a lesson to whoso can profit by admonition." Then he told him his whole story and all that had befallen him and his brother, first and last, whereat the king wondered greatly and said to him, "O youth, I know thee now to be excusable. Wilt thou be my vizier?" "I hear and obey," answered Amjad, whereupon the king bestowed magnificent dresses of honor on him and beheader and gave him a handsome house, with servants and officers and all things needful, appointing him stipends and allowances and bidding him make search for his brother Asad. So Amjad sat down in the seat of office and governed and did justice and invested and deposed and gave and took. Moreover, he sent out a crier to cry his brother throughout the city, and he made proclamation in the streets and markets many days, but heard no news of Asad nor happened on any trace of him. Meanwhile, the Magians ceased not to torture Asad, night and day, for a whole year's space, till the day of their festival drew near, when the old man, whose name was Biram, made ready for the voyage and fitted out a ship for himself. When all was ready, he laid Asad in a chest and locking it, transported it to the ship. As fate would have it, Amjad was at that very time standing looking upon the sea, and when he saw the men carrying the chest and other gear on board the ship, his heart throbbed and he called to his servants to bring him his horse. Then, mounting with a company of his officers, he rode down to the port and halted before the Magian's ship, which he commanded his men to search. So they boarded the vessel and searched it in every part, but found nothing and returned and told Amjad, who mounted again and rode back to his palace, with a troubled mind. As he entered, he cast his eyes on the wall and saw written thereon the following verses, which when he read, he called to mind his brother and wept. Beloved ones, for all you're absent from my sight, yet in my heart and thought you have your sojourn still. You leave me here to pine and languish for desire, you rob mine eyes of sleep and sleep yourselves your fill. Meanwhile, Biram embarked and shouted to his crew to make sail in all haste. So they loosed the sails and departing, fared on without ceasing many days and nights, and every other day, Biram took out Asad and gave him a little bread and water, till they drew near the mountain of fire, when there came out on them a contrary wind and the sea rose against them, so that they were driven out of their course into strange waters and came in sight of a city builded upon the shore, with a citadel whose windows overlooked the sea. Now the ruler of this city was a queen called Murjana, and the captain said to Biram, O my lord, we have strayed from our course and come to the island of Queen Murjana, who is a devout Muslim, and if she know that we are Magians, she will take our ship and slay us to the last man. Yet needs must we put in here to rest, and refit. Quoth Biram, let us clothe this Muslim we have with us in a slave's habit and carry him ashore with us, so that, when the queen sees him, she will think and say, this is a slave. As for me, I will tell her that I am a dealer in white slaves and that I had with me many, but have sold all but this one, whom I have retained to keep my accounts, for he can read and write. And the captain said, this device should serve well. Presently they reached the city and slackening sail, cast anchor, when, behold, Queen Murjana came down to them, attended by her guards, and halting before the ship, called out to the captain, who landed and kissed the earth before her. Quoth she, what is the lading of thy ship and whom hast thou with thee? O queen of the age, answered he, I have with me a merchant who deals in slaves. And she said, bring him to me, whereupon Biram came ashore to her, followed by Asad in a slave's habit, and kissed the earth before her. What is thy condition? Asked the queen, and Biram answered, I am a slave dealer. Then she looked at Asad and taking him for a slave, said to him, what is thy name? Quoth he, dost thou ask my present or my former name? Hast thou then two names? Asked she, and he answered, and indeed his voice was choked with tears, yes, my name aforetime was Asad, but now it is Mutter. Her heart inclined to him and she said, canst thou write? Yes, answered he, and she gave him inkhorn and pen and paper and said to him, write somewhat, that I may see it. So he wrote the following verses. Harkye, O thou that judgest, what can a mortal do, when fate, in all conditions, doth him to death ensue? It casts him in the ocean, bound hand and foot, and says, beware lest with the water you wet yourself, look you. When she read this, she had compassion upon him and said to Biram, sell me this slave. O my lady, answered he, I cannot sell him, for he is the only slave I have left. Quoth she, I must have him of thee, either by purchase or as a gift. But Biram said, I will neither sell him nor give him. Whereat she was wroth, and taking Asad by the hand, carried him up to the palace and sent to Biram, saying, Except thou set sail and depart our city this very night, I will seize all thy goods and break up thy ship. When the message reached the Magian, he was sore troubled and said, Verily, this voyage is every way unfortunate. Then he made ready and took all he needed and awaited the coming of the night, to resume his voyage, saying to the sailors, Provide yourselves and fill the waterskins, that we may set sail at the last of the night. So the sailors did their occasions and awaited the coming of the night. To return to Queen Murjana. When she had brought Asad into the palace, she opened the windows overlooking the sea and bade her handmaids bring food. Accordingly, they set food before Asad and herself, and they ate, after which the queen called for wine and fell to drinking with him. Now God, may he be exalted and glorified, filled her heart with love for Asad, and she plied him with wine, till his reason fled, and presently he rose and left the hall, to do an occasion. Seeing a door open, he went out and walked on, till he came to a vast garden full of all manner fruits and flowers, and sitting down under a tree, did his occasion. Then he went up to a fountain in the garden and made the ablution and washed his hands and face, after which he would have risen to go away, but the air smote him and he fell back, with his clothes undone, and slept, and night overcame him thus. Meanwhile, Biram, the night being come, cried out to the sailors to spread sail and depart. We hear and obey, answered they, but give us time to fill our waterskins. Then they landed with their waterskins, and coasting the palace, found nothing but walls, so they climbed over into the garden and followed the track of feet that led them to the fountain, where they found Asad lying on his back, asleep. They knew him, and taking him up, climbed the wall again with him, after they had filled their skins, and carried him back in haste to Biram, to whom said they, Beat thy drums and sound thy pipes, for we have found thy prisoner, whom Queen Murjana took from thee by force, and have brought him back to thee. And they threw Asad down before him. When Biram saw him, his heart leapt for joy and his breast dilated with gladness. Then he bestowed largesse on the sailors and bade them weigh anchor in haste. So they set sail forthright, intending for the mountain of fire, and stayed not their course till the morning. As for Queen Murjana, she abode a while, awaiting Asad's return, and when she saw that he came not, she rose and sought him, but found no trace of him. Then she bade her women light flambeaux and search for him, whilst she herself went forth, and seeing the garden door open, knew that he had gone thither. So she went out, and finding his slippers lying by the fountain, searched the garden in every part, but found no sign of him. Nevertheless, she gave not over the search till morning, when she inquired for the Magian ship and was told that it had set sail in the first watch of the night, wherefore she knew that they had taken Asad with them, and this was grievous to her, and she was angry. So she bade equip 10 great ships forthwith, and arming herself, embarked in one of them, with her guards and women and troops, richly accoutred and armed for war. They spread the sails, and she said to the captain, If you overtake the Magian ship, ye shall have of me dresses of honor and largesse, but if ye let it escape, I will kill you all. Whereat fear and great hope fell upon the seamen, and they sailed 3 days and nights, till, on the 4th day, they sighted Biram's ship. Ere ended day, they came up with it and surrounded it on all sides, even as Biram had taken Asad forth of the chest and was beating and torturing him, whilst the prince cried out for succor and relief, but found neither helper nor deliverer, and indeed he was sorely tormented with much beating. Presently Biram chanced to look up, and seeing himself encompassed by the queen's ships, as the white of the eye encompasses the black, gave himself up for lost and groaned, and said to Asad, Out on thee! O Asad! This is all thy doing, but, by Allah, I will kill thee ere I die myself. Then he bade the sailors throw him overboard, so they took him by the hands and feet and cast him into the sea, and he sank. But God, may he be exalted and glorified, willed that his life should be saved and that his last day should be deferred, so he caused him to rise again, and he struck out with his hands and feet, till the Almighty gave him ease and relief, and the waves bore him far from the Magian ship and threw him ashore. He landed, scarce crediting his escape, and putting off his clothes, wrung them and spread them out to dry, whilst he sat, naked and weeping over his misfortunes in desolate and forlorn condition, and repeating the following verses. My fortitude fails me for travail and pain, my patience is spent, my endeavor in vain. My sinews are sundered, O Lord of all lords, to whom but his Lord shall the wretched complain? Then, rising, he donned his clothes and set out at a venture, knowing not whither he went. He fared on day and night, eating of the herbs of the earth and the fruits of the trees and drinking of the streams, till he came in sight of a city, whereupon he rejoiced and hurried on, but before he reached it, the night overtook him and the gates were shut. Now, as chance would have it, this was the very city in which he had been a prisoner and to whose king his brother Amjad was vizier. When he saw the gate was shut, he turned back and made for the burial ground, where finding a tomb without a door, he entered and lay down and fell asleep, with his face in his sleeve. Meanwhile, Queen Murjana, coming up with Biram's ship, questioned him of Asad, but he swore to her that he was not with him and that he knew nothing of him. She searched the ship, but found no trace of Asad, so took Biram and carrying him back to her castle, would have put him to death, but he ransomed himself from her with all his good and his ship, and she released him and his men. They went forth from her, hardly believing in their escape, and fared on 10 days' journey, till they came to their own city and found the gate shut, it being eventide. So they made for the burial ground, thinking to lie the night there, and going round about the tombs, as fate would have it, saw that, in which Asad lay, open, whereat Biram marveled and said, I must look into this tomb. Then he entered and found Asad lying asleep, with his head on his sleeve, so he raised his head and looking in his face, knew him for him on whose account he had lost his goods and his ship, and said, Art thou yet alive? Then he bound him and gagged him, without further parley, and carried him to his house, where he clapped heavy shackles on his feet and lowered him into the underground dungeon aforesaid, affected to the tormenting of Muslims, bidding a daughter of his, by name Bustan, torture him night and day, till the next year, when they would again visit the mountain of fire and offer him up as a sacrifice there. Then he beat him grievously, and locking the dungeon door upon him, gave the keys to his daughter. By and by, she opened the door and went down to beat him, but finding him a comely sweet-faced youth, with arched brows and melting black eyes, fell in love with him and said to him, What is thy name? My name is Asad, answered he. Mayst thou indeed be happy, exclaimed she, and happy be thy days. Thou deservest not torture and blows, and I see thou hast been unjustly entreated. And she comforted him with kind words and loosed his bonds. Then she questioned him of the faith of Islam, and he told her that it was the true and orthodox faith, and that our Lord Muhammad had approved himself by surpassing miracles and manifest signs, and that the worship of fire was not profitable, but harmful, and he went on to expound to her the tenets of Islam, till she was persuaded and the love of the true faith entered her heart. Then, for God the Most High had filled her with love of Asad, she made profession of the faith and became of the people of felicity. After this, she brought him meat and drink and talked with him, and they prayed together. Moreover, she made him chicken broths and fed him therewith, till he regained strength and his sickness left him and he was restored to health. One day, as she stood at the door of the house, she heard the crier proclaiming aloud and saying, Whoso hath with him a handsome young man, whose favor is thus and thus, and bringeth him forth, shall have all he seeketh of wealth, but if any have him and discover it not, he shall be hanged over his own door, and his goods shall be confiscated, and his blood go for naught. Now Asad had acquainted her with his whole history, so, when she heard the crier, she knew that it was he who was sought for, and going down to him, told him the news. Then she went forth with him to the palace of the vizier, whom when Asad saw, he exclaimed, "By Allah, this is my brother Amjad," and threw himself upon him, whereupon Amjad also knew him, and they embraced each other and lay a while insensible, whilst the vizier's officers stood round them. When they came to themselves, Amjad took his brother and carried him to the Sultan, to whom he related the whole story, and the Sultan charged him to plunder Biram's house and take himself. So Amjad dispatched thither a company of men, who sacked the house and took Biram and brought his daughter to the vizier, who received her with all honor, for Asad had told his brother all the torments he had suffered and the kindness that she had done him. Moreover, Amjad, in his turn, related to Asad all that had passed between the lady and himself, and how he had escaped hanging and become vizier, and they made moan, each to the other, of the anguish they had suffered for separation. Then the Sultan sent for Biram and bade strike off his head, but he said, "O most mighty king, art thou indeed resolved to put me to death?" "Yes," replied the king, "except thou save thyself by becoming a Muslim." And Biram said, "O king, have patience with me a little." Then he bowed his head a while, and presently raising it again, made profession of the faith and avowed himself a Muslim at the hands of the Sultan. They all rejoiced at his conversion, and Amjad and Asad told him all that had befallen them, whereat he wondered and said, "O my lords, make ready for the journey, and I will depart with you and carry you back to your father's court in a ship." At this they rejoiced and wept sore, but he said, "O my lords, weep not for your departure, for ye shall be reunited with those you love, even as were Niamey in number." "And what befell Niamey in number?" asked they. "It is told," replied Biram, "but God alone is all-knowing, that." Story of Niamey ben Rabia and Number, his slave girl. There lived once in the city of Kufa a man called Rabia ben Hatim, who was one of the chief men of the town, rich in goods and prosperous, and God had vouchsafed him a son, whom he named Nimad-Allah. One day, being in the slave dealer's mart, he saw a female slave exposed for sale, with a little girl of wonderful beauty and grace in her hand. So he beckoned to the broker and said to him, "What is the price of this woman and her child?" 50 dinars, answered he. "Write the contract of sale," said Rabia, "and take the money and give it to her owner." Then he gave the broker the price and his brokerage, and taking the woman and her child, carried them to his house. When his wife saw the slave, she said to her husband, who was the son of her father's brother, "O my cousin, what is this damsel?" Quoth he, "I bought her for the sake of the little one on her arm, for know that, when she grows up, there will not be her like for beauty, either in the land of the Arabs or elsewhere." "It was well seen of thee," answered his wife. Then said she to the woman, "What is thy name?" "O my lady," replied she, "my name is Tawfik." "And what is thy daughter's name?" asked she. "Saad," answered the slave. "Thou sayst sooth," rejoined her mistress. "Thou art indeed happy, and happy is he who hath bought thee." Then said she to her husband, "O my cousin, what wilt thou call her?" "What thou choosest," answered he. "Then let us call her Number," quoth she, and he said, "Good." The little Number was reared with Rabia's son Niamey in one cradle, and each grew up handsomer than the other. They were wont to call each other brother and sister, till they came to the age of 10, when Rabia said to Niamey, "O my son, Number is not thy sister, but thy slave. I bought her in thy name, whilst thou wast yet in the cradle, so call her no more sister from this day forth." "If that be so," quoth Niamey, "I will take her to wife." Then he went to his mother and told her of this, and she said to him, "O my son, she is thy handmaid." So he went in to Number and loved her, and 2 years passed over them, whilst Number grew up, nor was there in all Kufa a fairer or sweeter or more graceful girl than she. She learnt the Quran and all manner of knowledge and excelled in music and singing and playing upon all kinds of instruments, so that she surpassed all the folk of her time. One day, as she sat with her husband in the wine chamber, she took the lute and tuning it, sang the following verses. Since thou art he my Lord, by whose good grace I live in fair estate, a sword wherewith I smite in twain the neck of adverse fate. No need is mine to have recourse to Amr or to Zaid, nor any but thyself, and if the ways on me grow straight. Naime was charmed with these verses and said to her, I conjure thee, by my life, O Number, sing to us with the tambourine and other instruments. So she sang the following verses to a lively air. By him whose hand possesses the reins of my affair, on passion's score, I swear it, my enviers I'll dare. Yeah, I will vex my censors and thee alone obey and sleep in ease and solace, for thy sweet sake, forswear. And dig midmost my entrails, to hold the love of thee, a grave, of which not even my heart shall be aware. And Naime exclaimed, Gifted of God art thou, O Number. But whilst they led thus the most delightsome life, El-Hejjaj, the governor of Kufa, heard of Number and, said in himself, Needs must I make shift to take this girl Number and send her to the commander of the faithful Abdulmalik ben Marwan, for he hath not in his palace her like for beauty and sweet singing. Then, calling an old woman, one of his body servants, he said to her, Go to Rebia's house and foregather with the girl Number and cast about to steal her away, for her like is not to be found on the face of the earth. She promised to do his bidding. So next morning she donned clothes of wool and threw round her neck a rosary of thousands of beads, then, taking in her hand a staff and water bottle of Yemen make, went forth, exclaiming, Glory be to God! Praised be God! There is no God but God. God is most great. There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme. Nor did she leave making devout ejaculations, whilst her heart was full of craft and fraud, till she came to Naime's house, at the hour of noonday prayer, and knocked at the door. The doorkeeper opened and said to her, What dost thou want? Quoth she, I am a poor pious woman, whom the time of noonday prayer hath overtaken, and I would fain pray in this blessed place. O old woman, answered the porter, this is no mosque nor oratory, but the house of Naime ben Arabia. I know there is neither mosque nor oratory like the house of Naime ben Arabia, rejoined she. I am a chamberwoman of the palace of the commander of the faithful and am come out upon a pilgrimage of devotion. But the porter replied, Thou canst not enter, and many words passed between them, till at last she caught hold of him, saying, Shall the like of me, who have free access to the houses of emirs and grandees, be denied admission to the house of Naime ben Arabia? Presently, out came Naime and hearing their dispute, laughed and bade the old woman enter. So she followed him into the presence of Number, whom she saluted after the goodliest fashion, and when she looked on her, she was confounded at her exceeding beauty and said to her, O my lady, I commend thee to the safeguard of God, who made thee and thy Lord to accord in beauty and grace. Then she stood up in the prayer niche and betook herself to inclination and prostration and prayer, till the day departed and the night came with the darkness, when Number said to her, O my mother, rest thy feet a while. O my lady, answered the old woman, whoso seeketh the world to come must weary himself in this world, and whoso wearieth not himself in this world shall not attain the dwellings of the just in the world to come. Then Number brought her food and said to her, O my mother, eat of my victual and pray that God may relent towards me and have mercy on me. But she replied, O my lady, I am fasting. As for thee, thou art but a girl and it befits thee to eat and drink and make merry. May God be indulgent to thee. Quoth the Most High, None shall be saved, except those that repent and believe and work the works of righteousness. Number sat a while, conversing with the old woman, and presently said to Naime, O my lord, conjure this old woman to sojourn with us a while, for piety is imprinted on her face. Quoth he, set apart for her a chamber, where she may do her devotions, and let none go into her. Peradventure God, glorified and exalted be he, shall prosper us by the blessing of her presence and part us not. The old woman passed the night in prayer and recitation, till daybreak, when she went in to Nime and Number, and giving them good morning, said to them, I pray God to have you in his holy keeping. Whither away, O my mother, said Number, my Lord hath bidden me set apart for thee a chamber, where thou mayst retire for thy devotions. God give him long life, replied the old woman, and continue his favor to you both. I would have you charge the doorkeeper not to stay my coming in to you, and, God willing, I will go the round of the holy places and pray for you at the end of my devotions every day and night. Then she went out, whilst Number wept for parting with her, knowing not the purpose of her coming, and returned to El-Hejjaj, who said to her, What news? She answered, I have seen the girl, and indeed never bore woman of her day a lovelier than she. And El-Hejjaj said to her, So thou do my bidding, thou shalt have of me abundant good. Quoth she, I ask of thee a month's time. And he replied, It is well. Then she fell to paying frequent visits to Nime and Number, who redoubled in honor and kindness to her, and she used to go into them morning and evening, and all in the house welcomed her, till, one day, being alone with Number, she said to her, By Allah, O my lady, when I go to the holy places, I will pray for thee, but I should love thee to go thither with me, that thou mightest look on the elders of the faith that resort thither, and they should pray for thee, according to thy desire. O my mother, said Number, I conjure thee by Allah, take me with thee. Ask leave of thy mother-in-law, replied the old woman, and I will take thee. So Number said to her mother-in-law, O my lady, ask my master to let us go, thee and me, one day, with this my old mother, to pray and worship with the fakirs in the holy places. Presently, Nime came in and sat down, whereupon the old woman went up to him and would have kissed his hand, but he forbade her, so she called down blessings on him and left the house. Next day, she came again, in the absence of Nime, and said to Number, We prayed for thee yesterday, but arise now and divert thyself and return ere thy lord come home. So Number said to her mother-in-law, I beseech thee, for God's sake, let me go with this pious woman, that I may look upon the friends of God in the holy places and return speedily, ere my lord come. Quoth Nimea's mother, I fear lest thy lord know. By Allah, said the old woman, I will not let her sit down, but she shall look, standing on her feet, and not tarry. So on this wise she took the damsel by guile, and carrying her to El-Hejjaj's palace, bestowed her in a privy chamber and told him of her coming, whereupon he went in to her and looking upon her, saw her to be the loveliest of the people of the day, never had he beheld her like. When Number saw him, she veiled her face from him, but he left her not till he had called his chamberlain, whom he commanded to take 50 horsemen and mounting the damsel on a swift dromedary, carry her to Damascus and there deliver her to the commander of the faithful, Abdulmalik ben Marwan. Moreover, he gave him a letter for the caliph, saying, Bear him this letter and bring me his answer in all haste. So the chamberlain took the damsel, all tearful for separation from her lord, and setting out with her for Syria, gave not over journeying till he reached Damascus and sought an audience of the commander of the faithful, to whom he delivered the damsel and the letter. The caliph appointed her a separate apartment, and going into his harem, said to his wife, El-Hejjaj has bought me a female slave of the daughters, descendants, of the ancient kings of Kufa, for 10,000 dinars, and has sent her to me with this letter. May God increase thee of his favor, answered she. Then the caliph's sister went into Number, and when she saw her, she said, By Allah, happy the man who hath thee in his house, where thy cost 100,000 dinars. O fair-faced one, said Number, what king's palace is this? "This is the city of Damascus," answered the princess, "and the palace of my brother, the commander of the faithful, Abdulmalik ben Marwan. Didst thou not know this?" "By Allah, O my lady," said Number, "I had no knowledge of this." "And he who sold thee and took thy price," asked the princess, "did he not tell thee that the caliph had bought thee?" When Number heard this, she wept and said in herself, "I have been cozened, but, if I speak, none will credit me, so I will hold my peace and take patience, knowing that the relief of God is near." Then she bent her head for shame, and indeed her cheeks were tanned with the journey in the sun. So the caliph's sister left her that day and returned to her on the morrow with clothes and necklaces of jewels and dressed her, after which the caliph came in to her and sat down by her side, and his sister said to him, "Look on this damsel, in whom God hath united every perfection of beauty and grace." So he said to Number, "Draw back the veil from thy face," but she would not unveil, and he beheld not her face. However, he saw her wrists and love of her entered his heart, and he said to his sister, "I will not go in to her for 3 days, till she be cheered by thy converse." Then he left her, but Number ceased not to brood over her case and sigh for her separation from Naime, till, at eventide, she fell sick of a fever and ate not nor drank, and her face grew pale and her charms faded. They told the caliph of this, and it grieved him, so he visited her with physicians and men of skill, but none could come at a cure for her. As for Naime, when he returned home, he sat down on his bed and cried, "Ho, Number!" But she answered not, so he rose in haste and called out, but none came to him, for all the women in the house had hidden themselves, for fear of him. Then he went in to his mother, whom he found sitting with her cheek on her hand, and said to her, "O my mother, where is Number?" "O my son," answered she, "she is with one who is worthier than I to be trusted with her, namely, the devout old woman. She went forth with her to visit the fakirs and return." "Since when has this been her wont?" asked Naime, "and at what hour went she forth?" Quoth his mother, "She went out early in the morning." "And how camest thou to give her leave for this?" said he, and she replied, "O my son, it was she persuaded me." "There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme," exclaimed Naime, and going forth, in a state of distraction, repaired to the chief of the police, to whom said he, "Dost thou practice on me and steal my slave girl away from me? I will assuredly complain of thee to the commander of the faithful." "Who has taken her?" asked the chief of the police, and Naime answered, "An old woman of such and such a favor, clad in woolen raiment and carrying a rosary of thousands of beads." "Find me the old woman," rejoined the other, "and I will get thee back thy slave girl." "Who knows the old woman?" said Naime. "And who knows the hidden thing save God, may he be glorified and exalted," replied the official, who knew her for El-Hejjaj's agent. Quoth Naime, "I look to thee for my slave girl, and El-Hejjaj shall judge between thee and me." And the master of police answered, "Go to whom thou wilt." Now Naime's father was one of the chief men of Kufa, so he went to the palace of the governor, whose chamberlain went in to him and told him what was to do. El-Hejjaj bade admit him and inquired his business. Quoth Naime, "Such and such things have befallen me." And the governor said, "Bring me the chief of the police, and we will bid him seek for the old woman." Now he knew that the chief of the police knew her, so, when he came, he said to him, "I wish thee to make search for the slave girl of Naime ben Arabia." And he answered, "None knoweth the hidden things save God the Most High." "Thou must send out horsemen," rejoined El-Hejjaj, "and look for the damsel in all the roads and towns." Then he turned to Naime and said to him, "And thy slave girl return not, I will give thee 10 slave girls from my house and 10 from that of the chief of the police." And he said to the latter, "Go and seek for the girl." So he went out and Naime returned home, full of trouble and despairing of life. He had now reached the age of 14 and there was yet no hair on his cheeks. He shut himself up from his household and ceased not to weep and lament, he and his mother, till the morning, when his father came in to him and said, O my son, El-Hejjaj hath put a cheat on the damsel and stolen her away, but from hour to hour God giveth relief. But grief redoubled on Naime, so that he knew not what he said nor who came in to him, and indeed his charms were changed and he was in sorry case. In this plight he abode 3 months, till his father despaired of him, and the physicians visited him and said, There is no cure for him but the damsel. One day, Rabia heard tell of a skillful Persian physician, whom the folk gave out for accomplished in medicine and astrology and geomancy. So he sent for him and seating him by his side, entreated him with honor and said to him, Look into my son's case. So he said to Naime, Give me thy hand. Accordingly, the young man gave him his hand and he felt his pulse and his joints and looked in his face. Then he laughed and turning to Rabia, said, Thy son's only ailment is in his heart. Thou sayest sooth, O sage, answered Rabia, but apply thy skill to the consideration of his state and case and acquaint me with the whole thereof and hide not from me. Quoth the Persian, He is enamored of a girl, who is either in Basora or Damascus, and there is no cure for him but reunion with her. And thou bring them together, said Rabia. Thou shalt have of me what will rejoice thee and shalt live all thy life in wealth and delight. This is an easy matter, answered the Persian, and soon brought about, and he turned to Naime and said to him, Fear not, no hurt shall befall thee, so take heart and be of good cheer. Then said he to Rabia, Give me 4,000 dinars of your money. So he gave them to him, and he said, I wish to carry thy son with me to Damascus, and God willing, we will not return thence but with the damsel. Then said he to the youth, What is thy name? And he answered, Naime. O Naime, said the Persian, sit up and be of good heart, for God will reunite thee with the damsel. So put thy trust in him and eat and drink and be cheerful and fortify thyself for travel, for we set out for Damascus this very day. So he sat up whilst the Persian made his preparations and took of Rabia, in all, the sum of 10,000 dinars, together with horses and camels and beasts of burden such as he needed for the journey. Then Naime took leave of his father and mother and journeyed with the physician to Aleppo. They could get no news of number there, so fared on to Damascus, where they abode 3 days, after which the Persian took a shop and adorned its shelves with gilding and stuffs of price and stocked them with vessels of costly porcelain, with covers of silver. Moreover, he set before himself vases and flagons of glass full of all manner ointments and syrups, surrounded by cups of crystal, and donning a physician's habit, took his seat in the shop, with his astrolabe and geomantic tablet before him. Then he clad Naime in a shirt and gown of silk and girding his middle with a silken kerchief embroidered with gold, made him sit before himself, saying to him, O Naime, henceforth thou art my son, so call me not but father and I will call thee son. And he replied, I hear and obey. The people of Damascus flocked to gaze on the youth's goodliness and the beauty of the shop and its contents, whilst the physician spoke to Naime in Persian and he answered him in the same tongue, for he knew the language, after the wont of the sons of the notables. The Persian soon became known among the townsfolk and they began to resort to him and acquaint him with their ailments, for which he prescribed. Moreover, they brought him the water of the sick in phials, and he would examine it and say, He, whose water this is suffering from such and such a disease. And the patient would say, Verily, this physician says sooth. So he continued to do the occasions of the folk and they to flock to him, till his fame spread throughout the city and into the houses of the great. One day, as he sat in his shop, there came up an old woman riding on an ass with housings of brocade, embroidered with jewels, and drawing bridle before his shop, beckoned to him, saying, Take my hand. So he took her hand, and she alighted and said to him, Art thou the Persian physician from Iraq? Yes, answered he, and she said, Know that I have a sick daughter. Then she brought out to him a phial, and he looked at it and said to her, Tell me thy daughter's name, that I may calculate her horoscope and learn the hour in which it will befit her to take medicine. O brother of the Persians, answered she, her name is Number. When he heard this, he fell to calculating and writing on his hand, and presently said to her, O my lady, I cannot prescribe for the girl, till I know what countrywoman she is, because of the difference of climate, so tell me where she was brought up and what is her age. She is 14 years old, replied the old woman, and was brought up in Kufa of Iraq. And how long, asked he, has she sojourned in this country? But a few months, answered she. When Naime heard the old woman's words and the name of his slave girl, his heart fluttered and he was like to swoon. Then said the Persian to the old woman, Such and such medicines will suit her case, and she rejoined, Then make them up and give them to me, with the blessing of God the Most High. So saying, she threw him 10 dinars, and he bade Naime prepare the necessary drugs, whereupon she looked at the youth and exclaimed, God have thee in his holy keeping, O my son. Verily, she is like thee in age and favor. Then said she to the physician, O brother of the Persians, is this thy slave or thy son? He is my son, answered he. So Naime made up the medicine, and laying it in a little box, took a piece of paper and wrote thereon the following verses. So Number but vouchsafe me a glance, to gladden my heart and my mind, let Swada unfavoring prove and and please her, unkind. Forget her, quoth they unto me, and thou shalt have 20 like her. I will not forget her, I swear, for never her like should I find. He put the paper in the box, and sealing it up, wrote on the cover the following words in the Kufi character, I am Naime ben Arabia of Kufa. Then he gave it to the old woman, who bade them farewell, and returning to the Caliph's palace, went in to Number, to whom she delivered the box, saying, O my lady, know that there is lately come to our town a Persian physician, than whom I never saw a more skillful nor a better versed in matters of sickness. I showed him the phial and told him thy name, and he knew thine ailment and prescribed a remedy. Then, by his order, his son made thee up this medicine, and there is not in Damascus a comelier or more elegant youth than this son of his, nor hath any the like of his shop. Number took the box, and seeing the names of her lord and his father written thereon, changed color and said to herself, Doubtless, the owner of this shop is come in search of me. So she said to the old woman, Describe this youth to me. His name is Naime, answered the old woman, he is richly clad and perfectly handsome, and has a mole on his right eyebrow. Give me the medicine, cried Number, and may the blessing and help of God the Most High attend it. So she drank off the potion and said, laughing, Indeed, it is a blessed medicine. Then she sought in the box, and finding the paper, read it and knew that this was indeed her lord, whereat her heart was solaced and she rejoiced. When the old woman saw her laughing, she exclaimed, This is indeed a blessed day. And Number said, O nurse, I have a mind to eat and drink. So the old woman said to the serving women, Bring a tray of dainty viands for your mistress, whereupon they set food before her, and she sat down to eat. Presently, in came the Caliph, and seeing her sitting eating, rejoiced, and the old woman said to him, O commander of the faithful, I give thee joy of thy slave's recovery. Know that there is lately come to our city a physician, than whom I never saw a better versed in diseases and their cure. I fetched her medicine from him, and she has taken of it but once and is restored to health. Quoth he, Take 1,000 dinars and provide for her treatment, till she be completely recovered. And he went away, rejoicing in the damsel's recovery, whilst the old woman betook herself to the physician, to whom she delivered the 1,000 dinars and a letter that Number had written, giving him to know that she was become the Caliph's slave. He gave the letter to Naime, who knew her hand and fell down in a swoon. When he came to himself, he opened the letter and found these words written therein, From the slave despoiled of her delight, her whose reason hath been beguiled and who is separated from the beloved of her heart. Thy letter hath reached me and hath dilated my bosom and rejoiced my heart, even as saith the poet. The letter reached me, never may the fingers fail the aught that traced its characters, until with sweetest scent they're fraught. 'Twas as unto his mother's arms when Moses was restored, or as to blind old Jacob's hands when Joseph's coat was brought. When he read these verses, his eyes ran over with tears, and the old woman said to him, What ails thee to weep, O my son? May God never make thine eye to shed tears. O my lady, answered the Persian, how should my son not weep, seeing that this is his slave girl and he her lord Naime ben Arabia of Kufa? Indeed, her recovery depends on her seeing him, for naught ails her but the love of him. So, O my lady, take these 1,000 dinars to thyself, and thou shalt have of me yet more than this, and look on us with eyes of compassion, for we know not how to bring this affair to a happy issue but through thee. Then she said to Naime, Art thou indeed her lord? Yes, answered he, and she, Thou sayest truly, for she ceases not to name thee. Then he told her all that had passed from first to last, and she said, O youth, thou shalt owe thy reunion with her to none but me. So she mounted at once, and returning to Number, looked in her face and smiled, saying, O my daughter, it is just that thou weep and fall sick for thy separation from thy master Naime ben Arabia of Kufa. Quoth Number, Verily, the veil has been withdrawn for thee and the truth revealed to thee. Be of good cheer, rejoined the old woman, and take heart, for I will surely bring you together, though it cost me my life. Then she returned to Naime and said to him, I have seen thy slave girl and find that she longs for thee yet more than thou for her, for the commander of the faithful is minded to foregather with her, but she refuses herself to him. But if thou be stout of heart and firm of courage, I will bring you together and venture myself for you and make shift to bring thee to her in the Caliph's palace, for she cannot come forth. And Naime answered, God requite thee with good. Then she went back to Number and said to her, Thy lord is indeed dying of love for thee and would fain see thee and foregather with thee. What sayest thou? And I also, answered Number, am dying for his sight. So the old woman took a parcel of women's clothes and ornaments, and repairing to Naime, said to him, Come apart with me into a privy place. So he brought her into the room behind the shop, where she painted him and decked his wrists and plaited his hair, after which she clad him in a slave girl's habit and adorned him after the fairest fashion of woman's adornment, till he was as one of the houris of paradise, and when she saw him thus, she exclaimed, Blessed be God, the most excellent Creator. By Allah, thou art handsomer than the damsel. Now, walk with thy left shoulder forward and swing thy buttocks. So he walked before her, as she bade him, and when she saw he had caught the trick of women's gait, she said to him, Expect me tomorrow night, when, God willing, I will come and carry thee to the palace. When thou sayest the chamberlains and the eunuchs, fear not, but bow thy head and speak not with any, for I will ward thee from their speech, and with God is success. Accordingly, on the morrow she returned at the appointed hour, and carrying him to the palace, entered, and he after her. The chamberlain would have stayed him, but the old woman said to him, O most ill-omened of slaves, this is the handmaid of Number, the Caliph's favorite. How darest thou stay her? Then said she, Enter, O damsel. And they went on, till they drew near the door leading to the inner court of the palace, when the old woman said to him, O Naime, take courage and enter and turn to the left. Count 5 doors and enter the 6th, for it is that of the place prepared for thee. Fear nothing, and if any speak to thee, answer not, neither stop. Then she went up with him to the door, and the chamberlain on guard hailed her, saying, What damsel is that? Quoth the old woman, Our Lady hath a mind to buy her. And he said, None may enter save by leave of the commander of the faithful, so go thou back with her. I cannot let her pass, for thus am I commanded. O chief chamberlain, replied the old woman, use thy reason. Thou knowest that Number, the Caliph's slave girl, of whom he is enamored, is but now restored to health, and the commander of the faithful hardly yet credits her recovery. Now she is minded to buy this girl, so oppose thou not her entrance, lest it come to Number's knowledge and she be wroth with thee and suffer a relapse, and this bring thy head to be cut off. Then said she to Naime, Enter, O damsel, pay no heed to what he says, and tell not the princess that he opposed thine entrance. So Naime bowed his head and entered, but mistook and turned to his right, instead of his left, and meaning to count 5 doors and enter the 6th, counted 6, and entering the 7th, found himself in a place carpeted with brocade and hung with curtains of gold-embroidered silk. Here and there stood censers of aloes wood and ambergris and sweet-scented musk, and at the upper end was a couch covered with brocade, on which he seated himself, marveling at the exceeding magnificence of the place and knowing not what was appointed to him and the secret purpose of God. As he sat musing on his case, the Caliph's sister entered, followed by her handmaid, and seeing him seated there took him for a slave girl and said to him, What art thou, O damsel, and who brought thee hither? He made no reply, and she continued, If thou be one of my brother's favorites and he be wroth with thee, I will intercede with him for thee. But he answered her not a word, so she said to her maid, Stand at the door and let none enter. Then she went up to Naime and looking at him, was amazed at his beauty and said to him, O lady, tell me who thou art and how thou camest here, for I have never seen thee in the palace. Still he answered not, whereat she was angered, and putting her hand to his bosom, found no breasts and would have unveiled him, that she might know who he was. But he said to her, O my lady, I am thy slave and cast myself on thy protection, do thou protect me. No harm shall come to thee, said she, but tell me who thou art and who brought thee into this my lodging. O princess, answered he, I am known as Naime ben Arabia of Kufa, and I have ventured my life for my slave girl Number, whom El-Hejjaj took by sleight and sent hither. Fear not, rejoined the princess, no harm shall befall thee. Then, calling her maid, she said to her, Go to Number's chamber and bid her to me. Meanwhile, the old woman went to Number's bedchamber and said to her, Has thy lord come to thee? No, by Allah, answered Number, and the other said, Belike he hath gone astray and entered some chamber other than thine. There is no power and no virtue but in God the Most High, the Supreme, exclaimed Number, Our last hour is come and we are all lost. As they sat, pondering, in came the princess's maid and saluting Number, said to her, My lady bids thee to her entertainment. I hear and obey, answered the damsel, and the old woman said, Belike thy lord is with the Caliph's sister and the veil has been done away. So Number rose and betook herself to the princess, who said to her, Here is thy lord sitting with me, it seems he is gone astray, but, please God, neither thou nor he has any cause for fear. When Number heard this, she took heart and went up to Naime, who rose to meet her, and they embraced and fell down in a swoon. As soon as they came to themselves, the princess said to them, Sit down and let us take counsel for your deliverance from this your strait. And they answered, O our lady, we hear and obey, it is thine to command. By Allah, quoth she, no harm shall befall you from us. Then she called for meat and drink, and they sat down and ate till they had enough, after which they sat drinking. The cup went round amongst them and their cares ceased from them, but Naime said, Would I knew how this will end. O Naime, quoth the princess, dost thou love thy slave Number? O my lady, answered he, it is my passion for her that has brought me thus in peril of my life. Then she said to the damsel, O Number, dost thou love thy lord Naime? And she replied, O my lady, it is the love of him that has wasted my body and brought me to evil case. By Allah, rejoined the princess, since ye love each other thus, may he not live who would sunder you. Take heart and be of good cheer. At this they both rejoiced, and Number, calling for a lute, tuned it and prelude enchantingly, then sang the following verses. Whenas, content with nothing less, the spies our severance sought, all be no debt of blood they had gainst me or thee in aught. Whenas they poured upon our ears the hurtling din of war, whilst helpers and protectors failed and succor came there not. I fought the railers with my tears, my spirit and thine eyes, yea, with the torrent, fire and sword, to fend them off I wrought. Then she gave the lute to Naime, saying, Sing thou to us. So he took it and playing a lively measure, sang these verses. The moon were like thee at its full, were it of freckles free, and did it never brook eclipse, the sun would favor thee. Indeed, I marvel, but in love how many a marvel is. Therein are passion and desire and cares and ecstasy. Short seems the distance, when I fare towards my love's abode, but when I journey from her sight, the way is long to me. When he had made an end of his song, Number filled the cup and gave it to him, and he drank it off. Then she filled again and gave the cup to the princess, who took it and emptied it, after which she in her turn took the lute and sang as follows. Mourning and grief possess my heart, and in my breast the ardor of desire abideth as a guest. The wasting of my frame, alas, is manifest, and all my soul is sick with passion and unrest. Then she filled the cup and gave it to Number, who drank it off, and taking the lute, sang the following verses. O thou, upon whom I bestowed my soul, and thou racked it to death, and I would have ta'en it again, but could not release it, I faith. Relent to a lover forlorn, vouchsafe him, I pray, ere he die, what may from perdition redeem, for this is the last of his breath. They cease not to sing and make merry and drink to the sweet sound of the strings, full of mirth and joyance and good cheer, till, behold, in came the commander of the faithful. When they saw him, they rose and kissed the ground before him, and he, seeing Number with the lute in her hand, said to her, O Number, praised be God who hath done away from thee pain and affliction. Then he looked at Naime, who was still disguised as a woman, and said to the princess, O my sister, what damsel is this by Number's side? O commander of the faithful, answered she, she is one of thy slave girls and the bosom friend of Number, who will neither eat nor drink without her. And she repeated the words of the poet. Two opposites, dissevered still in charms and straitly knit, and each one's beauty brightlier shows against its opposite. By the great God, said the Caliph, she is as handsome as Number, and tomorrow, I will appoint her a separate chamber beside that of Number, and send her furniture and linen and all that befits her, in honor of Number. Then, the princess called for food and set it before her brother, who ate, and filling a cup, signed to Number to sing. So she took the lute, after drinking 2 cups, and sang the following verses. Whenas my cup companion hath poured me out of wine 3 foaming cups, brimmed over with nectar from the vine, I trail my skirts in glory all night, as if o'er thee, commander of the faithful, the empery were mine. The Caliph was delighted, in filling another cup, gave it to Number and bade her sing again. So she drank off the cup, and sweeping the strings of the lute, sang as follows. O thou, the noblest man of men that live in this our day, whose equal none may boast himself in power and mightiness. O all unpeered in pride of place, to whom munificence is as a birthright, Lord and King, whom all in all confess. Thou, that dost lord it, sovereign-wise, o'er all the kings of earth, and without grudging or reproach, givest bountiful largesse. God have thee ever in his guard, despite thine every foe, and be thy fortune ever bright with victory and success. When the Caliph heard this, he exclaimed, By Allah, it is good. By Allah, it is excellent. Verily, God hath been good to thee, O Number. How sweet is thy voice and how clear thy speech. They passed the time thus in mirth and good cheer, till midnight, when the Caliph's sister said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, give ear to a tale I have read in books of a certain man of rank. And what is this tale? Asked he. No, said she. That there lived once in the city of Kufa a youth called Naime ben Arabia, and he had a slave girl whom he loved and who loved him. They had been reared in one bed, but when they grew up and mutual love took possession of them, fate smote them with its calamities and decreed separation unto them. For designing folk enticed her by sleight forth of his house and stealing her away from him, sold her to one of the kings for 10,000 dinars. Now the girl loved her lord even as he loved her, so he left house and home and fortune and setting out in quest of her, made shift, at the peril of his life, to gain access to her, but they had not been long in company, when in came the king, who had bought her of her ravisher, and hastily bade put them to death, without waiting to inquire into the matter, as was just. What sayest thou, O Commander of the Faithful, of this king's conduct? This was indeed a strange thing, answered the Caliph. It behoved the king to use his power with clemency, and he should have considered 3 things in their favor. First, that they loved one another; secondly, that they were in his house and under his hand; and thirdly, that it behoves a king to be deliberate in judging between the folk, and how much more so when he himself is concerned. Wherefore the king in this did unkingly. Then said his sister, O my brother, by the Lord of heaven and earth, I conjure thee, bid Number sing and give ear to that she shall sing. And he said, O Number, sing to me. So she played a lively measure and sang the following verses. Fortune hath played the traitor, indeed, 'twas ever so, transpiercing hearts and bosoms and kindling care and woe. And parting friends in sunder, that were in union knit, so down their cheeks thou sayest the tears in torrents flow. They were, and I was with them, in all delight of life, and fortune did unite us full straightly whiles ago. So gouts of blood, commingled with tears, both night and day I'll weep, my sore affliction for loss of thee to show. When he heard this, he was moved to great delight, and his sister said to him, O my brother, he who decideth in aught against himself, it behoveth him to abide by it and do according to his word, and thou hast by this judgment decided against thyself. Then said she, O Naime, stand up, and do thou likewise, O Number. So they stood up, and she continued, O Commander of the Faithful, she who stands before thee is Number, whom El-Hejjaj ben Yusuf Thaqafi stole and sent to thee, falsely pretending in his letter to thee that he had bought her for 10,000 dinars. This other is her lord, Naime ben Arabia, and I beseech thee, by the honor of thy pious forefathers and by Hemze and Akil and Abez, to pardon them and bestow them one on the other, that thou mayst earn the recompense in the next world of thy just dealing with them, for they are under thy hand and have eaten of thy meat and drunken of thy drink, and behold, I make intercession for them and beg of thee the boon of their lives. Thou sayest sooth, replied the Caliph, I did indeed give judgment as thou sayest, and I use not to go back on my word. Then said he, O Number, is this thy lord? And she answered, Yes, O Commander of the Faithful. No harm shall befall you, said he, I give you to one another. Then he said to the young man, O Naime, who told thee where she was and taught thee how to get at her? O Commander of the Faithful, replied he, give ear to my story, for by the virtue of thy pious forefathers, I will hide nothing from thee. And he told him all that had passed between himself and the Persian physician and the old woman, and how she had brought him into the palace and he had mistaken one door for another, whereat the Caliph wondered exceedingly and said, Fetch me the Persian. So they fetched him, and he made him one of his chief officers. Moreover, he bestowed on him robes of honor and ordered him a handsome present, saying, Him, who has shown such good sense and skill in his ordinance, it behoves us to make one of our chief officers. He also loaded Naime in number with gifts and honors and rewarded the old woman, and they abode with him in joy and content and all delight of life 7 days, at the end of which time Naime craved leave to return to Kufa with his slave girl. The Caliph gave leave and they departed accordingly and arrived in due course at Kufa, where Naime foregathered with his father and mother, and they abode in the enjoyment of all the delights and comforts of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies. The princes wondered mightily at Biram's story and said, "By Allah, this is indeed a rare story." They passed the night thus, and next morning, Amjad and Asad mounted and riding to the palace, sought an audience of the king, who received them with honor. As they sat talking, of a sudden they heard the townsfolk crying aloud and shouting to one another and calling for help, and the chamberlain came in to the king and said to him, "Some king hath encamped before the city, he and his army, with arms displayed, and we know not who they are nor what they seek." The king took counsel with his vizier and Asad, and Amjad said, "I will go out to him and learn the cause of his coming." So he took horse and riding forth the city, repaired to the stranger's camp, where he found the king and with him many soldiers and mounted officers. When the guards saw him, they knew him for an ambassador from the king of the city, so they took him and brought him to their king. Amjad kissed the ground before him, but lo, the king was a queen, who wore a chin-band over her face, and she said to Amjad, "Know that I have no design on your city and am only come hither in quest of a beardless slave of mine, whom if I find with you, I will do you no hurt, but if I find him not, then shall there befall sore battle between you and me." "O queen," asked Amjad, "what is thy slave's name and what like is he?" Said she, "His name is Asad and he is of such and such a favor. My name is Murjana, and this slave came to my town in company of Biram, a Magian, who refused to sell him to me, so I took him by force, but the Magian fell upon him by night and took him away by stealth." When Amjad heard this he knew that it was his brother Asad whom she sought and said to her, "O queen of the age, praised be God who hath brought us relief. Know that he whom thou seekest is my brother." Then he told her their story and all that had befallen them in the land of exile, and acquainted her with the cause of their departure from the islands of Ebony, whereat she marveled and rejoiced to have found Asad. So she bestowed a dress of honor upon Amjad, and he returned to the king and told him what had passed, at which they all rejoiced and the king and the 2 princes went forth to meet Queen Murjana. They were admitted to her presence and sat down to converse with her. But as they were thus engaged, behold, a cloud of dust arose and grew, till it covered the landscape. Presently, it lifted and discovered an army, in numbers like the swollen sea, armed Capapi, who, making for the city with naked swords, encompassed it as the ring encompasses the little finger. When Amjad and Asad saw this, they exclaimed, "We are gods and to him we return. What is this great army? Doubtless, these are enemies, and except we agree with this Queen Murjana to resist them, they will take the town from us and slay us. There is nothing for us but to go out to them and see who they are." So Amjad mounted and passing through Queen Murjana's camp, came to the approaching army and was admitted to the presence of their king, to whom he delivered his message, after kissing the earth before him. Quoth the king, "I am called King Gyre, lord of the islands and the seas and the 7 castles, and am come out in quest of my daughter Budar, of whom fortune hath bereft me, for she left me and returned not to me, nor have I heard any news of her or her husband Camarasman. Have ye any tidings of them?" When Amjad heard this, he knew that this king was none other than his grandfather, his mother's father, and kissing the earth before him, told him that he was the son of his daughter Budar, whereupon Gyre threw himself upon him and they both fell a-weeping. Then said Gyre, "Praised be God, O my son, for safety, since I have foregathered with thee." And Amjad told him that his daughter Budar and her husband Camarasman were well and abode in a city called the City of Ebony. Moreover, he related to him how his father, being wroth with him and his brother, had commanded his treasurer to put them to death, but that the latter had taken pity on them and let them go with their lives. Quoth King Gyre, I will go back with thee and thy brother to your father and make your peace with him. Amged kissed the ground before him, and the king bestowed a dress of honor upon him, after which he returned, smiling, to the king of the city of the Magians and told him what he had learnt, at which he wondered exceedingly. Then he dispatched guest gifts of sheep and horses and camels and provender and so forth to King Gyre and the like to Queen Morgana, and told her what had chanced, whereupon quoth she, I too will accompany you with my troops and will do my endeavor to make peace between the princes and their father. At this moment, there arose another cloud of dust and spread, till it covered the prospect and darkened the day, and under it, they heard shouts and cries and neighing of horses and saw the sheen of swords and the glint of lance points. When this new host drew near the city and saw the two other armies, they beat their drums, and the king of the Magians exclaimed, This is indeed a blessed day. Praised be God who hath made us of accord with these two armies. If it be his will, he will give us peace with yon other also. Then said he to Amged and Asad, Go forth and bring us news of them, for they are a mighty host, never saw I a mightier. So they opened the city gates, which the king had shut for fear of the surrounding troops, and Amged and Asad went forth, and coming to the new host, found that it was the army of the king of the Ebony Islands, led by their father, King Camarasman in person. When they came before him, they kissed the earth and wept, but, when he saw them, he threw himself upon them, weeping sore, and strained them long to his breast. Then he excused himself to them and told them how sore desolation he had suffered for their loss, and they acquainted him with King Gyre's arrival, whereupon he mounted with his chief officers and proceeded to the king of China's camp, he and his sons. As they drew near, one of the princes rode forward and informed King Gyre of Camarasman's coming, whereupon he came out to meet him, and they joined company, marveling at these things and how fortune had ordered their encounter in that place. Then the townsfolk made them banquets of all manner of meats and confections, and brought them sheep and horses and camels and fodder and other guest gifts and all that the troops needed. Presently, behold, yet another cloud of dust arose and spread till it covered the landscape, whilst the earth shook with the tramp of horse and the drums sounded like the storm winds. After a while, the dust lifted and discovered an army clad in black and armed capapi, and in their midst rode a very old man clad also in black, whose beard flowed down over his breast. When the king of the city saw this great host, he said to the other kings, Praised be God the Most High, by whose leave ye are met here, all in one day, and proved all known one to the other. But what vast army is this that covers the country? Have no fear of them, answered they, we are here 3 kings, each with a great army, and if they be enemies, we will join thee in doing battle with them, were 3 times their number added to them. As they were talking, up came an envoy from the approaching host, making for the city. They brought him before the 4 kings, and he kissed the earth and said, The king my master comes from the land of the Persians. Many years ago he lost his son and is seeking him in all countries. If he find him with you, well and good, but if he find him not, there will be war between him and you, and he will lay waste your city. That shall he not, rejoined Camarasman, but how is thy master called in the land of the Persians? He is called King Sheriman, lord of the Khaladan Islands, answered the envoy, and he hath levied these troops in the lands traversed by him, whilst seeking his son. When Camarasman heard his father's name, he gave a great cry and fell down in a swoon. Then, presently coming to himself, he wept sore and said to Amged and Asad, Go, O my sons, with the messenger, salute your grandfather, King Sheriman, and give him glad tidings of me, for he mourns my loss and even now wears black for my sake. Then he told the other kings all that had befallen him in his youth, at which they all wondered, and mounting with him, repaired to his father, whom he saluted, and they embraced and fell down in a swoon, for excess of joy. When they revived, Camarasman acquainted his father with all his adventures, and the other kings saluted Shahriman. Then they married Murjana to Asad and sent her back to her kingdom, charging her not to leave them without news of her. Moreover, Amj took Bustan, Biram's daughter, to wife, and they all set out for the city of Ebony. When they arrived there, Camarasman went in to his father-in-law, King Armanus, and told him all that had befallen him and how he had found his sons, whereat Armanus rejoiced and gave him joy of his safe return. Then King Dire went in to his daughter, Queen Budar, and satisfied his longing for her company, and they all abode a month's space in the city of Ebony, after which the king of China and his daughter returned to their own country with their company, taking Prince Amjad with them, whom, as soon as Gyre was settled again in his kingdom, he made king in his stead. Moreover, Camarasman made Asad king in his room over the Ebony Islands, with the consent of his grandfather, King Armanus, and set out himself, with his father, King Shahriman, for the islands of Khaledan. The people of the capital decorated the city in their honor, and they ceased not to beat the drums for glad tidings a whole month, nor did Camarasman leave to govern in his father's room, till there overtook them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies. "O Sherzad," said King Shahryar, "this is indeed a right wonderful story." "O king," answered she, "it is not more wonderful than that of Aladdin Abu Shamat." "What is that?" asked he, and she said, "I have heard tell, O august king, that Aladdin Abu Shamat. There lived once in Cairo, of old time, a merchant named Shamseddin, who was of the best and truest spoken of the traders of the city and had great store of money and goods and slaves and servants, white and black and male and female. Moreover, he was provost of the merchants of Cairo and had a wife, whom he loved and who loved him, but he had lived with her 40 years, yet had not been blessed with son or daughter by her. One Friday, as he sat in his shop, he noted that each of the merchants had a son or two or more, sitting in shops like their fathers. Presently, he entered the bath and made the Friday ablution, after which he came out and took the barber's glass, saying, "I testify that there is no God but God and that Muhammad is his apostle." Then he looked at his beard and seeing that the white hairs in it outnumbered the black, bethought himself that hoariness is the harbinger of death. Now his wife knew the time of his coming and had washed and made ready for him, so when he came in to her, she said, "Good even," but he replied, "I see no good." Then she called for the evening meal and said to her husband, "Eat, O my lord." Quoth he, "I will eat nothing," and pushing the table away with his foot, turned his back to her. "Why dost thou thus?" said she. "What has vexed thee?" And he answered, "Thou art the cause of my vexation." "How so?" asked she. "This morning," replied he, "when I opened my shop, I saw that each of the other merchants had a son or two or more, and I said to myself, He who took thy father will not spare thee. Now the night I wedded thee, thou madest me swear that I would never take a second wife nor a concubine, Abyssinian or Greek or other, nor would lie a night from thee, and behold, thou art barren, and swiving thee is like boring into the rock. God is my witness," rejoined she, "that the fault lies with thee, for that thy seed is thin." "And how is it with him whose seed is thin?" asked he, and she, "He cannot get women with child nor beget children." "What thickens seed?" asked he. "Tell me and I will try it, haply, it will thicken mine." Quoth she, "Inquire for it of the druggists." They slept that night and arose on the morrow, repenting each of having spoken angrily to the other. Then he went to the market and accosting a druggist, said to him, "Hast thou wherewithal to thicken the seed?" "I had it, but am spent of it," answered the druggist, "ask my neighbor." So Shamseddin made the round of the bazaar, till he had asked every one, but they all laughed at him and he returned to his shop and sat down, troubled. Now there was in the market a man called Sheikh Mohammed Semsem, who was syndic of the brokers and was given to the use of opium and bhang and hashish. He was poor and used to wish Shamseddin good morrow every day, so he came to him according to his wont and saluted him. The merchant returned his salute, and the other, seeing him vexed, said to him, O my lord, what hath crossed thee? Quoth Shamseddin, These 40 years have I been married to my wife, yet hath she borne me neither son nor daughter, and I am told that the cause of my failure to get her with child is the thinness of my seed, so I have been seeking wherewithal to thicken it, but found it not. I have a thickener, said Sheikh Mohammed, but what wilt thou say to him who makes thy wife conceive by thee, after 40 years' barrenness? And thou do this, answered the merchant, I will largely reward thee. Then give me a dinar, rejoined the broker, and Shamseddin said, Take these 2 dinars. He took them and said, Give me also yonder bowl of porcelain. So he gave it him, and the broker betook himself to a hashish seller, of whom he bought 2 ounces of concentrated Turkish opium and equal parts of Chinese cubebs, cinnamon, cloves, cardamoms, white pepper, ginger, and mountain lizard, and pounding them all together, boiled them in sweet oil, after which he added 3 ounces of frankincense and a cupful or coriander seed, and macerating the whole, made it into a paste with Greek honey. Then he put the electuary in the bowl and carried it to the merchant, to whom he delivered it, saying, This is the seed thickener, and the manner of using it is this. Make the evening meal of mutton and house pigeon, plentifully seasoned and spiced, then take of this electuary with a spoon and wash it down with a draught of boiled date wine. So the merchant bought mutton and pigeons and sent them to his wife, bidding her dress them well and lay up the electuary till he should call for it. She did as he bade her, and he ate the evening meal, after which he called for the bowl and ate of the electuary. It liked him well, so he ate the rest and lay with his wife. That very night she conceived by him, and after 3 months, her courses ceased and she knew that she was with child. When the days of her pregnancy were accomplished, the pangs of labor took her and they raised cries of joy. The midwife delivered her with difficulty of a son, then, taking the newborn child, she pronounced over him the names of Muhammad and Ali and said, God is most great. Moreover, she called in his ear the call to prayer, then swathed him and gave him to his mother, who took him and put him to her breast, and he sucked his full and slept. The midwife abode with them 3 days, till they had made the mothering cakes and sweetmeats, and they distributed them on the 7th day. Then they sprinkled salt, and the merchant, going in to his wife, gave her joy of her safe delivery and said, Where is the gift of God? So they brought him a babe of surpassing beauty, the handiwork of the ever-present orderer of all things. Whoever saw him would have deemed him a yearling child, though he was but 7 days old. Shamseddin looked on his face, and seeing it like a shining full moon, with moles on both cheeks, said to his wife, What hast thou named him? If it were a girl, answered she, I had named her, but it is a boy, so none shall name him but thou. Now the people of that time used to name their children by omens, and whilst the merchant and his wife were taking counsel of the name, they heard one say to his friend, Harkye, my lord Aladdin. So the merchant said, We will call him Aladdin Abu Shamat. Then he committed the child to the nurses, and he drank milk 2 years, after which they weaned him, and he grew up and throve and walked upon the earth. When he came to 7 years old, they put him in a chamber under the earth, for fear of the evil eye, and his father said, He shall not come out, till his beard grows. And he gave him in charge to a slave girl and a black slave, the former dressed him his meals and the latter carried them to him. Then his father circumcised him and made him a great feast, after which he brought him a doctor of the law, who taught him to write and repeat the Quran and other parts of knowledge, till he became an accomplished scholar. One day, the slave, after bringing him the tray of food, went away and forgot to shut the trapdoor after him, so Aladdin came forth and went in to his mother, with whom was a company of women of rank. As they sat talking, in came he upon them, as he were a drunken white slave, for the excess of his beauty, and when they saw him, they veiled their faces and said to his mother, God requite thee, O such an one. How canst thou let this strange slave in upon us? Knowest thou not that modesty is a point of the faith? Pronounce the name of God, answered she. This is my son, the darling of my heart and the son of the provost Shumseddin. Quoth they, We never knew that thou hadst a son, and she, his father feared the evil eye for him and shut him up in a chamber under the earth, nor did we mean that he should come out, before his beard was grown, but it would seem as if the slave had unawares left the door open, and he hath come out. The women gave her joy of him, and he went out from them into the courtyard, where he seated himself in the veranda. Presently in came the slaves with his father's mule, and he said to them, Whence comes this mule? Quoth they, Thy father rode her to the shop, and we have brought her back. And what is my father's trade? Asked he. And they replied, He is provost of the merchants of Cairo and sultan of the sons of the Arabs. Then he went in to his mother and said to her, O my mother, what is my father's trade? Said she, He is a merchant and provost of the merchants of Cairo and sultan of the sons of the Arabs. His slaves consult him not in selling aught whose price is less than 1,000 dinars, but sell it at their own discretion, nor doth any merchandise, little or much, enter or leave Cairo, without passing through his hands, for, O my son, God the Most Great hath given thy father wealth past count. Praised be God, exclaimed he, that I am son of the Sultan of the sons of the Arabs and that my father is provost of the merchants. But why, O my mother, did you put me in the underground chamber and leave me prisoner there? O my son, answered she, we did this for fear of men's eyes, for it is true that the evil eye hath power to harm, and the most part of the sojourners in the tombs are of its victims. O my mother, rejoined he, where is a place of refuge against destiny? Verily, taking care stoppeth not fate, nor is there any escape from that which is written. He who took my grandfather will not spare myself nor my father, for, though he live today, he shall not live tomorrow. And when my father dies and I come forth and say, I am Aladdin, son of Shumseddin the merchant, none of the people will believe me, but the aged will say, never in our lives saw we a son or a daughter of Shumseddin. Then the treasury will come down and take my father's estate, and may Allah have mercy on him who saith, the noble dies and his wealth passes away, and the meanest of men take his women. So do thou, O my mother, speak to my father, that he take me with him to the market and set me up in a shop with merchandise and teach me to buy and sell and give and take. O my son, answered his mother, when thy father returns, I will tell him this. So when the merchant came home, he found his son sitting with his mother and said to her, Why hast thou brought him forth of the underground chamber? O my cousin, answered she, it was not I that brought him out, but the servants forgot to shut the door and left it open, so he came forth and came in to me, as I sat with a company of women of rank. And she went on to repeat to him what the boy had said, and Shumseddin said to the latter, O my son, tomorrow, God willing, I will take thee with me to the market, but I would have thee know that the commerce of the markets and the shops demands good manners and an accomplished carriage in all conditions. So Aladdin passed the night, rejoicing in his father's promise, and on the morrow the merchant carried him to the bath and clad him in a suit worth much money. As soon as they had broken their fast and drunken sherbets, Shumseddin mounted his mule and rode to the market, followed by his son, but when the market folk saw their provost making towards them, followed by a youth as he were a piece of the moon on its 14th night, they said, one to another, See yonder boy behind the provost of the merchants. Verily, we thought well of him, but he is like the leek, grey-headed and green at the heart. And Sheikh Mohammed Semsem before mentioned, the deputy of the market, said, O merchants, never will we accept the like of him for our chief. Now it was the custom, when the provost came from his house and sat down in his shop of a morning, for the deputy of the market and the rest of the merchants to go in a body to his ship and recite to him the opening chapter of the Quran, after which they wished him good morrow and went away, each to his shop. Shamseddin seated himself in his shop as usual, but the merchants come not to him as of wont, so he called the deputy and said to him, Why come not the merchants together as usual? I know not how to tell thee, answered Muhammad Semsem, for they have agreed to depose thee from the headship of the market and to recite the first chapter to thee no more. And why so? Asked Shamseddin. What boy is this that sits beside thee? Asked the deputy, and thou a man of years and chief of the merchants? Is he a slave or akin to thy wife? Verily, I think thou lovest him and inclinest, unlawfully, to the boy. With this, the provost cried out at him, saying, God confound thee, hold thy peace. This is my son. Never knew we that thou hadst a son, rejoined the deputy, and Shamseddin answered, When thou gavest me the seed thickener, my wife conceived and bore this youth, whom I reared in a chamber under the earth, for fear of the evil eye, nor was it my purpose that he should come forth, till he could take his beard in his hand. However, his mother would not agree to this, and he would have me bring him to the market and stock him a shop and teach him to sell and buy. So the deputy returned to the other merchants and acquainted them with the truth of the case, whereupon they all arose and going in a body to Shamseddin's shop, stood before him and recited the first chapter of the Quran to him, after which they gave him joy of his son and said to him, God prosper root and branch. But even the poorest of us, when son or daughter is born to him, needs must he make a pot of custard and bid his friends and acquaintances, yet thou hast not done this. Quoth he, This is your due from me, be our rendezvous in the garden. So next morning, he sent the carpet layer to the pavilion in the garden and bade him furnish it. Moreover, he sent thither all that was needful for cooking, such as sheep and butter and so forth, and spread 2 tables, one in the saloon and another in the upper chamber. Then he and his son girded themselves, and he said to the latter, O my son, when a greybeard enters, I will meet him and carry him into the upper chamber and seat him at the table, and do thou, in like manner, receive the beardless youths and seat them at the table in the saloon. O my father, asked Aladdin, why dost thou spread 2 tables, one for men and another for youths? O my son, answered Shamseddin, the beardless boy is ashamed to eat with men. And his son was content with this answer. So when the merchants arrived, Shamseddin received the men and seated them in the upper chamber, whilst Aladdin received the youths and seated them in the saloon. Then the servants set on food and the guests ate and drank and made merry, whilst the attendants served them with sherbets and perfumed them with the fragrant smoke of scented woods, and the elders fell to conversing of matters of science and tradition. Now there was amongst them a merchant called Mahmud of Balkh, a Muslim by profession but at heart a Magian, a man of lewd life, who had a passion for boys. He used to buy stuffs and merchandise of Aladdin's father, and when he saw the boy, one look at his face cost him 1,000 sighs, and Satan dangled the jewel before his eyes, so that he was taken with desire and mad passion for him, and his heart was filled with love of him. So he arose and made for the youths, who rose to receive him. At this moment, Aladdin, being taken with an urgent occasion, withdrew to make water, whereupon Mahmud turned to the other youths and said to them, If you will incline Aladdin's mind to journeying with me, I will give each of you a dress worth much money. Then he returned to the men's party, and when Aladdin came back, the youths rose to receive him and seated him in the place of honor. Presently, one of them said to his neighbor, O my lord Hassan, tell me how thou camest by the capital on which thou tradest. When I came to man's estate, answered Hassan, I said to my father, O my father, give me merchandise. O my son, answered he, I have none by me, but go thou to some merchant and take of him money and traffic with it and learn to buy and sell and give and take. So I went to one of the merchants and borrowed of him 1,000 dinars, with which I bought stuffs, and carrying them to Damascus, sold them there at a profit of 2 for 1. Then I bought Syrian stuffs and carrying them to Aleppo, disposed of them there at a like profit, after which I bought stuffs of Aleppo and repaired with them to Baghdad, where I sold them with the same result, nor did I cease to buy and sell, till I was worth nigh 10,000 dinars. Each of the others told a like tale, till it came to Aladdin's turn, when they said to him, And thou, O my lord Aladdin? Quoth he, I was brought up in a chamber underground and came forth from it but this week, and I do but go to the shop and return home. Thou art used to abide at home, rejoined they, and knowest not the delight of travel, for travel is for men only. I reck not of travel, answered he, and value ease above all things. Whereupon quoth one to the other, This youth is like the fish, when he leaves the water he dies. Then they said to him, O Aladdin, the glory of the sons of the merchants is not but in travel for the sake of gain. Their talk angered him, and he left them, weeping-eyed and mourning-hearted, and mounting his mule, returned home. When his mother saw him thus, she said to him, What ails thee to weep, O my son? And he answered, All the sons of the merchants made mock of me and said to me, There is no glory for a merchant's son save in travel for gain. O my son, rejoined she, hast thou a mind for travel? Yes, said he. And whither wilt thou go? asked she. To the city of Baghdad, answered he, for their folk make a profit of 2 to 1 on their goods. O my son, said she, thy father is a very rich man, and if he provide thee not with merchandise, I will do so of my own monies. Quoth he, The best of favors is that which is quickly bestowed, if it is to be, now is the time for it. So she called the servants and sent them for packers, then opening a storehouse, brought out 10 loads of stuffs, which the packers made up into bales for him. Meanwhile Shamseddin missed his son, and inquiring after him, was told that he had mounted and gone home, so he too mounted and followed him. When he entered the house, he saw the bales packed ready and asked what they were, whereupon his wife told him what had passed between Aladdin and the young merchants, and he said, O my son, may God curse foreign travel. Verily, the Prophet, whom God bless and preserve, hath said, It is of a man's good fortune that he have his livelihood in his own land, and it was said of the ancients, Leave travel, though but for a mile. Then he said to his son, Art thou indeed resolved to travel, and wilt thou not turn back from it? Needs must I journey to Baghdad with merchandise, answered Aladdin, else will I put off my clothes and don a dervish's habit and go a-wandering over the world. Quoth Shamseddin, I am no lack good, but have great plenty of wealth, and with me are stuffs and merchandise befitting every country in the world. Then he showed him his goods, and amongst the rest, 4 bales ready packed, with the price, 1,000 dinars, written on each, and said to him, Take these 40 loads, together with those thy mother gave thee, and set out under the safeguard of God the Most High. But, O my son, I fear for thee a certain wood in thy way, called the Lion's Copse, and a valley called the Valley of Dogs, for their lives are lost without mercy. How so? asked Aladdin. Because of a Bedouin highwayman, hight Ajlan, answered his father, who harbors there. Quoth Aladdin, Fortune is with God, if any part in it be mine, no harm will befall me. Then they rode to the cattle market, where a muleteer alighted from his mule, and kissing the provost's hand, said to him, O my lord, by Allah, it is long since thou hast employed me to carry merchandise for thee. Every time hath its fortune and its men, answered Shamseddin, and may God have mercy on him who said, An old man went walking the ways of the world, so bowed and so bent that his beard swept his knee. What makes thee go doubled this fashion? quoth I. He answered, and spread out his hands unto me. My youth hath escaped me, 'tis lost in the dust, and I bend me to seek it, where'er it may be. O captain, added he, it is not I, but this my son that is minded to travel. God preserve his to thee, said the muleteer. Then Shamseddin made a contract between Aladdin and the muleteer, appointing that the former should be to the latter as a son, and gave him into his charge, saying, "Take these 100 dinars for thy men." Moreover, he bought his son 60 mules and a lamp and covering of honor for the tomb of Sheikh Abdulkadir el-Jilani, and said to him, "O my son, I am leaving thee, and this is thy father in my stead. Whatsoever he biddeth thee, do thou obey him." So saying, he returned home with the mules and servants, and they made recitations of the Quran and held a festival that night in honor of the Sheikh Abdulkadir. On the morrow, Shamseddin gave his son 10,000 dinars, saying, "O my son, when thou comest to Baghdad, if thou find stuffs brisk of sale, sell them, but if they be dull, spend of these dinars." Then they loaded the mules and taking leave of their friends, set out on their journey. Now Mahmud of Balkh had made ready his own venture for Baghdad and set up his tents without the city, saying in himself, "I shall not enjoy this youth but in the desert, where there is neither spy nor spoil sport to trouble me." It chanced that he had in hand 1,000 dinars of Shamseddin's monies, the balance of a dealing between them, so he went to the provost and bade him farewell, and he said to him, "Give the 1,000 dinars to my son Aladdin," and commended the latter to his care, saying, "He is as it were thy son." Accordingly, Aladdin joined company with Mahmud, who charged the youth's cook to dress nothing for him, but himself provided him and his company with meat and drink. Now he had 4 houses, one at Cairo, another at Damascus, a third at Aleppo and a fourth at Baghdad. So they set out and journeyed over deserts and plains, till they drew near Damascus, when Mahmud sent his servant to Aladdin, whom he found reading. He went up to him and kissed his hands, and Aladdin asked him what he sought. "My master salutes thee," answered the slave, "and craves thy company to a banquet in his house." Quoth the youth, "I must consult my father Kamaleddin, the captain of the caravan." So he consulted the muleteer, who said, "Do not go." Then they left Damascus and journeyed on till they came to Aleppo, where Mahmud made a second entertainment and sent to bid Aladdin, but the muleteer again forbade him. Then they departed Aleppo and fared on, till they came within a day's journey of Baghdad. Here Mahmud repeated his invitation a third time, and Kamaleddin once more forbade Aladdin to accept it, but the latter said, "I must needs go." So he rose and girding on a sword under his clothes, repaired to the tent of Mahmud of Balkh, who came to meet him and saluted him. Then he set a sumptuous repast before him, and they ate and drank and washed their hands. Presently, Mahmud bent towards Aladdin, to kiss him, but the youth received the kiss on his hand and said to him, "What wilt thou do?" Quoth Mahmud, "I brought thee hither that I might do delight with thee in this jousting ground, and we will comment the words of him who saith, Can't be thou wilt with us a momentling alight, like to an eukin's milk or what not else of white. And cat what liketh thee of dainty wastel bread, and take what thou mayst get of silver small and bright. And bear off what thou wilt, sans grudging or constraint, spanling or full-told span or fistling filled outright?" Then he would have laid hands on Aladdin, but he rose and drawing his sword, said to him, "Shame on thy grey hairs! Hast thou no fear of God, and he of exceeding great might? May he have mercy on him who saith, Look thou thy hoariness preserve from aught that may it stain. For whiteness still to take adient is passing quick and fain. This merchandise, added he, is a trust from God and may not be sold. If I sold it to other than thee for gold, I would sell it thee for silver, but, by Allah, O filthy one, I will never again company with thee." Then he returned to Kamaleddin and said to him, "Yonder man is a lewd fellow, and I will no longer consort with him nor suffer his company by the way." "O my son," replied the muleteer, "did I not forbid thee to go with him? But if we part company with him, I fear destruction for ourselves, so let us still make one caravan." But Aladdin said, "It may not be, I will never again travel with him. So he loaded his beasts and journeyed onward, he and his company, till they came to a valley, where Aladdin would have halted, but the muleteer said to him, Do not halt here, rather let us fare forward and quicken our pace, so haply we may reach Baghdad before the gates are closed, for they open and shut them with the sun, for fear the schismatics should take the city and throw the books of learning into the Tigris. O my father, replied Aladdin, I came not to Baghdad with this merchandise, for the sake of traffic, but to divert myself with the sight of foreign lands. And Aladdin rejoined, O my son, we fear for thee and for thy goods from the wild Arabs. But he answered, Harkee, sirrah, art thou master or servant? I will not enter Baghdad till the morning, that the townsfolk may see my merchandise and know me. Do as thou wilt, said the muleteer, I have given thee good counsel, and thou must judge for thyself. Then Aladdin bade them unload the mules and pitch the tent, so they did his bidding and abode there till the middle of the night, when the youth went out to do an occasion and seeing something gleaming afar off, said to Aladdin, O captain, what is yonder glittering? The muleteer sat up and considering it straightly, knew it for the glint of spearheads and Bedouin swords and harness. Now this was a troop of Bedouins under a chief called Ajlan Abu Naib, sheikh of the Arabs, and when they neared the camp and saw the baggage, they said, one to another, O knight of booty! Quoth Aladdin, Avaunt, O meanest of Arabs! But Abu Naib smote him with his javelin in the breast, that the point came out gleaming from his back, and he fell down dead at the tent door. Then cried the water-carrier, Avaunt, O foulest of Arabs! And one of them smote him with a sword upon the shoulder, that it issued shining from the tendons of the throat, and he also fell slain. Then the Bedouins fell upon the caravan from all sides and slew the whole company except Aladdin, after which they loaded the mules with the spoil and made off. Quoth Aladdin to himself, Thy dress and mule will be the death of thee. So he put off his cassock and threw it over the back of a mule, remaining in his shirt and drawers alone, after which he went to the door of the tent and finding there a pool of blood from the slain, rolled himself in it, till he was as a slain man, drowned in his blood. Meanwhile Ajlan said to his men, O Arabs, was this caravan bound from Egypt for Baghdad or from Baghdad for Egypt? It was bound from Egypt for Baghdad, answered they. Then, said he, return to the slain, for methinks the owner of the caravan is not dead. So they turned back and fell to larding the slain with lance and sword thrusts, lest any life were left in them, till they came to Aladdin, who had laid himself among the dead bodies. Quoth they, Thou dost but feign thyself dead, but we will make an end of thee. So one of the Bedouins drew his javelin and should have plunged it into his breast. But he cried out, Save me, O my lord Abdulkader, and behold, he saw a hand turn the lance away from his breast to that of the muleteer, so that it pierced the latter and spared himself. Then the Bedouins made off, and when Aladdin saw that the birds were flown with their purchase, he rose and set off running, but Abu Naib looked back and said, O Arabs, I see somewhat moving. So one of the Bedouins turned back and spying Aladdin running, called out to him, saying, Flight shall not avail thee, and we after thee, and he smote his mare with his fist and pricked after him. Then Aladdin, seeing before him a watering tank and a cistern beside it, climbed up into a niche in the cistern and stretching himself along, feigned sleep and said, O gracious protector, cover me with the veil of thy protection, that may not be torn away. Presently, the Bedouin came up to the cistern and standing in his stirrups put out one hand to lay hold of Aladdin, but he said, Save me, O my lady Nafiseh. Now is thy time. And behold, a scorpion stung the Bedouin in the palm and he cried out, saying, Help, O Arabs! I am stung, and fell off his mare. His comrades came up to him and set him on horseback again, saying, What hath befallen thee? Quoth he, A scorpion stung me. And they departed, leaving Aladdin in the niche. Meanwhile, Maymod of Balk loaded his beasts and fared on till he came to the Valley of Dogs, where he found Aladdin's men lying slain. At this he rejoiced and went on till he reached the reservoir. Now his mule was athirst and turned aside to drink, but took fright at Aladdin's shadow in the water and started, whereupon Maymod raised his eyes and seeing Aladdin lying in the niche, stripped to his shirt and trousers, said to him, "Who hath dealt thus with thee and left thee in this ill plight?" "The Bedouins," answered Aladdin, and Maymod said, "O my son, the mules and the baggage were thy ransom, so do thou comfort thyself with the saying of the poet. So but a man may win to save his soul alive from death, but as the paring of his nail his wealth he reckoneth. But now, O my son," continued he, "come down and fear no hurt." So he came down from the niche and Maymod mounted him on a mule and fared on with him, till they reached Baghdad, where he brought him to his own house and bade his servants carry him to the bath, saying to him, "O my son, the goods and money were the ransom of thy life, but, if thou wilt hearken to me, I will give thee the worth of that thou hast lost, twice told." When he came out of the bath, Maymod carried him into a saloon with 4 estrades, decorated with gold, and let bring a tray of all manner meats. So they ate and drank and Maymod turned to Aladdin and would have taken a kiss of him, but he received it upon his hand and said, "Dost thou persist in thy evil designs upon me? Did I not tell thee that, were I want to sell this merchandise to other than thee for gold, I would sell it thee for silver?" Quoth Maymod, "I will give thee neither mule nor clothes nor merchandise save at this price, for I am mad for love of thee, and God bless him who said, Abu Bilal his saw of an object of love, which from one of his elders himself did derive. The lover's not healed of the pangs of desire by clips nor by kisses, excepting he swive." "This may never be," replied Aladdin. "Take back thy dress and thy mule and open the door, that I may go out." So he opened the door, and Aladdin went forth and walked on, with the dogs yelping at his heels, till he saw the door of a mosque open and going in, took shelter in the vestibule. Presently, he espied a light approaching and examining it, saw that it came from a pair of lanterns borne by 2 slaves before 2 merchants, an old man of comely aspect and a youth. He heard the latter say to the other, "O my uncle, I conjure thee by Allah, give me back my wife." The old man replied, "Did I not warn thee, many a time, when the oath of divorce was always in thy mouth, as it were thy Koran?" Then he turned and seeing Aladdin, as he were a piece of the moon, said to him, "Who art thou, O my son?" Quoth he, "I am Aladdin, son of Shamseddin, provost of the merchants at Cairo. I besought my father for merchandise, so he packed me 50 loads of goods and gave me 10,000 dinars, wherewith I set out for Baghdad, but when I came to the lion's copse, the Bedouins fell upon me and took all I had. So I entered this city, knowing not where to pass the night, and seeing this place, I took shelter here." "O my son," said the old man, "what sayst thou to 1,000 dinars and a suit of clothes and a mule worth other 2,000? "To what end wilt thou give me this?" asked Aladdin, and the other answered, "This young man, whom thou sayest, is the only son of my brother, and I have an only daughter called Zubaydah the lutanist, who is endowed with beauty and grace. I married her to him and he loves her, but she hates him." Now he took an oath of triple divorcement and broke it. As soon as she heard of this, she left him, and he egged on all the folk to intercede with me to restore her to him, but I told him that this could not lawfully be done but by an intermediate marriage, and we have agreed to make some stranger the intermediary, so none may taunt him with this affair. So, as thou art a stranger, come with us and we will marry thee to her. Thou shalt lie with her tonight and on the morrow divorce her, and we will give thee what I said." "By Allah," quoth Aladdin to himself, "it were better to pass the night with a bride on a bed in a house, than in the streets and vestibules." So he went with them to the Cadi, who, as soon as he saw Aladdin, was moved to love of him and said to the old man, "What is your will?" Quoth he, "We wish to marry this young man to my daughter, as an intermediary, and the contract is to be for 10,000 dinars, dowry precedent, for which he shall give us a bond. If he divorce her in the morning, we will give him 1,000 dinars and a mule and dress worth other 2,000, but if he divorce her not, he shall pay down the 10,000 dinars, according to the bond." The Qadi drew up the marriage contract to this effect, and the lady's father took a bond for the dowry. Then he took Aladdin, and clothing him anew, carried him to his daughter's house, where he left him at the door, whilst he himself went in to the young lady and gave her the bond, saying, "Take the bond of thy dowry, for I have married thee to a handsome youth by name Aladdin Abu Shamat, so do thou use him with all consideration." Then he left her and went to his own lodging. Now the lady's cousin had an old waiting woman, to whom he had done many a kindness and who used to visit Zubaydah, so he said to her, "O my mother, if my cousin Zubaydah see this handsome young man, she will never after accept of me, so I would fain have thee contrive to keep them apart." "By thy youth," answered she, "I will not suffer him to approach her." Then she went to Aladdin and said to him, "O my son, I have a warning to give thee, for the love of God the Most High, and do thou follow my advice, for I fear for thee from this damsel. Let her lie alone and handle her not, nor draw near to her." "Why so?" asked he, and she answered, "Because her body is full of elephantiasis, and I fear lest she infect thy fair youth." Quoth he, "I have no need of her." Moreover, she went to the lady and said the like to her of Aladdin, and she replied, "I have no need of him, but will let him lie alone, and on the morrow he shall go his way." Then she called a slave girl and said to her, "Take him the tray of food, that he may sup." So the maid carried him the tray of food and set it before him, and he ate his fill, after which he sat down and fell to reciting the chapter called Yasin in a sweet voice. The lady listened to him and found his voice as melodious as the Psalms of David, which when she heard, she exclaimed, "Beshrew the old hag that told me that he was affected with leprosy. Surely, that is a lie against him, for this is not the voice of one who hath such a disease." Then she took a lute of Indian workmanship and tuning it, sang the following verses, in a voice whose music would stay the birds in mid-heaven. "I am enamored of a fawn with black and languorous eyes, the willow branches, as he goes, are jealous of him still. Me he rejects and others joy his favors in my stead. This is indeed the grace of God, he gives to whom he will." As soon as he had finished his recitation, he sang the following verse in reply. "My salutation to the shape that through the weed doth show, and to the roses in the cheeks full flowering meads that blow." When she heard this, her inclination for him redoubled, and she rose and lifted the curtain, and Aladdin, seeing her, repeated these verses. "She shineth forth, a moon, and bends, a willow wand, and breathes out ambergris and gazes, a gazelle. Meseems as if grief loved my heart, and when from her estrangement I abide, possession to it fell." Thereupon she came forward, swinging her hips and swaying gracefully from side to side with a shape the handiwork of him whose bounties are hidden, and each of them stole a glance at the other, that cost them 1,000 regrets. Then, for that the arrows of her glances overcame his heart, he repeated the following verses. "The moon of the heavens she spied, and called to my thought the nights of our loves in the meadows under her shine." Yeah, each of us saw a moon, but, sooth to say, it was her eyes that I saw and she saw mine. Then she drew near him, and when there remained but 2 paces between them, he repeated these verses. She took up 3 locks of her hair and spread them out one night, and straight 3 nights discovered at once unto my sight. Then did she turn her visage up to the moon of the sky, and showed me 2 moons at one season, both burning clear and bright. Then said he to her, Keep off from me, lest thou infect me. Whereupon she uncovered her wrist to him, and he saw that it was cleft, like a peach, and its whiteness was as the whiteness of silver. Then said she, Hold off from me, thou, for thou art stricken with leprosy, and belike thou wilt infect me. Who told thee I was a leper? Asked he, and she said, The old woman. Quoth he, It was she told me that thou wast afflicted with elephantiasis. So saying, he bared his arms and showed her that his skin was like virgin silver, whereupon she pressed him to her bosom and they clipped one another. Then she took him and lying down on her back, did off her trousers, whereupon that which his father had left him rose up, in rebellion, against him and he said, to it, O elder of yards, O father of nerves. And putting his hands to her flanks, set the nerve of sweetness to the mouth of the cleft and thrust on to the wicket gate. His passage was by the gate of victories, or openings, and after this he entered the Monday market and those of Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday, and finding the carpet after the measure of the estrade, he plied, or turned, the box within its sheath, or cover, till he came to the end of it. When it was morning, he exclaimed, Alas for delight that is not fulfilled! The raven takes it and flies away. What means this saying? Asked she, and he answered, O my lady, I have but this hour to abide with thee. Quoth she, Who saith so? And he, Thy father made me give him a bond to pay 10,000 dinars to thy dowry, and except I pay it this very day, they will lay me in prison therefore in the Cadi's house, and now my hand lacketh 1 para of the sum. O my lord, said she, is the marriage bond in thy hand or in theirs? In mine, answered he, but I have nothing. Quoth she, The matter is easy, fear nothing. Take these 100 dinars, if I had more, I would give thee what thou lackest, but my father, for his love of my cousin, hath transported all his good, even to my trinkets, from my lodging to his. But when they send thee a sergeant of the court and the Cadi and my father bid thee divorce, answer thou, By what code is it right that I should marry at nightfall and divorce in the morning? Then kiss the Cadi's hand and give him a present, and in like manner kiss the assessor's hands and give each of them 60 dinars. So they will all speak with thee, and if they say to thee, Why dost thou not divorce her and take the 1,000 dinars and the mule and suit of clothes, according to contract, do thou answer, Every hair of her head is worth 1,000 dinars to me, and I will never put her away, neither will I take a suit of clothes nor aught else. If the Cadi say to thee, Then pay down the dowry, do thou reply, I am straitened at this present, whereupon he and the assessors will deal friendly with thee and allow thee time to pay. Whilst they were talking, the Cadi's officer knocked at the door, so Aladdin went down and the man said to him, The Cadi cites thee to answer thy father-in-law's summons. Aladdin gave him 5 dinars and said to him, O sergeant, by what code am I bound to marry at night and divorce next morning? By none of ours, answered the sergeant, and if thou be ignorant of the law, I will act as thine advocate. Then they went to the court and the Cadi said to Aladdin, Why dost thou not divorce the woman and take what falls to thee by the contract? With this he went up to the Cadi and kissing his hand, put in it 50 dinars and said, O our lord the Cadi, by what code is it right that I should marry at night and divorce in the morning in my own despite? Divorce on compulsion, replied the Cadi, is sanctioned by no school of the Muslims. Then said the lady's father, If thou wilt not divorce, pay me the 10,000 dinars, her dowry. Quoth Aladdin, Give me 3 days' time. But the Cadi said, 3 days is not enough, he shall give thee 10. So they agreed to this and bound him to pay the dowry or divorce after 10 days. Then he left them, and taking meat and rice and butter and what else of food he needed, returned to his wife and told her what had passed, whereupon she said, Between night and day, wonders may happen, and God bless him who saith, Be mild what time thou art ta'en with anger and despite impatient, if there fall misfortune on thy head. Indeed, the nights are quick and great with child by time, and of all wondrous things are hourly brought to bed. Then she rose and made ready food and brought the tray, and they ate and drank and made merry a while. Presently, Aladdin besought her to let him hear some music, So she took the lute and played a measure that would have made the very rock dance for delight, and the strings cried out, in ecstasy, "O loving one," after which she passed into a livelier measure. As they were thus passing the time in mirth and delight, there came a knocking at the door, and Zobeida said to Aladdin, "Go and see who is at the door." So he went down, and finding 4 dervishes standing without, said to them, "What do you want?" "O my lord," answered they, "we are foreign dervishes, the food of whose souls is music and dainty verse, and we would fain take our pleasure with thee this night. On the morrow we will go our way, and with God the Most High be thy reward, for we adore music, and there is not one of us but hath store of odes and songs and ballads." "I must consult my wife," answered he, and returned and told Zobeida, who said, "Open the door to them." So he went down again, and bringing them up, made them sit down and welcomed them. Then he brought them food, but they would not eat, and said, "O my lord, our victual is to magnify God with our hearts and hear music with our ears, and God bless him who saith, 'We come for your company only, and not for your feasts, for eating's sake is not but a fashion of beasts.'" "Just now," added they, "we heard pleasant music here, but when we knocked, it ceased, and we would fain know whether the player was a slave girl, white of black, or a lady." "It was this my wife," answered he, and told them all that had befallen him, adding, "My father-in-law hath bound me to pay a dowry of 10,000 dinars for her, and they have given me 10 days' time." "Have no care and think not but good," said one of the dervishes, "for I am head of the convent and have 40 dervishes under my hand. I will gather thee from them the 10,000 dinars, and thou shalt pay thy father-in-law the dowry. But now bid thy wife make us music, that we may be heartened and solaced, for to some music is food, to others medicine, and to others refreshment." Now these 4 dervishes were none other than the Caliph Harun al-Rashid and his vizier Jafar the Barmecide, and Abu Nuwas ben Hani and Mesra the headsman, and the reason of their coming thither was that the Caliph, being heavy at heart, had called his vizier and signified to him his wish to go forth and walk about the city, to divert himself. So they all 4 donned dervish habits and went out and walked about, till they came to Zobeida's house, and hearing music, were minded to know the cause. They spent the night in mirth and harmony and discourse, till the morning, when the Caliph laid 100 dinars under the prayer carpet, and taking leave of Aladdin, went his way, he and his companions. Presently, Zobeida lifted the carpet, and finding the 100 dinars, gave them to her husband, saying, "Take these 100 dinars that I have found under the prayer carpet, the dervishes must have laid them there, without our knowledge." So he took the money, and repairing to the market, bought meat and rice and butter and so forth. When it was night, he lighted the candle and said to Zobeida, "The dervishes have not brought the 10,000 dinars that they promised me, but indeed they are poor men." As they were talking, the dervishes knocked at the door, and she said, "Go down and open to them." So he went down, and bringing them up, said to them, "Have you brought me the 10,000 dinars?" "We have not been able to get aught thereof as yet," answered they, "but fear nothing, tomorrow, God willing, we will make an alchemic operation for thee. But now bid thy wife play her best to us and gladden our hearts, for we love music." So she made them music that would have caused the very rocks to dance, and they passed the night in mirth and converse and good cheer, till the morning appeared with its light and shone, when they took leave of Aladdin and went their way, after laying other 100 dinars under the carpet. They continued to visit him thus every night for 9 nights, and each morning the Caliph put 100 dinars under the prayer carpet, till the 10th night, when they came not. Now the reason for their failure to come was that the Caliph had sent to a great merchant, saying to him, "Bring me 50 loads of stuffs, such as come from Cairo, each worth 1,000 dinars, and write on each bale its price, and bring me also a male Abyssinian slave." The merchant did the bidding of the Caliph, who wrote a letter to Aladdin, as from his father Shamseddin, and committed it to the slave, together with the 50 loads and a basin and ewer of gold and other presents, saying to him, take these bales and what else and go to such and such a quarter and inquire for Aladdin Abu Shamat, at the house of the provost of the merchants. So the slave took the letter and the goods and went out on his errand. Meanwhile the lady's first husband went to her father and said to him, "Come, let us go to Aladdin and make him divorce my cousin." So they set out, and when they came to the street in which Zobeida's house stood, they found 50 mules, laden with stuffs, and a black slave riding on a she-mule. So they said to him, "Whose goods are these?" "They belong to my lord Aladdin Abu Shamat," answered he. His father equipped him with merchandise and sent him on a journey to Baghdad, but the Bedouins fell on him and took all he had. So when the news of his despoilment reached his father, he dispatched me to him with these 50 loads, in place of those he had lost, besides a mule laden with 5,000 dinars and a parcel of clothes worth much money and a cloak of sables and a basin and ewer of gold. When the old merchant heard this, he said, "He whom thou seekest is my son-in-law, and I will show thee his house." Now Aladdin was sitting in great concern, when one knocked at the door, and he said, "O Zubaydah, God is all-knowing. Thy father hath surely sent me an officer from the Qadi or the chief of the police." "Go down," said she, "and see what it is." So he went down and opening the door, found his father-in-law, with an Abyssinian slave, dusky-hued and pleasant of favor, riding on a mule. When the slave saw him, he alighted and kissed his hands, and Aladdin said, "What dost thou want?" Quoth he, "I am the slave of my lord Aladdin Abu Shamat, son of Shamseddin, provost of the merchants of Cairo, who has sent me to him with this charge." Then he gave him the letter, and Aladdin, opening it, read what follows. "Harkye, my letter, when my beloved sees thee, kiss thou the earth before him and his shoes. Look thou go softly and hasten not nor hurry, for in his hands are my life and my repose." Then after the usual salutations from Shamseddin to his son, the letter proceeded thus, "Know, O my son, that news hath reached me of the slaughter of thy men and the plunder of thy baggage, so I send thee here with 50 loads of Egyptian stuffs, together with a suit of clothes and a cloak of sables and an ewer and basin of gold. Fear no evil and be not anywise troubled, for, O my son, the goods thou hast lost were the ransom of thy life. Thy mother and the people of the house are well and in good case and send thee many greetings. Moreover, O my son, I hear that they have married thee, by way of intermediation, to the lady Zubaydah the lutanist and have imposed on thee a dowry of 10,000 dinars, wherefore I send thee also 50,000 dinars by thy slave Salim, the bearer of these presents, whereout thou mayest pay the dowry and provide thyself with the rest." When Aladdin had made an end of reading the letter, he took possession of the goods and turning to the old merchant, said to him, "O my father-in-law, take the 10,000 dinars, thy daughter's dowry, and take also the loads of goods and dispose of them, and thine be the profit, only return me the cost price." "Nay, by Allah," answered he, "I will take nothing, and as for thy wife's dowry, do thou settle it with her." Then they went in to Zubaydah, after the goods had been brought in, and she said to her father, "O my father, whose goods are these?" "They belong to thy husband Aladdin," answered he, "his father hath sent them to him in place of those of which the Bedouins spoiled him. Moreover, he hath sent him 50,000 dinars and a parcel of clothes and a cloak of sables and a riding mule and an ewer and basin of gold. As for the dower, that is thine affair." Thereupon Aladdin rose and opening the chest of money, gave her her dowry. Then said the lady's cousin, "O my uncle, let him divorce to me my wife." But the old man replied, "This may never be now, for the marriage tie is in his hand." With this the young man went out, sore afflicted, and returning home, fell sick, for he had received his death blow, so he took to his bed and presently died. But as for Aladdin, he went to the market and buying what victual he needed, made a banquet as usual against the night, saying to Zubaydah, "See these lying dervishes, they promised us and broke their promise." Quoth she, Thou art the son of a provost of the merchants, yet did thy hand lack of a para. How then should it be with poor dervishes? God the Most High hath enabled us to do without them, answered Aladdin, but never again will I open the door to them. Why so? Asked she, seeing that their coming brought us good luck, and moreover, they put 100 dinars under the prayer carpet for us every night. So needs must thou open to them, if they come. So when the day departed with its light and the night came, they lighted the candles, and he said to her, Come, Zubaydah, make us music. At this moment someone knocked at the door, and she said, Go and see who is at the door. So he went down and opened it, and seeing the dervishes, said, Welcome to the liars. Come up. Accordingly, they went up with him, and he made them sit down and brought them the tray of food. So they ate and drank and made merry, and presently said to him, O my lord, our hearts have been troubled for thee. What hath passed between thee and thy father-in-law? God hath compensated us beyond our desire, answered he. By Allah, rejoined they, we were in fear for thee, and naught kept us from thee but our lack of money. Quoth he, My Lord hath vouchsafed me speedy relief, for my father hath sent me 50,000 dinars and 50 loads of stuffs, each worth 1,000 dinars, besides an Abyssinian slave and a riding mule and a suit of clothes and a basin and an ewer of gold. Moreover, I have made my peace with my father-in-law, and my wife is confirmed to me, so praise be God for this. Presently the Caliph rose to do an occasion, whereupon Ja'far turned to Aladdin and said to him, Look to thy manners, for thou art in the presence of the Commander of the Faithful. How have I failed in good breeding before the Commander of the Faithful? Asked he, and which of you is he? Quoth Ja'far, He who went out but now is the Commander of the Faithful, and I am the Vizier Ja'far. This is Mesra the headsman, and this other is Abu Nuwas ben Hani. And now, O Aladdin, use thy reason and bethink thee how many days' journey it is from Cairo hither. 45 days' journey, answered he, and Ja'far rejoined, Thy baggage was stolen but 10 days ago, so how could the news have reached thy father, and how could he pack thee up other goods and send them to thee 45 days' journey in 10 days' time? O my lord, said Aladdin, and whence then came they? From the Commander of the Faithful, replied Ja'far, of his much affection for thee. As he spoke, the Caliph entered, and Aladdin, rising, kissed the ground before him and said, God keep thee, O Commander of the Faithful, and give thee long life, so the folk may not lack thy bounty and beneficence. O Aladdin, replied the Caliph, let Zubaydah play us an air, by way of thank-offering for thy deliverance. So she played him the rarest of measures on the lute, till the very stone shook for delight and the strings cried out for ecstasy, O loving one! They spent the night after the merriest fashion, and in the morning, the Caliph said to Aladdin, Come to the divan tomorrow. I hear and obey, O Commander of the Faithful, answered he, so it please God, and thou be well and in good case. So on the morrow he took 10 trays, and putting a costly present on each, went up with them to the palace. As the Caliph was sitting on the throne, Aladdin appeared at the door of the divan, repeating the following verses. Good fortune and glory still wait on thy days, and rubbed in the dust be thine ender's nose. May the days never stint to be white unto thee, and black with despite be the days of thy foes. Welcome, O Aladdin, said the Caliph, and he replied, O Commander of the Faithful, the Prophet, whom God bless and preserve, accepted presents, and these 10 trays, with what is on them, are my present to thee. The Caliph accepted his gift, and ordering him a robe of honor, made him provost of the merchants and gave him a seat in the divan. Presently, his father-in-law came in, and seeing Aladdin seated in his place and clad in a robe of honor, said to the Caliph, O King of the age, why is this man sitting in my place and wearing this robe of honor? Quoth the Caliph, I have made him provost of the merchants, and thou art deposed, for offices are by investiture and not in perpetuity. Thou hast done well, O Commander of the Faithful, answered the merchant, for he is art and part of us. May God make the best of us the orderers of our affairs. How many a little one hath become great? Then the Caliph wrote Aladdin a patent of investiture, and gave it to the master of police, who gave it to the crier, and the latter made proclamation in the divan, saying, None is provost of the merchants but Aladdin Abu Shamat, and it behoves all to give heed to his words and pay him respect and honor and consideration. Moreover, when the divan broke up, the master of the police took Aladdin and carried him through the thoroughfares of Baghdad, whilst the crier went before him, making proclamation of his dignity. Next day, Aladdin opened a shop for his slave Salim and set him therein, to buy and sell, whilst he himself rode to the palace and took his place in the Caliph's divan. One day, as he sat in his place, one said to the Caliph, O Commander of the Faithful, may thy head survive such an one the boon companion. He is gone to the mercy of God the Most High, but may thy life be prolonged. Quoth the Caliph, Where is Aladdin Abu Shamat? So he went up to the Commander of the Faithful, who clad him in a splendid dress of honor and made him his boon companion in the dead man's room, appointing him a monthly wage of 1,000 dinars. He continued to fill his new office till, one day, as he sat in the divan, according to his wont, an emir came up with a sword and shield in his hand and said, O Commander of the Faithful, mayst thou outlive the chief of the 60, for he is this day dead. Whereupon the Caliph ordered Aladdin a dress of honor and made him chief of the 60, in place of the dead man, who had neither wife nor child. So Aladdin laid hands on his estate, and the Caliph said to him, Bury him in the earth and take all he hath left of wealth and slaves, male and female. Then he shook the handkerchief and dismissed the divan, whereupon Aladdin went forth, attended by Ahmed ed-Dinef, captain of the right hand, and Hassan Shoman, captain of the left-hand troop of the Caliph's guard, riding at his either stirrup, each with his 40 men. Presently, he turned to Hassan Shoman and his men and said to them, Plead ye for me with Captain Ahmed ed-Dinef, that he accept me as his son before God. And Ahmed ed-Dinef assented, saying, I and my 40 men will go before thee to the divan every day. After this, Aladdin abode in the Caliph's service many days, till one day it chanced that he left the divan and returning home, dismissed Ahmed ed-Dinef and his men and sat down with his wife, who lighted the candles and went out of the room upon an occasion. Presently, he heard a great cry and running in haste to see what was the matter, found that it was his wife who had cried out. She was lying prone on the ground, and when he put his hand to her breast, he found her dead. Now her father's house faced that of Aladdin, and he, hearing her cry out, came in and said, What is the matter, O my lord Aladdin? O my father, answered he, may thy head outlive thy daughter Zubaydah. But the honor we owe the dead is to bury them. So, on the morrow, they buried her in the earth, and her husband and father condoled with each other. Moreover, Aladdin put on mourning apparel and absented himself from the divan, abiding tearful-eyed and sorrowful-hearted. After a while, the Caliph said to Ja'far, O Vizier, what is the cause of Aladdin's absence from the divan? O Commander of the Faithful, answered Ja'far, he is in mourning for his wife Zubaydah. And the Caliph said, It behoves us to pay him a visit of condolence. I hear and obey, replied Ja'far. So they took horse and riding to Aladdin's house, came in upon him with their attendants, as he sat at home, whereupon he rose to receive them and kissed the earth before the Caliph, who said to him, May God abundantly make good thy loss to thee. May he preserve thee to us, O Commander of the Faithful, answered Aladdin. Then said the Caliph, O Aladdin, why hast thou absented thyself from the divan? And he replied, Because of my mourning for my wife Zubaydah, O Commander of the Faithful. Put away grief from thee, rejoined the prince. She is dead and gone to the mercy of God the Most High, and mourning will avail thee nothing. But Aladdin said, O Commander of the Faithful, I shall never leave mourning for her till I die and they bury me by her side. Quoth Haroun, with God as compensation for every loss, and neither wealth nor device can deliver from death. God bless him who said, every son of woman, how long soe'er his life be, must one day be carried upon the bulging bier. How shall he have pleasure in life or hold it goodly, he unto whose cheeks the dust must soon adhere? Then, when he had made an end of condoling with him, he charged him not to absent himself from the divan and returned to his palace. On the morrow, Aladdin mounted and riding to the court, kissed the ground before the Caliph, who rose from the throne, to greet and welcome him, and bade him take his appointed place in the divan, saying, O Aladdin, thou art my guest tonight. So presently he carried him into his seraglio and calling a slave girl named Kut al-Kulub, said to her, Aladdin had a wife called Zubaydah, who used to sing to him and solace him of care and trouble, but she is gone to the mercy of God the Most High, and now I desire that thou play him an air of thy rarest fashion on the lute, that he may be diverted from his grief and mourning. So she rose and made rare music, and the Caliph said to Aladdin, What sayest thou of this damsel's voice? O Commander of the Faithful, answered he, Zubaydah's voice was the finer, but she is rarely skilled in touching the lute, and her playing would make a rock dance. Doth she please thee? Asked the Caliph. Yes, O Commander of the Faithful, answered Aladdin, and Haroun said, By the life of my head and the tombs of my forefathers, she is a gift from me to thee, she and her waiting women. Aladdin thought that the Caliph was jesting with him, but, on the morrow, he went in to Kut al-Kulub and said to her, I have given thee to Aladdin, whereat she rejoiced, for she had seen and loved him. Then the Caliph returned to the divan and calling porters, said to them, Set Kut al-Kulub and her waiting women in a litter and carry them, together with her goods, to Aladdin's house. So they did as he bade them and left her in the upper chamber of Aladdin's house, whilst the Caliph sat in the hall of audience till the close of the day, when the divan broke up and he retired to his harem. Meanwhile, Kut al-Kulub, having taken up her lodging in Aladdin's house, with her women, 40 in all, besides eunuchs, called 2 of the latter and said to them, Sit ye on stools, one on the right and another on the left hand of the door, and when Aladdin comes home, kiss his hands and say to him, Our mistress Kut al-Kulub bids thee to her in the upper chamber, for the Caliph hath given her to thee, her and her women. We hear and obey, answered they, and did as she bade them. So, when Aladdin returned, he found 2 of the Caliph's eunuchs sitting at the door and was amazed and said to himself, Surely, this is not my own house, or else what can have happened? When the eunuchs saw him, they rose and kissing his hands, said to him, We are of the Caliph's household and servants to Kut al-Kulub, who salutes thee, giving thee to know that the Caliph hath bestowed her on thee, her and her women, and craves thy company. Quoth Aladdin, Say ye to her, Thou art welcome, but so long as thou abidest with me, I will not enter thy lodging, for it befits not that what was the master's should become the servant's, and ask her also what was the sum of her day's expense in the Caliph's palace. So they went in to her and did his errand to her, and she replied, 100 dinars a day, whereupon quoth he in himself, There was no need for the Caliph to give me Kut al-Kulub, that I should be put to such an expense for her, but there is no help for it. So she abode with him a while and he assigned her daily 100 dinars for her maintenance, till, one day, he absented himself from the divan and the Caliph said to Ja'far, O Vizier, I gave Kut al-Kulub unto Aladdin, that she might console him for his wife, but why doth he still hold aloof from us? O Commander of the Faithful, answered Ja'far, he spoke sooth who said, Whoso findeth his beloved, forgetteth his friends. Belike he hath excuse for his absence, rejoined the Caliph, but we will pay him a visit. Now some days before this, Aladdin had said to Ja'far, I complained to the Caliph of my grief for the loss of my wife Zubaydah, and he gave me Kut al-Kulub. And Ja'far replied, Except he loved thee, he had not given her to thee. Hast thou gone in to her? No, by Allah. answered Aladdin. I know not her length from her breadth. And why? asked Jafar. O Vizier, replied Aladdin, what befits the master befits not the servant. Then the Caliph and Jafar disguised themselves and went privily to visit Aladdin, but he knew them and rising to them, kissed the hands of the Caliph, who looked at him and read trouble in his face. So he said to him, O Aladdin, whence cometh this trouble in which I see thee? Hast thou gone in to Kut el-Kulub? O Commander of the Faithful, answered he, what befits the master befits not the servant. No, I have not gone in to her, nor do I know her length from her breadth, so do thou quit me of her. Quoth the Caliph, I would fain see her and question her of her case. And Aladdin replied, I hear and obey, O Commander of the Faithful. So the Caliph went in to Kut el-Kulub, who rose and kissed the ground before him, and said to her, Hath Aladdin gone in to thee? No, O Commander of the Faithful, answered she, I sent to bid him to me, but he would not come. So he bade carry her back to the harem, and saying to Aladdin, Do not absent thyself from us, return to his palace. Accordingly, next morning, Aladdin mounted and rode to the divan, where he took his seat as chief of the 60. Presently the Caliph bade his treasurer give the Vizier Jafar 10,000 dinars and said to the latter, I charge thee to go down to the slave market and buy Aladdin a slave girl with this sum. So Jafar took Aladdin and went down with him to the bazaar. As change would have it, that very day, the Emir Khalid, chief of the Baghdad police, had gone down to the market to buy a slave girl for his son Habeslam Bazeza. Now this son he had by his wife Katoun, and he was foul of favor and had reached the age of 20, without learning to ride, albeit his father was a valiant cavalier and a doughty champion and delighted in battle and adventure. One night, he had a dream of dalliance in sleep and told his mother, who rejoiced and told his father, saying, Fain would I find him a wife, for he is now apt for marriage. Quoth Khalid, he is so foul of favor and withal so evil of odor, so sordid and churlish, that no woman would accept of him. And she answered, We will buy him a slave girl. So it befell, for the accomplishment of that which God the Most High had decreed, that the Emir and his son went down, on the same day as Jafar and Aladdin, to the market, where they saw a beautiful girl, full of grace and symmetry, in the hands of a broker, and the Vizier said to the latter, O broker, ask her owner if he will take 1,000 dinars for her. The broker passed by the Emir and his son with the slave, and Habeslam took one look of her, that cost him 1,000 sighs, and he fell passionately in love with her and said, O my father, buy me yonder slave girl. So the Emir called the broker, who brought the girl to him, and asked her name. My name is Jessamine, replied she, and he said to Habeslam, O my son, and she please thee, bid for her. Then he asked the broker what had been bidden for her, and he replied, 1,000 dinars. She is mine for 1,001, said Habeslam, and the broker passed on to Aladdin, who bid 2,000 dinars for her, and as often as Habeslam bid another dinar, Aladdin bid 1,000. The Emir's son was vexed at this and said to the broker, Who is it that bids against me for the slave girl? It is the Vizier Jafar, answered the broker, who is minded to buy her for Aladdin Abu Shamat. Aladdin continued to bid for her till he brought her price up to 10,000 dinars, and her owner sold her to him for that sum. So he took the girl and said to her, I give thee thy freedom for the love of God the Most High. Then he married her and carried her to his house. When the broker returned, after having delivered the girl and received his brokerage, Habeslam called him and said to him, Where is the girl? Quoth he, She was bought for 10,000 dinars by Aladdin, who hath set her free and married her. At this the young man was greatly cast down, and heaving many a sigh, returned home, sick for love of the damsel. He threw himself on his bed and refused food, and passion and love-longing were sore upon him. When his mother saw him in this plight, she said to him, God keep thee, O my son. What ails thee? And he answered, Buy me jessamine, O my mother. When the flower seller passes, said she, I will buy thee a basketful of jessamine. Quoth he, It is not the jessamine one smells I want, but a slave girl named Jessamine, whom my father would not buy for me. So she said to her husband, Why didst thou not buy him the girl? And he replied, What is fit for the master is not fit for the servant, and I have no power to take her, for no less a man bought her than a leaden, sheaf of the 60. Then the youth's weakness redoubled upon him, till he could neither sleep nor eat, and his mother bound her head with the fillets of mourning. Presently, as she sat at home, lamenting over her son, there came in to her an old woman, known as the mother of Ahmed Kemakim the arch-thief, a knave who would bore through the stoutest wall and scale the highest and steal the very coal from the eye. From his earliest years he had been given to these foul practices, till they made him captain of the watch, when he committed a robbery, and the chief of the police, taking him in the act, carried him to the caliph, who bade put him to death. But he sought protection of the vizier, whose intercession the caliph never rejected, so he pleaded for him with the commander of the faithful, who said, How canst thou intercede for a wretch who is the pest of the human race? O commander of the faithful, replied Jafar, do thou imprison him. He who built the first prison was a sage, seeing that a prison is the sepulchre of the live and a cause for their enemies to exult. So the caliph bade lay him in chains and write thereon, appointed to remain until death and not to be loosed but on the bench of the washer of the dead. And they fettered him and cast him into prison. Now his mother was a frequent visitor to the house of the master of the police, and used to go in to her son in prison and say to him, Did I not warn thee to turn from thy wicked ways? God decreed this to me, would he answer, but, O my mother, when thou visitest the emir's wife, make her intercede for me with her husband. So when the old woman came in to the Lady Katown, she found her bound with the fillets of mourning, and said to her, Wherefore dost thou mourn? For my son Habeslam Bezeza, answered she, and the old woman exclaimed, God keep thy son. What hath befallen him? So Katown told her the whole story, and she said, What wouldst thou say of him who should find means to save thy son? And what wilt thou do? Asked the lady. Quoth the old woman, I have a son called Ahmed Kemakim the arch-thief, who lies chained in prison, and on his fetters is written, appointed to remain till death. So do thou don thy richest clothes and trinkets, and present thyself to thy husband with an open and smiling favor, and when he seeks of thee what men used to seek of women, put him off and say, By Allah, it is a strange thing. When a man desires aught of his wife, he importunes her till she satisfies him, but if a wife desire aught of her husband, he will not grant it to her. Then he will say, What dost thou want? And do thou answer, First swear to grant my request. If he swear to thee by his head or by Allah, say to him, Swear to me the oath of divorce, and so not yield to him, except he do this. Then, if he swear to thee the oath of divorce, say to him, Thou hast in prison a man called Ahmed Kemakim, and he has a poor mother, who is instant with me to urge thee to intercede for him with the caliph, that he may relent towards him and thou earn a reward from God. I hear and obey, answered Katown. So when her husband came in to her, she did as the old woman had taught her and extorted the required oath from him, before she would yield to his wishes. He lay with her that night, and on the morrow, after he had made his ablutions and prayed the morning prayers, he repaired to the prison and said to Ahmed Kemakim, Harkee, O arch-thief, dost thou repent of thy ill deeds? I do indeed repent and turn to God, answered he, and say with heart and tongue, I ask pardon of Allah. So he carried him, still chained, to the divan and kissed the earth before the caliph, who said to him, O Emir Khalid, what seekest thou? Then he brought forward Ahmed Kemakim, shuffling in his fetters, and the Caliph said to him, O Kemakim, art thou yet alive? O Commander of the Faithful, answered he, the wretched are long-lived. Then said the Caliph to the Emir, Why have thou brought him hither? And he replied, O Commander of the Faithful, he hath a poor, desolate mother, who hath none but him, and she hath had recourse to thy slave, imploring him to intercede with thee to set him free and make him captain of the watch as before, for he repenteth of his evil courses. Quoth the Caliph to Ahmed, Dost thou repent of thy sins? I do indeed repent to God, O Commander of the Faithful, answered he, whereupon the Caliph called for the blacksmith and made him strike off his irons on the bench of the washer of the dead. Moreover, he restored him to his former office and charged him to walk in the way of good and righteousness. So he kissed the Caliph's hands and donning the captain's habit, went forth, whilst they made proclamation of his appointment. He abode a while in the exercise of his office, till, one day, his mother went in to the wife of the chief of the police, who said to her, Praised be God who hath delivered thy son from prison and restored him to health and safety. But why dost thou not bid him cast about to get the girl Jessamine for my son Habeslam Bezazah? That will I, answered she, and going out from her, repaired to her son. She found him drunken and said to him, O my son, none was the cause of thy release from prison but the wife of the master of police, and she would have thee go about to kill Aladdin Abu Shamat and get his slave girl Jessamine for her son Habeslam Bezazah. That will be the easiest of things, answered he, and I will set about it this very night. Now this was the first night of the new month, and it was the Caliph's wont to pass that night with the Princess Zubaydah, for the setting free of a male or female slave or what not else of the like. On this occasion, he used to doff his royal habit and lay it upon a chair in the sitting chamber, together with his rosary and dagger and royal signet and a golden lantern, adorned with 3 jewels strung on a wire of gold, by which he set great store, committing all these things to the charge of the eunuchs, whilst he sent into the lady Zubaydah's apartment. So Ahmed Kemakim waited till midnight, when Canopus shone and all creatures slept, whilst the Creator covered them with the curtain of the dark. Then he took his naked sword in one hand and his grappling iron in the other, and repairing to the Caliph's pavilion, cast his grapnel onto the roof. It caught there and he fixed his rope ladder and climbed up to the roof, then, raising the trapdoor, let himself down into the saloon, where he found the eunuchs asleep. So he drugged them with henbane and taking the Caliph's dress and dagger and rosary and handkerchief and signet ring and lantern, returned whence he came and betook himself to the house of Aladdin, who had that night celebrated his wedding festivities with Jessamine and had gone into her and gotten her with child. Ahmed climbed over into his saloon and raising one of the marble slabs of the floor, dug a hole under it and laid the stolen things therein, all save the lantern, which he kept, saying in himself, I will set it before me, when I sit at wine, and drink by its light. Then he plastered down the marble slab, as it was, and returning whence he came, went back to his own house. As soon as it was day, the Caliph went out into the sitting chamber, and finding the eunuchs drugged with henbane, aroused them. Then he put his hand to the chair and found neither dress nor signet nor rosary nor dagger nor lantern, whereat he was exceeding wroth and donning the habit of anger, which was red, sat down in the divan. So the Vizier Jafar came forward and kissing the earth before him, said, May God avert the wrath of the Commander of the Faithful. O Vizier, answered the Caliph, I am exceeding wroth. What has happened? Asked Jafar. So he told him what had happened, and when the chief of the police appeared, with Ahmed Kemakim at his stirrup, he said to him, O Emir Khalid, how goes Baghdad? And he answered, It is safe and quiet. Thou liest, rejoined the Caliph. How so, O Commander of the Faithful? Asked the Emir. So he told him the case and added, I charge thee to bring me back all the stolen things. O Commander of the Faithful, replied the Emir, the vinegar worm is oven in the vinegar, and no stranger can get at this place. But the Caliph said, Except thou bring me these things, I will put thee to death. Quoth Khalid, Ere thou slay me, slay Ahmed Kamakim, for none should know the robber and the traitor but the captain of the watch. Then came forward Ahmed Kamakim and said to the Caliph, Accept my intercession for the master of police, and I will be responsible to thee for the thief and will follow his track till I find him, but give me 2 cadis and 2 assessors, for he who did this thing feareth thee not, nor doth he fear the chief of the police nor any other. Thou shalt have what thou seekest, answered the Caliph, but let search be made first in my palace and then in those of the vizier and the chief of the 60. Thou sayest well, O commander of the faithful, rejoined Ahmed, most like the thief is one who had been reared in thy household or that of one of thy chief officers. As my head liveth, said Haroun, whosoever shall appear to have done the deed, I will put him to death, be it my very own son. Then Ahmed Kamakim received a written warrant to enter and search the houses, and taking in his hand a divining rod made of equal parts of bronze, copper, iron and steel, went forth, attended by the cadis and assessors and the chief of the police. He first searched the palace of the Caliph, then that of the vizier Jafar, after which he went the round of the houses of the chamberlains and officers, till he came to that of Aladdin. When the latter heard the clamor before his house, he left his wife and opening the door, found the master of police without, with a crowd of people. So he said, What is the matter, O Emir Khalid? The chief of the police told him the case, and Aladdin said, Enter my house and search it. Pardon, O my lord, replied the Emir, thou art a man in authority, and God forbid that such should be guilty of treason. Quoth Aladdin, Needs must my house be searched. So they entered, and Ahmed Kamakim went straight to the saloon and let the rod fall upon the slab, under which he had buried the stolen goods, with such force that the marble broke in sunder and discovered something that glistened underneath. Then said he, In the name of God, what he willeth. Thanks to our coming, we have lit upon a treasure. Let us go down into this hiding place and see what is therein. So the cadis and assessors looked down into the hole, and finding there the stolen goods, drew up a statement of how they had discovered them in Aladdin's house, to which they set their seals. Then they bade seize upon Aladdin and took his turban from his head, and making an inventory of all his property and effects, sealed them up. Meanwhile, Ahmed Kamakim laid hands on Jessamine, who was with child by Aladdin, and committed her to his mother, saying, Deliver her to the Lady Katown. So the old woman took her and carried her to the wife of the master of police. As soon as Hebeslam saw her, health and strength returned to him, and he arose forthright, rejoicing greatly, and would have drawn near her, but she pulled a dagger from her girdle and said, Keep off from me, or I will kill thee and myself after. O strumpet, exclaimed his mother, let my son have his will of thee. But Jessamine answered, O bitch, by what code is it lawful for a woman to marry 2 husbands, and how shall the dog take the lion's place? With this Hebeslam's passion redoubled, and he sickened for unfulfilled desire, and refusing food, took to his bed again. Then said his mother to her, O harlot, how canst thou make me thus to sorrow for my son? Needs must I punish thee, and as for Aladdin, he will assuredly be hanged. And I will die for love of him, answered Jessamine. Then Katown stripped her of her jewels and silken raiment, and clothing her in sackcloth drawers and a shift of haircloth, sent her down into the kitchen and made her a scullery wench, saying, Thy punishment shall be to split wood and peel onions and set fire under the cooking pots. Quoth she, I am willing to brook all manner of hardship and servitude, but not thy son's sight. But God inclined the hearts of the slave girls to her, and they used to do her service in the kitchen. Meanwhile, they carried Aladdin to the divan and brought him, together with the stolen goods, before the Caliph, who said, Where did ye find them? Amiddleward Aladdin's house, answered they, whereat the Caliph was filled with wrath and took the things, but found not the lantern among them, and said to Aladdin, Where is the lantern? I know not of it, answered he, it was not I that stole it. O traitor, said the Caliph, how comes it that I brought thee near unto me and thou hast cast me out, and I trusted in thee and thou hast betrayed me? And he commanded to hang him. So the chief of the police took him and went down with him into the city, whilst the crier forewent them, proclaiming aloud and saying, This is the reward and the least of the reward of him who doth treason against the orthodox caliphs. And the folk flocked to the gallows. Meanwhile, Ahmed ed-Dinef, Aladdin's adopted father, was sitting, making merry with his followers in a garden, when in came one of the water carriers of the divan and kissing Ahmed's hand, said to him, O captain, thou sittest at thine ease, with water running at thy feet, and knowest not what has happened. What is to do? Asked Ahmed, and the other answered, They have gone down with thine adopted son, Aladdin, to the gallows. O Hassan Shaman, said Ahmed, what sayest thou of this? Assuredly, Aladdin is innocent, replied his lieutenant, and this is some enemy's practice against him. Quoth Ahmed, What counsellest thou? And Hassan said, God willing, we must rescue him. Then he went to the prison and said to the jailer, Give us some one deserving of death. So he gave him one that was likest to Aladdin, and they covered his head and carried him to the place of execution between Ahmed ed-Dinef and Ali Ezi Zybek of Cairo. Now they had brought Aladdin to the gibbet, to hang him, but Ahmed ed-Dinef came forward and set his foot on that of the hangman, who said, Give me room to do my office. O accursed one, replied Ahmed, take this man and hang him in Aladdin's stead, for he is innocent and we will ransom him with this fellow, even as Abraham ransomed Ishmael with the ram. So the hangman took the man and hanged him in Aladdin's room. Then Ahmed and Ali took Aladdin and carried him to the house of the former, to whom said he, O my father, may God abundantly requite thee. O Aladdin, said Ahmed, what is this thou hast done? God's mercy on him who said, Whoso trusteth in thee, betray him not, though thou be a traitor. Now the Caliph set thee in high place about him and styled thee trusty and faithful, how then couldst thou deal thus with him and steal his goods? By the most great name, O my father, replied Aladdin, I had no hand in this, nor do I know who did it. Quoth Ahmed, of a surety none did this but a manifest enemy, and whoso doth aught shall be requited for his deed. But, O Aladdin, thou canst tarry no longer in Baghdad, for kings, O my son, may not be bought off and longsome as his travail whom they pursue. Whither shall I go, O my father? Asked Aladdin. O my son, answered Ahmed, I will bring thee to Alexandria, for it is a blessed place, its environs are green and its sojourn pleasant. And Aladdin said, I hear and obey, O my father. So Ahmed said to Hassan, Shoman, be mindful, and when the Caliph asks for me, say I am gone on a circuit of the provinces. Then, taking Aladdin, he went forth of Baghdad and stayed not till they came to the vineyards and gardens, where they met two Jews of the Caliph's tax gatherers, riding on mules, and Ahmed said to them, Give me the guard money. Why should we give thee guard money? Asked they. Because, answered he, I am the patrol of this valley. So they gave him each 100 dinars, after which he slew them and took their mules, one of which he mounted, whilst Aladdin bestrode the other. Then they rode on, till they came to the city of Ayaz and put up for the night at an inn. Next morning, Aladdin sold his own mule and committed that of Ahmed to the charge of the doorkeeper of the inn, after which they took ship from the port of Ayaz and sailed to Alexandria. Here they landed and proceeded to the bazaar, where they found a broker crying a shop and a chamber behind it for sale. The last bidding for the premises, which belonged to the treasury, was 950 dirhams, so Aladdin bid 1,000, and his offer being accepted, took the keys and opened the shop and room, which latter he found furnished with carpets and cushions. Moreover, he found there a storehouse full of sails and masts and ropes and chests and bags of beads and shells and stirrups and axes and maces and knives and scissors and what not else, for the last owner of the shop had been a dealer in second-hand goods. So he took his seat in the shop, and Ahmed ed Dinef said to him, O my son, the shop and room and that which is therein are become thine, so abide thou here and buy and sell and grudge not, neither repine, for God the Most High blesseth trade. After this he abode with him 3 days, and on the 4th he took leave of him, saying, O my son, abide here till I bring thee the Caliph's pardon and learn who hath played thee this trick. Then he took ship for Ayaz, where he took the mule from the inn, and returning to Baghdad, forgathered with Hassan Shoman, to whom said he, Has the Caliph asked for me? No, answered Hassan, nor hath thou come to his thought. So he resumed his service about the Caliph's person and set himself to seek news of Aladdin's case, till one day he heard the Caliph say to the vizier, See, O Jafar, how Aladdin dealt with me. O Commander of the Faithful, replied Jafar, thou hast requited him with hanging, and it was what he deserved. Quoth Haroun, I have a mind to go down and see him hanging. And the vizier answered, As thou wilt, O Commander of the Faithful. So the Caliph and Jafar went down to the place of execution, and the former, raising his eyes, saw the hanged man to be other than Aladdin, and said to the vizier, This is not Aladdin. How knowest thou that it is not he? Asked the vizier, and the Caliph answered, Aladdin was short and this fellow is tall. Quoth Jafar, Hanging stretches a man. But, rejoined the Caliph, Aladdin was fair and this man's face is black. Knowest thou not, O Commander of the Faithful, replied Jafar, that death, by hanging, causes blackness? Then the Caliph bade take down the body, and they found the names of the first 2 Caliphs, Abu Bakr and Omar, written on his heels, whereupon quoth the Caliph, O Vizier, Aladdin was a Sunnite, and this fellow is a Shi'ite. Glory be to God who knoweth the hidden things, answered Jafar. We know not whether this was he or another. Then the Caliph bade bury the body, and Aladdin became altogether forgotten. As for Habeslam Bazeza, the Emir Khalid's son, he ceased not to languish for passion and desire, till he died, and they buried him, whilst Jessamine accomplished the months of her pregnancy, and being taken with the pains of labor, gave birth to a male child like the moon. The serving women said to her, What wilt thou name him? And she answered, Were his father alive, he had named him, but now I will name him Aslan. She gave him suck 2 years, then weaned him, and he crawled and walked. One day, whilst his mother was busied with the service of the kitchen, the child went out, and seeing the stairs, mounted to the guest chamber, where the Emir Khalid was sitting. When the latter saw him, he took him in his lap and glorified his Lord for that which he had created and fashioned forth. Then eyeing him straightly, he saw that he was the likest of all creatures to Aladdin Abu Shamat, and God informed his heart with love of the boy. Presently, his mother Jessamine sought for him, and finding him not, mounted to the guest chamber, where she saw the Emir seated, with the child playing in his lap. The latter, spying his mother, would have thrown himself upon her, but the Emir held him back and said to Jessamine, Come hither, O damsel. So she came to him, and he said to her, Whose son is this? Quoth she, He is my son and the darling of my heart. Who is his father? Asked the Emir, and she answered, His father was Aladdin Abu Shamat, but now he is become thy son. Quoth Khalid, Aladdin was a traitor. God deliver him from treason, replied she. God forbid that the faithful should be a traitor. Then said he, When the boy grows up and says to thee, Who is my father, say thou to him, Thou art the son of the Emir Khalid, chief of the police. And she answered, I hear and obey. Then he circumcised the boy and reared him after the goodliest fashion, bringing him a tutor, who taught him to read and write. So he read, and commented, the Quran twice and learnt it by heart and grew up, calling the Emir father. Moreover, the latter used to go down with him to the tilting ground and assemble horsemen and teach the lad warlike exercises and the use of arms, so that, by the time he was 14 years old, he became a valiant and accomplished cavalier and gained the rank of Emir. It chanced one day that he fell in with Ahmed Kemakim and clapping up an acquaintance with him, accompanied him to the tavern, where Ahmed took out the lantern he had stolen from the Caliph and fell to plying the wine cup by its light, till he became drunken. Presently Aslan said to him, "O captain, give me yonder lantern," but he replied, "I cannot give it thee." "Why not?" asked Aslan. "Because," answered Ahmed, "lives have been lost for it." "Whose life?" asked Aslan, and Ahmed said, "There came hither a man named Aladdin Abu Est Shamat, who was made captain of the 60 and lost his life through this lantern." Quoth Aslan, "And how was that?" "Know," replied Ahmed Kemakim, "that thou hadst an elder brother by name Habeslam Bezeza, for whom, when he became apt for marriage, thy father would have bought a slave girl named Jessamine." And he went on to tell him the whole story of Habeslam's illness and what befell Aladdin, undeserved. When Aslan heard this, he said in himself, "Most like this slave girl was my mother Jessamine and my father was no other than Aladdin Abu Esh Shamat." So he went out from him, sorrowful, and met Ahmed ed Dinef, who exclaimed at sight of him, "Glory be to him to whom none is like." "At what dost thou marvel, O my chief?" asked Hassan Shoman. "At the make of yonder boy Aslan," replied ed Dinef, "for he is the likest of all creatures to Aladdin Abu Esh Shamat." Then he called Aslan and said to him, "What is thy mother's name?" "She is called the damsel Jessamine," answered Aslan, and ed Dinef said, "Harkye, Aslan, take heart and be of good cheer, for thy father was none other than Aladdin Abu Esh Shamat, but, O my son, go thou into thy mother and question her of thy father." "I hear and obey," answered he, and going in to his mother, said to her, "Who is my father?" Quoth she, "The Emir Khalid is thy father." "Not so," rejoined he, "my father was none other than Aladdin Abu Esh
Shama.
At this, she wept and said, "Who told thee this?" "Ahmed ed Dinef, the captain of the guard," answered he. So she told him the whole story, saying, "O my son, the truth can no longer be hidden. Know that Aladdin was indeed thy father, but it was the Emir Khalid who reared thee and adopted thee as his son. And now, O my son, when thou sayest Ahmed ed Dinef, so thou say to him, I conjure thee, by Allah, O my chief, avenge me on the murderer of my father Aladdin Abu Esh Shamat." So he went out from her and betaking himself to Ahmed ed Dinef, kissed his hand. Quoth ed Dinef, "What ails thee, O Aslan?" And he answered, "I know now for certain that I am the son of Aladdin Abu Esh Shamat and I would have thee avenge me of my father's murderer." "And who was thy father's murderer?" asked ed Dinef. "Ahmed Kemakim the arch-thief," replied Aslan. "Who told thee this?" said ed Dinef, and Aslan answered, "I saw in his hand the lantern hung with jewels, that was lost with the rest of the Caliph's gear, and asked him to give it me, but he refused, saying, Lives have been lost on account of this, and told me how it was he who had broken into the palace and stolen the goods and hidden them in my father's house." Then said ed Dinef, "When thou sayest the Emir Khalid don his harness of war, beg him to equip thee like himself and take thee with him. Then do thou some feat of prowess before the Caliph and he will say to thee, Ask a boon of me, O Aslan. And do thou answer, I ask of thee that thou avenge me of my father's murderer. If he say, Thy father is alive and is the Emir Khalid, the chief of the police, answer thou, My father was Aladdin Abu Esh Shamat, and the Emir Khalid is only my father by right of fosterage and adoption. Then tell him all that passed between thee and Ahmed Kemakim and say, O commander of the faithful, order him to be searched and I will bring the lantern forth of his bosom." "I hear and obey," answered Aslan, and returning to the Emir Khalid, found him making ready to repair to the divan and said to him, I would fain have thee arm and harness me like thyself and carry me to the divan. So he equipped him and carried him to the divan, with Ahmed Kemakim at his stirrup. Then the Caliph sallied forth of Baghdad with his retinue and let pitch tents and pavilions without the city, whereupon the troops divided into two parties and fell to playing at ball and striking it with the maul from one to the other. Now there was among the troops a spy, who had been hired to kill the Caliph, so he took the ball and smiting it with the maul, drove it straight at the Caliph's face, but Aslan interposed in catching it in mid-volley, drove it back at him who smote it, so that it struck him between the shoulders and he fell to the ground. The Caliph exclaimed, God bless thee, O Aslan, and they all dismounted and sat on chairs. Then the Caliph bade bring the smiter of the ball before him and said to him, Who moved thee to do this thing, and art thou friend or foe? Quoth he, I am a foe, and it was my purpose to kill thee. And wherefore? Asked the Caliph. Art thou not an orthodox Muslim? No, replied the spy, I am a Shiite. So the Caliph bade put him to death and said to Aslan, Ask a boon of me. Quoth he, I ask of thee that thou avenge me of my father's murderer. Thy father is alive, answered the Caliph, and there he stands. And who is he? Asked Aslan. The Caliph replied, He is the Emir Khalid, chief of the police. O Commander of the Faithful, rejoined Aslan, he is no father of mine, save by right of fosterage. My father was none other than Aladdin Abu Shamat. Then thy father was a traitor, said the Caliph. God forbid, O Commander of the Faithful, replied Aslan, that the faithful should be a traitor. But how did he wrong thee? Quoth the Caliph, He stole my royal habit, and what was therewith? O Commander of the Faithful, rejoined Aslan, God forfend that my father should be a traitor. But, O my lord, didst thou ever recover the lantern that was stolen from thee? No, answered the Caliph, we never got it back. And Aslan said, I saw it in the hands of Ahmed Kemakim and begged it of him, but he refused to give it me, saying, Lives have been lost on account of this. Then he told me of the sickness of Hibeslam Bezeza, son of the Emir Khalid, by reason of his passion for the damsel Jessamine, and how he himself was released from prison, and that it was he who stole the lamp and robe and so forth. Do thou then, O Commander of the Faithful, avenge me of my father on him who murdered him. So the Caliph caused Ahmed Kemakim to be brought before him, and sending for Ahmed ed-Dinef, bade him search him, whereupon he put his hand into the thief's bosom and pulled out the lamp. Harkee, traitor, said the Caliph, whence hadst thou this lantern? And Kemakim replied, I bought it, O Commander of the Faithful. Where didst thou buy it? Said the Caliph, and who could come by its like to sell it to thee? Then they beat him, till he confessed that he had stolen the lantern and the rest, and the Caliph said, O traitor, what moved thee to do this thing and ruin Aladdin Abu Shamat, the trusty and well-beloved? Then he bade lay hands on him and on the chief of the police, but the latter said, O Commander of the Faithful, indeed I am unjustly entreated, thou badest me hang him, and I had no knowledge of this plot, for the thing was contrived between Ahmed Kemakim and his mother and my wife. I crave thine intercession, O Aslan. So Aslan interceded for him with the Caliph, who said, What hath God done with this lad's mother? She is with me, answered Khalid, and the Caliph said, I command thee to bid thy wife dress her in her own clothes and ornaments and restore her to her former rank, and do thou remove the seals from Aladdin's house and give his son possession of his estate. I hear and obey, answered Khalid, and going forth, carried the Caliph's order to his wife, who clad Jessamine in her own apparel, whilst he himself removed the seals from Aladdin's house and gave Aslan the keys. Then said the Caliph to Aslan, Ask a boon of me, and he replied, I beseech thee to unite me with my father. Whereat the Caliph wept and said, most like it was thy father that was hanged and is dead, but by the life of my forefathers, whoso bringeth me the glad news that he is yet in the bonds of life, I will give him all he seeketh. Then came forward Ahmed ed Dinef, and kissing the earth before the Caliph, said, Grant me indemnity, O commander of the faithful. Thou hast it, answered the Caliph, and ed Dinef said, I give thee the good news that Aladdin is alive and well. Quoth the Caliph, What is this thou sayest? As thy head liveth, answered ed Dinef, I speak sooth, for I ransomed him with another, of those who deserved death, and carried him to Alexandria, where I set him up as a dealer in second-hand goods. Then said Rashid, I charge thee fetch him to me, and ed Dinef replied, I hear and obey, whereupon the Caliph bade give him 10,000 dinars, and he set out for Alexandria. Meanwhile Aladdin sold all that was in his shop, till he had but a few things let, and amongst the rest a bag. So he shook the bag, and there fell out a jewel, big enough to fill the palm of the hand, hanging to a chain of gold and having 5 faces, whereon were names and talismanic characters, as they were ant tracks. God is all-knowing, quoth he. Belike this is a talisman. So he rubbed each face, but nothing came of it, and he said to himself, Doubtless it is a piece of, naturally, variegated onyx, and hung it up in the shop. Presently, a Frank passed along the street, and seeing the jewel hanging up, seated himself before the shop and said to Aladdin, O my lord, is yonder jewel for sale? All I have is for sale, answered Aladdin, and the Frank said, Wilt thou sell it me for 80,000 dinars? May God open, replied Aladdin. Wilt thou sell it for 100,000 dinars? Asked the Frank, and he answered, I sell it to thee for 100,000 dinars, pay me down the money. Quoth the Frank, I cannot carry such a sum about me, for there are thieves and sharpers in Alexandria, but come with me to my ship, and I will pay thee the money, and give thee to boot a bale of Angora wool, a bale of satin, a bale of velvet, and a bale of broadcloth. So Aladdin rose, and giving the jewel to the Frank, locked up his shop and committed the keys to his neighbor, saying, Keep these keys for me, whilst I go with this Frank to his ship and take the price of my jewel. If I be long absent, and there come to thee Captain Ahmed ed Dinef, he who set me up in this shop, give him the keys and tell him where I am. Then he went with the Frank to his ship, where the latter set him a stool, and making him sit down, said to his men, Bring the money. So they brought it, and he paid him the price of the jewel, and gave him the 4 bales he had promised him, after which he said to him, O my lord, honor me by taking a morsel or a draught of water. And Aladdin answered, If thou have any water, give me to drink. So the Frank called for drink, and they brought sherbets, drugged with henbane, of which no sooner had Aladdin drunk, than he fell over on his back, whereupon they weighed anchor, and shoving off, shipped the poles and made sail. The wind blew fair, and they sailed till they lost sight of land, when the Frank bade bring Aladdin up out of the hold, and made him smell to the counter-drug, whereupon he opened his eyes and said, Where am I? Thou art bound and in my power, answered the Frank, and if thou hadst refused to take 100,000 dinars for the jewel, I would have bidden thee more. What art thou? Asked Aladdin, and the other replied, I am a sea captain, and mean to carry thee to my mistress. As they were talking, a ship hove in sight, with 40 Muslim merchants on board, so the Frank captain gave chase, and coming up with the vessel, made fast to it with grappling irons. Then he boarded it with his men, and took it and plundered it, after which he sailed on with his prize, till he reached the city of Genoa, where he repaired to the gate of a palace that gave upon the sea, and there came forth to him a veiled damsel, who said, Hast thou brought the jewel and its owner? I have brought them both, answered he, and she said, Then give me the jewel. So he gave it to her, and returning to the port, fired guns to announce his safe return, whereupon the king of the city, being notified of his arrival, came down to receive him, and said to him, What manner of voyage hast thou had? A right prosperous one, answered the captain, and I have made prize of a ship with 41 Moslem merchants. Being them ashore, said the king. So he landed the merchants in irons, and Aladdin among the rest, and the king and the captain mounted and made the captives walk before them, till they reached the palace, where the king sat down in the audience chamber, and making the prisoners pass before him, one by one, said to the first, O Muslim, whence comest thou? From Alexandria, answered he, whereupon the king said, O headsman, put him to death. So the headsman smote him with the sword and cut off his head, and thus it fared with the second and the third, till 40 were dead, and there remained but Aladdin, who drank the cup of his comrade's anguish and said to himself, God have mercy on thee, O Aladdin! Thou art a dead man. Then said the king to him, And thou, what countryman art thou? I am of Alexandria, answered Aladdin, and the king said, O headsman, strike off his head. So the headsman raised his arm and was about to strike, when an old woman of venerable aspect presented herself before the king, who rose to do her honor, and said to him, O king, did I not bid thee remember, when the captain came back with captives, to keep 1 or 2 for the convent, to serve in the church? O my mother, answered the king, would thou hadst come a while earlier. But take this one that is left. So she turned to Aladdin and said to him, Wilt thou serve in the church, or shall I let the king kill thee? Quoth he, I will serve in the church. So she took him and carried him forth of the palace to the church, where he said to her, What service must I do? And she answered, Thou must arise in the morning and take 5 mules and go with them into the forest, and there cut dry firewood and split it and bring it to the convent kitchen. Then must thou take up the carpets and sweep and wipe the stone and marble pavements and lay the carpets down again, as they were, after which thou must take 2.5 bushels of wheat and sift it and grind it and knead it and make it into cracknels for the convent, and thou must take also 1 bushel of lentils and sift and crush and cook them. Then must thou fetch water in barrels and fill the 4 fountains, after which thou must take 360 wooden platters and crumble the cracknels therein and pour of the lentil pottage over each and carry every monk and patriarch his platter. Take me back to the king and let him kill me, said Aladdin, it were easier to me than this service. If thou do the service that is due from thee, replied the old woman, thou shalt escape death, but, if thou do it not, I will let the king kill thee. Then she went away, leaving Aladdin heavy at heart. Now there were in the church 10 blind cripples, and one of them said to him, Bring me a pot. So he brought it him, and he did his occasion therein and said, Throw away the orger. He did do, and the blind man said, The Messiah's blessing be upon thee, O servant of the church. Presently, the old woman came in and said to him, Why hast thou not done thy service? How many hands have I, answered he, that I should suffice for all this work? Thou fool, rejoined she. I brought thee not hither but to work. But, added she, giving him a wand of brass with a cross at the top, take this rod and go forth into the highway, and whomsoever thou meetest, were he governor of the sea, say to him, I summon thee to the service of the church, in the name of the Messiah. And he will not refuse thee. Then make him sift the wheat and grind it and bolt it and knead it and bake it into cracknels, and if any gainsay thee, beat him and fear none. I hear and obey, answered he, and did as she said, pressing great and small into his service, nor did he leave to do thus for the space of 17 years, till, one day, the old woman came to him, as he sat in the church, and said to him, Go forth of the convent. Whither shall I go? asked he, and she said, Thou canst pass the night in a tavern or with one of thy friends. Quoth he, Why dost thou send me forth of the church? And she replied, The princess Huzan Mariam, daughter of Uhenna, king of the city, purposes this night to pay a visit to the church, and it befits not that any abide in her way. So he rose and made a show of obeying her and of leaving the church, but he said in himself, I wonder whether the princess is like our women or fairer than they. All gates, I will not go till I have had a sight of her. So he hid himself in a closet with a window looking into the church, and as he watched, in came the king's daughter. He cast one glance at her, that cost him 1,000 sighs, for she was like the full moon when it emerges from the clouds, and with her was a damsel, to whom he heard her say, O Zubaydah, thy company is grateful to me. So he looked straightly at the damsel and found her to be none other than his wife, Zubaydah the lutanist, whom he thought dead. Then the princess said to Zubaydah, Play us an air on the lute. But she answered, I will make no music for thee, till thou grant my wish and fulfill thy promise to me. And what did I promise thee? Asked the princess. That thou wouldst reunite me with my husband Aladdin Abu Shamat, said Zubaydah. O Zubaydah, rejoined the princess, be of good cheer and play us an air, as a thank-offering for reunion with thy husband. Where is he? Asked Zubaydah, and Maryam replied, He is in yonder closet, listening to us. So Zubaydah played a measure on the lute, that would have made a rock dance, which when Aladdin heard, his entrails were troubled and he came forth and throwing himself upon his wife, strained her to his bosom. She also knew him and they embraced and fell down in a swoon. Then came the princess and sprinkled rosewater on them, till they revived, when she said to them, God hath reunited you. By thy kind offices, O my lady, replied Aladdin, and turning to his wife, said to her, O Zubaydah, thou didst surely die and we buried thee, how then camest thou to life into this place? O my lord, answered she, I did not die, but a merit of the jinn snatched me up and flew with me hither. She whom thou buriedst was a jinnia, who took my shape and feigned herself dead, but presently broke open the tomb and returned to the service of this her mistress, the princess Huzn Maryam. As for me, I was in a trance, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself with the princess, so I said to her, Why hast thou brought me hither? O Zubaydah, answered she, know that I am predestined to marry thy husband Aladdin Abu Shamat. Wilt thou then accept of me to fellow wife, a night for me and a night for thee? I hear and obey, O my lady, rejoined I, but where is my husband? Quoth she, Upon his forehead is written what God hath decreed to him. As soon as what is there written is fulfilled to him, he must needs come hither, and we will beguile the time of our separation from him with songs and smiting upon instruments of music, till it please God to unite us with him. So I abode with her till God brought us together in this church. Then the princess turned to him and said, O my lord Aladdin, wilt thou accept of me to wife? O my lady, replied he, I am a Muslim and thou art a Nazarene, so how can I marry thee? God forbid, rejoined she, that I should be an infidel. Nay, I am a Muslim, these 18 years have I held fast the faith of submission, and I am pure of any faith other than that of Islam. Then said he, O my lady, I would fain return to my native land. And she answered, Know that I see written on thy forehead things that thou must needs fulfill, and thou shalt come to thy desire. Moreover, I give thee the glad tidings, O Aladdin, that there hath been born to thee a son named Aslan, who is now 18 years old and sitteth in thy place with the Caliph. Know also that God hath shown forth the truth and done away the false by withdrawing the curtain of secrecy from him who stole the Caliph's goods, that is, Ahmed Kemakim the arch-thief and traitor, and he now lies bound and in prison. It was I who caused the jewel to be put in the bag where thou foundest it, and who sent the captain to thee, for thou must know that he is enamored of me and seeketh my favors, but I refused to yield to his wishes, till he should bring me the jewel and its owner. So I gave him 100 purses and dispatched him to thee, in the habit of a merchant, and it was I also who sent the old woman to save thee from being put to death with the other captives. May God requite thee for us with all good, said he. Indeed, thou hast done well. Then she renewed her profession of the Mohammedan faith at his hands, and when he was assured of the truth of her speech, he said to her, "O my lady, tell me what are the virtues of the jewel and whence cometh it?" "It came from an enchanted treasure," answered she, "and has 5 virtues, that will profit us in time of need." The princess, my grandmother, my father's mother, was an enchantress and skilled in solving mysteries and winning at hidden treasures, and from one of the latter came the jewel into her hands. When I grew up and reached the age of 14, I read the Evangel and other books and found the name of Muhammad, whom God bless and preserve, in 4 books, the Evangel, the Pentateuch, the Psalms and the Quran. So I believed in Muhammad and became a Muslim, being assured that none is worship-worth save God the Most High, and that to the Lord of all creatures no faith is acceptable save that of submission. When my grandmother fell sick, she gave me the jewel and taught me its virtues. Moreover, before she died, my father said to her, "Draw me a geomantic figure and see the issue of my affair and what will befall me." And she foretold him that he should die by the hand of a captive from Alexandria. So he swore to kill every captive from that place and told the captain of this, saying, "Do thou fall on the ships of the Muslims and seize them, and whomsoever thou findest of Alexandria, kill him or bring him to me." The captain did his bidding, and he slew as many in number as the hairs of his head. Then my grandmother died, and I took a geomantic tablet, being minded to know who I should marry, and drawing a figure, found that none should be my husband save one called Aladdin Abu Shamat, the trusty and well-beloved. At this I marveled and waited till the times were accomplished, and I foregathered with thee. So Aladdin took her to wife and said to her, "I desire to return to my own country." "If it be so," replied she, "come with me." Then she carried him into the palace, and hiding him in a closet there, went in to her father, who said to her, "O my daughter, my heart is exceeding heavy today, let us sit down and make merry with wine, thou and I." So he called for a table of wine, and she sat down with him and plied him with wine, till he lost his wits, when she drugged a cup with henbane, and he drank it off and fell backward. Then she brought Aladdin out of the closet and said to him, "Come, thine enemy is laid prostrate, for I made him drunk and drugged him, so do thou with him as thou wilt." Accordingly Aladdin went to the king, and finding him lying drugged and helpless, bound him fast, hand and foot. Then he gave him the counter-drug, and he came to himself, and finding his daughter and Aladdin sitting on his breast, said to her, "O my daughter, dost thou deal thus with me?" "If I be indeed thy daughter," answered she, "become a Muslim, even as I have done, for the truth was shown to me, and I embraced it, and the false, and I renounced it. I have submitted myself unto God, the Lord of all creatures, and am pure of all faiths contrary to that of Islam in this world and the next. Wherefore, if thou wilt become a Muslim, well and good, if not, thy death were better than thy life." Aladdin also exhorted him to embrace the true faith, but he refused and was obstinate, so Aladdin took a dagger and cut his throat from ear to ear. Then he wrote a scroll, setting forth what had happened, and laid it on the dead man's forehead, after which they took what was light of weight and heavy of worth and returned to the church. Here the princess took out the jewel and rubbed the face whereon was figured a couch, whereupon a couch appeared before her, and she mounted upon it with Aladdin and Zubaydah, saying, "O couch, I conjure thee by the virtue of the names and talismans and characters of art engraven on this jewel, rise up with us." And it rose with them into the air and flew, till I came to a desert valley, when the princess turned the face on which the couch was figured towards the earth, and it sank with them to the ground. Then she turned up the face whereon was figured a pavilion, and tapping it, said, "Let a pavilion be pitched in this valley." And immediately there appeared a pavilion, in which they seated themselves. Now this valley was a desert waste, without grass or water, so she turned a third face of the jewel towards the sky and said, "By the virtue of the names of God, let trees spring up here and a river run beside them." And immediately trees sprang up and a river ran rippling and splashing beside them. They made their ablutions and prayed and drank of the stream, after which the princess turned up a fourth face of the jewel, on which was figured a table of food, and said, by the virtue of the names of God, let the table be spread. And immediately there appeared before them a table, spread with all manner rich meats, and they ate and drank and made merry. Meanwhile, the king's son went in to waken his father, but found him slain, and seeing the scroll, took it and read. Then he sought his sister, and finding her not, betook himself to the old woman in the church, of whom he inquired of her, but she said, I have not seen her since yesterday. So he returned to the troops and cried out, saying, To horse, cavaliers! Then he told them what had happened, and they mounted and rode after the fugitives, till they drew near the pavilion. Presently, cousin Miriam looked up and saw a cloud of dust, which spread till it covered the prospect, then lifted and discovered her brother and his troops, crying aloud and saying, Whither will ye fly, and we on your track? Then said she to Aladdin, Art thou steadfast in battle? Even as the stake in bran, answered he, I know not war nor battle, neither swords nor spears. So she pulled out the jewel and rubbed the fifth face, that on which were depictured a horse and his rider, and straightway a horseman appear out of the desert, and driving at the pursuing host, ceased not to do battle with them and smite them with the sword, till he routed them and put them to flight. Then said the princess to Aladdin, Wilt thou go to Cairo or to Alexandria? And he answered, To Alexandria. So they mounted the couch, and she pronounced over it the conjuration, whereupon it set off with them and brought them to Alexandria in the twinkling of an eye. They alighted without the city, and Aladdin hid the women in a cavern, whilst he went into Alexandria and fetched them veils and outer clothing, wherewith he covered them. Then he carried them to a ship, and leaving them in the room behind it, went forth to fetch them the morning meal, when he met Ahmed ed-Dinef coming from Baghdad. He saw him in the street and received him with open arms, embracing him and welcoming him. Ed-Dinef gave him the good news of his son Aslan, and how he was now come to the age of 20, and Aladdin, in his turn, told the captain of the guard all that had befallen him, whereat he marveled exceedingly. Then he brought him to his lodging, where they passed the night, and next day he sold his shop and laid its price with his other monies. Now ed-Dinef had told him that the Caliph sought him, but he said, I am bound first for Cairo, to salute my father and mother and the people of my house. So they all mounted the couch, and it carried them to Cairo the Happy, where they alighted in the street called Yellow, where stood Shamseddin's house. Aladdin knocked at the door, and his mother said, Who is at the door, now that we have lost our beloved? It is I, Aladdin, replied he, whereupon they came down and embraced him. Then he sent his wives and baggage into the house, and entering himself with Ahmed ed-Dinef, rested there 3 days, after which he was minded to set out for Baghdad, and his father said, O my son, abide with me. But he answered, I cannot brook to be parted from my son Aslan. So he took his father and mother and set out for Baghdad. When they came thither, Ahmed ed-Dinef went in to the Caliph and gave him the glad tidings of Aladdin's arrival, and told him his story, whereupon the prince went forth to meet him, accompanied by his son Aslan, and they met and embraced each other. Then the Caliph sent for Ahmed Kamakim and said to Aladdin, Up and avenge thee of thine enemy. So he drew his sword and smote off Ahmed's head. Then the Caliph held festival for Aladdin, and summoning the Cadis and the witnesses, married him to the princess cousin Miriam, and he went in to her and found her an unpierced pearl. Moreover, the Caliph made Aslan chief of the 60, and bestowed upon him and his father sumptuous dresses of honor, and they abode in the enjoyment of all the comforts and pleasures of life, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of companies. Hadamiti, his generosity after death. It is told of Hadamiti that when he died, they buried him on the top of a mountain and set over his grave 2 boughs hewn out of 2 rocks and stone figures of women with disheveled hair. At the foot of the hill was a stream of running water, and when wayfarers camped there, they heard loud crying in the night, from dark till daybreak, but when they arose in the morning, they found nothing but the girls carved in stone. Now when Dokura, king of Hymir, going forth of his tribe, came to the valley, he halted to pass the night there, and drawing near the mountain, heard the crying and said, "What lamenting is that on yonder hill?" They answered him, saying, "This is the tomb of Hadamiti, over which are 2 troughs of stone and stone figures of girls with disheveled hair, and all who camp in this place by night hear this crying and lamenting." So he said jestingly, "O Hadamiti, we are thy guests this night, and we are lank with hunger." Then sleep overcame him, but presently he awoke in a fright and cried out, saying, "Help, O Arabs! Look at my beast." So they came to him, and finding his she-camel struggling in the death agony, slaughtered it and roasted its flesh and ate. Then they asked him what had happened, and he said, "When I closed my eyes, I saw in my sleep Hadamiti, who came to me with a sword in his hand and said to me, 'Thou comest to us and we have nothing by us.' Then he smote my she-camel with his sword, and she would have died, though ye had not come to her and cut her throat." Next morning the prince mounted the beast of one of his companions, and taking the ladder up behind him, set out and fared on till midday, when they saw a man coming towards them, mounted on a camel and leading another, and said to him, "Who art thou?" "I am Adi, son of Hadamiti," answered he. "Where is Dokura, prince of Hymir?" "This is he," replied they, and he said to the prince, "Take this camel in place of thine own, which my father slaughtered for thee." "Who told thee of this?" asked Dokura, and Adi answered, "My father appeared to me in a dream last night and said to me, 'Harkee, Adi, Dokura, king of Hymir, sought hospitality of me, and I, having not to give him, slaughtered him a she-camel, that he might eat, so do thou carry him a she-camel to ride, for I have nothing.' And Dokura took her, marveling at the generosity of Hadamiti, alive and dead. Ma'an Ben Zeta and the 3 girls. It is told of Mon Ben Zeta that, being out one day hunting, he became athirst and would have drunk, but his men had no water with them. Presently, he met 3 damsels, bearing 3 skins of water, so he begged drink of them, and they gave him to drink. Then he sought of his men somewhat to give the damsels, but they had no money, so he gave each girl 10 golden-headed arrows from his quiver. Whereupon quoth one of them to her mates, "Harkee! These fashions pertain to none but Mon Ben Zeta, so let each of us recite somewhat a verse in his praise." Then said the first, "He heads his shafts with gold, and shooting at his foes, dispenses thus largesse and bounties far and wide. Giving the wounded man wherewith to get him cure, and grave clothes unto him must in the tombs abide." And the second, "A warrior, for the great excess of his magnificence, both friends and foes enjoy the goods his liberal hands dispense. His arrowheads are forged of gold, that so his very wars may not estop his generous soul from its munificence." And the third, "With arrows he shoots at his foes, of his generosity, whose heads are fashioned and forged of virgin gold, in steel's room, that those whom he wounds may spend the price of the gold for their cure, and those that are slain of his shafts may buy them the wheat of the tomb." Ma'an Ben Zeta and the Bedouin. It is told also of Mon Ben Zeta that he went forth one day to the chase with his company, and they came upon a herd of gazelles. So they separated in pursuit of them, and Mon was left alone in chase of one of the gazelles. When he had made prize of it, he alighted and slaughtered it, and as he was thus engaged, he espied a man coming towards him on an ass. So he remounted, and riding up to the newcomer, saluted him and asked him whence he came. Quoth he, "I come from the land of Kuza, where we have had a 2 years' dearth, but this year it was a season of plenty, and I sowed cucumbers." They came up before their time, so I gathered the best of them and set out to carry them to the Emir Mon Ben Zeta, because of his well-known generosity and notorious munificence. How much cost thou hope to get of him? Asked Mon, and the Bedouin answered, 1,000 dinars. What if he say, this is too much, quoth Mon. Then I will ask 500 dinars, said the Bedouin. And if he say, too much, said Mon. Then 300, replied the other. And if he say yet, too much? Then 200. And yet, too much? Then 100. And yet, too much? Then 50. And yet, too much? Then 30. And if he still say, too much, said Mon Ben Zeta. Then, answered the Bedouin, I will make my ass set his feet in his sanctuary and return to my people, disappointed and empty-handed. Mon laughed at him and spurring his horse, rode on till he came up with his suite and returned home, when he said to his chamberlain, if there come a man with cucumbers, riding on an ass, admit him. Presently up came the Bedouin and was admitted to Mon's presence, but knew him not for the man he had met in the desert, by reason of the gravity and majesty of his aspect and the multitude of his servants and attendants, for he was seated on his chair of estate, with his officers about him. So he saluted him, and Mon said to him, O brother of the Arabs, what brings thee? I hoped in the Emir, answered the Bedouin, and have brought him cucumbers out of season. And how much cost thou expect of us? Asked Mon. 1,000 dinars, answered the Bedouin. Too much, said Mon. Quoth the Bedouin, 500, but Mon repeated, too much. Then 300, said the Bedouin. Too much, said Mon. 200. Too much 100. Too much 50. Too much. At last the Bedouin came down to 30 dinars, but Mon still replied, too much. By Allah, cried the Bedouin, the man I met in the desert brought me ill luck. But I will not go lower than 30 dinars. The Emir laughed and said nothing, whereupon the Bedouin knew that it was he whom he had met and said, O my lord, except thou bring the 30 dinars, there is the ass tied ready at the door, and here sits Mon. At this, Mon laughed, till he fell backward, and calling his steward, said to him, Give him 1,000 dinars and 500 and 300 and 200 and 150 and 30, and leave the ass where he is. So the Bedouin, to his amazement, received 2,009 score dinars, and may God have mercy on them both. The City of Lebtate. There was once a city in the land of the Franks, called the City of Lebtate. It was a royal city, and in it stood a tower which was always shut. Whenever a king died and another king of the Franks took the kingship after him, he set a new and strong lock on the tower, till there were 24 locks upon the gate. After this time, there came to the throne a man who was not of the old royal house, and he had a mind to open the locks, that he might see what was within the tower. The grandees of his kingdom forbade him from this and were instant with him to desist, offering him all that their hands possessed of riches and things of price, if he would but forego his desire. But he would not be balked and said, Needs must I open this tower. So he did off the locks, and entering, found within figures of Arabs on their horses and camels, covered with turbans with hanging ends, girt with swords and bearing long lances in their hands. He found there also a scroll, with these words written therein, When as this door is opened, a people of the Arabs, after the likeness of the figures here depictured, will conquer this country, wherefore beware, beware of opening it. Now this city was in Spain, and that very year Tariq ibn Ziyad conquered it, in the caliphate of Walid ben Abdulmalik of the sons of Umayyah, slaying this king after the sorriest fashion, and sacking the city and making prisoners of the women and boys therein. Moreover, he found there immense treasures, amongst the rest more than 170 crowns of pearls and rubies and other gems, and a saloon, in which horsemen might tilt with spears, full of vessels of gold and silver, such as no description can comprise. Moreover, he found there also the table of food of the prophet of God, Solomon son of David, on whom be peace, which is extant even now in a city of the Greeks. It is told that it was of green emerald, with vessels of gold and platters of chrysolite. Likewise, the psalms written in the ancient Greek character, on leaves of gold set with jewels, together with a book setting forth the properties of stones and herbs and minerals, as well as the use of charms and talismans and the canons of the art of alchemy, and another that treated of the art of cutting and setting rubies and other precious stones and of the preparation of poisons and antidotes. There found he also a representation of the configuration of the earth and the seas and the different towns and countries and villages of the world, and a great hall full of hermetic powder, 1 dram of which would turn 1,000 drams of silver into fine gold. Likewise a marvelous great round mirror of mixed metals, made for Solomon son of David, on whom be peace, wherein whoso looked might see the very image and presentment of the 7 divisions of the world, and a chamber full of carbuncles, such as no words can suffice to set forth, many camel loads. So he dispatched all these things to Walid ben Abdulmalik, and the Arabs spread all over the cities of Spain, which is one of the finest of lands. This is the end of the story of the city of Leptate. The Caliph Hisham and the Arab youth. The Caliph Hisham ben Abdulmalik ben Marwan was hunting one day, when he sighted an antelope and pursued it with his dogs. As he was following the chase, he saw an Arab youth pasturing sheep and said to him, "Ho, boy, up and stop yonder antelope, for it escapeth me." The youth raised his head and replied, "O ignorant of the worth of the worthy, thou lookest on me with disdain and speakest to me with contempt. Thy speech is that of a tyrant and thy conduct that of an ass." "Out on thee," cried Hisham. "Dost thou not know me?" "Verily," rejoined the youth, "thine unmannerliness hath made thee known to me, in that thou spokest to me, without beginning by the salutation." "Out on thee," repeated the Caliph. "I am Hisham ben Abdulmalik." "May God not favor thy dwellings," replied the Arab, "nor guard thine abiding place. How many are thy words and how few thy generosities?" Hardly had he spoken, when up came the troops from all sides and surrounded him, saying, "Peace be on thee, O commander of the faithful." Quoth Hisham, "Leave this talk and seize me yonder boy." So they laid hands on him, and when he saw the multitude of chamberlains and viziers and officers of state, he was in nowise concerned and questioned not of them, but let his chin fall on his breast and looked where his feet fell, till they brought him to the Caliph, when he stood before him, with head bowed down, and saluted him not, neither spoke. So one of the attendants said to him, "O dog of the Arabs, what ails thee that thou salutest not the commander of the faithful?" The youth turned to him angrily and replied, "O packsaddle of an ass, the length of the way it was that hindered me from this, and the steepness of the steps and sweat." Then said Hisham, and indeed he was exceeding wroth, "O boy, thou art come to thy last hour, thy hope is gone from thee and thy life is past." "By Allah, O Hisham," answered the Arab, "if the time be prolonged and its cutting short be not ordained of destiny, thy words irk me not, be they much or little." Then said the chief chamberlain to him, "O vilest of the Arabs, what art thou to bandy words with the commander of the faithful?" He answered promptly, "Mayest thou meet with adversity, and may woe and mourning never depart from thee. Hast thou not heard the saying of God the Most High? One day, every soul shall come to give an account of itself." At this, Hisham rose, in great wrath, and said, "O headsman, bring me his head, for indeed he multiplies talk, such as passes conception, and fears not reproach." So the headsman took him, and making him kneel on the carpet of blood, drew his sword and said to the Caliph, O commander of the faithful, shall I smite off the head of this thy misguided slave, who is on the way to his grave, and be quit of his blood?" "Yes," replied Hisham. He repeated his question and the Caliph again replied in the affirmative. Then he asked leave a third time, and the youth, knowing that, if the Caliph assented yet once more, it would be the signal of his death, laughed till his wan teeth appeared, at which Hisham's wrath redoubled, and he said to him, "O boy, meseems thou art mad, sayest thou not that thou art about to depart the world? Why then dost thou laugh in mockery of thyself?" "O commander of the faithful," answered the young Arab, "if my life is to be prolonged, none can hurt me, great or small, but I have bethought me of some verses, which do thou hear, for my death cannot escape thee." "Say on and be brief," replied Hisham. So the Arab repeated the following verses: "A hawk once seized a sparrow, so have I heard men say, a sparrow of the desert, that fate to him did throw, and as the hawk was flying to nestward with his prize, the sparrow in his clutches did thus bespeak his foe, there's not in me the stomach of such as thou to stay, indeed, I'm all too paltry to fill thy maw, I trow." The hawk was pleased and flattered with pride and self-conceit, he smiled for self-contentment and let the sparrow go. At this Hisham smiled and said, "By my kinship to the Prophet, whom God bless and preserve, had he spoken thus at first, I had given him all he asked, except the caliphate." Then he bade his servants stuff his mouth with jewels and entreat him courteously, so they did as he bade them and the Arab went his way. Ibrahim ben el-Mehdi and the barber. Surgeon. When the caliphate fell to el-Mamun the son of Harun al-Rashid, the latter's brother Ibrahim, son of el-Mehdi, refused to acknowledge his nephew and betook himself to Ray, where he proclaimed himself caliph and abode thus a year and 11 months and 12 days. Meanwhile Mamun remained awaiting his return to allegiance, till, at last, despairing of this, he mounted with his horsemen and footmen and repaired to Ray in quest of him. When the news came to Ibrahim, he found nothing for it but to flee to Baghdad and hide there, fearing for his life, and Mamun set a price of 100,000 dinars upon his head. Quoth Ibrahim, "Now when I heard of this price being set upon my head, I feared for myself and knew not what to do, so I disguised myself and went forth of my house at midday, knowing not whither I should go. Presently, I entered a street that had no issue and said in myself, Verily, we are God's and to him we return. I have exposed myself to destruction. If I retrace my steps, I shall arouse suspicion." Then I espied, at the upper end of the street, a Negro standing at his door, so I went up to him and said to him, "Hast thou a place where I may abide a while of the day?" "Yes," answered he, and opening the door, admitted me into a decent house, furnished with carpets and mats and cushions of leather. Then he shut the door on me and went away, and I misdoubted me he had heard of the reward offered for me and said in myself, He is gone to inform against me. But, as I sat pondering my case and boiling like the pot over the fire, my host came back, followed by a porter loaded with meat and bread and new cooking pots and goblets and a new jar and other needful gear. He took them from the porter and dismissing him, said to me, "I make myself thy ransom. I am a barber surgeon, and I know it would mislike thee to eat with me, because of the way in which I get my living, so do thou shift for thyself with these things whereon no hand hath fallen." Now I was an-hungered, so I cooked me a pot of meat, whose like I mind me not ever to have eaten, and when I had done my desire, he said to me, "O my lord, God make me thy ransom. Art thou for wine? Indeed, it gladdens the soul and does away care." "I have no objection," replied I, being desirous of his company, so he brought me new flagons of glass, that no hand had touched, and a jar of excellent wine, and said to me, "Mix for thyself, to thy liking." So I cleared the wine and mixed myself a most pleasant draught. Then he brought me a new cup and fruits and flowers in new vessels of earthenware, after which he said to me, "Wilt thou give me leave to sit apart and drink of wine of my own by myself, of my joy in thee and for thee?" Do so, answered I. So we drank, he and I, till the wine began to take effect upon us, when he rose and going to a closet, took out a lute of polished wood and said to me, O my lord, it is not for the like of me to ask thee to sing, but it behoves thine exceeding generosity to render my respect its due, so, and thou see fit to honor thy slave, thine is the august decision. Quoth I, and indeed I thought not that he knew me. How knowest thou that I excel in song? Glory be to God, answered he. Our Lord is too well renowned for that. Thou art my Lord Abraham, son of El-Mehdi, our Caliph of yesterday, he on whose head Mammon hath set a price of 100,000 dinars, but thou art in safety with me. When I heard him say this, he was magnified in my eyes and his loyalty was certified to me, so I complied with his wish and took the lute and tuned it. Then I bethought me of my severance from my children and my family and sang the following verses. It may be that he, who restored his folk to Joseph of old and raised him to high estate from the prison wherein bonds he lay, will hear our prayer and unite us, for Allah, the Lord of the worlds, all-powerful is, and his puissance knows neither let nor stay. When the barber heard this, exceeding delight took possession of him and he was of great good cheer, for it is said that when Abraham's neighbors heard him, but, say, Ho, boy, saddle the mule, they were filled with delight. Then, being overborne by mirth, he said to me, continues Ibrahim, O my lord, wilt thou give me leave to say what has come to my mind, for all I am not of the folk of the craft? Do so, answered I, this is of thy great courtesy and kindness. So he took the lute and sang the following verses. Unto our loved ones we made our moan of our nights so long and drear, and lo, how short is the night with us, quoth they we hold so dear. This is because quick-coming sleep closes their happy eyes, but slumber comes not to close our lids, that burn with many a tear. When the night approaches, the night so dread and drear to those that love, we are oppressed with grief, but they rejoice when the night draws near. Had they but drunken our bitter cup and suffered of our dole, then were their nights as ours, as long and full of heavy cheer. Thou hast acquitted thee rarely, O my friend, said I, and hast done away from me the pangs of sorrow. Let me hear more trifles of thy fashion. So he sang these verses. So a man's honor be unstained and free of all impair, lo, every garment that he dights on him is fit and fair. She taunted me, because, forsooth, our numbers were but few, but I the noble answer made, are ever few and rare. It irks us not that we are few and eke our neighbor great, for all the neighbors of most folk are scant and mean elsewhere. For we're a folk that deem not death an evil nor reproach, albeit Amir and Salul so deem, of their despair. The love of death that is in us brings near our ends to us, but theirs, who loathe and rail at it, are long and far to fare. We, and it like us, give the lie to others of their speech, but, when we speak, no man on earth to gainsay us doth dare. When I heard this, I was filled with delight and marveled exceedingly. Then I slept and awoke not till past nightfall, when I washed my face, with a mind full of the high worth of this barber surgeon, after which I aroused him and taking out a purse I had with me, containing a considerable sum of money, threw it to him, saying, I commend thee to God, for I am about to go forth from thee, and beg thee to spend what is in this purse on thine occasions, and thou shalt have an abounding reward of me, when I am quit of my fear. But he returned it to me, saying, O my lord, poor wretches like myself are of no value in thine eyes, but how, for mine own dignity's sake, can I take a price for the boon which fortune hath vouchsafed me of thy favor and company? By Allah, if thou repeat thy words and throw the purse to me again, I will kill myself. So I put the purse in my sleeve, and indeed its weight was irksome to me, and would have gone away, but when I came to the door of the house, he said to me, O my lord, this is a safer hiding place for thee than another, and thy keep is no burden to me, so do thou abide with me, till God grant thee relief. So I turned back, saying, On condition that thou spend of the money in this purse. He let me believe that he consented to this, and I abode with him some days in the utmost comfort. But, perceiving that he spent none of the contents of the purse, I revolted at the idea of abiding at his charge and thought shame to be a burden on him, so I disguised myself in women's apparel, donning walking boots and veil, and left his house. When I found myself in the street, I was seized with excessive fear, and going to pass the bridge, came to a place sprinkled with water, where a trooper, who had been in my service, saw me and knowing me, cried out, saying, This is he whom Mammon seeks. Then he laid hold of me, but the love of life lent me strength and I gave him a push, which threw him and his horse down in that slippery place, so that he became an example to those who will take warning and the folk hastened to him. Meanwhile, I hurried on over the bridge and entered a street, where I saw the door of a house open and a woman standing in the vestibule. So I said to her, O my lady, have pity on me and save my life, for I am a man in fear. Quoth she, Enter and welcome, and carried me into an upper chamber, where she spread me a bed and brought me food, saying, Calm thy fear, for not a soul shall know of thee. As she spoke, there came a loud knocking at the door, so she went and opened, and lo, it was my friend whom I had thrown down on the bridge, with his head bound up, the blood running down upon his clothes and without his horse. O so and so, said she, what hath befallen thee? Quoth he, I made prize of the man, whom the Caliph seeks, and he escaped from me. And told her the whole story. So she brought out tinder and applying it to his head, bound it up with a piece of rag, after which she spread him a bed and he lay sick. Then she came up to me and said, Methinks thou art the man in question? I am, answered I, and she said, Fear not, no harm shall befall thee, and redoubled in kindness to me. I abode with her 3 days, at the end of which time she said to me, I am in fear for thee, lest yonder man happen upon thee and betray thee to what thou dreadest, so save thyself by flight. I besought her to let me tarry till nightfall, and she said, There is no harm in that. So, when the night came, I put on my woman's attire and taking leave of her, betook me to the house of a freedwoman, who had once been mine. When she saw me, she wept and made a show of affliction and praised God the Most High for my safety. Then she went forth, as if she would go to the market, in the interests of hospitality, and I thought no harm, but, ere long, I espied Abraham el-Mawzili making for the house, with his servants and troopers, led by a woman whom I knew for the mistress of the house. She brought them to my hiding place and delivered me into their hands, and I saw death face to face. They carried me, in my woman's attire, to Mammon, who called a general council and let bring me before him. When I entered I saluted him by the title of Caliph, saying, Peace be on thee, O Commander of the Faithful, and he replied, May God neither give thee peace nor bless thee. At thy leisure, O Commander of the Faithful, rejoined I, it is for him in whose hand is revenge to decree retaliation or forgiveness, but forgiveness is nigher to the fear of God, and God hath set thy forgiveness above all other, even as he hath made my sin to excel all other sin. So, if thou punish, it is of thy right, and if thou pardon, it is of thy bounty. And I repeated the following verses. Great is my sin, in sooth, gainst thee, but thou art greater still, Purdy. So take thy due of me, or else remitted of thy clemency. If of the noble I've not been indeed, yet do thou of them be. At this he raised his head to me and I hastened to add these verses. Indeed, I've offended full sore, but thou art disposed to forgive. 'Twere justice to punish my crime and grace to allow me to live. Then he bowed his head and repeated the following verses. Whenas a friend against me doth grievously offend and mocketh me with anger to choke, yet in the end I pardon his offending and take him back again into my favor, fearing to live without a friend. When I heard this, I scented the odor of mercy, knowing his disposition to clemency. Then he turned to his son Elabas and his brother Abu Ishak and other his chief officers there present and said to them, What deem ye of his case? They all counseled him to slay me, but differed as to the manner of my death. Then said he to Ahmed ibn Ali Khalid, And what sayest thou, O Ahmed? O commander of the faithful, answered he, If thou put him to death, we find thy like who hath slain the like of him, but, if thou pardon him, we find not the like of thee that hath pardoned the like of him. At this Mamun bowed his head and repeated the following verse. The people of my tribe, they have my brother slain, but, an I shoot, my shaft reverts to me again. And also these. Use not thy brother with despite, although he mingle wrong with right. And still be kind to him, all be with thanklessness he thee requite. And if he go astray and err one day, revile thou not the white. Sayest not that loved and loathed once in every way of life unite? That by the annoy of hoary hairs embittered is long life's delight. And that the bristling thorns beset the branch with pleasant fruits bedight? Who is it doth good deeds alone and who hath never wrought unright? Prove but the age's sons, thou wilt find the most have fallen from the light. When I heard this, I uncovered my head and cried out, saying, God is most great. By Allah, the commander of the faithful pardons me. Quoth he, No harm shall come to thee, O uncle. And I, O commander of the faithful, my offense is too great for me to attempt to extenuate it, and thy pardon is too great for me to speak a word of thanks for it. And I chanted the following verses. Sure, he, who made the virtues all, stored them in Adam's loins for his high priest, the seventh prince of Abbas' royal seed. The hearts of all the folk are filled with reverence for thee. And thou, with meek and humble heart, dost keep them all in lead. Error deluded as I was, against thee I rebelled, intent on covetise alone and base ambitious greed. Yet hast thou pardon given to one, the like of whom before was never pardoned, though for him no one with thee did plead. And on a mother's bleeding heart hadst ruth and little ones, like to the desert grouse young, didst pity in their need. Quoth Mammon, I say, like our Lord Joseph, on whom and on our prophet be peace and blessing, there shall be no reproach on thee this day. God will forgive thee, for he is the most merciful of the merciful ones. Indeed, I pardon thee, O uncle, and restore thee thy goods and lands, and no harm shall befall thee. So I offered up devout prayers for him and repeated the following verses. My wealth thou hast given me again and hast not begrudged it to me, yea, and to boot, before this, my life and my blood thou didst spare. So if, thine approval to win, I lavish my blood and my wealth and e'en to the shoe off my foot, in thy service, I strip myself bare. 'Twere but the restoring to thee of the loans that I owe to thy grace which none might reproach thee nor blame, I trow, hadst thou chosen to forbear. Ungrateful henceforth if I prove for the favors vouchsafed me by thee, still worthier of blame than thyself of honor and reverence I were. Then Mammon showed me honor and favor and said to me, O uncle, Abu Ishak and Abbas counseled me to put thee to death. And they counseled thee right loyally, O commander of the faithful, answered I, but thou hast done after thine own nature and hast put away what I feared with what I hoped. O uncle, rejoined he, thou didst extinguish my rancor with the humbleness of thine excuse, and I pardon thee without making thee drink the bitterness of obligation to intercessors. Then he prostrated himself in prayer a long while, after which he raised his head and said to me, O uncle, knowest thou why I prostrated myself? Haply, answered I, thou didst this in thanksgiving to God, for that he hath given thee the mastery over thine enemy. Not so, rejoined he, but to thank him for having inspired me to pardon thee and purified my mind towards thee. Now tell me thy story. So I told him all that had befallen me, and he sent for the freedwoman, who was in her house, expecting the reward. When she came, he said to her, What moved thee to deal thus with thy lord? And she answered, Lust of money. Hast thou a child or a husband? Asked the Caliph, and she said, No. So he bade give her 100 blows with a whip and imprisoned her for life. Then he sent for the soldier and his wife and the barber surgeon, and asked the former what had moved him to do thus. Lust of money, answered he, whereupon quoth the Caliph, It befits that thou be a barber surgeon, and committed him to one whom he charged to place him in a barber's shop, or he might learn the craft. But his wife he entreated with honor and lodged in his palace, saying, This is a woman of sense and apt for matters of moment. Then said he to the barber surgeon, Verily, what has come to light of thy worth and generosity calls for extraordinary honor. So he commanded the trooper's house and all that was therein to be given him, and bestowed on him a dress of honor in 15,000 dinars. The city of Irem. It is related that Abdullah ben Abu Kilaba went forth in quest of a camel that had strayed from him, and as he was wandering in the deserts of Yemen and Seba, he came upon a great city in whose midst was a vast citadel compassed about with pavilions, that rose high into the air. He made for the place, thinking to find their inhabitants, of whom he might inquire concerning his camel, but, when he reached it, he found it deserted, without a living soul in it. So, quoth Abdullah, I alighted and hobbling my she-camel, took courage and entered the city. When I came to the citadel, I found it had 2 vast gates, never in the world was seen their like for size and loftiness, inlaid with all manner jewels and jacinths, white and red and yellow and green. At this I marveled greatly, and entering the citadel, trembling and dazed with wonder and affright, found it long and wide, as it were a city for bigness, and therein were lofty storied pavilions, builded of gold and silver and inlaid with many colored jewels and jacinths and chrysolites and pearls. The leaves of their doors were even as those of the citadel for beauty, and their floors strewn with great pearls and balls, as they were hazelnuts, of musk and ambergris and saffron. When I came within the city and saw no human being therein, I had nigh well swooned and died for fear. Moreover, I looked down from the summit of the towers and balconies and saw rivers running under them. In the streets were fruit-laden trees and tall palms, and the manner of the building of the city was 1 brick of gold and 1 of silver. So I said to myself, Doubtless this is the paradise promised for the world to come. Then I took of the jewels of its gravel and the musk of its dust as much as I could bear, and returned to my own country, where I told the folk what I had seen. After a while, the news reached Muawiyah ben Abu Sufyan, who was then Caliph in the Hijaz, so he wrote to his lieutenant in Sina of Yemen to send for the teller of the story and question him of the truth of the case. Accordingly the lieutenant sent for me and questioned me, and I told him what I had seen, whereupon he dispatched me to Muawiyah, to whom I repeated my story, but he would not credit it. So I brought out to him some of the pearls and balls of musk and ambergris and saffron, in which latter there was still some sweet smell, but the pearls were grown yellow and discolored. The Caliph wondered at this, and sending for Ka'b al-Ahbar, said to him, O Ka'b al-Ahbar, I have sent for thee to learn the truth of a certain matter, and hope that thou wilt be able to certify me thereanent. What is it, O Commander of the Faithful? Asked Ka'b, and Muawiyah said, Wottest thou of a city builded of gold and silver, the pillars whereof are of rubies and chrysolites, and its gravel pearls and balls of musk and ambergris and saffron? Yes, O Commander of the Faithful, answered Ka'b. It is Irem of the columns, the like of which was never made in the lands, and it was Sheddad's son of Aad the Great that built it. Quoth the Caliph, Tell us of its history, and Ka'b said, Aad the Great had 2 sons, Sheddad and Sheddad. When their father died, they ruled in his stead, and there was no king of the kings of the earth but was subject to them. After a while Shedad died, and his brother Shedad reigned over the earth alone. Now he was fond of reading in old books, and happening upon the description of the world to come and of paradise, with its pavilions and galleries and trees and fruits and so forth, his soul moved him to build the like thereof in this world, after the fashion aforesaid. Now under his hand were 100,000 kings, each ruling over 100,000 captains, commanding each 100,000 warriors. So he called these all before him and said to them, I find in old books and histories a description of paradise, as it is to be in the next world, and I desire to build its like in this world. Go ye forth therefore to the goodliest and most spacious tract in the world, and build me there a city of gold and silver, whose gravel shall be rubies and chrysolites and pearls, and the columns of its vaults beryl. Fill it with palaces, whereon ye shall set galleries and balconies, and plant its lanes and thoroughfares with all manner of trees bearing ripe fruits, and make rivers to run through it in channels of gold and silver. How can we avail to do this thing? Answered they, and whence shall we get the chrysolites and rubies and pearls whereof thou speakest? Quoth he, Know ye not that all the kings of the world are under my hand, and that none that is therein dare gainsay my commandment? Yes, answered they, we know that. Get ye then, rejoined he, to the mines of chrysolites and rubies and gold and silver, into the pearl fisheries, and gather together all that is in the world of jewels and metals of price, and leave not, and take also for me such of these things as be in men's hands, and let nothing escape you. Be diligent and beware of disobedience. Then he wrote letters to all the chief kings of the world. Now the number of kings then reigning in chief over the earth was 360 kings, and bade them gather together all of these things that were in their subjects' hands, and get them to the mines of precious stones and metals, and bring forth all that was therein, even from the abysses of the seas. This they accomplished in the space of 20 years, and Shedad then assembled from all lands and countries builders and men of art and laborers and handicraftsmen, who dispersed over the world and explored all the wastes and deserts thereof, till they came to a vast and fair open plain, clear of hills and mountains, with springs welling and rivers running, and said, This is even such a place as the king commanded us to find. So they busied themselves in building the city, even as Shedad, king of the whole earth in its length and breadth, had commanded them, laying the foundations and leading the rivers therethrough in channels after the prescribed fashion. Moreover, all the kings of the earth sent thither jewels and precious stones and pearls large and small, and cornelian and gold and silver upon camels by land and in great ships over the waters, and there came to the builders' hands of all these things so great a quantity as may neither be told or imagined. They labored at the work 300 years, and when they had wrought it to end, they went to King Shedad and acquainted him therewith. Then said he, Depart and make thereto an impregnable citadel, rising high into the air, and round it 1,000 pavilions, each builded on 1,000 columns of chrysolite and ruby and vaulted with gold, that in each pavilion may dwell a vizier. So they returned and did this in other 20 years, after which they again presented themselves before the king and informed him of the accomplishment of his will. Then he commanded his viziers, who were 1,000 in number, and his chief officers and such of his troops and others as he put trust in, to prepare for departure and removal to many-columned Iram, at the stirrup of Shedad son of Aad, king of the world, and he bade also such as he would of his women and of his female slaves and eunuchs make them ready for the journey. They spent 20 years preparing for departure, at the end of which time Shedad set out with his host, rejoicing in the attainment of his wish, and fared forward till there remained but 1 day's journey between him and Idam. Then God sent down on him and on the stubborn unbelievers with him a thunderblast from the heavens of his power, which destroyed them all with a mighty clamor, and neither he nor any of his company set eyes on the city. Moreover, God blotted out the road that led to the city, and it stands unchanged, in its stead, until the resurrection day. Muawiyah wondered greatly at Ka'b's story and said to him, Hath any mortal ever made his way to the city? Yes, answered Cobb, one of the companions of Muhammad, on whom be peace and salvation, reached it, doubtless after the same fashion as this man who sits here. And, quoth Shabi, it is related, on the authority of learned men of Hymir of Yemen, that Sheddad was succeeded in his kingship by his son Sheddad the Less, whom he left his viceregent in Hezramout and Seba, when he set out for Iram. When he heard of his father's death on the road, he caused his body to be brought back to Hezramout and let him out a sepulchre in a cavern, where he laid the body on a throne of gold and threw over it 70 robes of cloth of gold, embroidered with precious stones, and at his head he set up a tablet of gold, on which were graven the following verses. Take warning, thou that by long life art duped and thinkst to live alway. I'm Sheddad son of Aad, a high and mighty monarch in my day, lord of the column citadel, great was my prowess in the fray. All the world's peoples feared my might and did my ordinance obey. Yes, and I held the east and west and ruled them with an iron sway. One came to us with God's command and summoned us to the right way. Is there no escaping from this thing? Quoth we, and did his word gainsay. Then on us fell a thunderblast from out the heaven far away. And like the sheaves in reaping time midmost a field, o'erthrown we lay. And now beneath the storied plains of earth we wait the appointed day. Quoth the alibi also, it chanced that two men once entered this cavern and found at its upper end a stair. So they descended and came to an underground chamber, 100 cubits long by 4 wide and 100 high. In the midst stood a throne of gold, whereon lay a man of gigantic stature, filling the whole length and breadth of the throne. He was covered with jewelry and raiment gold and silver wrought, and at his head was a tablet of gold, bearing an inscription. So they took the tablet and bore it off, together with as many bars of gold and silver and so forth as they could away with. Isaac of Mosul's story of the Lady Khadijah and the Caliph Ma'mun. Quoth Isaac of Mosul, I went out one night from Ma'mun's presence, on my way to my house, and being taken with a need to make water, I turned aside into a by-street and stood up against a wall, fearing lest something might hurt me, if I squatted down. Presently, I espied something hanging down from one of the houses and feeling it, found that it was